Bang! At the edge of the universe, 999 layers of chaotic thunder tribulation fell, transforming into a sea of thunder, destroying everything. In the center of the thunder tribulation, a man with a robust physique, extremely handsome features, chaotic chi flowing around his body and crystalline hair, dancing wildly, looked up to the sky and roared, using a world-shattering divine ability to swallow the entire thunder tribulation into his abdomen, completing the final transformation. 800 years finally become the Chaos Heavenly Emperor. Lu Qingyun opened his eyes, deep gaze entwined with chaotic chi, mysterious and profound. A heavenly heart mark that seemed to imprint the principles of the entire universe's Tao merged into his body. Boom! An overwhelming and surging extreme Tao pressure spread out from him, covering the entire universe. This era's emperor is decided. All living beings cry with joy, because with the current great emperor suppressing, there is no need to worry about the forbidden zones sending out supreme beings to start a dark turmoil. However, before Lu Qingyun could comprehend the mysteries of the great emperor realm, a voice that almost cracked his current state of mind suddenly rang out. Ding! Eternal Forbidden Zone system successfully bound. Detected that the host's lifespan is about to end, old and declining. Please turn yourself into a forbidden zone to exist forever in the world. Reward: a true immortal scripture. Newbie gift pack automatically opened. Congratulations, host. Acquired ownerless forbidden zone, immortal court. System. Turn myself into a forbidden zone. Bro, I just became an emperor, and you're telling me to enter a forbidden zone like those supreme beings. Lu Qingyun deeply breathed in the starlight of the sun and moon, causing an entire star region to dim. On his body, the wounds from the thunder tribulation slowly healed. Divine light and Tao principles surged with a large amount of chaotic chi churning, as if the world was being created. Back then, when he first transmigrated into this fantasy world, he had also expected a system to arrive. But in the end, there was nothing. Thus, he could only rely on his insignificant, perfect, chaotic body, living a miserable life of plundering and being hunted by major powers. For a full 800 years, he experienced countless hardships. Only then did he become an emperor, and by virtue of the uniqueness of his chaotic body, he could be called the Chaos Heavenly Emperor. However, just when he could rule the world and overlook all races, the system arrived and said his lifespan was exhausted and he needed to turn into a forbidden zone. Nonsense. He, as a chaotic body, has a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. He can't even be called a mature emperor. At most, he's still a young kid. But the system actually told him to turn into a forbidden zone. Is this right? Is this reasonable? Very reasonable. After all, the reward is a true immortal scripture. That is indeed quite right. It's not that Lu Qingyun has no backbone. It's that this world is too dangerous, with 8 major forbidden zones standing, and no one knows how many supreme beings are hidden inside. Back then, when crossing the Quasi-Emperor, 9th level heavenly tribulation, 7 supreme beings appeared, wanting to bathe in the chaotic blood of the soon-to-be emperor to extend their lifespan. If Lu Qingyun hadn't been prepared and slain one supreme being at a great cost, scaring off the others, he would have been devoured. Now, even though Lu Qingyun has become an emperor and is not afraid of any single supreme being, he is still extremely wary of those forbidden zones. So if he could truly take over a forbidden zone and avoid these troubles, he could also get system rewards, so Lu Qingyun was willing. After all, judging from the system's generosity of giving a true immortal scripture right away, the subsequent rewards would obviously be exceptionally rich. And coincidentally, his poverty was well known. Moreover, even though he was now an emperor, his lifespan was only tens of thousands of years, and he had no confidence in living until the day the immortal path opened by himself. So since he would sooner or later have to cry and beg for a spot in a forbidden zone, why not directly establish his own forbidden zone? As for the responsibility of a current emperor to protect the common people, as a transmigrator, he was naturally hated by heaven and earth. And Lu Qingyun, who had been hunted by the natives of this world from beginning to end, without a single day of peace, indicated that this had nothing to do with him. After accepting this setup, Lu Qingyun took out a half-divine herb that was bright green all over with roots rooted in the void. A trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes. As an outsider hated by heaven and earth, his luck was almost zero, and no good things ever fell on him. This half-divine herb could be said to be the only valuable treasure he had besides the imperial weapon in his poverty. Having just crossed the great emperor's thunder tribulation, although no supreme beings intercepted him for safety, he must ensure his own condition. Bang! The entire half-divine herb turned into endless essence, swallowed by Lu Qingyun, and his internal injuries largely recovered. Pity if I could find an immortal divine herb that can help an emperor live a second life. This injury would be nothing. Sigh, the heavens are truly unkind to me. Then don't blame me for being unrighteous. A cold gleam flashed in Lu Qingyun's eyes, his body stretched, and the 3,000 great Daos were trampled under his feet. A starry road composed of boundless chaotic chi spanned the entire universe, landing on the largest life source star. That was a place feared by the entire universe, because most of the forbidden zones in the universe were entrenched there. The Chaos Heavenly Emperor travels, all living beings look up, and the universe celebrates. On the starry, ancient road, one after another heavenly prodigies gazed at the chaotic road, a trace of loneliness in their eyes. Although since Lu Qingyun's emergence his achievements had been extremely dazzling. With his chaotic body at the quasi-emperor stage, he single-handedly unarmed, disarmed an extreme imperial weapon. During his physique's great accomplishment, he fiercely fought 7 supreme beings in the starry sky, and even killed one of them. In 800 years, he became an emperor. His growth, speed, and strength made them already certain in their hearts who this era's imperial throne belonged to. But now seeing this scene, they still couldn't help feeling disappointed. An ancient existence awakened from the divine source face, full of excitement, thinking that the entire universe would usher in at least tens of thousands of years of peace. But then discovered something wrong. Chaos, Heavenly Emperor. Is he going to the fallen immortal star? Yes, although during the Enlightenment tribulation, those supreme beings didn't appear. But the previous grievances, the Heavenly Emperor must have remembered them. Now that he has achieved enlightenment, even if he doesn't attack the forbidden zones, he will at least give a warning. The Heavenly Emperor as a chaotic body has a long lifespan. If he can find an immortal divine herb and live another life, the entire universe might enjoy peace for over 100,000 years. He must thoroughly intimidate the forbidden zones and let them know what era this is. From today, the Heavenly Emperor calendar begins. Under the Heavenly Emperor's protection, the entire universe will surely prosper. Stars revolved, shining brightly. The chaotic road slowly dissipated. Lu Qingyun's true body descended onto this world, his eyes filled with myriad thoughts. From the moment he set foot on the fallen immortal star, one by one supreme beings in the forbidden zones opened their eyes and cast cold glances at him. They sealed themselves in immortal sources, but could break out at any time to fight him. Those ancient families and extreme holy lands were all expecting him to go deep into the forbidden zones, fight supreme beings, and establish peace for over 100,000 years for the world. However, he ignored them all. System placed the immortal court. Boom. The void split, and immortal light blazed. And immortal court, stretching thousands of miles with ethereal immortal chi and strange beasts everywhere, fell out from the void. From then on it took root on the fallen immortal star. And at this moment Lu Qingyun issued his first and last decree as the Heavenly Emperor. From today the immortal court is established. I am the master of the immortal court, turning this place into a life forbidden zone. Trespassers, die. Silence. The sound of the great Tao spread across the entire universe like a massive bell, striking deeply into the hearts of every living being. At the moment Lu Qingyun stepped into the immortal court, the entire universe seemed to tremble. The heavenly heart mark peeled off from Lu Qingyun's body and returned to the universe on its own. The mandate of heaven of this era was once again suspended. This also proved that Lu Qingyun was not lying. He, the newly enlightened Chaos Heavenly Emperor, the strongest emperor in history. At the very moment of his successful enlightenment, he entered a forbidden zone, just like those ancient supremes who had held the mandate for tens of thousands of years, but eventually had to extend their lives by consuming the blood essence of the living. Why? This question arose in everyone's mind. There was simply no reason. With the chaos body, his lifespan was boundless. There was no need to enter a forbidden zone at all. But Lu Qingyun still did it. And he did it with extreme decisiveness, without any hesitation. Even the famously poor Lu Qingyun was able to lay down such a supreme forbidden ground as the immortal court at the very first moment. Clearly it was premeditated. This sudden change plunged all living beings in the universe into despair. In everyone's hearts, wasn't it the duty of an emperor to protect the people? Why? This era's emperor was the strongest, even capable of conquering the forbidden zones and making great contributions for future generations. Why did he become a new forbidden zone with 9 forbidden zones standing tall? What utterly hopeless situation. An old saint wept bitterly, his Tao heart shattering on the spot. Some competitors on the path to emperor were overjoyed, breaking out of their divine source seals, immediately their battle intent soaring to the sky. Within the various forbidden zones, voices of surprise and doubt also arose. Since the last time when 7 supremes went out but failed to capture Lu Qingyun, these forbidden zones had already tacitly agreed to remain silent for hundreds of thousands of years, waiting out this unparalleled chaos Heavenly Emperor. That was why they did not interfere during his tribulation of enlightenment. And no one dared to interfere. But Lu Qingyun's move made them all confused, unsure of what he was planning. They had no idea whether it was real or fake. Could it be? He is using this trick to lure us out of the forbidden zones to start a dark turmoil, so that he can kill us outside. Not impossible. This guy is sinister and bold. Last time he used his entire fortune to set up an imperial formation and lured us in. If he weren't hated by heaven and had almost no opportunities, probably more than one fellow Taoist would have fallen that time. Whatever he intends, we will just watch and wait. I am curious, where did he find such a celestial paradise? Could it really be a lost fragment of the immortal realm? What tempted? That is also a forbidden zone. You can try perhaps. He might really save you a spot. The voices of the forbidden zone supremes gradually faded as before. The heavenly heart mark. TSK. Lu Qingyun touched his chest with no regret on his face. There was even a trace of mockery, because the path he had taken was not the orthodox path of enlightenment. Despised by heaven, not only were his opportunities scarce, even the suppression of the Tao was thousands of times stronger than for other cultivators. It was as if he was under the pressure of an emperor relying only on his chaos body to forcefully tread upon the myriad Taos and become emperor. The heavenly heart mark, once it saw that he had become emperor and could no longer suppress it, came to him voluntarily. Now seeing Lu Qingyun turn his domain into a forbidden zone, it left again directly. Although relying on the heavenly heart mark could have helped him perfect his Tao fruit faster, it would not have much impact on Lu Qingyun. He paid no attention to the commotion he had caused outside. His gaze was entirely drawn by the immortal court forbidden zone rewarded by the system. Within the entire forbidden zone immortal aura swirled. Strange beasts appeared among the mountains, many of which were ancient species long extinct in the outside world. Tens of thousands of year-old medicinal kings grew like weeds on the cliffs. They breathed immortal qi, each herb reaching its peak potency. Although these medicinal kings were of little use to Lu Qingyun now, they still moved him. He had been poor for 800 years. When had he ever seen such a dreamlike scene? What does it mean to taste the sweetness after bitterness? This is exactly what it means. Deep within the immortal court, immortal qi reached its peak. A lake of immortal source liquid sufficient to preserve an emperor formed, continuously generating like a spring flowing with a tinkling sound. Such a scale of immortal source liquid could preserve over 100 supremes. Ding. Mission complete. Reward 1 true immortal scripture delivered. With the system's prompt sound, a vast amount of information flooded into his divine soul. But with his current soul strength, it was easy to receive. The entire immortal court trembled under Lu Qingyun's will. All the emperor-level formations carved by heaven and earth were activated. Instantly this place became a true forbidden zone. Even a supreme barging in would be obliterated by these killing formations. A true immortal-level scripture immediately plunged Lu Qingyun into a state of enlightenment. Chaos aura swirled around him. Chains of order appeared on his body, as if binding the great Tao itself to aid his comprehension. Immortals. In this world they were not an illusory existence. There was much evidence that long ago this world was extremely prosperous and once gave birth to true immortals. However, due to great changes in heaven and earth, it is now difficult to find traces of immortals within the universe. Even things related to immortals are nearly impossible to find, let alone a complete true immortal scripture. All the Supremes now lay dormant in their forbidden zones, trying every possible way to live until the day the immortal path opens. So if the Supremes in other forbidden zones who thought the path ahead was cut off learned that Lu Qingyun had a complete scripture here, they would immediately form a party to raid the boss. What chaos body, what heavenly emperor? If a bunch of Supremes swarm together, no matter how strong you are, you will bleed. Cultivation knows no years. One moment of enlightenment, 100 years pass. Lu Qingyun slowly opened his eyes, a divine light flickering in his pupils reflecting chaos. 100 years of cultivation passing in an instant. Although the Tao fruit is far from perfect, comprehending this true immortal scripture has advanced my cultivation much faster than the heavenly heart mark ever did. But this scripture seems to be missing something. Lu Qingyun frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. He seemed to notice something and let out a soft exclamation. His gaze turned outward from the immortal court. Outside the court, a young quasi-emperor was sitting cross-legged in the void, his breathing steady, clearly having been there for a long time. Outside the immortal court, the saint body, Yi Mingyuan, sat cross-legged, golden blood energy surging in the void around him. A vision of a green lotus sprouting from chaos manifested, accompanied by strands of imperial might, turning this region already forbidden for anyone to enter into an even more restricted zone. He gazed ahead at the mountain range flowing with immortal resonance and could not help but sigh. For 100 years, he had waited here only to seek clarity from Lu Qingyun. As a quasi-emperor, Yi Mingyuan immediately sensed the change in the environment. Surrounding him was an extremely pure immortal resonance, causing his vast golden bitter sea to boil. He abruptly opened his eyes and saw Lu Qingyun sitting cross-legged atop a massive piece of immortal source. His body was shrouded in chaotic energy, mysterious and powerful, with waves of supreme pressure that, even without being deliberately released, made Yi Mingyuan, a saint body at the quasi-emperor level, feel suffocated and oppressed. After 100 years, Lu Qingyun had become even stronger. Yi Mingyuan's eyes revealed shock, utterly unable to comprehend how he, a dignified quasi-emperor, had been silently relocated. Yet this only strengthened his resolve to awaken Lu Qingyun. And Lu Qingyun, looking at his old acquaintance, had a myriad of thoughts in his eyes. He recalled their first encounter on the starry ancient road. Fighting at the same cultivation level, no one could withstand his punch. Only this man, relying on his incredibly thick health bar, managed to take 3 of his strikes before falling. It was precisely for this reason that he had allowed him to linger for 100 years and granted him an audience. Of course it was merely an audience. After all, they were acquaintances, not friends. Their bond was not particularly deep. In fact, there was even some enmity. Lu, Heavenly Emperor, now you are the supreme invincible one, while I am still merely a minor quasi-emperor, far from achieving the full maturation of my physique. What a huge gap this is. Normal. That gap was set the moment you were knocked down by my 3 punches. Lu Qingyun's words made Yiming Yuan's face darken, and even a phantom pain seemed to haunt him. He forced a bitter smile, and no longer concealed his purpose, directly stating, "So I know that this era's position of great emperor will surely be yours. But why? Must you transform into a forbidden zone, and at your peak imitate those decrepit and struggling supremes? Do you realize what you are doing to the myriad beings of the universe? And what do you consider this world to be?" Yiming Yuan's expression was agitated. As a born saint body, he had always followed the example of his predecessors, taking it upon himself to protect the common people. Thus he could not understand why Lu Qingyun, having already attained the Tao and become an emperor, would abandon this responsibility, even willingly enter a forbidden zone to become a supreme, becoming the object of universal scorn and hatred. Hearing this, Lu Qingyun understood his intent. He chuckled lightly, completely unaffected by Yiming Yuan's emotions. The myriad beings of the universe, the world and heavens. Why should I be responsible for them? Since I began my cultivation, the world has regarded me as a calamity. The sacred lands and aristocratic families have seen me as an obstacle. For 800 years, a full 800 years of escaping death by a hair's breadth, crawling and struggling, I relied solely on my own talent to achieve the emperor's throne. Don't forget, before my chaos body was fully matured, the emperor weapon I caught barehanded belonged to the Feng clan. You, as the proud son-in-law of the Feng clan, now demand that I repay kindness with virtue. Ridiculous. Hearing this, Yiming Yuan's face turned pale and flushed, as if deeply humiliated. He wanted to say something more, but Lu Qingyun waved his sleeve and sent him out of the immortal court. A Tao voice echoed in his ears. "If you dare to linger around the immortal court again, I will regard it as ill intent and strike you down." The Tao voice exploded. It made his blood energy surge, and strands of golden blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. After driving Yiming Yuan away, Lu Qingyun recalled the humiliated expression on Yiming Yuan's face and rubbed his chin, reminiscing about what had happened back then. "It seems I was retaliating against those sacred lands and aristocratic families, and incidentally gathering the divine sources needed to break through. I plundered them. When I raided the Feng clan, I happened to encounter a direct descendant of the Feng clan with a pure Yin physique. I borrowed her primordial Yin to enhance the power of my chaos body. Apart from that, I didn't do anything terribly bad, did I?" Wait. Yiming Yuan is the son-in-law of the Feng clan. The direct descendant he married was. Lu Qingyun smacked his lips. It shouldn't be that coincidental, right? Forget it, whatever. I was already bombarded by an emperor weapon. If I don't go looking for trouble now, I can already be considered pure-hearted. Ding. Host has guarded your heart and steadfastly maintained the identity of the Forbidden Zone Lord. The system is gratified. Reward Supreme Tao Array Pattern Mastery. Any emperor-level array diagram will be at your fingertips. You can set it up at will, if you have enough materials. The system's voice sounded again. This made Lu Qingyun's eyes light up. Through his recent experience, he had come to understand the triggering mechanism of the system's rewards. Apart from occasional quests, as long as his actions benefit the Forbidden Zone or he stays within the zone for a certain amount of time, he could receive rewards. The Supreme Tao Array Pattern Mastery reward was indeed good. It would save Lu Qingyun over 1,000 years of studying arrays. But what did that note mean? Could it be that I, the mighty Chaos Heavenly Emperor, don't even have the materials to set up a few emperor-level arrays? Ridiculous. I'm a joke myself. Immortal Court Calendar Year 372. Within the Life Forbidden Zone, Chaos God Mountain. Crack. A fissure appeared on the massive immortal crystal. Then it spread like a spider web, and soon it would completely lose its ability to seal the life essence of a supreme level. A pair of golden eyes opened, filled with a hint of madness. At the same time, a nearby immortal crystal belonging to another figure showed the same situation. These two supremes were both participants in the siege of Lu Qingyun hundreds of years ago. They had survived that great battle, but had suffered severe injuries. As a result, their life essence drained at an abnormally fast rate, and even Immortal Source could not seal it. Of course, another important reason was the insufficient amount of Immortal Source liquid. The share they each received was enough to maintain normal sealing under usual circumstances, but after a battle without any replenishment, it was definitely insufficient. Bang! A golden claw extended from the Immortal Source, breaking through the seal. It was a golden hair beast, its fur already withered and decayed, aged and decrepit. But his gaze remained sharp and icy. He looked at the hesitant figure and spoke harshly. "If we don't absorb life essence, we won't last even 1,000 years. Better to take a gamble." Even if Lu Qingyun is truly playing a grand game, he probably won't act against two supremes. Life or death? Silence. After a long while, crack. The Immortal Source exploded, and a figure as sturdy as a small mountain emerged. The killing intent and bloodthirsty aura soared into the sky, nearly materializing. Both Supremes had madness in their eyes. They even wanted to recruit other beings with scarce life essence. But the other Supremes could last at least a few thousand more years. They did not agree. In the end, only these two Supremes emerged together their target. Living beings as medicine. The dark calamity begins. Roar. The immortal source shattered, and the Emperor's might erupted. An overwhelming aura of desolation surged outward from the fallen immortal star. The two Supremes emerged without concealment, breaking forth directly. They stepped forth from Chaos Mountain, their bodies seeming capable of supporting heaven and earth, overwhelming all living beings. The moment they emerged, Golden Roar and the other Supreme immediately turned their gaze toward the forbidden territory of the Immortal Court, where Lu Qingyun resided, their eyes filled with apprehension. After finding no sign of movement, they felt a slight sense of relief. Then, the slaughter began. Billions of living beings wailed as mountains and rivers shattered and stars dimmed. The overwhelming aura of malevolence made not only the fallen immortal star, but the entire great universe realize. Supreme beings had emerged from the forbidden zones, preparing to unleash the dark turmoil. Let us go to where the true feast awaits. Golden Roar gazed across the vast domains of the fallen immortal star, a trace of greed flickering in his eyes. Yet he restrained his desires. He did not act upon the fallen immortal star. First, this planet was rife with extreme Tao forces. Though even if the extreme Tao Emperor weapons awakened, they still could not match him. But they had not come out to wage war. They merely sought to harvest life essence to extend their longevity. There was no need for a great battle. Moreover, they were uncertain. If they slaughtered all living beings on the fallen immortal star before Lu Qingyun's eyes, would that man who claimed to be the lord of the forbidden zone take action? They dared not risk it, nor did they need to. The entire great universe held no place as terrifying as the fallen immortal star. But the number of living beings and races was only greater. When Supremes traveled, they were no less formidable than the ancient great emperors. After all, before entering the forbidden zones, they were originally extreme Tao existences who had ruled over the great universe for an era. After witnessing the two Supremes depart, without looking back, numerous beings from the sacred realms and aristocratic families, who had already revived their clan's hidden strength and fully restored their emperor weapons, sighed in relief. Yet the fear on their faces lingered, refusing to dissipate. An elder sage gazed with compassion, lamenting in an era where the heavenly emperor reigned, Supremes still emerged to harvest living beings as great medicine. What irony! Refrain from such words. The emperor is not to be spoken of lightly. Someone's face turned pale as they hastily intervened. After all, regardless of the chaos, heavenly emperor's intentions, his strength was undeniable. Moreover, the reason the two Supremes did not strike at the fallen immortal star was most likely because of the presence of that heavenly emperor. However, while the fallen immortal star had escaped disaster, the other source stars of life, despair and wailing echoed throughout the great universe as vast stretches of brilliant star fields were plunged into utter darkness. Even the starlight had been devoured by those two Supremes. Blood dyed one source star after another crimson, and many powerful beings sealed within divine sources. While in slumber, they were discovered. Their life essence was completely consumed, leaving them dead where they lay. In the cosmic expanse, a mighty quasi-emperor roared in defiance, wielding a massive tripod forged from crimson flame spirit gold. After realizing escape was impossible, he unleashed his most devastating strike against Golden Roar. This blow could tear through star domains as though piercing the entire great universe itself. But to a supreme being, absurd. How dare an ant shake the heavens? Golden Roar's cold eyes showed no mercy. Facing the quasi-emperor's full-powered attack, he merely extended his hand and seized it. Then he swallowed him whole. A powerful quasi-emperor who had dominated the cosmos across the universe. His lifetime's Tao fruit transformed into the richest life essence, dissipating much of the vitality within his sea of immortality. The fall of a quasi-emperor was merely an unremarkable footnote in this catastrophe. During the dark turmoil, all living beings could only hope for the intervention of the current era's great emperor. In past ages, if no great emperor had acted, one could only curse their fate, knowing that era lacked an extreme Tao great emperor feared by the forbidden zones. But in this era, a great emperor had clearly been born, a chaos heavenly emperor who achieved the Tao through the chaos physique. Yet this tragedy still unfolded. Countless living beings wailed in despair, praying and calling out to Lu Qingyun's revered name, desperate to glimpse a glimmer of hope. On a massive violet planet, standing majestic in the cosmos, an elder sage whose veins ran with purple blood and whose aura of dominance pierced the heavens sneered. What does it matter if he possesses the chaos physique? Were his origins not so formidable, the title of the universe's premier physique would belong to our clan's tyrant physique. He has attained the Tao, yet fears the Supremes and dares not act. Meanwhile, our clan's ancestral tyrant planet has no defenses whatsoever, yet the Supremes still dare not approach. This is the difference. And just as this elder sage of the tyrant physique reveled in his thoughts, the dark turmoil was drawing to its close. Golden Roar and another Supreme towering like a mountain reunited. Their gazes fell upon the tyrant's ancestral star rotating in the cosmic expanse, their voices tinged with greed and satisfaction. That lineage has produced another peak stage achiever. Heh, that aura is truly intoxicating. Ranked alongside the sacred body, his flesh tastes even more exquisite than the sacred bodies. Pity we cannot harvest him yet. It will come in time. When the next great dark turmoil arrives, we shall savor him. I hope there will be one more by then. Otherwise, there won't be enough to go around. With their life essence now abundant, the two Supremes could seal themselves away for another 10,000 years within their immortal sources. But as they prepared to return to the forbidden zones brimming with vitality within the immortal court of the fallen immortal star, a figure clad in white raised their head, those eyes piercing through the entire great universe and landing directly upon them. That gaze seemed to convey, "You have feasted your fill. Now, it is my turn to finish this." In an instant, an overwhelming terror hovering between life and death struck them. They instinctively glanced toward the fallen immortal star. When their eyes met that gaze, their scalps went numb and their expressions shifted dramatically. Damn it, that Lu Qingyun is trying to steal the fruits of our labor. Golden Roar roared, instantly transforming into a streak of golden light and fleeing toward the cosmos frontier. The other Supreme also paled, choosing a direction completely opposite to Golden Roar's. At that very moment, Lu Qingyun moved. His foot stepped forward, and in a single stride, he entered the cosmic starry expanse. His intent locked tightly onto Golden Roar alone. Fuck, why are you chasing me? Golden Roar's soul was nearly shattered by fear, unable to believe his misfortune. Of two choices, he had been the one selected. Yet he quickly composed himself, for he hailed from ancient imperial bloodline. Though he knew even in peak combat he could not match Lu Qingyun, his ability to flee and survive was unmatched. Otherwise he never would have lived through their last encounter. Moreover, before emerging, he had anticipated this very scenario. Thus, nearly 100 concealment arrays were etched across his body, enough to mask any trace of his presence until he safely returned to Chaos Mountain. But despite all his calculations, he had overlooked one crucial detail. Back then, Lu Qingyun had fought 7 Supremes alone before even attaining Great Emperor status. At that time, his combat prowess already rivaled ordinary Great Emperors. And now he had not only survived the true Great Emperor tribulation, but also spent centuries comprehending immortal scriptures within the Forbidden Zone. Today his combat strength had reached a terrifying level beyond even his own estimation. Concealment arrays. Heh, how can this world compare to me? Lu Qingyun, clad in pristine white robes, chuckled softly. Stepping upon the chaotic Tao, a single stride carried him across dozens of star domains. Heaven, earth, space, and time all seemed to obey his command. In an instant, the distance between him and Golden Roar was halved. Boom! At the edge of the cosmos, vast swaths of star regions fell into silence. At this moment, the Golden Fur Roar Supreme's face was pallid, no longer bearing that carefree demeanor from before, simply because Lu Qingyun had somehow followed right behind him, step for step, doggedly pursuing. Even more terrifying, if he wished he could slay him and annihilate his Tao in an instant, like the Lord of the Underworld himself, holding his life and death in the palm of his hand. Yet what made him despair even more was that Lu Qingyun had no intention of striking directly. Instead, he followed with great amusement, like a cat toying with a mouse. This was naked humiliation. In truth, however, Lu Qingyun harbored no intentions of humiliation whatsoever. Originally, he had no plans to intervene. But upon witnessing these Supremes absorbing the vital essence of life, the resplendent vitality they displayed ignited his curiosity. He wished to research the method of longevity these Supremes possessed. Thus, throughout their cat-and-mouse chase, chaotic divine light flickered intermittently within Lu Qingyun's eyes. He observed how the Golden Fur Roar Supreme's abundant life essence transformed into divine power during his desperate flight. He contemplated the immortal scriptures this being had cultivated, ascertaining precisely which aspects remained deficient. Ah, Lu Qingyun, do you truly believe yourself invincible, annihilating the Forbidden Zone Supremes so mercilessly? Are you not afraid of eventual retribution? The Golden Fur Roar Supreme bellowed. Knowing escape was impossible, he ceased fleeing and chose to face Lu Qingyun directly. His might was terrifying. That colossal form resembled a cosmic beast capable of encompassing an entire star region within its palm. The ultimate Tao aura fully awakened. His past life's Tao fruit was reclaimed once more. He underwent extreme sublimation, choosing to wage a life-or-death battle against Lu Qingyun. And yet, a life-or-death battle. Did he even qualify? You speak correctly. I am the heavenly emperor of this era. Why should I not be called supreme? As for retribution, have any of these Supremes not acted purely out of self-interest? Today I may use you as cultivation material. Should I one day prove inferior, by all means take my chaotic primordial origin, even tear my body asunder, and refine me into artifacts. Do as you wish. Yet I am confident, not only am I unmatched in this era, in the future, I shall stand above all living beings. Trampling 10,000 Taos only I shall endure eternally. Lu Qingyun's eyes shot forth a resplendent divine beam piercing through the golden fur roar supreme's body in an instant. Then he extended his great hand. Chaotic chi pervaded the air, descending like an entire universe, pressing down, leaving the golden fur roar supreme utterly incapable of resistance despite his desperate struggle. In the end, he could only be seized by force. Reduced to the first and only ultimate Tao Supreme ever captured alive in the annals of ancient history. This scene rendered the entire cosmos silent. However, Lu Qingyun attributed this to the creature having consumed far too many living beings. Indeed, this fellow was truly wicked. Little one, come home with uncle. Lu Qingyun pinched the golden fur roar supreme as one would grip a pet. He traversed the great cosmos, and wherever he passed, all beings wept while the great Tao accompanied him. Eventually, he returned to the fallen immortal star. Only before entering the immortal court Forbidden Zone, he cast a glance toward the Chaos God Mountain Forbidden Zone, meeting the gaze of another supreme who had barely clung to life. That single glance terrified this supreme into immediately choosing the deepest level of seal, not to awaken until his lifespan was entirely exhausted. I'm not some villain, is it necessary to be this afraid? Lu Qingyun clicked his tongue. Then he lowered his gaze to the golden fur roar supreme in his hand. A smile that sent shivers through the latter emerged. This display, however, allowed all beings in the world to truly witness the genuine might of this chaos heavenly emperor. Simultaneously regarding Lu Qingyun's decision to embody a forbidden zone, their bewilderment only deepened. Consequently, the immortal court Forbidden Zone he established gained yet another layer of mystique and power in the hearts of all living things. Ding. First time slaying an ultimate Tao Supreme greatly enhanced the prestige of the immortal court Forbidden Zone. Reward Immortal Herb of Undying One. The system notification caught Lu Qingyun somewhat off guard. After all, this marked only his third time receiving system rewards, compared to the immortal scripture from his first reward and the array formation mastery from his second. The Immortal Herb of Undying was clearly far more practical. It could grant an emperor a second life. This terrifying alone ensured its extraordinary status. Moreover, such treasures were extraordinarily difficult to find. Many emperors and ancient sovereigns during their 20,000-year reigns failed to locate a single immortal herb. In the end, they couldn't even open their second life. Yet how long had Lu Qingyun been an emperor? The guarantee of a second life had already arrived. However, Lu Qingyun had no intention of sealing it away, preserving it for his second life, because he realized that what the immortal scripture lacked might somehow connect to this profoundly mysterious immortal herb. The Immortal Court calendar year 721. 300 years had passed since the dark upheaval. Across 3 centuries, virtually every moment anguished cries could be heard emanating from beyond the immortal court, as if the golden fur roar supreme was enduring terrible treatment from Lu Qingyun. But in truth, it truly was so. The life essence he had absorbed was all extracted and squeezed out by Lu Qingyun. Eventually, the vital energy within his body completely withered. Death chi enshrouded his spirit platform as he perished within the immortal court Forbidden Zone. His imperial corpse, following Lu Qingyun's principle of no waste, had portions deemed edible taken, while the remainder was buried throughout the immortal court to serve as fertilizer. Through Lu Qingyun's dedicated research and the golden fur roar supreme's selfless contributions, he finally understood what element had been missing from the immortal scripture. It was the undying substance found only within the immortal herb of undying. With the addition of undying substance, could the immortal scripture's cultivation be considered truly complete. This manifested not only in extending one's lifespan, but also in accelerating cultivation speed. 700 years of cultivation finally perfected. Lu Qingyun's eyes lightly closed, within which images emerged as if chaos was being created and heaven and earth were being reborn. At present, if one were to assess him as an ordinary emperor, he could already be termed a peak emperor, at the pinnacle of his combat prowess throughout his entire existence. Ordinary emperors required at least several thousand years, even nearly 10,000, to reach this stage. Yet Lu Qingyun required only 700. Moreover, he had traversed the path of the chaos body's emperor vessel. What remained to be considered was living out a second life. Rumble between heaven and earth Tao principles surged. Lu Qingyun raised his gaze toward its source. Upon seeing that figure, a trace of surprise flickered in his eyes, because Yi Mingyuan had achieved great saint completion. In the starry sky, a killing aura soared to the heavens. The power of the heavenly tribulation surged, no less formidable than the tribulation of an ancient emperor's enlightenment. Yi Mingyuan propped up his 4 extremities, his body radiating boundless divine light. Within his body, the bitter sea churned golden waves splashing, stirring up endless divine power. Today I, the sacred body, step into the realm of great perfection. Yi Mingyuan roared aloud. In the starry sky, he shed his sacred blood, battling primordial beings like true dragons born from the tribulation. In the end, with his immense blood energy, he forcibly gathered the entire tribulation into one place. Opening his mouth, he inhaled, pouring endless lightning into his throat. It transformed into vast vital essence, replenishing his body and mending his Tao injuries. The tribulation dissipated. He slowly opened his eyes, the pressure of the great perfection's sacred body nearly enveloping the entire cosmos. Like an invincible being achieving enlightenment, dominating an entire era. Some beings wept at this. The sacred body at great perfection can contend with an emperor. Excellent. Finally, another invincible being has emerged to make the supreme beings wary. Though no emperor has attained enlightenment, the sacred body's blood energy is abundant and its lifespan ample. It can protect the cosmos for at least 10,000 years. Not only that, the great perfection's sacred body has not attained enlightenment, so the emperor's throne remains vacant. That is to say, perhaps in the near future, another emperor will attain enlightenment, and then two invincible beings will coexist. Not only can they make the forbidden zones wary, but they might even attempt to cleanse some forbidden zones. If that is truly the case, I wish they would first cleanse the immortal court. It is the only forbidden zone with a single supreme being, and thus the easiest to cleanse. Alas, if that one were not muddled, perhaps three invincible beings standing together would be a radiant epic unseen since ancient times. The collective will of the universe's myriad beings converged. Yi Mingyuan opened his mouth and inhaled, devouring the radiance of vast star regions. It transformed into boundless vital essence, replenishing the power of the bitter sea. After doing all this, the vigilance in his eyes gradually faded. Now that everything has settled, the supreme beings will have no chance to act. I thank you all for your trouble. Yi Mingyuan nodded slightly toward the surrounding starry sky. Several withered old men emerged from the void, a trace of imperial might radiating from their bodies. They were all at the great sage level, the foundation of various supreme powerhouses. They had brought the imperial weapons of their respective factions to guard Yi Mingyuan's path. It is our duty, so it should be. From now on, with you guarding the cosmos, there will be peace for 10,000 years. Hearing this, a shadow of gloom flickered in Yi Mingyuan's eyes. It seemed tinged with sorrow. If only I had attained enlightenment 300 years earlier. Otherwise, the dark turmoil of that day would not have occurred. Yi Mingyuan's voice carried a hint of anger. He subconsciously looked toward the direction of the fallen immortal star, as if reproaching someone's inaction. Those great sages also understood what Yi Mingyuan was thinking, but they remained calm and did not bring it up. For them, what mattered was the inheritance of their factions. Though they now stood on the same side as the great perfection sacred body, the sacred body was ultimately not an emperor. Moreover, that one was no ordinary emperor with a lifespan even longer than the sacred bodies. Naturally, they dared not speak lightly. Otherwise, given that one style before enlightenment, they would soon face thunderous means and be utterly annihilated. He withdrew his gaze. Lu Qingyun's eyes showed no ripple from the sacred body's great perfection. As he had said before, those who had lost to him were no longer worthy of being considered his opponents. A quasi-emperor at the ninth heaven of the sacred body's great perfection. His combat strength at best matched that of a supreme being. When he was at the eighth heaven of the quasi-emperor realm, he had fought 7 supreme beings alone. The gap was obvious. Not to mention that now he had set foot on all paths and attained the emperor's throne and had already reached perfection. In his eyes, Yi Mingyuan at the great perfection of the sacred body was no different from the Yi Mingyuan of the quasi-emperor period. Time flowed. Nearly 300 more years passed. The immortal court calendar marked 1,000 years. And on this day, the system's prompt sounded on time. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surviving 1,000 years in the Forbidden Zone. Receiving a survival reward for the first time. The reward is greatly enhanced. Reward random 10 Fiend Divine Art 1. Drawing. Draw successful. Reward 9 Leaf Sword Grass Divine Art. Boom. In an instant, Lu Qingyun's consciousness seemed to fall into chaos like a seed. It took root, sprouted, and broke through the soil. It absorbed endless vital essence, growing leaf after leaf like sword blades. Sword energy swirled, Tao rhythms diffused. Starlight scattered, covering its body, making it feel something in its heart. The leaves trembled slightly. A wisp of sword energy was released, tearing the sky, severing the sun, moon, and stars, extinguishing an entire star region. Lu Qingyun slowly opened his eyes. A glint of sword light flashed in his gaze, cleanly slicing through a divine mountain, causing it to collapse, with a roar startling various strange beasts into fleeing in panic. A single blade of grass can sever the sun, moon, and stars. This 10 Fiend Divine Art is far beyond what I can truly master at my level. A bitter smile curled at the corner of Lu Qingyun's mouth. Although this reward was astonishing, it was somewhat excessive for him. Because his comprehension was truly poor. He had once sat under the Bodhi tree for 100 years trying to comprehend his own forbidden imperial art. But in the end, he understood nothing. In the end, to avoid losing face, he could only shout, Chaos Emperor Fist, blindly when facing enemies. But in truth, it was just pure brute force. Fortunately, no one had ever discovered it. Well, at least the system is somewhat humane. It let me experience the true growth of the 9-leaf sword grass, and relying on instinct alone, I can release a fraction of its power. Moreover, as a chaos body who attained enlightenment, my lifespan is tens of thousands of years. Even if I have to rely on time to grind away, I should achieve some results right. Lu Qingyuan muttered to himself. Just as he was about to start implementing his plan, a glint flashed in his eyes. He looked in one direction with great interest. Not bad, it seems I can watch a cricket fight. The Wild Domain Feng residence. In the great hall, the golden bitter sea surged. Strange phenomena occurred frequently. Yi Mingyuan sat in the center of the hall, his aura deep as an abyss. 300 years of accumulation had fully healed the Tao injuries suffered during his tribulation, and he had even advanced further. He was firmly entrenched at the ninth heaven of the quasi-emperor realm. Next came continuous refinement until he could feel the barrier of the emperor realm, and then break through it. A wild ambition flickered in Yi Mingyuan's eyes. It was an ironclad truth that the sacred body could not become an emperor. Yet he refused to believe in this so-called iron law. Because he had seen with his own eyes how a chaos body detested by heaven and earth had forcefully suppressed all paths and stepped into the emperor realm. Since that path was possible, he was confident that he could do it too. But at that moment his brows suddenly furrowed. The golden bitter sea boiled. The next moment his expression turned icy and stern, filled with murderous intent. He took a step, crossing millions of miles. He stared coldly at an aged old man who had just emerged from the chaos divine mountain, looking like a mortal. Killing intent surged, piercing the clouds. Step back or die. Time cuts like a blade. Even the once exalted heavenly venerables could not escape the annals of ancient history. The aged elder with murky eyes was already enshrouded in the aura of death. Gazing at Yi Mingyuan's vigorous life force vast, as the sea, a trace of reminiscence flickered in his eyes. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Young lad, truly young. It's not that I deliberately seek to trouble you. To be honest, I too wish to return. But those inside won't allow it. However, you need not worry that I will initiate some dark turmoil. I never did such things, and now doing so would be futile. The aged elder gazed at Yi Mingyuan with calm eyes, neither evasive nor guilty in the slightest. And his body bore no trace of the monstrous, sinful force left from devouring the life essence of living beings. It seemed as he claimed that he had never stirred any dark turmoil. But was this plausible? A supreme within a forbidden area emerging without bathing the mortal world in blood sounded like a fairy tale. Yi Mingyuan naturally would not believe it easily. His figure did not move an inch. His gaze remained icy, his killing intent boiling. Within the golden bitter sea, waves splashed, and an extraordinary phenomenon of a green lotus growing amidst chaos appeared. An oppressive might that overawed the world. The atmosphere remained tense, as if a battle of the ultimate path could erupt at any moment. In every sacred land and ancient clan, sages stood guard beside the supreme imperial weapons, ready to awaken them at any sign and then flee across the cosmos. Within the chaotic divine mountain, cold and stern gazes came from the depths, carrying a hint of wariness, but not toward Yi Mingyuan. Rather, they were wary of that elder. It seemed this elder inspired even more fear than Yi Mingyuan. Seeing Yi Mingyuan make no move, the aged elder seemed somewhat troubled. He sighed softly, then took a single step forward. The heavens and earth suddenly shifted. It seemed the entire space had become chaotic. Yi Mingyuan's pupils contracted sharply, and he turned around instantly. He discovered that the aged elder had somehow already passed right by him. Such strength! Unfathomable! Yi Mingyuan broke out in a cold sweat, momentarily afraid to act. The gap was too great. So great that even as a great sage saint body, he could not even react. Spaced out? Or perhaps time. But regardless, as a great sage saint body, he could not tolerate a supreme whose life force was nearly exhausted walking out of the forbidden area so openly. What if his strength was unfathomable? Among all forbidden areas, those who could be called supremes were all once invincible beings. In terms of foundation and seniority, none could match him. But he possessed an advantage that no other supreme had. That was youth. Or rather, the ability to endure blows. Stop! Yi Mingyuan raised his hand, and a vast surge of golden life force gushed forth as if it were free. A massive palm reached out directly, intending to seize the aged elder. But the result filled him with dread. His palm passed straight through the elder's body as if it had never touched anything. Such a bizarre scene instantly brought to mind a title rarely mentioned even in ancient history. Tai, heavenly venerable. Yin and yang, unchanged, vast, an empty void. This was not the Tao of space, but a formless, intangible state of nothingness. Young lad, don't bother me. Otherwise, though I have reached the end of my life, if I wish to kill you, it would be as easy as turning my hand. Tai, heavenly venerable, turned his head, his gaze indifferent. It was a gaze that had seen through endless years and all things in the world. Even though he was honored as a heavenly venerable for being the pioneer of the cultivation path and leaving great merits, there was no denying that no invincible being was ever soft-hearted. He had not acted earlier only because he was unwilling to consume the last flicker of life's flame. It was spent suppressing an insolent junior. But that did not mean he would allow himself to be humiliated. A terrifying pressure rose from Tai, heavenly venerable's body, instantly stiffening Yi Mingyuan's frame. An extreme sense of life and death crisis coiled around his spiritual platform, as if a sword would fall in the next moment and cut him down. He chose not to strike again, but he did not leave as if he intended to follow Tai, Heavenly Venerable, and prevent him from suddenly deciding to bathe the universe in blood. Tai, Heavenly Venerable, paid no heed. After all, he was far too old, that the so-called life essence could not even extend his lifespan. Moreover, as one of the first to enter the forbidden area, he had always sealed himself with vast amounts of immortal source. He scorned the harvesting of living beings, and he was unwilling to do so. Time is merciless. Tai, Heavenly Venerable, took a step traversing the distance of the world. He strode directly into the great cosmos, crossing one star field after another, passing by one life-bearing star after another. He seemed to be reminiscing about the past, searching for traces left behind in bygone days. As he passed by the tyrant star, a great sage tyrant sealed within divine source watched with cold eyes, not concealing his gaze. He even dared to add a hint of greed. A Heavenly Venerable on the verge of death, whether his lost scriptures or his entire Tao fruit, was a supreme treasure in his eyes. But the moment he revealed that expression, Tai, Heavenly Venerable, stopped. Turning back to look at the tyrant clan's ancestral star, he said calmly, "You want to devour me?" The great sage tyrant sealed at the outermost edge of the tyrant ancestral land did not reply. He merely cast a deep glance at Tai, Heavenly Venerable, and then closed his eyes as if about to sink back into slumber. However, a palm imprint suddenly crashed down toward the tyrant star. Its might was enough to annihilate all life, bearing tyrant blood on the tyrant star in a single strike. Because of this, the great sage tyrant at the outermost edge instantly opened his eyes. He stepped out of the immortal source, his gaze proud, purple energy roiling, as if even the great Tao were trampled under his feet. He took a step, obliterating the palm imprint outside the ancestral star. A gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. "Originally, I thought you were a dying man and didn't want to bully you, but you seem to have failed to understand my goodwill. A mere dying Heavenly Venerable. My tyrant ancestral star has 9 great sage tyrants in total. It seems that after today the tyrant lineage will gain an imperial scripture." He looked at Tai, Heavenly Venerable, his voice deep and forceful, confident, as if everything he said was destined to happen. "However, isn't bullying the weak and fearing the strong the fine tradition of your tyrant lineage?" Tai, Heavenly Venerable's gaze was calm, undisturbed by the aura of this great sage tyrant. He continued, "As for the 9 great sage tyrants, take another look. Apart from you, do the other 8 dare to come out?" The great sage tyrant's expression shifted. He did not turn back, but his heart had already sunk a little, because he could sense that not only did the other great sage tyrants not even cast a glance here, but even the supreme Tao patterns on the tyrant star had already activated. They had isolated him outside. What was going on? Wasn't he just a dying Heavenly Venerable? Why were they so afraid? This relatively young great sage tyrant did not understand, and because of that a hint of wariness crept into his eyes. But what he did not expect was, "Don't look at me. Your opponent is him." Tai, Heavenly Venerable, casually pointed in a direction. From the void there, Yi Mingyuan revealed himself, walking out slowly. His saintly bitter sea boiled and surged. Upon sensing the tyrant's aura, his entire blood seemed to burn, and his battle intent surged mightily. "This great sage tyrant is yours to handle. Do not refuse, or else the one to act will be me. I am unwilling to spend my remaining time here, so it's perfect for you two to settle the age-old enmity between your physiques." Friendly reminder, if I remember correctly, this great sage tyrant once bathed in the blood of an elderly great sage saint body. Tai, Heavenly Venerable's eyes glinted with amusement. Leaving that remark, he turned and walked away. Only Yi Mingyuan and the great sage tyrant remained facing each other across the void. Then, battle erupted instantly. "Finally, I can be rid of this fellow." A trace of bitterness flashed across Tianyi Tianzuan's eyes as he felt the surges from the battle between the two supreme experts. If it were during his peak, no, even merely when his vital energy was slightly abundant, there would have been no need to resort to such ploys as drawing calamity eastward. It was only a pity that he no longer had so much vitality to squander. In the remaining time, he sought that sliver of chance for survival. His body had already withered beyond recognition. Even the immortal deathless elixir could only grant him a momentary burst of radiance. Now he was like a sieve, utterly incapable of retaining even a drop of life essence. Therefore, the only path to survival lay in using vast quantities of immortal origin fluid to seal himself completely. However, within Luanshan Mountain, there were far too many supremes. There was insufficient immortal origin fluid for his use, so his emergence was merely to see if he could relocate. If that failed, he would simply dissipate into the heavens and earth. After using the great perfection domineering body to hold Yi Mingyuan in check, Tianyi Tianzuan returned directly to Yunxian Star. His gaze swept across various forbidden zones one by one. Huangjin Sea. Too many people as well. Kunlun Divine Ruins. I recall that old fellow chose to reside within, so that won't work either. One forbidden zone after another was screened by him. It was not that all zones were unsuitable, indeed several offered him their olive branches. After all, the supremes within the forbidden zones could be said to huddle for warmth. The more supremes present, the less likely they would be selected by the living emperors for reckoning. Given Tianzuan's strength, he would naturally be welcome. But I am not that foolish. Rather than being devoured by your combined forces, it would be better to find a tranquil place, and in my own existence. Tianzuan was naturally well aware of the ill-reputed forbidden lands. After weighing all possibilities, all 8 forbidden zones were dismissed. In the end, his gaze fell upon the immortal court. His brows furrowed, appearing somewhat hesitant. After all, this newly risen life forbidden zone was truly peculiar. Within it resided only one supreme, a chaos heavenly emperor who had no need for self-sealing whatsoever. He could not fathom this chaos heavenly emperor's true nature. Yet his life essence was nearly gone. If he did not enter the immortal origin fluid to seal himself, soon he would likely not survive until the immortal path opened. Thus he could only take a chance. Esteemed Tao companion, might you leave me a place to reside within the forbidden zone? His voice, empowered by divine might, spread throughout the entire immortal court. This also caused Lu Qingyun, who had been amusingly watching children squabble, to frown. My territory. You want to leave me a patch of land? In your dreams. Just as Lu Qingyun was about to shout a cursing word, a sudden flash of inspiration struck his mind. Wait, this is wrong. His system was called the Eternal Forbidden Zone system. Moreover, the conditions for rewards obtained in recent encounters were all related to forbidden zones. If that were the case, perhaps receiving a supreme to reside within could also trigger rewards. At this thought, he felt he could give it a try. After all, the entire immortal court had been bestowed upon him by the system, and he possessed absolute control over it. With a mere thought, he could summon the endless emperor pattern arrays innate to the immortal court to instantly crush any enemy entering its bounds. In other words, if there proved to be no reward, he would simply kill him outright. After all, there was no need to discuss any righteousness in such matters. Besides, he did not possess such things anyway. Thus Lu Qingyun spoke, and a chaos divine voice rang out. Granted. But there is one condition you must know. Upon hearing this, Tianzuan's heart leaped with joy, and he replied, Esteemed one, please speak. Those who enter the immortal court must immediately seal themselves with immortal origin. Without an external enemy attack for any reason whatsoever, you must not awaken yourself. Those who violate this rule. That single word, death, pressed upon Tianzuan's heart like an immense mountain. He did not believe Lu Qingyun was making empty threats. For even before entering this immortal court forbidden zone, his discerning eyes had already spotted numerous extraordinarily exquisite emperor Tao array patterns at its periphery. One could imagine what terrifying sight awaited in the core area. Furthermore, this forbidden zone was not inherited since ancient times, but was something this chaos heavenly emperor acquired from somewhere unknown. Its secrets must surely be countless. It was only because he was now at his desperate limit that he would not have dared to step inside. However, judging by his tone, the reserves of immortal origin fluid within might not be small. If he could truly remain sealed until the moment the immortal path opened, why would he not? With this thought, Tianzuan hesitated no longer and strode into the immortal court. As soon as he entered, the scene within immediately captivated his attention. A bizarre beast resembling a qilin with towering horns shrouded in divine flames bounded ahead of him. The density of the qilin bloodline within it was so profound that in his dazed state, he could have sworn he truly beheld a pure-blooded qilin immortal beast. Such a rare creature, even in ancient times, would be difficult to find. Where on earth did this immortal court come from? As Tianzuan ventured deeper, the near-liquid spiritual aura within even showed signs of revitalizing his long-withered vital energy. This discovery stunned him once more. Had he not been certain this place still existed within the grand universe, he would have suspected he had accidentally stumbled into the immortal realm at some point in time. And at the core of the immortal court, he beheld Lu Qingyun's true form. His body was shrouded in chaos immortal light, his vital energy profound and deep, yet all latent within his frame, like a living volcano ready to erupt at any moment. In those indifferent eyes, his gaze was like an extremely sharp immortal sword. Meeting those eyes, Tianzuan even faintly felt his divine soul being sliced. He was astounded to discover, in merely 1,000 years, this chaos physique heavenly emperor who had attained the Tao had not only perfected his own Tao fruit to completion, he had also cultivated an emperor-level art that spanned heaven and earth, unparalleled in this world. Comparing the current Lu Qingyun to himself at his peak, the conclusion he arrived at brought a bitter smile to his lips. Because in his estimation, based solely on what Lu Qingyun had revealed thus far, he would be defeated within 1,000 moves. Master of the immortal court, Tianzuan bowed to Lu Qingyun, finding nothing improper in this title. In his view, the immortal court was completely different from the other 8 forbidden zones. Within the other forbidden zones, no matter how powerful or ancient the presence, they could only be considered residents merely occupying a certain range. But within the immortal court forbidden zone, one could clearly sense this belonged entirely to Lu Qingyun alone. There was only one master, and the rest were merely guest residents. And precisely for this reason, Tianzuan directly addressed Lu Qingyun as master of the immortal court. Lu Qingyun nodded, paying it little mind. He casually pointed to a location and said, "Seal yourself. Enter the deepest slumber, retaining none of your senses. If anything arises, I shall awaken you myself." This sounded as though he were placing his entire life and fortune entirely in Lu Qingyun's hands, with absolutely no safeguards. Yet Tianyi Tianzuan harbored not a single ounce of dissatisfaction. After all, if he did not comply, he would die. Moreover, he did not believe that someone who had surpassed his peak in merely 1,000 years would have any designs against him. "Then I trouble you." Tianyi Tianzuan gazed at the immortal origin fluid rippling within the lake, his excitement barely concealed. Having been the first life form to inhabit Luanshan Mountain, he had never witnessed such an extravagant sight. Unable to wait any longer, he summoned massive quantities of immortal origin fluid covering his entire body. Completely sealing himself, not a single trace of life essence escaped. And right at the moment his self-sealing succeeded, the system's chimes sounded exactly as Lu Qingyun had anticipated. Ding! A Tianzuan has entered the forbidden zone. Living force increases for the first time. Rewards significantly amplified. Reward obtained, heaven-defying comprehension permanent. Note: all life forms residing within the Forbidden Zone are uniformly regarded as subordinates of the Forbidden Zone Master. They cannot betray for eternity. Please continue to work hard, host, to grow stronger and greater, and once again create the Forbidden Zone's glory. The system prompt had barely faded. In an instant, Lu Qingyun's mind became extraordinarily clear, and everything from his past life flashed before his eyes. Within his body, divine power circulated autonomously. The endless mysteries of the nine-leaf sword grasp technique into his very instincts unfurled like a sealed manuscript, gradually revealing its contents before Lu Qingyun's eyes. Strands of supreme sword intent flowed unconsciously from within him. Each strand possessed the power to sever the stars themselves. Gifted with heaven-defying comprehension, Lu Qingyun entered a state of enlightenment. His chaos Dao fruit, having reached perfect completion, now extended into boundless profound mysteries. Chaos chi circulated around him, as if he were remaking the entire cosmos. In cultivation, time held no meaning. Seasons cycled, heavens and earth reversed. Ever since heavenly venerable Tai entered the immortal court, not the faintest stir had escaped from within its walls. No battle of the supreme Tao had occurred. No omens of a heavenly venerable's fall echoed through heaven and earth. In other words, Tai, heavenly venerable, had truly succeeded in sealing himself within the immortal court's forbidden ground. From that moment forth, it became a formidable presence hidden within the immortal court's forbidden ground. Previously, many had dismissed the immortal court as merely Lu Qingyun's whimsical creation rather than an actual taboo realm. But from this moment onward, the heavenly venerable had taken up residence within. He had sealed himself inside. The title of Forbidden Ground was now firmly established. All at once, every person present wore expressions of profound complexity. For henceforth, among the 8 great forbidden zones of the cosmos, one new zone had suddenly emerged. Like a sword suspended above all living beings in the mortal world, surveying all creatures, it could descend at any moment to harvest everything. No. How could I perish at the hands of a newly born great completion holy body? I once bathed in the sacred body's crimson blood, watching the universe for 10,000 ages. As an overlord body, I should naturally suppress all. Suppress. Above the starry sky, that great completion overlord body stood wielding a halberd, purple blood streaming from his body. 9 true spirits coiled around him, protecting his divine soul. He roared endlessly toward Yi Mingyuan, seeking to devour the flesh and blood of his sacred body. The great halberd descended with power sufficient to sever an entire galaxy, yet it was firmly blocked by a golden fist. The golden sea of suffering boiled. At this moment, Yi Mingyuan resembled an immortal king descending upon the world, his gaze indifferent, yet his killing intent surging. If originally he had only chosen to act to deal with heavenly venerable Tai, but now he had truly lost his temper. As a distinguished new great completion sacred body, his lifespan was abundant and his vital energy overflowing. Yet facing this self-sealed great completion overlord body, he had spent so long yet failed to subdue him. This was already considered a disgrace, especially since heavenly venerable Tai had re-entered the forbidden zone, becoming a threat to all living beings once more, had taken residence in that scoundrel Lu Qingyun's immortal court. All these factors combined had pushed his rage to its peak. A green lotus bloomed within the chaos and boundless pure radiance descended. Yi Mingyuan roared, his golden vital energy surging like an ocean, completely suppressing that great completion overlord body. Then, drawing upon the taboos of his emperor arts refined through countless battles, he unleashed their full power. With surging vital energy, he transformed it into a cage of heaven and earth, imprisoning the great completion overlord body. And then, he surged forward, driving both hands deep into the flesh. Then, with a sudden burst of force, purple blood erupted, flesh tore apart. The great completion overlord body's form was split in two, and endless crystal clear radiant purple blood became a rare supreme elixir of this world, washing over his body. Flesh regenerated as divine power surged, healing continuously. His cultivation base also increased significantly through the relentless battle against his formidable opponent. Yi Mingyuan's long hair whipped wildly dyed purple by the blood appearing almost supernatural. The great completion overlord body was slain. The starry sky fell silent with only residual power, shattering fragments of dying stars. Yi Mingyuan collected the great completion overlord body's corpse into his sea of bitterness as plunder. Then he turned his head gazing toward the overlord body ancestral star, which remained silent and motionless. From beginning to end, the overlord body ancestral star showed no reaction whatsoever, as though this great completion overlord body had been the sacrifice they had chosen. Yi Mingyuan's gaze turned cold, his voice amplified by his vital energy, and spreading across the star region where the overlord body ancestral star resided. This era belongs to my sacred body. You all had better behave yourselves, or I won't hesitate to bathe in the purple blood of several more overlord bodies again. Silence. No response came. This silence served as tacit acknowledgement. After letting out a cold snort, Yi Mingyuan summoned the golden light path and returned to the fallen immortal star. However, when his gaze fell upon the location of the immortal court, a flicker of wariness crossed his eyes. With heavenly venerable Tai's presence, the immortal court's strength had undoubtedly grown even more formidable. In this case, his confidence in sweeping through this newly born forbidden zone had diminished once more. As one of only two invincible beings born in this era, he was revered by all sentient beings in the cosmos. Appearances suggested he sat lofty above, gazing down upon all living beings. But it wasn't just him. Everyone understood. That presence, far surpassing his own though dwelling within the forbidden zone, had never sealed himself away. Whenever he chose, he could emerge at any moment. He could effortlessly take the authority from his hands and govern this vast cosmos. Upon returning to the Feng residence, Yi Mingyuan was preparing to enter seclusion. A voice from outside the hall stirred something within him. Husband. The hall doors opened, and a woman draped in flowing glaze immortal robes, her skin fair as snow, and her beauty peerless, slowly stepped inside. Her figure was full and graceful, radiating maturity and charm, with an unmistakable air of a devoted wife. Her name was Feng Zixue, the sacred maiden of the Feng clan. She was the woman Yi Mingyuan loved. She was also in name at least Yi Mingyuan's wife. Yet upon seeing her, an unexpected restlessness stirred within his heart. His voice was low as he asked, "What brings you here?" Seeing Feng Zixue's hesitant expression caught in some inner struggle, his features darkened further as realization dawned. Before she could even speak, he cut her off harshly. "The recent battle has given me some insights. I will enter seclusion for 1,000 years. If there's something important, we can discuss it later." With that, he waved dismissively, clearly wanting no more to do with her. Feng Zixue turned silently and left her graceful movements, carrying that unmistakable aura of a devoted wife. But the truth was known only to Yi Mingyuan himself. They were husband and wife in name alone, and he had never so much as touched a single finger of hers. So where did this wifely aura come from? Yi Mingyuan gazed toward the immortal court's forbidden ground, his expression dark. Lu Qingyun. In the 3700th year of the immortal court era, millennia had passed since the last dark calamity. On this day, anomalous phenomena frequently occurred on the star of fallen immortals. Yi Mingyuan emerged from the ancestral land of the Feng family. His gaze was like lightning, his posture upright, and his black hair danced wildly. The vast ocean-like golden blood energy manifested even before he appeared. After over 2,000 years in seclusion, he had grown even stronger. He had brought back the body of a great perfected overlord body, gaining insight into its true essence. And he had incorporated it into himself. Now his sacred body was flawless and complete at the most peak state of his life. His body radiated brilliance, and his divine power was abundant. The supreme pressure of his extreme Tao overshadowed the entire macrocosm like a blazing sun suspended in the firmament, illuminating all ages. Now, whenever he wished, he could attempt the great emperor tribulation. However, attaining the Tao as a great emperor through the sacred body had never been achieved in history. The difficulty was unimaginable. For this reason, considering his lifespan was still incredibly abundant, he was in no hurry to break through to that realm. His gaze swept across the macrocosm and the forbidden zones. Finding nothing unusual, a complex expression flickered in his eyes. 1,000 years was not truly a long time. For the entire macrocosm, it meant nothing. Even for some accomplished cultivators, it could not be considered a sea change. At least the peerless and solitary silhouette standing ahead remained as radiant and bright as ever, just as she was when he, still a young cultivator, caught a glimpse of her at the Feng clan assembly. Incomparable elegance. That single glance had been etched into his heart. So much so that after that incident, when his sacred body achieved minor success, and his dragon aura first manifested, he voluntarily married into the Feng family to quell all gossip. Even though they were husband and wife in name only, without physical intimacy. Husband Feng Zixue spoke calmly. She was there to welcome Yi Mingyuan, performing her duty as a wife. Yi Mingyuan felt a daze, then stepped forward, crossing space to stand beside her. A flutter stirred in his heart, and against his better judgment, he reached out to take her hand. But Feng Zixue frowned slightly, and instinctively stepped back half a pace. Suddenly, it seemed one of their noses turned red. Yi Mingyuan's outstretched hand froze in midair. A flicker of embarrassment crossed his eyes. Yet Feng Zixue remained unmoved, as if nothing had happened. After a moment of silence, she said calmly, "Ever since you achieved the great perfected sacred body, the Feng clan members have relied on your fame and acted arrogantly heedless of all others. Sooner or later they will bring disaster. Now that you are a great perfected sacred body, you no longer need the resources of my Feng family. Thus let us dissolve our marriage from now on." She spoke these words with utter flatness, completely unaware that she was discarding a position that countless divine maidens and saintly women dreamed of. Now the throne of the great emperor was vacant. The entire universe revered only the great perfected sacred body. His Tao companion could become the empress, the most honored woman in the cosmos. But Feng Zixue cast it away as if it were nothing, showing not a trace of reluctance. And Yi Mingyuan, as a great perfected sacred body, could pluck stars and crush starfields with a roar. Yet at this moment he seemed utterly devoid of courage. His gaze dimmed, and he gave no reply. Instead, he stepped onto a golden path of light, as if to patrol the universe. He chose to escape temporarily in this manner. The starry sky was brilliant and resplendent as starfields had regained their luster. The Tao aura was thick in heaven and earth. He saw the ancient starry road open again. Prodigies from life-bearing source stars fought along it, some leaving in disgrace, others advancing triumphantly. Feng Zixue's words echoed in his mind. Overwhelmed by thoughts, he could not help but throw his head back and roar, shattering starfields at the edge of the cosmos. At last his eyes became clear, as if all the knots in his heart had unraveled. He looked toward the direction of the star of fallen immortals, seemingly meeting the gaze of a terrifying figure shrouded in chaotic energy through layers of space. "I am the sacred body of this era. It is my duty to pacify the forbidden zones." Yi Mingyuan spoke, calmly, his voice soft. This thought had arisen in his mind. As for why? As the invincible one of the age, once he had a notion, he simply acted on it. Boom. A golden path of light rose from the edge of the cosmos, spanning most of the universe, and landed forcefully outside the immortal court forbidden zone. Yi Mingyuan's aura fully erupted, causing the Tao to roar. His golden radiance illuminated nearly the entire macrocosm. Everyone thought it was just a normal, ordinary return of Yi Mingyuan. But when they learned where the golden path landed, the entire macrocosm erupted. All could see that Yi Mingyuan's target was Lu Qingyun within the immortal court forbidden zone. A sacred body against a Tao ascender. A battle between two invincibles. Could we be witnessing history? Who do you think will win, eh? Naturally that scoundrel Lu Qingyun. Back then Yi, the sacred body, was defeated in 3 moves. And after all, he is a Tao ascender. The so-called great perfected sacred body can rival a great emperor only in theory. I too can rival a great emperor, but a wisp of imperial might would be enough to kill me. Times have changed. I favor Yi, the sacred body. When he first achieved great perfection, he fought and killed a great perfected overlord body, bathing in its blood. Then he remained silent for thousands of years. Now shortly after emerging, he directly challenges. Imagine how terrifying his progress must be. Agreed. It is common knowledge that a great perfected sacred body is inferior to an emperor. But remember that Chaos Heavenly Emperor is no ordinary great emperor. Perhaps he suffered unprecedented grievous wounds in that ancient and unprecedented calamity and has been unable to recover, hence entering the forbidden zone to recuperate. Throughout the macrocosm, everyone eagerly anticipated this epical duel. Yi Mingyuan, the man of the moment, had already arrived outside the immortal court forbidden zone, the very place where he once sat in meditation for 100 years, hoping to persuade Lu Qingyun to turn back. But this time he had achieved great perfection. Moreover, he was confident that he was now no weaker than any great emperor. His blood energy surged and his visions covered the sky. Yi Mingyuan approached with overwhelming momentum, his aura completely undisguised. He looked toward the Feng family. Across the void, he met Feng Zixue's gaze. This time he finally saw the shifting emotions in her eyes, seeming like worry mingled with a hint of expectation. He knew that neither emotion belonged to him. Yet this no longer stirred any ripples in his heart. All he wanted now was simply to give Lu Qingyun a thorough beating. As a wronged party, Lu Qingyun, fight me in the outer realm. I will not kill you, only knock some sense into you. Let you realize just how great your mistakes are. Yi Mingyuan stood tall outside the immortal court forbidden zone, his gaze like blazing torches radiant with divine light. Yet within the immortal court, clouds and mists churned, ethereal melodies wafted gently. Apart from the soft rustle of mountain wind brushing through the leaves, not a single sound emerged. Yi Mingyuan stood outside the forbidden zone, his golden blood essence surging skyward like a blazing furnace, his voice rolling across the entire fallen immortal star and echoing into the cosmic starry sky. But the only response was a deathly silence. 1 breath. 10 breaths. 100 breaths. Within the immortal court, there was no reaction whatsoever. The array patterns flowed as usual. Not only did Lu Qingyun fail to appear, but not even a single strand of divine thought or a wisp of aura leaked out. Only a few roars of strange beasts echoed, as if in reply. It was as if he, a great perfection saint body, who dominated the present age, was not even worthy of a single glance. This, on the fallen immortal star within the various sacred lands and aristocratic families. Those who had been waiting to witness a grand battle were first stunned, then many could not help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Yet not a single person dared to say anything. Yi Mingyuan's face darkened visibly. He had come with a pent-up fury. The battle with Lu Qingyun had already become an obsession for him. But now he couldn't even see the man. This disregard was more humiliating than a direct insult. Fine, Lu Qingyun. Fine lord of the immortal court. Yi Mingyuan laughed in extreme rage. His black hair danced wildly, and the golden bitter sea within his body surged with towering waves. The pressure of the great perfection saint body spread out without restraint, shattering the surrounding void inch by inch. Since you refuse to come out, I'll just force my way in. He took a step forward, his golden foot about to stomp onto the array patterns at the periphery of the immortal court. He was confident that with the formidable strength of his saint body's physical form, mere supreme array patterns, even if they could injure him, could not stop him. But just as the tip of his foot was about to touch the array patterns, every hair on Yi Mingyuan's body suddenly stood on end. A shudder of terror originating from the depths of his soul exploded abruptly, as if he were being stared at by a primordial beast, or as if a heaven-cleaving sword hung above his head. If he dared to advance even a fraction, the next moment would see his body separated from his head. He forcibly withdrew his foot. His pupils contracted sharply as he stared fixedly at a faint shadow slowly drifting out from the depths of the immortal court. It was a small blade of grass. Its stem was emerald green and slender, with 9 narrow leaves growing at the top, each as flat as a sword faintly glowing. It floated lightly out of the immortal mist without any earth-shattering phenomena or soul-stirring pressure. It was so ordinary yet impossible to underestimate. What is that? A blade of grass. A spiritual herb from the immortal court. No, why is the saint body reacting so strongly? The others could not understand Yi Mingyuan's reaction. Wasn't it just a spiritual grass? Why was he so on guard that he didn't even dare to step forward? Within the forbidden zone, several awakened supremes also cast their gazes, puzzled and unsettled. They too could see no divine peculiarity. But they knew that given Yi Mingyuan's strength, nothing ordinary could hold him back. Just as they had expected, Yi Mingyuan was now enduring an immensely terrifying pressure. As the one facing it directly, he could clearly perceive that upon the unremarkable blade of grass was entwined a strand of sword intent he could not comprehend. It was not at the level of an emperor's sword intent, it was a higher, more distant, and more terrifying realm. As if a single sword strike could sever the starry river and annihilate all Tao. Even his proud, great perfection saint body was no more than thin paper before this strand of sword intent. If he dared to take one step forward, death was certain. This thought was imprinted with crystal clarity in his divine soul, without a shred of hope. Yi Mingyuan's chest heaved violently, his eyes bloodshot. Golden blood essence surged around him, nearly solidifying. He was unwilling. He had cultivated for thousands of years just to catch up to that man, to stand before him honorably and defeat him. But now a blade of grass drifting out from the depths of the immortal court had nailed all his pride and confidence to the ground outside the immortal court. The gap has already become this vast. His tightly clenched fists slowly loosened. The anger on Yi Mingyuan's face faded, leaving only a trace of undisguised self-mockery and exhaustion. He thought he had been sprinting, but never expected that the other party had already stood on a cloud he could not even see. Enough. Enough. He murmured softly twice, as if letting go of his obsession, or as if accepting reality. He no longer looked at the 9-leafed grass. Yi Mingyuan turned around and walked away on dim golden light. His back was desolate, utterly devoid of the high spirits he had when he arrived. However, before the immortal court, the 9-leafed grass that had been quietly floating suddenly trembled slightly. The outermost sword leaf silently detached, transforming into a barely noticeable green light that merged into the void. There were no phenomena, no sound, not even a ripple in space. Some noticed this, but did not know what it meant. But in the next instant, a shrill, agonized scream exploded from the starry sky. The crowd looked in horror and saw that Yi Mingyuan, who had only just walked a short distance away, had half of his body vanish into thin air. Golden saint blood spilled like a torrential rain across the starry sky. The internal organs and shattered Tao bones were clearly visible, a scene of extreme brutality. The green light flashed and vanished as if it had never existed. But Yi Mingyuan's nearly severed body testified to the terror of that strike. What happened? One sword. Just one sword. From such a distance, a single leaf split a great perfection saint body in half. On the fallen immortal star, all the cultivators from sacred lands and aristocratic families stood frozen in place, their faces drained of blood, their minds blank. That was a great perfection saint body. A body comparable to an emperor, weapon invincible at the same cultivation level. Even if it stood still and took a direct blow from an emperor weapon, or even let a supreme hack at it, it would not be cleaved so cleanly. But now it was severed in half by a single blade of grass across the void silently. This was not just strength, it was absurd. It was beyond belief. It overturned everyone's understanding of the supreme Tao realm. Buffed, Yi Mingyuan spewed golden blood from his mouth, his divine soul severely wounded by that sword strike. But he couldn't even form the thought of counterattack. Exerting the last of his strength, he mobilized all his blood essence to protect his heart meridians and fled desperately, without looking back, not even having the courage to glance behind. Golden light dimmed, leaving a trail of saint blood as he fled in disgrace back to the Feng clan's ancestral land, until his figure disappeared completely. Only then did the nine-leafed grass before the immortal court slowly drift back, receding into the immortal mist as if it had never appeared. The world fell into utter silence. The great cosmos was utterly still, as if even the sound of the stellar river flowing had vanished. Only boundless fear and shock remained in everyone's hearts. They could not comprehend what kind of awe-inspiring world-shaking means this was. Deep within the immortal court, Lu Qingyun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze profound, as if containing the scene of chaos unfolding, majestic and world-shaking. The nine-leaf sword grass art indeed the supreme offensive technique. Even a great sage physique in its prime is merely a commodity I can suppress within 3 moves. Yet a single strand of sword intent can nearly annihilate it. Such manifestation is truly astonishing. As expected of me, Lu Qingyun's lips curled slightly. Now blessed with transcendent comprehension, he had fully grasped the essence of the nine-leaf sword grass art. His combat power had entered a new realm. Yet, it was not enough. His foundation was still too shallow. Though he had perfected the great emperor's Tao fruit, he still needed to accumulate before achieving a second life. Fortunately, he was still young. The day of his final limit was still far off. In fact, a wild ambition grew in his heart. Could he, possessing the immortal scripture, leap directly into the true immortal realm in his first life? Lu Qingyun's eyes flickered. Then the chaos chi spread once more, transforming this place into a source of chaos. Everything returned to stillness. Whoa! A great mouthful of golden blood burst forth. Yi Mingyuan's chi and blood surged, sword chi rampaging, plunging him into constant agony. Had he not been a great sage physique with a sufficiently thick blood bar, and had that killing strike not been utterly concealed, allowing him to detect it in time, that single strand of sword intent would have been enough to slay him. The invincible one revered by the cosmos. Outside the immortal court, forbidden grounds. What a tactic! What a tactic indeed! Yi Mingyuan's eyes showed a trace of lingering fear, yet his voice still carried a hint of unwillingness. He could not believe that after thousands of years upon achieving his great sage state, the gap between him and Lu Qingyun had not diminished, but widened further. Was such a pace of progress even possible for beings at their realm? His eyes were full of confusion, but in the end a touch of desolation crept in. No wonder even after attaining the great sage he could never replace that man in Feng Zishua's heart. After all, that fellow had been dazzlingly brilliant since his debut, slaughtering all the way, sweeping everything before him. Though both were invincible, the gap between them remained unchanged. Ancestor, the Snow Ancestor, entrusted me to bring you a semi-divine medicine. The clan is now exerting all efforts to find clues to a divine medicine for you. We will surely help you recover soon. A sage of the Feng family waited outside, his voice filled with unparalleled respect. Even if Yi Mingyuan fled back, gravely wounded, it could not affect his status in the Feng family, nor in the entire cosmos. After all, the one who wounded him was the Chaos Celestial Emperor. Though being defeated, so easily stunned countless onlookers. Yet Yi Mingyuan's defeat was already within everyone's expectations. No one was surprised by the result. Moreover, the entire Feng family now relied on Yi Mingyuan to hold the title of the foremost clan. So they dared not be negligent. Yi Mingyuan raised his eyes, a flicker of surprise in them. After all, not only were immortal divine medicines rare, even semi-divine medicines were seldom seen. In his memory, the most recent semi-divine medicine to appear was discovered thousands of years ago in a secret realm on the Starry Sky Ancient Road. In that time, hundreds of sages at the lowest level participated in the contest. The ultimate victor was the man draped in cascading chaos chi like a god. He withdrew his thoughts. Reaching out, he pulled in a treasure box sealed with a semi-divine medicine, its surface glowing with light and inscribed with prohibitions to prevent chi from escaping. When he opened the box, a burst of fragrant medicinal aroma and boundless essence came forth. Just a few breaths eased the surging chi and blood within him, showing signs of being suppressed. A semi-divine medicine 1/2 foot long with countless roots, all resembling red agate, lay quietly there. But when Yi Mingyuan reached out his hand toward it, midair his hand stopped. In an instant, the semi-divine medicine before him suddenly exploded, unleashing endless killing intent that surged toward him. At the same time, an icy voice rang out from the void. He found out. Kill. Bathe in crimson blood, extend life by thousands of years. Not just one but two spatial fluctuations appeared simultaneously. Two supremes manifested. They unleashed terrifying divine abilities intending to slay the severely wounded great sage physique. In that moment, within the entire Feng family, the great emperor's array pattern lit up, unleashing its most intense power. The extreme Tao imperial weapon, the Phoenix Cry green gold cauldron, fully awakened, hastening to their aid. But Yi Mingyuan's gaze was icy cold, the murderous intent rising within him no less than that of the two supremes. Want to kill me? Do you really think I would be foolish enough not to guard against you? Yi Mingyuan's entire body blazed with golden light, like a born sacred being. His golden fists were mightier than any divine weapon or artifact. He directly annihilated the killing moves of the two supremes. His voice reached their ears, making them wary. Yet the next moment, they thought Yi Mingyuan was merely trying to scare them off. Because the terrifying offensive momentum unleashed by the nine-leaf grass in the immortal court forbidden grounds was beyond even their expectations. They were certain that this could not be a trap set jointly by Yi Mingyuan and the Chaos Celestial Emperor. Moreover, if the Chaos Celestial Emperor wanted to kill a supreme, he wouldn't need to go through such trouble. Could it be? Your injuries are fake. If so, even better. A full-strength great sage physique with ample chi and blood is even more nourishing. A supreme spoke with a hoarse, contemptuous voice. But Yi Mingyuan sneered and frankly admitted it. No, I am indeed severely wounded now. However, I may not have an immortal divine medicine, but I have always kept something that can match it. At that moment, seeing Yi Mingyuan's composed expression, the two supremes had a bad premonition. They exchanged glances and then charged at him. But, boom! A spatial rift opened, and from within surged the terrifying aura of a great sage overlord body. The two supremes changed color, instantly realizing what was happening. They tried to stop it, but it was too late. Yi Mingyuan opened his mouth and sucked in, devouring all the flesh and blood essence of that great sage overlord body he had refined for thousands of years. Like a supremely potent medicine, he consumed it all. The complete corpse of an invincible being was no less effective than a whole immortal divine medicine. Flesh-regenerated divine power surged. Yi Mingyuan's aura continuously grew, restoring him to his peak state in the fastest time, and even surpassing it. He grinned, laughing. Congratulations, you have walked into the deadly trap I carefully laid. At these words, the faces of both supreme beings completely changed. Before they could react, Yi Mingyuan surged forth like a savage beast of the primeval wilderness, his blood, chi rising and transforming into the most ferocious divine power. He blasted one of the supreme beings away from the fallen immortal star and directly into the starry void. He sought to separate the battlefield, unwilling to let the Feng family be reduced to ruins in the battle of the supreme path. Both supreme beings naturally understood his intentions, though they did not care. They too were reluctant to bring the conflict to the fallen immortal star, fearing irreparable cosmic consequences. What if I am at my peak? Meet me in the frontier. A supreme being's gaze turned icy cold. Matters had reached this point. There was no peaceful resolution left. Having chosen to emerge from seclusion to assassinate Yi Mingyuan, if they achieved nothing, the life force remaining in their bodies might not be enough to sustain their seals again. As for directly unleashing a great dark desolation, Yi Mingyuan would absolutely not stand by and watch. At this point, there was only one path left. It was kill. In the cosmic frontier, dead stars exploded one after another, ground to dust by the surging and violent pressure of the supreme path. Yi Mingyuan's golden blood chi surged to the heavens, his 10,000 zhang body brimming with divine power, radiating extraordinarily brilliant light. Every punch, every movement, the power contained within each strike filled the supreme beings with dread. Under normal circumstances, the fully matured sacred body would indeed be somewhat superior to supreme beings who had already severed their own cultivation, but that advantage was merely marginal. Yet with two supreme beings fighting together, they could not close the gap. In fact, it seemed to widen. Powerful. Far greater than even the sacred body at its peak in the past. This defied all reason. Yi Mingyuan was merely a failure on the heavenly emperor's path, not an emperor himself. Not even the strongest of the current generation. How could he be so overwhelmingly powerful? I may not match that person, but that doesn't mean I'm powerless against you supreme beings. You rats who've spent your lives hiding in darkness. Dare to show yourselves, and you'll pay with your heads. Yi Mingyuan's fist surged forward like a dragon wreathed in towering golden blood chi. The blow struck one supreme being, reducing half their body to a spray of blood mist. This strike filled both supreme beings with terror. They finally stopped hesitating. No. If this continues, we'll fall here before long. Let's risk it all. After slaying this sacred body, we'll split its essence. Then unleashing another dark desolation should recover our losses. After channeling divine power to reconstruct their shattered half-one supreme being's eyes grew grim with the desperation of a final gamble. The next moment, the entire starry sky seemed to dim at once, because two figures now stood like the center of the cosmos itself, bending the heavenly Tao to their will. The great Tao circled around them, imperial might sweeping across the universe. Their pressure spread throughout the great cosmos, striking terror into countless living beings. Old sages gazed from their planets, their eyes filled with grave concern. Along the ancient cosmic path, young prodigies clenched their fists, their eyes burning with suppressed fury. Two supreme beings have achieved their ultimate transcendence, like two emperors walking among us. Can the sacred body withstand it. Damn, I'm only at the sage stage. If I were stronger, I'd storm the cosmic frontier to fight alongside the sacred body. Standing alone against two invincible beings is too helpless. Can anyone help reinforce the sacred body? Could it be? The universe is facing another great dark desolation. All myriad races wailed in grief. They were anguished for the sacred body, unable to bear watching him fall. Yet the one attacking him now was the very great emperor who had once shielded them all. Now he stood opposed to the entire great cosmos, embodying the most fearsome darkness positioned at the pinnacle of this realm. The two supreme beings had begun to fight with their lives on the line. They achieved their ultimate transcendence. Recovering the great emperor's Tao fruit, they returned to peak combat strength. And precisely because of this, the already meager life essence within their bodies began to deplete at a rapid pace. Kill, suppress and slay him as quickly as possible. Deny him even a moment's respite. The two supreme beings struck without hesitation. A giant hand seal descended upon Yi Mingyuan, a great emperor-level attack, striking his body. Even with his sacred body fully perfected, as resilient as immortal gold. Yet even now cracks spread across him as sacred blood seeped out, staining the cosmic frontier. Despite everything, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Internal mantras circulated divine power rapidly, enveloping his body to heal the wounds. He had foreseen this exact scenario. Thus he was naturally well prepared. Simple. Endure it. The him of old could withstand 3 punches from that person before falling. With such an immense pool of vitality, how could you supreme beings hope to wear him down so easily? Come, let's see if I die here suppressed, or if you perish from sheer exhaustion at my hands. Yi Mingyuan's body pulsed with divine power. His internal reserves flowed ceaselessly, showing no sign of depletion. Under the onslaught of the two supreme beings, his body had already shattered dozens of times. Yet each time it swiftly reformed. He fought on like an indestructible creature, refusing to fall. Until at last, the blood and flesh essence within that perfectly matured tyrannical body was completely depleted. And just as his own divine power neared exhaustion, the two figures, seemingly favored by heaven and earth themselves, fell from their great emperor status. Their aura withered, their power vanished. Having dropped from their ultimate transcendence state, their life essence was completely drained, their existence reaching its end. At this point, defeat was sealed. Despair and reluctance flickered in their eyes. If only they had been younger, if their ultimate transcendence could have lasted longer. The outcome would certainly have been different. But alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. Die. Yi Mingyuan struck twice in succession, his towering golden blood chi instantly reducing both supreme beings to mist of blood. There was no possibility of revival, not even a shred. Having done this, Yi Mingyuan inhaled sharply, absorbing the meager flesh and blood essence of the two supreme beings to replenish his depleted divine power. Then, his gaze turning cold and indifferent, he stared straight ahead, motionless, as though locked in confrontation with some presence. Clearly a supreme being lurked in the shadows, observing and calculating. By their calculations, Yi Mingyuan was undoubtedly at his last breath. Any strike would allow them to drink deep of the sacred body's crimson blood. But they were not certain. Yi Mingyuan's earlier display had already trapped and slain two supreme beings. Who knew whether the current Yi Mingyuan was still putting on a facade? They dared not gamble, nor wish to. Until at last, as an aura departed, a sneer curled the corners of Yi Mingyuan's lips. As expected, these supreme beings were like rats in the gutter, cowardly, fearful, desperate to cling to life. With that, the great battle concluded. The final result was the sacred body at its peak severed both supreme beings in the cosmic frontier. All myriad races wept with joy, singing praises of his merit. The name of the sacred body at its peak echoed throughout the great cosmos once more. After this battle, having witnessed Yi Mingyuan's terrifying strength, the entire great cosmos flourished under his guardianship, showing signs of an incoming golden age. Prodigies emerged in droves, monstrous talents unceasing. And Yi Mingyuan, after that battle, seemed to have gained something. He entered seclusion, once more refining his cultivation. The 6,400th year of the immortal court. The cosmic frontier. As the tribulation lightning of path confirmation dissipated, a black lotus slowly unfolded its petals. From it emanated a newly born imperial pressure that swept across the entire great cosmos. The heart of heaven seal acknowledged its master once more, and from this moment, the mandate of this era finally found its rightful holder. From this instant, the entire great cosmos erupted in fervor. After millennia of contention, the position of great emperor was finally settled. In this era, a living being had truly succeeded in confirming the Tao. The dream of many, a trio of invincible beings gracing this age, had actually come to pass. Shortly thereafter, a voice accompanied by vast imperial might resounded throughout the great cosmos. Having existed for 10,000 years, I have finally become a great emperor. From this day forward, I am the Black Emperor, the sole great emperor of this age. Upon hearing these words, many narrowed their eyes. They grasped considerable depth in these words. The sole great emperor of this age. was not entirely inaccurate. After all, among the other two invincible beings, one had been abandoned by the Heart of Heaven seal and retreated into a forbidden zone, thus remaining a supreme being. The other, though capable of battling supreme beings at a level comparable to a normal great emperor, was merely a sacred body at its peak. So while the statement held truth, it simply felt as though something was amiss. The only great emperor of this era. In the depths of the Xian Ting, Lu Qingyun's eyes opened and closed with chaos swirling within them. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and he felt no offense. After all, he was revered as the Chaos Heavenly Emperor. How could any so-called great emperor of this era or great achievement saint body be worthy of comparison with him? However, the origins of this Black Lotus seem extraordinary. From the moment when the Black Emperor's Tao overwhelmed all the myriad Taos of the universe, Lu Qingyun had keenly sensed a trace of familiarity within that Tao. Its aura had an essential similarity to some extent with the immortal medicine he had obtained in the past. Furthermore, from the Black Emperor's own claim of having existed for 10,000 years, one could infer that he was likely an immortal medicine that had accidentally gained intelligence and step by step reached the level of proving the Tao and becoming an emperor. Thus, this great emperor of the era indeed had the right to be arrogant. He was probably much more formidable than an ordinary great emperor. Of course, that was only compared to ordinary great emperors. As the heavenly emperor, Lu Qingyun naturally was not among them. Moreover, as for him now, Lu Qingyun extended his hand, and the immortal aura within the Xian Ting seemed to sense something. All of them spontaneously moved toward his palm, clinging tightly to Lu Qingyun, as if his body possessed some aura that made them feel extremely intimate. This was a manifestation of Lu Qingyun's advancement into the immortal Tao. Unfortunately, he could only achieve this insignificant little bit. Alas, Lu Qingyun let out a long sigh, his gaze looking toward the great universe. The myriad Taos slowly unfolded in his eyes. He had long been able to tread upon the Tao and stand at the pinnacle of the great universe. But going further upward, the path to immortality was cut off. Even though he possessed a legendary immortal scripture to comprehend, he could only infinitely approach that realm. Yet he could not truly step into it. The laws of heaven and earth in this world had already made it impossible to become an immortal. Therefore, he had to seek another path. Fortunately, however, he possessed the heaven-defying comprehension rewarded by the system. Thus, he had already embarked on a path of cultivating all Taos to achieve immortality. As the thought arose, golden blood energy spread out like an ocean, and an aura exclusive to the great achievement saint body surged forth from Lu Qingyun's body. He had not severed his chaos body. Instead, he merely transformed it into saint body origin, and relying on his extremely profound accumulation, he very easily reached the level of the great achievement saint body. Moreover, his body had already achieved 10 out of 10 crimson blood. It was countless times stronger than Yi Mingyuan. The current Yi Mingyuan only had 30% crimson blood. After walking the path of the saint body to its peak, as Lu Qingyun had expected, some flaws he had not previously noticed were filled, and his combat power increased slightly. Though not much for an existence at his level, it was an epic leap. For someone with his heaven-defying comprehension, this was a path that could be followed all the way. Originally, the next path to take had not been chosen by Lu Qingyun. But coincidentally, this Black Lotus had proven the Tao, and its imperial Tao suppressed all Taos being omnipresent. It could just be used for comprehension. I am the sole one in the world. Based on the immortal medicine, I prove the Tao and become an emperor. My Tao surpasses all ancient emperors and great emperors past and present. In the cosmic starry sky, a huge Black Lotus, after blooming more vast than a star field, gently swayed in the void. Endless essence was drawn from the surrounding star fields and poured into it, making it a cultivation holy land. And at its center there was a clear pool formed from divine source liquid in which dragon fish swam, exhaling auspicious aura. A Black Lotus drifted slowly within it. On the lotus, a black-haired young man sat cross-legged, his gaze like lightning, his posture upright and exceptionally robust. His imperial might radiated all around, making it impossible to look at him directly. With each breath, he absorbed endless essence and starlight, transforming them into the most primal and powerful divine force, enough to suppress any star sea. In the distance, over a dozen followers stood respectfully. Among them, the lowest cultivation level was at the peak of the great sage, and there were many quasi-emperors. Each of them was an opponent defeated by the Black Emperor on the ancient starry road, forced to submit by his overwhelming power. And now the Black Emperor had proven to them. Their initial choice was not wrong. He was the sole emperor of this era, overlooking all races, ruling the entire great universe. Emperor, a prodigy whose body blazed with golden divine flames, spoke. He appeared youthful, but the vicissitudes and sense of age in his eyes revealed his long existence. Now you have just proven the Tao. Although we follow you, the beings of the entire great universe only recognize the saint body, not the great emperor. Therefore, we must quickly establish our power, suppress the entire great universe. Moreover, you should defeat Yi Mingyuan under the pretext of discussing the Tao, thus reducing the fame of the saint body and exalting the majesty of the great emperor, he said with fervent emotion, kneeling on one knee. The other followers did the same, The thought of becoming one of the creators of a supreme imperial dynasty filled them with excitement that was almost palpable. However, the Black Emperor lowered his eyes. His gaze was indifferent and cold, making everyone silent as cicadas. He looked toward the cosmic starry sky, his eyes flickering. His voice echoed calmly, in this realm lingering for a long time. Take this place as the foundation, establish the Black Realm, and gather sages. As for discussing the Tao with that great achievement, Saint Body. A mere Saint Body that hasn't entered the Emperor Realm. Without entering the Emperor Realm, one can never know the mysteries of this realm. He is not qualified. Let Lu Qingyun come. Yi Mingyuan had lived for thousands of years. He never established any faction of his own, always remaining within the Feng clan. Thus, throughout those millennia, the Feng clan was the undisputed foremost power. However, with the founding of the Black Realm under the suppression of the sole great emperor of the era, its influence expanded rapidly. The fallen immortal star, a life origin planet of paramount importance to the entire universe, naturally received great attention from the Black Realm. With the sudden intrusion of such a colossal entity, the territories of other forces inevitably contracted. Among them, the Feng clan suffered the greatest impact. At the ancestral land of the Feng clan, Ancestor Shui, those beings of the Black Realm go too far. They deliberately injured our clan members, and even dared to claim that Ancestor Yi, knowing his own weakness, does not dare to contend with the Black Emperor. Standing opposite Feng Zixue, an old sage with white hair spoke with grief and indignation, as if he had suffered a tremendous injustice. Feng Zixue's gaze fell calmly upon him as she said serenely, deliberately injuring clan members, slandering the great sage physique. Was this truly the act of the Black Realm, or was it orchestrated by you? Upon hearing this, the old sage's face instantly turned pale. It was as if all his schemes had been seen through. But soon, gritting his teeth, he said stubbornly, Ancestor Shui, although we old fellows plotted this matter, the ambitions of the Black Realm are known to all, if not stopped in time, our Feng clan. Enough. Feng Zixue interrupted the old sage, her eyes filled with disappointment. What has become of the Feng clan? Our Feng clan as a supreme power has a long heritage and profound foundations. The only difference from before is the presence of an external great sage physique guarding us. Previously, you prided yourselves on being the foremost power and often suppressed other forces. Yet you never went too far, so I turned a blind eye. But now your greed has not only failed to subside, but has grown even more rampant. What is the purpose of this scheme? Do you want me and the great sage physique to fight for your gains for this sliver of territory, even at the cost of provoking the Black Emperor into a supreme war? For the sake of personal desires, disregarding the common people of the world, you are unworthy of being Feng clan elders. At these words, the old sage's expression changed drastically. They had only intended to have their ancestor make a show of force, allowing them to borrow her prestige and vie for benefits. They had never imagined such dire consequences. Blinded by greed, that was all. His expression shifted repeatedly, and finally, he let out a deep sigh. Go and accept your punishment. You will no longer hold the position of elder. Replace them with a younger generation, yet untainted by corruption. As for you, do as you please. Feng Zixue's eyes were indifferent, and with a few words she decided on a major reform of the Feng clan. The old sage gave a bitter smile, his gaze clearing somewhat. After bowing to Feng Zixue, he rose and left. The ancestral land returned to tranquility. After a long while, Feng Zixue let out a faint sigh. By nature, she was indifferent and disliked such entanglements of power and interests. Yet as the legitimate daughter of the Feng clan and its most talented member, she had never been free from the beginning. She yearned for a life of unrestrained freedom, yet could only be trapped by her family for a lifetime. The only variable in her life seemed to be that one time. As if recalling something, a hint of blush crept onto Feng Zixue's face. But in the end, a trace of dimness flickered in her eyes. Time is merciless, turning prodigies gray and beauties old. All beings strive to cross the river of time. Yet some can sit in the depths of restricted zones, overlooking the mortal world for tens of thousands of years. And she? Feng Zixue lifted a strand of black hair, her gaze touched, watching it for a long time. The immortal court calendar year, 5700. Dong. The bell tolled, echoing through the entire universe. 2,000 years had passed since the Black Emperor's enlightenment. On a whim, he hosted the immortal Lotus Feast. Apart from a few quotas allotted to the major supreme powers, the rest had no restrictions. Those with destiny could enter. This was an utterly maddening feast for the entire universe. Rumors spread that the item to be tasted at the feast was a half-divine medicine, the rarest treasure below an immortal divine medicine. Even for supreme beings, a single half-divine medicine could be of great benefit. Yet for this Black Emperor, it was something that could be used to host a banquet. One can imagine how extravagant he was, far surpassing any peach banquet in grandeur. Thus, from all corners of the universe, transcendent figures whose lifespans were nearly exhausted traveled across star domains, seeking only admission to extend their lives by 1,000 years. As a result, those who arrived at the Black Realm were at least at the great saint level, or they were young prodigies brought along by powerful elders to broaden their horizons. Unfortunately, destiny is hard to obtain. Many mighty cultivators crossed star domains, only to end up unable to enter. However, outside the vast Black Lotus, the spiritual energy was extremely dense, though not as rich as within the Black Realm. It was still a rare, blessed land. Moreover, being constantly shrouded by the Emperor's Tao aura, it had formed a unique environment, greatly reducing the difficulty of cultivation. Many even broke through their realms on the spot, gaining some benefit. Yet even so, whenever they saw someone fortunate enough to enter the Black Realm, they cast envious glances. Another lucky one able to enter the Black Realm and attend the feast. What an honor. Look at his age, so young. He must be another terrifying prodigy. No wonder the Black Realm's barrier posed no obstacle to him, as if he were a fish in water slipping in so smoothly. Did you not see that golden blood aura? He must be another sacred body, the same physique as the other one, if he had been blocked outside. Alas, envy. If I could obtain a half-divine medicine and extend my life by 1,000 years, I might break through the bottleneck that has plagued me for centuries. Then, my future would be vastly different. Why do I feel that young man looks familiar? The crowd murmured from time to time. Among them, an aged great saint frowned, racking his memory. But after a moment he scratched his head and said in confusion, "No, what did that young prodigy look like?" The air was thick with spiritual essence, and celestial music played. Spirit fruits were placed on long tables, and the maids circulating among the guests were at least at the immortal platform level. The guests came from distinguished backgrounds and possessed formidable strength. Lu Qingyun, with his strikingly handsome face, mingled among them without standing out. Moreover, because he disguised himself as a sacred body, his golden blood aura and robust physique were highly conspicuous, instantly recognizable to everyone present. As a result, no one dared to approach him. After all, everyone was aware of the current situation and the awkward position of the great sage physique at this time. None wanted to court trouble, and that was exactly what Lu Qingyun hoped for. His main purpose here was to closely observe and study the Black Emperor's Tao. His secondary purpose was to plunder the rich, to share the half-divine medicine. Thinking of the Black Emperor's extravagance, Lu Qingyun felt indignant. Why? When he himself achieved enlightenment, all his possessions amounted to only one half-divine medicine. Yet this fellow could afford to use them to host a banquet and win people over. Unfair. Utterly unfair. Although half-divine medicine no longer did much for him now. The 800 years of poverty had ingrained in him the virtue of not wasting. After all, it was free. Why not take it? But, indeed, one who attained enlightenment through an immortal divine medicine is extraordinary. Lu Qingyun narrowed his eyes. This Black Realm seemed to be a manifestation of the Black Emperor's true form. Its mysteries were much clearer than those of ordinary immortal divine medicines. Due to their cultivation levels, other cultivators could not perceive its secrets at all. Even the Black Emperor himself might not know the full depth of its mysteries. Only Lu Qingyun, with his superior cultivation realm and heaven-defying comprehension, continuously gained insights. To the extent that the path he had walked on the Black Emperor's Tao was even longer than what the Black Emperor himself had achieved. It was simply a reversal of heaven and earth. As a peculiar wave swept through, a black lotus bloomed, and infinite divine radiance illuminated the great universe. From the center of the Black Realm, a figure that seemed to resonate with the entire great universe slowly stepped out of the void. He was a black-haired youth, handsome in features, with vigorous blood qi, and extremely young. Yet his eyes appeared exceptionally weathered, not like a newly ascended emperor. More like one who had tempered in the mortal world for 10,000 years, enduring countless hardships. The emperor. The moment he revealed his true form, everyone present lowered their brows in reverence. Many felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. After all, to witness the true visage of a reigning emperor was an event etched deep in the soul. Every emperor leaves an indelible mark in ancient history. Their life and deeds will be endlessly sung across the stars. In a feast of immortal lotus like today, hosted with rare demi-divine herbs, its grand scale will surely be recorded in ancient history. And as guests, their every move might create history. In a corner, Lu Qingyun raised his eyes, his gaze falling on the reigning emperor. He didn't attract any attention. He pursed his lips, his heart utterly calm. For him to exist in ancient history and be remembered by posterity, that held no meaning. This was meaningless. He preferred that his existence could pierce through the entire ancient history, even surpass it. Heaven and earth undergo great changes, eras cycle, supreme beings fall. Only the immortal court endures through the ages, overlooking all realms, becoming the sole, forbidden existence. The banquet began. Everyone present found a smooth, crystalline black lotus seed in their hands, its surface shimmering with faint divine light. The fragrance alone, when inhaled, refreshed the entire body and cleared the mind. All took it immediately and swallowed it. Not only because it couldn't be taken away, but more importantly, the Black Emperor was about to start his discourse. Swallowing it at this moment would maximize its effect. Lu Qingyun also held the black lotus seed in his hand. However, unlike the others, he chose not to eat it, and his expression appeared somewhat peculiar. Beside him, an old senior with a kind and benevolent appearance. Upon seeing Lu Qingyun's expression, assumed that the young prodigy was worried that the demi-divine herb's potency was too fierce and would burst his body, which was why he hesitated. So he kindly explained, "Young friend, do not worry. The emperor will soon begin his discourse. At that time this demi-divine herb, which shares the same origin as the emperor, will work optimally within your body. What cannot be absorbed in time will be stored, giving you a chance to revive when necessary. Moreover, as a saint physique, your physique is already extraordinary. There is no need to worry." He stroked his beard, his smile amiable. Naturally, he could discern at a glance that Lu Qingyun possessed a saint physique. Yet unlike others, he did not keep his distance from Lu Qingyun, because he came from the Feng family, one of its pillars. And the current great perfection saint physique was someone he had recruited into the Feng family. So upon seeing Lu Qingyun, he not only didn't stay away, but showed even more closeness. Strangely, he even felt a vague sense of familiarity. This made him consider recommending this wild young saint physique to Yi Mingyuan as a disciple. "I see, thank you for your guidance, senior." Lu Qingyun looked at the Feng family elder, his eyes narrowing slightly, and a faint smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Because from the depths of his memory, he recalled something about this person. This old bastard, he was still alive. It was this very man who, carrying the Feng family's supreme imperial weapon, had hunted him for 3 full years, chasing him all the way to the ancient Starry Road, and he had barely managed to escape. Unexpectedly, after so many years, they met here. Considering their past grievances, Lu Qingyun, now the esteemed Chaos Heavenly Emperor, felt he should be magnanimous. So he put on an innocent look, blinking his pure, flawless big eyes. Without lowering his voice, he humbly asked the old sage, "Senior, you said that this lotus seed shares the same origin as the emperor. We know the emperor's true form is a black lotus. So does that mean these seeds are the emperor's offspring? If so, is it not improper for us to eat this demi-divine herb?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. Those who had just swallowed the demi-divine herb and were eagerly awaiting the emperor's discourse, upon hearing such blasphemous words, turned to stare at them as if seeing ghosts. Then in perfect unison, they stepped away, afraid of being mistaken as companions of these two. Meanwhile, the Feng family elder was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Lu Qingyun's innocent wide eyes, utterly unable to comprehend why this young saint physique would say such brainless words. Although the logic was sound, this was something that should never be spoken aloud. It was a grave disrespect. Moreover, he had already sensed a gaze, far surpassing anyone present, carrying the pressure of the supreme Tao, fixed upon them. The voice of the Black Emperor then echoed eerily, reverberating through the entire Black Realm. "Oh, a saint physique, and a member of the Feng family. Are these words the intention of that great perfection saint physique? Does he truly think he can stand shoulder to shoulder with an emperor?" The Black Emperor's gaze, like the heaviest of stars, fell upon the Feng family elder, nearly suffocating him. Hearing these interrogative words, he turned pale and was about to explain. But then Lu Qingyun's voice rang out again, without any hesitation. "Of course it's the intention of the great perfection saint physique. Moreover, isn't it universally acknowledged that a great perfection saint physique can rival an emperor?" he said with absolute certainty, chin up and chest out, his face full of pride, which filled the others with horror. Madness. The Feng family members have gone mad. Are they deliberately provoking a battle between two invincible beings? Or has Yi Mingyuan long harbored resentment against the Black Emperor, intending to openly declare it during the immortal Lotus Banquet? A showdown. The old pillar of the Feng family together with this unfamiliar young saint physique, presumably Yi Mingyuan's disciple. The weight of these two together was indeed significant. Everyone found this pairing perfectly reasonable. Only the Feng family elder knew that this wild saint physique was not from the Feng family at all. He desperately tried to explain, but the Black Emperor was clearly already burning with rage. A wisp of supreme Tao pressure leaked out, suppressing the entire venue to the ground. "Good. Very good. Since Yi Mingyuan has such courage, I will show him the insurmountable chasm that exists between an emperor and a great perfection saint physique." The Black Emperor paid no heed to these two Feng family members. Instead, he took a single step, striding into the starry sky. His aura surged, churning the sea of stars. Supreme Tao pressure spread, and under the empowerment of the heavenly heart mark, the entire great universe seemed to sense his boundless wrath. Everyone was horrified, wondering who dared to provoke a reigning emperor. Just as the Black Emperor was about to head directly to the meteor immortal star to battle the great perfection saint physique, his steps suddenly halted. In an instant, all the supreme imperial might seemed to freeze, and the starry sea ceased its rotation. A flicker of doubt passed through the Black Emperor's eyes. He turned back. Above the Black Realm, an ocean of golden blood chi surged into towering waves, and the pressure of a great perfection saint physique spread. A figure as if standing between heaven and earth stood there, his gaze calm and indifferent. This was a genuine great perfection saint physique. But what stunned the world into silence was that his appearance was utterly unfamiliar. Not Yi Mingyuan. It was another great perfection saint physique. A new great sage saint. Another invincible being born in the current era of the great universe. At this moment, the entire great universe was thoroughly stirred. for invincible beings coexisting in the same world. This is an unprecedented, unparalleled, and supremely glorious grand age. On the meteorite immortal star, Yi Mingyuan also emerged from his seclusion, standing upon the starry sky, gazing into the distance. His eyes blazed with an intense and exhilarating battle intent. Even he had never imagined that this great universe could give birth to another great sage saint. Does this mean that the victor among them might be qualified to strive for an achievement no saint has ever attained? To break through the imperial Tao as a saint body. At the thought of this possibility, Yi Mingyuan could barely contain his battle fervor. Yet it seemed this was not the time for a battle among great sage saints. That newborn great sage saint was currently confronting the Black Emperor. This forced him, the third party, to stand aside and observe this world-shaking battle as a spectator. And when the Black Emperor saw Yi Mingyuan appear, his suspicion that the present great sage saint was Yi Mingyuan in disguise was dispelled. So the meaning of great sage saint that this person had just spoken of was not about Yi Mingyuan, but about himself. In other words, you think you can stand shoulder to shoulder with me? The Black Emperor stood upon the starry sky, his black hair billowing wildly, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze domineering. The entire great universe seemed to revolve around him. Let's find out the truth through action. Lu Qingyun summoned a golden path that stretched to the cosmic wilderness, the pressure of the saint body pervading. His eyes flickered. Orthodox cultivation could never compare to the swift enhancement gained from a real battle. And he also wanted to test whether his current level of saint body Tao could stand against an undying divine medicine that had ascended to become an emperor of this era. So confident? Then let me see what qualifies you to match a reigning emperor of this era. The Black Emperor's eyes flashed with divine light, his tone carrying a hint of anger, and he followed Lu Qingyun to the cosmic wilderness. The battle began. Golden blood energy surged skyward, immensely thick and vast. Lu Qingyun's body radiated dazzling divine light, charging at the Black Emperor like a primordial ancient beast. Heavenly Emperor Fist. He roared loudly. Golden blood energy boiled, and strange phenomena occurred frequently. The great Tao itself roared and trembled, as if unable to withstand its power, on the verge of collapse. This made the Black Emperor believe it was Lu Qingyun's forbidden technique, and he dared not underestimate it. Beneath him, a black lotus platform appeared, unleashing a surge of power to form an inky barrier. Boom! A punch struck. A crack formed on the barrier, but it did not shatter, allowing the Black Emperor to breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the power of this forbidden technique was not entirely insurmountable. After all, he was not a true emperor. But just as he prepared to counterattack, another loud roar erupted. Heavenly Emperor, heavy punch. This time 2 consecutive strikes landed on the black barrier. Crack! It shattered directly. This scene completely caught him off guard. For although these strikes were powerful, they were not impossible to withstand. Yet the reality of such easy defeat seemed not to stem from overwhelming external force, but from an internal problem. However, before he could ponder further, a heavy punch landed directly on his body. The physique of a great sage saint rivaled an ultimate imperial weapon, making it the most formidable weapon. This punch blasted a bloody hole through his body. Imperial blood spilled, and the Black Emperor's aura began to waver. What is happening? I am wounded first. The Black Emperor could not believe it, looking down at the wound on his chest that was rapidly healing. No, something was definitely wrong. This guy had a problem. Is that all you've got? Lu Qingyun shook his head, a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. The gap was too vast. Initially, he had only intended to use his saint body's power to exchange blows with this opponent. But with his heaven-defying enlightenment, his comprehension of the Black Emperor's Tao had reached an extremely profound level, even surpassing the Black Emperor, who had only recently attained the Tao. As a result, during the battle, Lu Qingyun instinctively saw through every move. Thus, the fight became rather dull. It was no different from an old man playing with a child. The disparity was not ordinary. But, since he was here, he might as well take something. Lu Qingyun set his sights on the lotus platform beneath the Black Emperor, which seemed to be crafted from part of the immortal divine medicine's body. Taking it back to study would be quite beneficial. Treasures belong to those who are destined. Having lost interest in the contest, Lu Qingyun now focused solely on his old trade of plundering, held back no longer. He raised his hand and waved, and with the aid of his mastery of ultimate Tao patterns, an imperial formation instantly took shape, trapping the Black Emperor and continuously suppressing him with killing force. A single thought to form a void formation. Such attainments in array Tao. The Black Emperor was stunned by Lu Qingyun's display. He tried to break out of the formation, but was instantly repelled by a golden glowing fist. A voice echoed in his ear. Hand it over. The lotus platform beneath him was seized directly, with divine power constantly erasing its marks. By the time the Black Emperor broke free from the formation, everything had calmed down, and Lu Qingyun's figure had vanished, having long since departed. A sense of immense humiliation and unwillingness enveloped him. He, a reigning emperor of this era, had been toyed with by a great sage saint, and had part of his original body stolen. What a disgrace. The Black Emperor roared in impotent rage, shattering countless great stars in the cosmic wilderness, venting his pent-up frustration. On the other side, Yi Mingyuan did not specifically pursue that great sage saint. Instead, after a few flickers of thought, he returned directly to the Feng family. The behavior of that great sage saint struck him as oddly familiar. A name surfaced in his mind, then quickly faded away. If it was him, then it's no wonder. But to transform from a chaotic body into a saint body and achieve such astonishing performance. Just what realm has he reached? In the 5700th year of the Immortal Court calendar, on the day of the Immortal Lotus Banquet, the Black Emperor clashed with the mysterious great sage saint, was defeated in the cosmic wilderness, and returned bloodied. Since then the Black Realm was sealed, and the Emperor entered seclusion. The living beings of the entire great universe began to speculate about the newly emerged great sage saint. Many looked forward to a battle between Yi Mingyuan and that great sage saint to see who was the strongest saint. But after that day, the great sage saint vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. The entire great universe, which had been somewhat tense, returned to calm once more. This era had never been so resplendent. If the four invincible beings were to join forces, they could sweep through the forbidden zones and eradicate those malignant tumors from the universe at their very roots. Yet despite this dazzling age, an extraordinary calm prevailed. The Black Emperor had secluded himself in meditation ever since that battle. Occasionally he emerged only to fulfill his duties as an emperor, patrolling the cosmos and intimidating the forbidden zones. His disposition seemed to have shifted since that day. He was no longer so sharp and aggressive, but had become more restrained. But as the reigning emperor, blessed with the mark of heaven's heart, and possessing an unparalleled foundation, his power was undoubtedly growing. Yet to what extent no one knew. Everyone, including himself, perhaps yearned for another epic battle against that mysterious great completion saint physique from the past. As for the original great completion saint physique, Yi Mingyuan, he had rarely shown himself since the Black Emperor's ascension. He spent most of his time in seclusion at the Feng clan. The only time he had appeared publicly was when he encountered a fellow innate saint physique on a life-bearing ancient star. He took that person as his disciple and passed on his legacy. His disciple's performance was exceptionally fierce, fighting his way all the way up the starry sky ancient road, showing signs of dominating one of the ancient paths. As for the last invincible being, no one dared to mention him, as if his name had become a taboo. Moreover, as time passed, many new prodigies on the path of cultivation only knew of one emperor and two saints. They were unaware that above the emperor stood an exalted being overlooking all, the chaos heavenly emperor. Until the year 10,000 of the Immortal Court calendar, the system's prompt sounded punctually. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have survived in the Forbidden Zone for 10,000 years. Reward Meteor Tier. Meteor Tier formed from the fall of a life god king from a certain realm, condensing his cultivation and great Tao. It contains the paths of life and soul. Deep within the Immortal Court's forbidden land, spiritual mist shimmered. Meteor Tier. Lu Qingyun opened his eyes and examined his interior. He found a blood-red, teardrop-shaped crystal within his bitter sea. It emitted extremely rich life essence, nourishing his bitter sea. During battle, it could rapidly replenish divine power and heal injuries with nearly inexhaustible energy within. Moreover, from this teardrop-shaped crystal, he sensed two distinct great Tao's, vast and profound, absolutely reaching the realm of immortals, even surpassing it. This discovery made Lu Qingyun's lips curl slightly. Not bad, truly not bad. With this, it was equivalent to constantly consuming demigod medicine or even undying divine medicine during battle. His survivability and endurance were greatly enhanced. Not only that, but two great Tao's were presented directly before Lu Qingyun. This saved him a tremendous amount of effort. The path of life. Perhaps I can first use this to live a second life. Lu Qingyun's eyes glimmered, his mind focused on the newly acquired Meteor Tier. His eyes closed again, and life essence radiated from his body, elevating the concentration of essence in the core area of the Immortal Court to another level. Drip, drip, within the Feng clan's ancestral land. Yi Mingyuan's expression was devoid of joy or sorrow. He held a clump of immortal source liquid enough to make even a supreme being fight for it, yet let it slip through his fingers. Before him, Feng Zixue leaned against her own quasi-emperor weapon. Her appearance remained unchanged, but her hair had turned completely white. The great cauldron let out a soft moan, carrying a sense of sorrow. Feng Zixue gazed at the cauldron, reaching out to gently stroke it. Her eyes were filled with thoughts, as if reminiscing about someone. Yi Mingyuan knew who she was thinking of. For thousands of years, only that one person had occupied her heart. Even as her lifespan dwindled, facing him, her nominal husband, her mind was still with that person. He knew, but he did not care. He felt he had long let go. All these years he had stayed by the Feng clan only to repay the debt he owed for the resources and protection he received during his weak days. As for those improper feelings, he had already severed them. Now his sole pursuit was to tread upon all paths and defy the heavens to achieve enlightenment. The reason he spent centuries searching the vast universe for the extremely scarce immortal source liquid, he told himself, was also part of that repayment. Seal it in immortal source perhaps. There will be a chance to see that person again. Yi Mingyuan spoke. For some reason his voice was hoarse. Feng Zixue upon hearing this a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes, but then faded. She gently shook her head and said no need. Immortal source liquid is hard to obtain enough to seal a supreme being. You can use it in the future. As for me, this life is already complete. Perhaps in the next life I can achieve the position of emperor. Though her words suggested that not becoming an emperor was the reason for her incompleteness, both knew the real reason. Yi Mingyuan was silent. In front of Feng Zixue, he put away the clump of immortal source liquid. Then, time passed slowly. Feng Zixue leaned against the great cauldron, gently twirling a strand of snow-white hair. The image reflected in her eyes seemed to be from many years ago. That day she had similarly twirled a strand of black hair. A handsome but somewhat shifty-eyed little thief, fleeing from the pursuit of clan elders, stumbled into her room. In a moment of panic she pulled out that strand of hair. The white hair fell to the ground. Feng Zixue's body had turned cold. The great cauldron let out another sorrowful hum. Yi Mingyuan stood motionless, his expression calm, as if nothing had happened. After a long time, he took out the clump of immortal source liquid again. But he crushed it directly, dispersing the liquid, which could make even a Forbidden Zone supreme being fight over it, into vast life essence, utterly destroying it. Likewise he destroyed his only retreat. Then, his gaze fell upon the great cauldron forged by Feng Zixue. His eyes flickered, and he spoke softly, "Bring your master, and follow me." With that he slowly stepped out of the Feng clan's ancestral land. Golden blood energy condensed on his body surface, a sign that his red blood had reached perfection. 10,000 years had passed. As a great completion saint physique, he was now at his peak. Soon he would enter old age. So today was the best time. His blood energy gradually awakened, and the pressure of the great completion saint physique caused all living beings to gaze in horror toward the Feng clan. The next moment, a golden path appeared, extending from the Feng clan all the way to the Immortal Court's Forbidden Zone. For a great completion saint physique this distance was not far, but Yi Mingyuan walked unusually slowly. During this process, he continuously stimulated his blood energy, reaching his most peak state. This aura was already comparable to a true peak emperor. Everyone who witnessed this was terrified. After all, although it was said that a great completion saint physique could rival an emperor, it was just talk. Everyone knew that a saint physique had never achieved enlightenment. There was an insurmountable gap between them and a true emperor. Yet Yi Mingyuan seemed to have shattered this long-held notion. He surpassed all saint physiques throughout history, truly achieving the level of an emperor as a great completion saint physique. Even so, no one was optimistic about his actions. He hasn't made a move in thousands of years, but why does he suddenly ascend to the Immortal Court's Forbidden Zone? Has the great completion saint physique forgotten the power of a single blade of grass from back then? That chaos heavenly emperor after 10,000 years has reached terrifying realms unknown. Even if he can rival an emperor with his great completion saint physique compared to that heavenly emperor, he is still far behind. Alas, the female ancestor of the Feng clan, the Tao partner of the great completion saint physique, has passed away due to lifespan exhaustion. This is probably related. Oh, what hidden story is there that involves the chaos heavenly emperor? Please do tell. Everyone be careful. Speaking of this might bring disaster upon your clan. At once everyone fell silent. Those who knew the truth were secretive and tight-lipped, fearing to attract terrible karmic consequences. Some who were curious did not ask further. Moreover, they could no longer care about these matters. Because Yi Mingyuan had already arrived outside the Immortal Court's Forbidden Zone, his aura vast, his blood energy surging to the sky. He seemed to have reached a limit. Every movement of his body radiated the most brilliant divine light, causing the great Tao to roar. The arrival of a great accomplished saint body akin to a supreme emperor at the Forbidden Zone naturally alarmed Lu Qingyun. His eyes opened and closed with chaotic energy swirling within. His gaze pierced through the celestial mist, meeting Yi Mingyuan's eyes with utter indifference. Once, twice, but never a third time. This was already Yi Mingyuan's third visit to the Forbidden Zone. This had crossed Lu Qingyun's bottom line. Although 10,000 years had passed, Yi Mingyuan was likely the last living acquaintance in this world. But, when they contended for the imperial path, those prodigies who died by his hand, if they were alive today, they would also be acquaintances. Bonds of friendship. None at all. For this reason, he was already prepared to crush Yi Mingyuan with lightning fury at the moment he formally stepped into the Forbidden Zone, slaying him at the periphery. Let the entire universe witness the power of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor. But Yi Mingyuan had raised his might to its peak, seemingly ready to enter the Forbidden Zone at any moment. Yet he remained outside the Forbidden Zone, never stepping inside. He raised his hand, and part of the golden blood aura around him dissipated. A massive cauldron floated toward him, exuding only the aura of a quasi-emperor. Within that great cauldron, a coffin crafted from Biluo, nether jade rested quietly. Inside, a beautiful woman lay still, as if in eternal slumber. Yi Mingyuan lowered his head, gazing at Feng Zixue. Within the coffin, his eyes tender and reluctant. But soon his gaze turned resolute. He lifted his head, meeting Lu Qingyun's eyes through the layers of mist. Yet there was no battle intent in his demeanor. It seemed that his display of blood, aura, and might was merely to demonstrate his qualification. A qualification to enter. I came to make a deal with you. Yi Mingyuan's voice was hoarse, reaching into the depths of the immortal court forbidden zone. Beside him the coffin floated. The aura emanating from within made Lu Qingyun frown slightly, as long-buried memories surged. After a moment of silence before Yi Mingyuan, the celestial mist parted, and the supreme Tao patterns faded. Seeing this, Yi Mingyuan did not hesitate, his face resolute. He strode inside, with the poise of one who would never return. Then the celestial mist enveloped everything again, blocking all prying eyes. No one could know what deal Yi Mingyuan had struck with the Chaos Heavenly Emperor, but since it was a deal, there should be no mishap, right? Just as everyone thought nothing major would happen and were merely curious about the deal's content. Boom. From within the immortal court forbidden zone, supreme pressure instantly swept across the entire meteor immortal star. Amid the terrifying energy discharge, the celestial mist dissipated. The scene before them shocked everyone. Within the forbidden zone, Yi Mingyuan knelt on one knee, red blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a massive hole piercing through his chest. One could imagine the heavy injury he had suffered. In an instant, the great accomplished saint body, renowned for its physical prowess, was wounded so grievously. This should have been utterly inconceivable. But considering the one who struck was the Chaos Heavenly Emperor, everything seemed plausible. 2 more moves, Yi Mingyuan growled. Flesh and blood regenerated rapidly on his chest. Yet from his suddenly weakened aura and the nearly exhausted divine power in his bitter sea, he had clearly reached his limit. But the words he uttered brought a shocking revelation to everyone. What did he mean by 2 more moves? From his posture, was he planning to withstand 3 moves from the Chaos Heavenly Emperor? What a joke. Not to mention 3 moves. In this state, even 1 more strike would suffice. This great accomplished saint body would turn into fertilizer to nourish the Forbidden Zone's sacred soil. What kind of deal had been struck just now? Could it be that the stake on one side was the life of a great accomplished saint body? No one knew. But the second move had already arrived. This strike caused many faces to change in terror. Once again, it was that 9-leaf grass, entirely emerald green with a wisp of sword intent descending from the 9 heavens. It seemed not of the mortal world, but rather from the vast immortal realm. Ethereal and dreamlike, cutting through everything. The sword light suddenly blazed, turning the entire world into an unbearably bright day, dazzling and brilliant, forcing everyone to close their eyes involuntarily. But when they opened their eyes, they found Yi Mingyuan's remaining half-head lying lonely on the ground. All signs of life seemed gone. Everything had been completely annihilated in that sword light. The great accomplished saint body, Yi Mingyuan, had fallen. Such a thought surfaced in everyone's minds, and all were incredulous. Yet the truth lay before their eyes. Some creatures wept, mourning the great accomplished saint body who had protected the living. Others sighed, lamenting the passing of a supreme being of his era. But in the starry sky, the Black Emperor, who had been intently watching the Forbidden Zone, hoping to witness the legendary Chaos Heavenly Emperor's methods, furrowed his brow. As an emperor who held the heavenly heart mark and had attained enlightenment through an immortal divine medicine, his perception of life force was keener than any living being in the universe. Thus, unlike others who confirmed Yi Mingyuan's death, he stared solemnly at the half-head for a long time before finally speaking. He has lived out a second life. As the words fell, a change occurred within the immortal court. Vast and boundless life essence spontaneously gathered, frantically pouring into Yi Mingyuan's half-head. Life force revived, flesh and blood regenerated. A voice seeming to traverse the ages and see through the cycle of birth and death echoed leisurely, "So I have never let go. But if I can make her complete, then I am also complete." Yi Mingyuan's body had fully recovered, and his aura ascended to another level. The marks of time on his wheel and sea were completely erased. Now he was young, powerful, and had truly lived out a second life. In this life, he had surpassed his limits. Always at his peak state, perhaps he could attempt that step. But just as a confident expression appeared on his face, a faint voice sounded from the depths of the immortal court forbidden zone. "Have you forgotten that you promised 3 moves?" The next moment, a premonition of death's descent made Yi Mingyuan's spiritual sense scream in alarm. Instinctively, he protected the most core wisp of his soul. In an instant, a chaotic great palm print crashed down. It blotted out the sky, pressing toward him as if the 10,000 Daos had converged. With that single strike, Yi Mingyuan, the great accomplished saint body who had just attained a second life and was at his absolute peak, had his body violently burst apart. The flesh and blood essence not only replenished what he had absorbed, but also brought many blessings to the immortal court. Half-divine medicines grew in abundance. Yet Yi Mingyuan did not truly perish. A wisp of his main soul escaped, even more battered and wretched than before. Tisk. Well, it's not easy being a cuckold and a clown for so many years. Lu Qingyun gazed in the direction Yi Mingyuan had fled. He did not strike again to finish him off. After all this time, he had deliberately let Yi Mingyuan in. As for the reason, Lu Qingyun's gaze fell. He looked at the aging beauty's corpse in the coffin nearby, and silently shook his head. His impression of Feng Zixue was actually not very deep. Back then he had come to this world alone. Bearing a chaos body with unparalleled talent and the potential to attain enlightenment, he was constantly hunted by major forces and families. In return, he often sneaked into those forces, taking without asking or simply looting resources. That day, he was discovered by a powerful member of the Feng family. While hiding, he accidentally entered Feng Zixue's room. And then, everything that shouldn't have happened. But one thing must be clarified, he was the one beneath. He had always thought it was just a fleeting romance. But it seemed, he was not so aware of his own charm. Alas, is being handsome and powerful a sin? Then I'm afraid I will keep sinning. Lu Qingyun's brow was filled with melancholy as he sighed. Then his gaze fixed on that coffin. He reached out and gently brushed. The ground suddenly split open and the coffin sank into it. It was buried in the earth left within the immortal court, forbidden ground. The strength of this chaos heavenly emperor is utterly astonishing. Indeed, those who claim invincibility in their era are never lacking in power. A massive black lotus bloomed, devouring vast spiritual essence amidst the starry sky. The Black Emperor sat cross-legged at the center of the Black Realm, his eyes still harboring a trace of lingering shock. Once he had arrogantly believed that his enlightenment rooted in the foundation of an immortal divine herb, would not be inferior to that of the heavenly emperor who achieved enlightenment through the chaos body. But now he realized he was utterly mistaken. The gap was far from insignificant. Whether it was the peerless sword intent forged from that 9-leaf grass, or the final, overwhelmingly powerful chaos hand seal, if he were to bear the brunt of such attacks, his fate would likely be no better than Yiming Yuan's. More critically, that terrifying power in all probability was not the full extent of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's strength. Thus his upper limit remained elusive. And besides the Chaos Heavenly Emperor, the first one who defeated him, the great accomplished sacred body, was also shrouded in mystery. Even now he lacked the absolute conviction of victory in a rematch. Now even Yiming Yuan, a great accomplished sacred body whom he initially dismissed, had lived out a second life. In terms of combat prowess, he would likely not be far behind. And if he were to take a step further, the Black Emperor's eyes flickered as he gazed at the heavenly heart mark under his command. After a long silent observation, he let out a soft chuckle. Though my heart is now calm as the reigning emperor of this era, how could I lack the sharp edge to dominate all and surge forward without hesitation? What of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor? What of the great accomplished sacred body? I am the Black Emperor, who I shall suppress all. His Tao heart was clear, his thoughts lucid. The Black Emperor was surrounded by great Tao with divine sounds arising from all directions. The Black Realm itself seemed to resonate with him. Faintly, a trace of immortal essence flowed forth. This essence surged into the Black Emperor's body, aiding him in achieving perfection. Sensing this, he slowly closed his eyes. The heavenly heart resonated as if telling him that this was the mandate of heaven. Mandate of heaven. Within the Feng clan's ancestral land, Yiming Yuan was reforging his body. Yet this was merely superficial. His inner state remained severely depleted. His face was pale, but his eyes blazed with astonishing brightness. For though his injuries were grave, a millennium of healing could restore him. 1,000 years meant little to him now that he had stepped into his second life. And when his wounds healed and his state peaked, he might attempt that ultimate leap. Now his beloved was gone, old friends were hard to find. It seemed that apart from his original aspiration to attain the Tao, nothing else remained. Then, let him try. Divine light flowed through Yiming Yuan's body, and the golden bitter sea gradually filled, stirring up waves. A green lotus rooted in chaos bloomed in his bitter sea, scattering endless clear radiance, opening one mysterious door after another within that realm. In the immortal court calendar year, 12,000. For an invincible being, 10,000 years was long, but still acceptable. But for ordinary cultivators, it spanned several cycles of reincarnation. Time merciless became an invisible scythe reaping the lives of the world. Thus the scenes of the mortal world changed again and again. Only the light of the Black Realm remained the most brilliant in the starry sky. One after another supreme Tao forces took root on the fallen immortal star, as if awaiting a crucial moment. And the Feng clan, once the foremost power, had recently sheathed its claws. Yet this did not mean that the great accomplished sacred body on whom they relied was aging. On the contrary, everyone knew that this invincible being was about to undergo a transformation. Now, he was dormant for a millennium. When he emerged, it would surely shake the heavens and earth. Moreover, the Feng clan had other safeguards besides Yiming Yuan. Kumu, the sacred body whom Yiming Yuan had taken as a disciple, had also grown up. Though the path of cultivation was arduous in this era when the Black Emperor's Tao suppressed all, Kumu with his talent had already stepped into the ranks of quasi-emperors. Everyone held high hopes for him. They believed he could achieve great accomplishment, and then the clan would boast 2 great accomplished sacred bodies. How glorious! Of course, all of this depended on Kumu overcoming his fated adversary, a similarly dominant overlord body. In the starry sky, 2 quasi-emperors with top-tier physiques were locked in fierce combat. Their blood energy clashed, spanning multiple star domains, shattering stars, and reducing them to cosmic dust. Now nearly the entire universe focused its gaze here. In this age when an emperor still lived, the path to the throne was sealed. The ninth heaven of quasi-emperor was the limit. And this realm was the domain of the sacred body and the overlord body. Once they achieved great accomplishment, they could challenge an emperor. Thus this battle was essentially a contest for the path of an invincible being. The victor would face no obstacles ahead. The loser would be left in the dust. The void trembled, and the great Tao roared. The two quasi-emperors with top-tier physiques struck with earth-shattering force, their might far surpassing ordinary quasi-emperors. Some quasi-emperors attempted to watch from close range, but even the shockwaves sent their blood energy, surging uncontrollably, forcing them to flee in disgrace. One by one, the pinnacle experts of their star domains gathered above the starry sky, exclaiming in awe, "How astonishing! No wonder these two physiques are the most renowned since ancient times. Such combat power, even an emperor's strike, might not be much higher." Each of us who entered the quasi-emperor ranks was a top-tier genius. Yet before these two we cannot even withstand the shockwaves. The gap is enormous. And these are only second-tier physiques. How terrifying must that chaos heavenly emperor be? The chaos body is rare in a million years. Powerful though it is, its path is fraught with difficulty. Who can truly know? Alas, if born into a supreme Tao force it might be different. But as a rogue cultivator it is nearly a war against the world. No wonder that one chose to form a forbidden zone and refused to protect the living. Look, the overlord body seems unable to hold on. Could this era truly see two great accomplished sacred bodies? No, there is also that mysterious sacred body who defeated the Black Emperor. That makes three great accomplished sacred bodies. Good heavens, is this lineage truly favored by the Tao? Stars perished, Tao principles shattered. Above the sea of stars, drops of golden and purple blood scattered, shimmering in a strange beauty. This great battle seemed to be nearing its end. No, how can you still have strength left? Clearly your total divine power is inferior to mine. The overlord body, Song Mian, roared in unwillingness. The several divine forms around him also bellowed in fury, unable to accept defeat. Before him Ku Mu held a great cauldron in his hand, his gaze calm. Though bearing multiple injuries, his aura remained stable, showing the disparity. In a life-and-death struggle, when has it ever been about total divine power? Ku Mu's eyes were indifferent, as if speaking of a trivial matter unrelated to him. Before I became my master's disciple, I often fought with stray dogs for food. The hardships I endured, how could you born in the overlord star on a smooth path ever understand? I never doubted that I would defeat you. My master once bathed in the blood of a great accomplished overlord body in the starry sky. So today, I have long awaited this moment. Ku Mu reached out a massive hand, grabbing toward Song Mian. In the battle of physiques, the loser dies. Facing this life and death crisis, Song Mian smiled bitterly and did not resist. Though filled with resentment, he had indeed lost, and so the outcome was his to bear. But when everyone thought Ku Mu would bathe in the overlord's blood, clearing his Tao heart and marching forward without hindrance, an aged and indifferent voice echoed through the star domain. "Young sacred body, you have gone too far." Instantly a finger like a pillar of the heavens pointed at Ku Mu. The vast purple aura of dominance revealed the identity of the attacker. An overlord body. Great accomplished overlord body. As the finger descended, Ku Mu's face changed drastically. He mobilized the remaining divine power after the battle, gathering it into his body. Yet even so, at the moment of collision, the terrifying force caused his body to crack inch by inch, golden blood spilling across the starry sky. One finger, and he was at death's door. This scene unfolded too suddenly. No one had anticipated that after the overlord's defeat, a great accomplished overlord would emerge to protect him. This was utterly shameless. Yet no one dared to speak out against it. Because a majestic figure in a purple robe had already appeared above the starry sky, his gaze indifferent, as if he were the Tao overlooking all living beings. He looked coldly at the severely wounded, dying Ku Mu, offering no explanation. He struck down with a palm, intending to annihilate him. "Old scoundrel, are you truly so shameless? Are you not afraid that my master will storm the overlord star and slaughter your entire overlord lineage?" Ku Mu's pupils contracted, and he roared aloud. But the only response was a gaze that seemed to regard him as nothing more than an ant. As if to say, "So what?" This filled Ku Mu with despair, and death loomed before him. Though he was gifted and could decisively defeat his fated enemy of the overlord body, facing a great accomplished overlord whose realm far surpassed his own, he appeared utterly fragile and insignificant. Could it be that I am to die here? But I have not yet achieved great accomplishment. I fear I have disappointed my master's expectations. The light in Ku Mu's eyes dimmed. Yet he did not resign himself to death. Gathering the last shred of strength in his body, he threw everything into a strike against the palm of the great accomplished overlord. Even if he died, he would not tarnish the glory of the sacred body. He would die a spectacular death. All who witnessed this felt a pang of sorrow. But facing an invincible being, they were powerless. They could only watch helplessly as that palm descended. The purple aura surged as if it would obliterate even the Tao beneath it. But, crack. A sound like a jade pendant breaking crisp and clear. Then a supreme aura from the sacred body lineage surged like a tide from within the purple aura. Golden blood energy dominated the scene. Even a single wisp of leaked aura caused the great accomplished overlord to show shock. A protective treasure. He frowned, but his eyes turned ruthless. Since he had gone this far, he would see it through. This sacred body with the potential for great accomplishment must die. What of a protective treasure? How many strikes could it withstand? Just then a furious roar resounded across the entire cosmos. Taking advantage of my seclusion to bully the weak. Overlord lineage, do you wish to be completely annihilated? A golden giant stepped out from the fallen immortal star. His aura surged, his killing intent vast, shaking the myriad Daos. Yi Mingyuan was truly enraged. He had never imagined that the overlord body lineage would stoop so low to interfere in a contest among peers. Had he not bestowed a protective treasure, his disciple would have bled across the starry sky. His killing intent boiled, golden blood surged. 2,000 years of seclusion had fully healed his old injuries, and he had adjusted his state to the true peak. At this moment, he could no longer be simply called a great achievement sacred body. In just a few steps, the golden path directly pierced the brow of that great achievement overlord body. He exerted all his strength, trying to kill Ku Mu before Yi Mingyuan arrived. But the protective treasure infused with Yi Mingyuan's sacred body power was unexpectedly formidable. After several strikes, it only cracked and nearly collapsed. Yet Yi Mingyuan had already arrived. Overlord body die. With a nearly brutal posture using the purest physical power, Yi Mingyuan locked the throat of the great achievement overlord body. He hurled it away, causing vast star domains to perish. Then pressing forward, he seized one of its arms and tore it off violently. Purple blood gushed out, containing exceptionally surging life essence. Oh! The great achievement overlord body screamed. It wanted to resist, but its fists striking Yi Mingyuan were nearly feeble. The gap was so vast it drove it to despair. An old overlord body with declining blood energy, too cowardly to stay in the shell of your overlord ancestral star. Dare to come out, then be prepared to die. Yi Mingyuan's eyes were like lightning, his black hair wildly dancing, his blood energy overwhelming the heavens, bending even the great Tao. With overwhelming power, he suppressed this great achievement overlord body. Then he looked at Ku Mu and said, "Good disciple, come here." Ku Mu gazed at Yi Mingyuan with admiration, dragging his nearly broken body, enduring the extreme Tao pressure, and came before Yi Mingyuan. That great achievement overlord body seemed to foresee something, its eyes filled with terror. Its voice was hoarse with despair. "No. You cannot do this. I, the invincible of my generation, how can I?" Before it could finish, Yi Mingyuan sealed it again. Then a smile spread across his face, and he spoke, "Prepare yourself. Your master will use the blood of a great achievement overlord body to forge your foundation for great achievement." With that said, a tearing sound, the great achievement overlord body was directly torn in two. Purple blood mingled with red blood, cascading like a waterfall, essence surging, filled with various heavenly Tao principles. Below, Ku Mu also unfolded his golden bitter sea. Visions arose frequently. The great Tao roared. In a whale-like manner, he absorbed the essence blood of the great achievement overlord body. Through this, his sacred body was in the most active state, greedily and ferociously devouring the blood of his archenemy. Consequently, his cultivation broke through from Quasi-Emperor third level, skipping 4 levels, and formally entered the late Quasi-Emperor stage. The aura of invincibility began to emerge. Rumble. Thunder rolled, tribulation clouds shrouded. Ku Mu opened his eyes, a golden light flashing in his gaze. His injuries were fully healed, and his state had never been better. "Master, your disciple will go bathe in the thunder tribulation. That old scoundrel is too old, his blood has too many impurities, a body full of filth truly unworthy of showing." Ku Mu respectfully bowed to Yi Mingyuan. The words he spoke left the powerful beings in the starry sky astonished. A great achievement overlord body had been torn in two, yet its essence blood was deemed unclean. This was the most blatant humiliation to the overlord body lineage. But considering what that overlord body had done, such treatment seemed reasonable. "Go." Yi Mingyuan said, his gaze unmoved. A mere 4-fold tribulation he believed his disciple could safely pass. Yet during this process, as the master, he naturally could not just watch. He also needed to do something. His gaze looked into the depths of the starry sky. That purple planet was immensely vast, and having been soaked in the Tao aura of a great achievement overlord body for eons, its heavenly rules had become more suited to the overlord body lineage. Other physiques would be suppressed upon entering. "Overlord ancestral star, let me test how hard that shell of yours is," Yi Mingyuan said softly. Then the golden path beneath his feet rose again. It stretched all the way down to the overlord ancestral star. Seeing this, the world was shocked. The sacred body is about to descend upon the overlord ancestral star again. He already killed a great achievement overlord body outside the starry sky, and now he has slain another. But he shows no intention of stopping. Could it be he intends to level the overlord ancestral star? Level it. it should be leveled. Protecting one's own junior, though shameful, is understandable. But afterward, directly attempting to kill that sacred body prodigy. This has made the world despise them. One can imagine the overlord body lineage's tyranny and shamelessness. Exactly. And although the overlord body lineage is entrenched on the overlord ancestral star, according to ancient records, during several dark calamities among those supreme beings, there were also figures of great achievement, overlord bodies. The sacred body protects all living beings, the overlord body annihilates them. Though both are top-tier physiques, they are as different as heaven and earth. But the overlord body lineage, though selfish precisely because of their nature, their ancestral star slumbers multiple great achievement, overlord bodies. And due to the terrain and environment, Yi's sacred body may not have the advantage. Many faces were filled with worry, fearing Yi Mingyuan would act rashly and meet misfortune. And Yi Mingyuan's actions were indeed similar to what they had anticipated. Too impulsive, Yi Mingyuan completely ignored the special suppressive power of the overlord ancestral star. He directly chose to step inside. His oppressive aura dominated the world, even standing still. A wisp of sacred body pressure caused the hearts of many beings with overlord body bloodline to explode and die. Yi Mingyuan, you have gone too far. 7 icy gazes fell upon Yi Mingyuan. But none of the 7 great achievement, overlord bodies emerged from the immortal source. Only the extreme Tao arrays on the overlord ancestral star began to operate, causing the entire ancestral star to surge, with purple aura extreme Tao pressure spreading, as if intending to annihilate Yi Mingyuan. Gone too far. Yi Mingyuan seemed to find it amusing, his eyes turning icy cold. I haven't done anything yet, and it's already too far. Then you, after deciding the outcome of the peer contest, assassinated my disciple as an elder. Isn't that too far at all? Still not coming out. Or do you think these lifeless arrays can suppress me? The arrays hummed as they activated. This made Yi Mingyuan frown. He extended a golden giant hand. Ignoring the terrifying killing power, he directly obliterated one extreme Tao array with a single palm. Seeing this, the 7 great achievement, overlord bodies were filled with astonishment. To erase an extreme Tao array so effortlessly. Terrifying. Yi Mingyuan's strength likely far exceeded the scope of a great achievement sacred body. To suppress him, at least 4 great achievement overlord bodies would need to emerge and exhaust their blood essence. But that would cost too much. Song Li has already paid with his life using the essence blood of a great achievement overlord body to build the Tao foundation for your disciple. Is that not enough? A cold voice sounded again, now tinged with a tone of negotiation. Yi Mingyuan directly sneered, "You speak well. But that old thing was personally slain by me. If he had surrendered and committed suicide on the spot, it would have been acceptable. But the problem is he didn't. Or, let one of you come out and let me kill him. After that I'll leave immediately. How about that? Delusion." The cold words ended the negotiation. This was within Yi Mingyuan's expectations. After all, the overlord body lineage was all selfish. How could anyone willingly die for others? Since that's the case, then let me do it myself. Yi Mingyuan's battle intent surged. His golden bitter sea roiled with overwhelming divine power, brilliant golden light, covering the entire overlord ancestral star. He punched out toward the hiding place of the 7 great achievement overlord bodies. Crack, crack. 3 great achievement overlord bodies emerged from the immortal source, combining their power to neutralize this strike. Their gazes were icy cold. Within their decaying bodies, blood energy surged and roiled purple aura, overwhelming the heavens. Kill. 3 invincible beings emerged, and the entire body ancestral star resonated thoroughly. It seemed to have transformed into an independent realm within the vast cosmos, possessing its own unique Tao principles belonging exclusively to the body line. They descended upon Yi Mingyuan, the sacred body. Ridiculous. Just a single star. The meteorite immortal star has birthed countless emperors throughout history, yet it dared not act so. What right does your body ancestral star have? Yi Mingyuan snorted coldly, his body comparable to an imperial weapon shattering the restraints. The chains of order cracked inch by inch. He directly broke free from this realm, stepping upon the path of the body. This sensation made him feel as if he had grasped something. Yet reality left him no time for contemplation. For 3 great body beings were already charging to kill him. A sea of purple energies surged like an ocean, with ferocious and bizarre body forms roaring and howling in the void, each capable of easily devouring any unenlightened being. So what if you are the mightiest sacred body in history? You should be grateful that in my era you forced me to reveal my edge. Otherwise you would have long become the blood meal for my mouth. The gaze of a great body being was chillingly cold, pride dripping from his words. He seemed to be the strongest among the 3. Though his chi and blood were not abundant, his combat experience was nearly perfect. Every move and strike was instinctual, engaging in the most primal and efficient slaughter. Yet in terms of pure experience, Yi Mingyuan was slightly lacking. But not by much. Without the assistance of the other 2 great body beings, he was confident he could tear this one apart within 10 moves. Boasting with words is nothing. Drink my blood before me. Yi Mingyuan regarded him with indifference. He was overwhelmingly powerful, having lived a second life at his absolute peak. His black hair danced wildly, each strand shimmering with crystalline divine radiance, brilliant as stars. Under the surge of divine power, every punch and strike was a terrifying, forbidden, killing blow capable of grievously wounding any great body being. Only by joining forces could the three barely contend with him. But for Yi Mingyuan, not enough. Bring another one. He laughed, shouting towards the location of the remaining four great body beings, his challenge unmistakable. And his provocation took effect. Another great body being emerged, his gaze filled with cold indifference. Four great body beings had appeared. This time, regardless of success or failure, the losses for the body lineage would be incalculable. To make amends, they would have to kill Yi Mingyuan and devour his flesh and blood essence. Then, initiate the dark calamity. This was already the worst option. After all, this era was not just about this one great sacred body. At the center of the cosmos, there was also that blooming flower, a vast black realm like a starfield. A reigning great emperor was at his absolute peak. Launching the dark calamity in his presence would surely invite a thunderous strike. I must admit, Yi Mingyuan, to have exhausted half of my body lineage's long-standing heritage. You can be proud, the title of Supreme Sacred Body is well-deserved. But this is the end. Today you will fall at the edge of the cosmos. The four great body beings joined forces, their assault instantly escalating several levels. Even Yi Mingyuan found it difficult to withstand. Yet instead of any panic, his eyes held a hint of amusement. Pretending to be mysterious. He did not hide it, and it was clear to see. But none of the great body beings believed Yi Mingyuan could have any way out in this situation. Yet Yi Mingyuan, sensing his battle intent surging to its peak under the assault of the four beings at the moment it reached its zenith. He smiled, a mischievous smile, a smile of a desperate fight to the death. And when the four great body beings sensed the danger and tried to flee with changed expressions, everything was already too late. Rumble. Thunder surged and 10,000 Daos roared. The entire cosmos seemed to come alive in that moment, imprinting the most powerful marks of slaughter, determined to obliterate those who defied the heavens. Humanoid lightning bolts stepped out from the thunderclouds, exuding extreme Dao aura, as if ancient emperors had been resurrected. Seeing this, the four great body beings were filled with terror. They turned their gaze to Yi Mingyuan, as if looking at a madman or witnessing a miracle. This man actually dared to defy the Dao and become an emperor in an era where an emperor already existed. Yi Mingyuan's eyes were now blazing, a calm smile on his face, as if the coming ordeal was nothing more than an insignificant journey. His voice rang out at the edge of the cosmos, carried by his chi and blood across the entire universe. All of you, join me. Create the most glorious epic. Why are you fleeing? Yi Mingyuan reached out as if trying to persuade the four great body beings who were desperately escaping. But his hand paused in midair, then retracted. He chuckled softly, his tone calm, already locked on by this extreme Dao tribulation. Where can you flee to? Boom. Thunder erupted. A dragon's roar came from within the boundless thunderclouds, and then a thunder dragon formed from purple lightning, extended a massive dragon head. The dragon's eyes were vivid, incredibly animated. It seemed as if it were a true living being born from the thunder tribulation. Boom. War drums rolled with thunder, and the ruins of a celestial palace seemed to hide deep within the thunder tribulation. Beside the humanoid lightning of ancient emperors, celestial soldiers, and divine generals appeared, manifesting from the ancient times, their expressions cold and solemn, regarding Yi Mingyuan as a great enemy to be eradicated. Several shocking thunderbolts exploded across the cosmos. Yi Mingyuan did not look back. Only a trace of seriousness added to his expression. He sensed that the auras of the four great body beings had vanished completely. This most terrifying thunder tribulation seemed to be the will of the cosmos itself, possessing intelligence. It knew he was the root cause of all this, and the most powerful being, so it first dealt with the four unlucky ones. And now came the true, final trial. Boom. Lightning sparked in the void, thunder roared. Like a charge of the horn, more than a dozen humanoid lightning bolts of ancient emperors erupted with the most terrifying power, charging to kill Yi Mingyuan. One of them holding a whisk, ethereal like an immortal. But a single whisk strike landed like a falling great world, instantly caving in Yi Mingyuan's chest. This blow instantly sobered Yi Mingyuan. Why did it feel a tiny bit too intense? This was just a humanoid lightning, not a true ancient emperor resurrected. But why did that strike feel like he was facing a true emperor? Are you kidding me? He had witnessed Lu Qingyun, that unlucky fellow targeted by the heavenly Dao, ascend to power. It was similar to his own desire to tread upon the 10,000 Daos and defy the heavens. So he had long prepared, setting expectations in his heart. But now it seemed those expectations were still insufficient. Now Yi Mingyuan had only one question: how in the world did that bastard Lu Qingyun manage to survive such a terrifying tribulation at the age of 800? Lu Qingyun's eyes flickered with divine light, the scene of the thunder tribulation at the edge of the cosmos unfolding before his sight. Seeing Yi Mingyuan's almost dazed expression, he couldn't help but laugh. Back then he had indeed succeeded in his ascension under the full malice of the cosmos. The difficulty was only higher than a sacred body treading on the 10,000 Daos to become an emperor. But the problem was that Lu Qingyun as an outsider had bulldozed his way to becoming an emperor. His speed was so fast that the cosmos couldn't react in time, having no countermeasures for this. Moreover, when he was ascending, the Dao suppression of the previous emperor had already dissipated for thousands of years, so there was no influence there. But this time was different. With Lu Qingyun as a precedent, the cosmos had gained much experience. Plus, in this era, a being had already become an emperor, and that being was an immortal divine medicine. The Dao contained within was terrifyingly profound. Although due to the influence of the Black Emperor's own cultivation, it was only slightly stronger than a normal emperor's Dao. But for Yiming what he had to endure was even more terrifying than Lu Qingyun's ordeal. He was unlucky number 2. In the Black Realm, the Emperor's might was vast and overwhelming. Upon the imperial throne, the Black Emperor's gaze was icy cold as he observed the scene of world-shattering destruction. By his side, the great Dao flowed, and space-time itself retreated, treading upon the 10,000 Daos to become an emperor. Do you truly believe that I, a great emperor, am inferior to your sacred body lineage? While he, this emperor, yet lived, they sought to forcefully break through the imperial path and enter the ultimate domain. This was undoubtedly an attempt to trample upon him and rise. An emperor was not unique. How would future generations perceive him? All would remember only that this emperor at his peak possessed not a shred of suppressing power. He had actually allowed a sacred body whose path to enlightenment was already fraught with difficulty to break into the imperial path. Without comparison, there is no harm. He would inevitably be recorded in the annals of history with a bold and indelible mark. That sacred body stole my supreme treasure and departed with ease. And now you Yiming wish to tread upon my imperial path and defy heaven to become an emperor. Truly, you go too far. The Black Emperor's eyes blazed with fury, yet he took no substantive action. Though enraged, he disdained to use his emperor's status to bring about mortal calamity. He needed only to wait quietly. Once Yiming crossed the tribulation and attained the Dao, he would suppress him with absolute and overwhelming force. He would even cast him down from the imperial throne. Of course, at present, Yiming hope was slim. Yet even so, Yiming would never give up. What are the 10,000 Daos? What can the ancient emperors do? They are all but the departed mere imprints etched into heaven and earth, preserved to this day, reborn by borrowing the power of the heavenly Dao. But they are not their true bodies after all. What can they do to me? Yiming Dao heart was exceptionally firm. After a brief moment of astonishment, he calmly accepted the situation. He stood tall and radiant, stretching his limbs like pillars of golden divine light, standing erect at the desolate edge of the universe. Though thunderbolts crashed down upon him, he remained unmoved. Only when bolts of human-shaped lightning attacked him did he fight back with all his might. Golden drops of blood scattered one after another. Wounds appeared on his sacred body, cracking like spiderwebs from which divine light spilled forth, erasing the Dao injuries at the wounds. Yet his gains were not insignificant. He had forcibly obliterated 4 of the 13 human-shaped lightning bolts. He opened his mouth and inhaled, converting the terrifying lightning into his own divine power. His aura surged once more, and he actively charged toward the human-shaped lightning that had remained motionless all along. A massive palm strike came crashing down like a heavenly abyss descending. It blasted his right arm into a golden mist of blood, but it regrew in an instant, and he continued the attack as if nothing had happened. As a sacred body, his vitality was naturally immense. Moreover, after being tempered by a certain individual several times, his survivability had greatly increased. Thus, all 13 human-shaped lightning bolts were eventually obliterated by him. But before he could even show a trace of a smile, amid the thunder tribulation, a colossal dragon head emerged. Its massive body, stretching for an unknown length, was wreathed in arcs of lightning, each strand containing the most extreme power of the heavenly Dao tribulation. Then, chirp, a clear resonant bird cry pierced the desolate edge of the universe. A true phoenix soared through the 9 heavens, its wings spreading as it descended, the void beneath them shattered by the terrifying thunder into countless cracks. Under Yiming increasingly solemn gaze, one mythical immortal creature after another was manifested by the thunder tribulation. They stood before him like an impassable heavenly moat. This battle was exceptionally arduous. His body was shattered dozens of times, and each time it reformed it grew a little weaker, until finally only a single head remained, and with one last mighty roar he shattered the immortal lightning completely. Then all fell temporarily silent. The thunder ceased its roar. The tribulation clouds parted and radiance poured down. Ethereal immortal light cascaded from a celestial palace at the depths of the thunder tribulation, dreamlike and illusory. It seemed that everything had ended. He only needed to walk into that celestial palace to step into the imperial realm and gaze down upon the world. A glimmer of light flickered in Yiming's eyes. A smile began to form on his blood-stained face as he gazed at that corner of the heavenly palace, at the endless surging immortal mist. He gazed at A celestial blade forged from the will of the great universe descending from the 9 heavens. It slashed down toward him. The light was dazzling, as if the entire world had turned into a pure white without a single trace of color. In that moment when the celestial blade fell, everything seemed to come to an end. Silently, it erased everything. The tribulation clouds dispersed. The desolate edge of the universe once again fell into an almost eternal stillness. An endless sense of sorrow pervaded the entire great universe. All living beings of the myriad races wept uncontrollably. Even though an emperor now ruled the world, many still remembered Yi Mingyuan's achievements and knew the pressure and responsibility he had borne during the age without an emperor. Seeing this, they could not help but shed tears. And at that moment, a mournful cry echoed across the desolate edge of the universe. Master! Golden blood surged. Kumu, a sacred body already at the late stage quasi-emperor, rushed into the desolate edge of the universe. Braving the lingering thunder power that had not yet fully dissipated, enough to make any living being wary, he searched everywhere for traces of Yi Mingyuan. The terrifying thunder power, though its source had vanished, and its might was waning, still struck Kumu's body, causing it to crack and golden blood to spill. Yet he did not give up the search. Finally, through the mutual resonance between sacred bodies, he discovered a single golden drop of blood left by Yi Mingyuan in a chaotic void. It was dim and lifeless, as if it had lost all divinity. Yet even so, Kumu was overjoyed. Without a moment's hesitation, he sliced open his palm. Using his own late-stage quasi-emperor, nearly great achievement, sacred body essence blood, he replenished the origin of that golden drop of blood. Once it was completely stabilized, Kumu, pale-faced and swaying, brought it back to the Feng family. 1,000 years passed. A piece of news spread throughout the great universe, shocking the world. Yi Mingyuan had awakened. He had come back to life. But his entire cultivation had been severed by that celestial blade. Now he could only be a cripple. The once supreme sacred body reduced to such a state. It was a lamentable sight. In the Black Realm, Your Majesty, is Yi Mingyuan truly a cripple, as the rumors say? A small exotic follower with a serpent's head and bull's horns asked in confusion. On the imperial throne, the Black Emperor looked down with an indifferent expression. His voice carried the majestic might of an emperor. What makes you dare to call a great achievement, sacred body of considerable merit, a cripple? At these words, the serpent-headed bull-horned exotic creature immediately changed expression, realizing he had misspoken. He hastily and flusteredly knelt on the ground. The Black Emperor paid him no further heed. His gaze was deep, filled with many emotions. Truly the world was unpredictable. Once he had been angered by Yi Mingyuan's attempt to step upon the 10,000 Daos and become an emperor. But now that vigorous and spirited man was half-crippled. During the past 1,000 years he had been summoned to help revive Yi Mingyuan, so he knew exactly how severe Yi Mingyuan's injuries were. That celestial blade had not only severed all his cultivation, but also completely sealed off any path to recultivation. It was equivalent to sealing everything, making it even harder than for those in the era of great change or the Dharma ending age. However, even so, he still possessed a sacred body that had been tempered to perfection. In terms of combat power alone, he could easily defeat small fry at the quasi-emperor level. So at most he was half-crippled. And that outcome was actually fortunate. After all, even he had no confidence of surviving such a terrifying tribulation. Fortunately, he has already lived a second life. Even if his cultivation is gone, he can still extend his life for another 10,000 years. That is no small achievement in this life. The Black Emperor concluded. He did not believe that Yi Mingyuan could fully recover. Such Dao injuries left collectively by the 10,000 Daos could not be cured, even if Yi Mingyuan found an immortal medicine of the same level as his own body. There was nothing left in the world that could remedy it. The path of life is truly profound and boundless. Deep within the immortal court, immortal mist swirled, brimming with the essence of life. In such an environment, the extraordinary medicinal herbs thrived, their potency surging and their age continuously increasing. They had already begun to show signs of evolving into semi-divine herbs. Around Lu Qingyun, the resonance of the Tao of life swirled, making him seem as if he were merging with heaven and earth, nourishing all living things. The vast life essence surged within his bitter sea. Continuously, it opened divine power gates that had remained undiscovered since his cultivation began, further deepening his already immense foundation. Moreover, it added considerably to his lifespan. It has been over 10,000 years since I attained the Tao. It is time to embark on my second life. By initiating the second life through the Tao of life, I may ensure that the initial lifespan of each subsequent life reaches an extraordinary level. Lu Qingyun's gaze was calm and indifferent, as if he were speaking of something utterly ordinary. Living a second life. For any living being, it was an almost inconceivable feat. It was simply impossible. Throughout history, so many ancient emperors, the pinnacle figures of their eras, had never achieved this. One could imagine how difficult it was. But for Lu Qingyun, it was as simple as eating or drinking. The reason lay in his exceedingly profound foundation. He had attained the Tao with the chaos body supplemented by true immortal scriptures and cultivated peerless divine abilities. Besides that, he possessed heaven-defying enlightenment along with the meteorite tear, a treasure containing the two great Tao's of life and soul. Taking this step was only natural. Immortal mist rose, divine light shimmered. The supreme formation within the immortal court activated on its own, isolating all prying eyes and malicious intent. A world-shaking transformation began. The foam family. Withered yellow leaves drifted with the wind. On a rocking chair sat a man who appeared extremely young, yet exuded an air of profound age and steadiness. His eyes were closed as if he were merely waiting for time to pass. A fallen leaf rested on his shoulder, as if wishing to be buried with him in decay. Yi Mingyuan opened his eyes and calmly gazed at the leaf. After a moment he sighed softly. Enough. I'll make one last attempt. As his words fell, he slowly rose and looked in a certain direction. That direction was Wanshan Mountain. In the past, two supreme beings who had instigated the dark turmoil had emerged from there. Later, Tai Celestial had also come forth from there, only to be sealed back into the immortal court. Wanshan Mountain. Among the 9 forbidden lands, it was not particularly special. But to the beings of the universe, it was one of the most terrifying forbidden zones. Because it had the highest number of supreme beings. With so many supremes, there must be some immortal herbs, right? Yi Mingyuan's eyes were deep. He took a step forward. This time no golden path accompanied him. Yet his body's instinct still shattered space, bringing distant lands close. After a few steps, he stood outside Wanshan Mountain. Although he displayed no divine aura and his figure was exceptionally thin, appearing insignificant, the aura of the great saintly body still alarmed certain taboo existences within Wanshan Mountain. A Kylan seemingly crafted from violet crystal stood inside the mountain, gazing at him with cold eyes. This was a saintly spirit that had reached the quasi-emperor level. Though its body was not made of immortal gold, its combat prowess was still terrifying and world-shaking, making it one of the most powerful beings in Wanshan Mountain. Human saintly body, leave, or die. With these words it erupted with an extremely terrifying quasi-emperor pressure. That pressure carried an innate killing intent, falling upon Yi Mingyuan. In its eyes, Yi Mingyuan's cultivation was already crippled. So what if the saintly body was fully matured? After all, he was merely at the quasi-emperor 9th heaven. In terms of realm, it was slightly inferior. But when it came to origins, it did not consider itself a natural saintly spirit inferior to the so-called saintly body. What's more, it currently held the advantage of having cultivation. The commotion within Wanshan Mountain caught the attention of many factions who worried for Yi Mingyuan. Saint Yi has been crippled. How dare he go to Wanshan Mountain alone? What is he trying to do? Immortal herbs. It must be immortal herbs. He refuses to sink into oblivion and wants to defy fate with an immortal herb. Indeed, immortal herbs are extremely rare. Now traces of them can only be found in those forbidden zones. But given Saint Ye's current state, going alone to a forbidden zone to seek herbs, isn't that suicide? Everyone, Saint Yi protected us for thousands of years. Today he is in danger. We should lend him a hand. Some were emotionally stirred. Some even summoned their imperial weapons, intending to charge into Wanshan Mountain to aid Yi Mingyuan. But unfortunately, the first thing the revived imperial weapon did was beat its wielder black and blue, sending him running in panic. It was only natural. After all, even the masters of most imperial weapons when alive would not dare to directly storm Wanshan Mountain. What right did a mere artifact spirit have? That would be equivalent to cutting off their own legacy. So they naturally refused. In truth, Yi Mingyuan needed no assistance. He looked down at the Kylan-shaped natural saintly spirit, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He truly could not understand why a quasi-emperor level saintly spirit would dare provoke him so. Though his cultivation was indeed crippled, the strength of the saintly body lay largely in its physical form. Without much thought, Yi Mingyuan brought down his palm. Boom! The golden palm struck down like a massive, ancient, divine mountain. In an instant, the startled Kylan-shaped saintly spirit was crushed into a mist of blood, perishing on the spot. It had no power to resist. What natural saintly spirit, what quasi-emperor realm? Without stepping into the realm of the unmatched, one could never understand what an invincible being truly was. Just like those supremes who had slashed themselves. Even though they were now at the quasi-emperor 9th heaven, normally a peak quasi-emperor was merely a more delicious morsel to them. How absurd! Yi Mingyuan muttered, then strode directly into Wanshan Mountain. Instantly, the beings inside the mountain fled in panic. None of them possessed the confidence of the Kylan-shaped saintly spirit. Yi Mingyuan paid no heed to these creatures, which were to him utterly insignificant. After all, his purpose was to seek immortal herbs. So he began to wander about Wanshan Mountain with an air of nonchalance. He had the demeanor of a madman unafraid of death. Whoever provoked him would find themselves cut down. As a result, many cold gazes fell upon him. Yet not a single supreme dared to make a move. For a supreme, every bit of life essence was precious. Leaving the mountain lightly was a waste of their own lifespan. Moreover, a starved camel is larger than a horse. With Yi Mingyuan's physical body, which had once nearly stepped onto the myriad paths to become an emperor, he could certainly force a supreme to undergo extreme sublimation. He was indeed a tough nut to crack. Furthermore, even if they managed to crack it, there was still the current emperor in the starry sky watching like a hawk. Needless to say, the Black Emperor would never allow the flesh of the great saintly body Yi Ming Yuan to be devoured by them. So if they killed him, they couldn't eat him. Fighting would waste life, so the best course was to ignore him. As for immortal herbs, if such things existed, would they be left for him to pick? Did they think the Supremes lurking in Wanshan Mountain were mere decorations? After searching and finding no trace of any immortal herb, Yi Ming Yuan grew troubled. He sensed the mockery in those cold gazes. Instantly a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Rise! He roared, forcibly tearing off an extraordinarily divine peak from Wanshan Mountain. It was covered with numerous medicinal herbs and rare beasts. Most importantly, the peak was rich with the unique Tao principles of the Wanshan Mountain Forbidden Zone. After tearing it off, he turned without a word, shouldered the peak, and dashed back to the Feng family. This scene left the Supremes in Wanshan Mountain speechless. They understood the principle of a thief never returns empty-handed. But carrying away an entire mountain peak, what was that supposed to mean? Regarding Yi Ming Yuan's action, no Supreme emerged to stop him. After all, Yi Ming Yuan could be shameless, but they could not lower themselves. It was just a mountain peak. If it was gone, then so be it. At the Feng family, Ku Mu, who was ready to rush into the Forbidden Zone to provide support, stood there with a bitter smile on his face. He watched his master hauling back a mountain peak with great effort, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. What are you standing there like a fool for? Hurry up and come help. Yi Ming Yuan scolded Ku Mu, then immediately and mysteriously activated the ultimate Tao array within the Feng family. His demeanor was as if what he had carried back was not an ordinary mountain peak. It was as if it were an extremely rare treasure that could even make a Tao achiever's heart race. Ku Mu, seeing this, could no longer care about the bitterness in his heart. He immediately stood before the Feng family, his golden blood energy spreading like an ocean, his gaze steady with divine light flickering. He blocked their, causing all the gazes that fell upon this place to withdraw voluntarily. After all, Ku Mu had already reached the peak of the Quasi-Emperor 8th Heaven. He was adjusting his state and accumulating foundation, ready at any moment to undergo the Great Saint Body Thunder Tribulation and become another Great Saint Body. No one dared to underestimate him. Besides, an ordinary mountain peak was nothing worth looking at. In their view, it was at most a piece possessing some special Tao principles of Wanshan Mountain, which could be refined into a secret artifact to enhance the Feng family's foundation. As for higher value, if there really were such, it would not have been overlooked by so many Supremes of Wanshan Mountain over such a long time. And yet Yi Ming Yuan, this half-crippled person, went over and saw the clue immediately. Isn't that nonsense? Ku Mu also felt the same way. His current feeling was like an old man at home going out to pick up a few bottles and then bringing them back as if they were treasures. The purpose was to sell the bottles for money to buy some snacks for the kids at home. Couldn't stand it anymore. The more he thought, the more uneasy he felt. Seeing that no one was paying attention to the Feng family anymore, he also stepped into the Feng family. Inside the ancestral land, Yi Ming Yuan was staring with a serious expression at the most towering peak he had brought back. This appearance also made Ku Mu gradually put away his careless attitude. He imitated Yi Ming Yuan, staring intently at the mountain peak again and again. His eyes flashed with golden light repeatedly until even the Tao principles of Wanshan Mountain permeating it were almost adapted to, yet he still could not see the slightest special feature of this peak. This made him feel like a cat was scratching his heart, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Master, what kind of earth-shattering secret is hidden inside?" Hearing this, Yi Ming Yuan's gaze was deep, as if piercing through countless ages, giving an unfathomable feeling. Ku Mu immediately perked up his ears, ready to listen to this secret that might be buried in ancient history. But Yi Ming Yuan opened his mouth, then said very bluntly, "You ask me. How would I know?" Ku Mu. Suddenly he regretted all his previous reactions. It was really a bit too superfluous. However, Yi Ming Yuan continued, "I only know that the aura I sensed during my Tao accomplishment tribulation from that corner of the heavenly palace and that heavenly blade. I also sensed it on this mountain peak. They seem to have a deep connection." Yi Ming Yuan's eyes carried a hint of recollection. The scene of that day was almost vivid in his mind. Naturally, it was absolutely impossible for him to sense incorrectly. So this was the reason why he did the ridiculous thing of carrying a mountain peak back to the Feng family, causing everyone to find it absurd. This thing is definitely not ordinary. Ku Mu got excited and said, "Could it be that there is a nirvana, undying divine medicine hidden inside?" "Then, Master, you have hope for recovery. What are you thinking?" Yi Ming Yuan shook his head, directly denying Ku Mu's guess. Although the undying divine medicine is incredibly miraculous, it could not possibly undergo nirvana under the noses of so many Supremes in Wanshan Mountain. Moreover, over such a long time, it could not fail to show any clue. So what is inside must not be a living thing. It can only be a dead thing. As for what is hidden inside, Ku Mu immediately spoke up, interjecting, "Cut it open and take a look. I'm good at this. Although I lose money 9 out of 10 times when betting on stones, when it comes to cutting stones, my skill is top-notch." Slap. A slap landed directly on Ku Mu's head. It didn't hurt, but it made Kumu instinctively shrink his head, covering it with a grimace as he looked at Yi Mingyuan. He completely didn't understand why his master had hit him. Can't cut it. Yi Mingyuan shook his head with a serious expression. Whatever is inside has nothing to do with us. He looked in a certain direction and said softly, the other forbidden zones have existed for too long, and there are many supremes, so it's basically impossible to obtain an undying divine medicine from them. But among the forbidden zones, there is one exception. Kumu realized who his master was referring to. You mean use this thing? To go to that chaos heavenly emperor in exchange for an undying divine medicine. Yi Mingyuan was silent for a while. Finally, he nodded, though he was not confident in his heart. He didn't know if there was an undying divine medicine in the Xianting, nor did he know if the thing he had carried out from Wanshan Mountain was worthy enough to exchange for the legendary undying divine medicine. But he had no other way out. Only this path remained, and whether it succeeded or not, he had to try. Master, let me go. Kumu stepped forward, looking at Yi Mingyuan with a worried expression. The last few times the outcome for you was not good, each time nearly dying. Moreover, now you have lost your cultivation. If they attack you again, I'm afraid. Silly child. Yi Mingyuan looked at Kumu with a complex expression. He actually wanted to explain that whether he had cultivation or not made no difference to that chaos heavenly emperor. If it came to a serious confrontation, he would not survive. But for the sake of pride, he just sighed. It's fine. I at least have experience. Besides, given my current situation, that person should not have too much ill intent. Yi Mingyuan recalled his own unlucky experiences. He figured that Lu Qingyun would probably help him out of shared experience. Right? Uncertain, truly uncertain. Because that guy has always been unpredictable by common sense. Outside the Xianting, the void trembled lightly. A figure materialized without any trace of divine power surging. Yet it still caused this realm to quake, spontaneously generating anomalies and the shadow of the great Tao to appear. Yi Mingyuan gazed at the Xianting, still shrouded in immortal mist, and sighed. Over these 500 years he had come here several times, but always returned empty-handed. The Xianting had always been sealed with extreme Tao array patterns manifesting. The terrifying killing array patterns made his eyelids twitch involuntarily at just a glance. However, this scene was somewhat familiar. Back then, when the Xianting was first established, he had built a hut outside and waited for 100 years. But this time he dared not do so. He could only come to check from time to time, yet that wait had stretched to 500 years. He knew that this was probably Lu Qingyun undergoing a terrifying transformation. What kind of transformation requires 500 years? Lu Qingyun, what realm have you reached? Yi Mingyuan's eyes churned with thoughts. He had always known that Lu Qingyun was strong, extraordinarily strong. But at the beginning, when he first came into contact with Lu Qingyun, this strength was one where the gap was visible. Even though from the very start, he was someone who could be knocked down in 3 punches at least. He could endure a few more hits thanks to his health bar. But ever since Lu Qingyun attained the Tao, this gap had become unimaginably vast. Perhaps the tribulation lightning he would undergo this time would be even more terrifying than Lu Qingyun's. But the increase in power was definitely limited. Judging by Lu Qingyun's performance back then, he could certainly have passed through safely even with strength to spare. And at that time Lu Qingyun had cultivated for less than 800 years. 800 years of cultivation, yet it left him who had lived for over 10,000 years, and even lived out a second life, unable to catch up even at full gallop. Not to mention that another 10,000 years had passed. If not for this realm having long been unable to achieve immortality, the one overlooking all ages from the Forbidden Zone would probably be an immortal, true immortal. A figure like him must surely have an immortal divine medicine following him. Yi Mingyuan's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, but it quickly faded. It had been too long, he almost forgot. Lu Qingyun was truly a jinx by nature, his wealth so meager that it was even more absurd than before he married into the Feng family. And for one to be voluntarily followed by an immortal divine medicine aside from formidable strength, profound fortune, was also indispensable. From this perspective, the hope was slim. Alas, Yi Mingyuan sighed. And just then the immortal mist that had gathered for centuries before him suddenly dispersed. Lu Qingyun's voice rang out from within, carrying a hint of coldness and hostility. I find that you seem to be thinking of something very disrespectful. Do you wish to be my enemy? The entire Forbidden Zone, all extreme Tao array patterns faded away, their power not manifesting. It was not because of the continuous operation causing too much consumption. It was simply that the sovereign of the Forbidden Zone had awakened, exalted above all, ruling the world. His will could decide everything. No one dared to act defiantly while he was awake. Yi Mingyuan heard Lu Qingyun's voice, and a flicker of joy flashed in his eyes. But there was also a trace of unease. After stating his purpose to Lu Qingyun, his expression seemed somewhat tense. He did not take out the mountain peak that he had simply refined, because he first needed to confirm whether Lu Qingyun truly had an immortal divine medicine. After listening to Yi Mingyuan's account, Lu Qingyun also became somewhat interested. Back then, when he as a chaos body forcefully trod upon the myriad paths to become an emperor, he also saw that corner of the celestial palace. But he did not pay much attention to it, because as soon as he finished the tribulation the system crashed into his mind. So he had no mind to care about it. But now Yi Mingyuan had encountered something similar in aura to that corner of the Celestial Palace, which piqued Lu Qingyun's curiosity. After obtaining Lu Qingyun's permission, Yi Mingyuan stepped into the Xianting Forbidden Zone, but his mindset, this time, was vastly different from the previous times. This also made him pay more attention to the scenes within the Forbidden Zone. To Yi Mingyuan's surprise this time, he actually arrived at the core area of the Xianting and saw Lu Qingyun's true body. His appearance had not changed at all from what he remembered, but his aura was unfathomably deep, like an endless abyss with no end in sight. And Yi Mingyuan seemed to realize something and exclaimed in shock, "You too have lived out a second life. What? Is that strange?" Lu Qingyun frowned, feeling that Yi Mingyuan was making a fuss. And Yi Mingyuan also realized his own loss of composure. At the same time he came to his senses. With Lu Qingyun's unparalleled talent, living out a second life like himself was a perfectly normal and reasonable thing. It was just that the timing was too fast. With his cultivation attained through the chaos body, Lu Qingyun's lifespan was tens of thousands of years. There was absolutely no need to rush into a second life. Unless Lu Qingyun had absolute confidence in living out a third, fourth life later. So he chose to start his second life at his peak. Moreover, it was not just about living. He wanted to break through one barrier after another in his most peak state until taking that step. After realizing this, Yi Mingyuan's gaze towards Lu Qingyun was extremely complex. He seemed to understand where the gap between them lay. He also understood why Lu Qingyun could accomplish in just 800 years what he had failed to achieve in 10,000 years. Alright, stop showing off your contracting and expanding pupils. Take out the thing. You'd better pray it's something that catches my eye otherwise. Not to mention immortal divine medicine, even staying alive might be a problem. Lu Qingyun said in a flat tone. This tone made Yi Mingyuan unsure whether he was joking or not. But if there was no immortal divine medicine, then he might as well be dead. Bang! Yi Mingyuan took out the mountain peak from his bitter sea and placed it before the two. The next moment, the special Forbidden Zone rules of the Xianting instantly dissolved the rules belonging to Wanshan Mountain on the peak. Neither of them chose to intervene and separate them, because the most crucial point of this mountain peak lay in its interior. Next was the tense and exciting time for solving the mystery. You open it. Lu Qingyun had originally wanted to do it himself, but he had already developed a considerable shadow over his own luck. When he first encountered stone gambling, he was full of high spirits, thinking he was the contemporary stone gambling emperor, easily earning back hundreds of times the resources. Unfortunately, he exhausted his wealth and only got a fingernail-sized piece of ordinary source. That day the wind was strong. The jeers from people of various sacred lands and aristocratic families were also loud. Fortunately, after Lu Qingyun robbed them, all their wails were even louder. So he didn't think his luck could yield anything good. But a sacred body was different. The lineage of sacred bodies all took protecting the common people as their duty. They had great merits in the great universe. Although these merits were of little use in treading the myriad paths to become an emperor. But in such trivial matters they were certainly better than Lu Qingyun. This? Yi Mingyuan hesitated. It wasn't that he was afraid of not getting anything good. Rather, he was afraid of truly uncovering some world-shaking secret or something that Lu Qingyun would want to silence him over. Given Lu Qingyun's character, then he probably wouldn't be able to leave the Forbidden Zone today. Forget it, I'll open it. Yi Mingyuan gritted his teeth and steeled himself to step forward. Golden blood energy surged from within him, spreading all the way to the entire mountain peak, dyeing it in the purest gold. Scorching waves of heat rolled, and the strange soil of the mountain was dissolved by the sacred body's blood energy. In the end, a not too large, somewhat damaged stone slab fell down. In an instant the engravings above came into view of the two. A surge of ancient, vast, blazing, and sacred aura rushed toward them. That engraving seemed to come alive at that moment. A crisp cry of a phoenix resounded through the heavens and earth as if tearing across the void. A true phoenix with crimson feathers and overwhelming might burst forth from the stone slab, assaulting their minds and consciousness. Slap! Without hesitation, Lu Qingyun flipped the stone slab over. He stared at Yi Mingyuan with a grim expression and asked, "What did you just see?" Off. Yi Mingyuan, still reeling from the shock, instinctively began to speak, but his survival instinct pulled him back. "Nothing at all. I have no idea what just happened." Lu Qingyun scrutinized Yi Mingyuan for a long moment before finally breaking into a smile. He hadn't expected Yi Mingyuan to uncover the true phoenix treasure art, one of the 10 ferocious beasts. Though incomplete, it was still a tremendous surprise. He didn't care how much Yi Mingyuan had grasped from the artistic conception, for it was merely a fleeting insight, and the true treasure art had yet to manifest. Still, he had to make his stance clear. It was best if such a thing remained unknown to others. As for the artistic conception, how much Yi Mingyuan could comprehend from it depended on his own ability. Shouldn't you give me the immortal divine herb now? Yi Mingyuan was busy imprinting the artistic conception he had just experienced into his mind, but he didn't forget the main matter. The immortal divine herb was the most important. Without it, he couldn't recover his cultivation, and no opportunity or artistic conception would be of any use. The immortal divine herb. Lu Qingyun produced a herb that was entirely blue-purple, emitting a faint fragrance and resembling a tree grass flower and fruit all at once. However, there was no fruit. The immortal divine herb awarded by the system originally came with a fruit. But that fruit had been used directly by him in cultivating the immortal scripture. Yi Mingyuan looked at the herb with some hesitation. To achieve the same effect, one could directly consume the herb's main body. But for Lu Qingyun, the value of the herb's main body was undoubtedly immense. Because although the immortal divine herb had an extremely long fruiting cycle given Lu Qingyun's lifespan, he could harvest more than one fruit. Hence he couldn't be sure. Was Lu Qingyun really willing to trade a complete immortal divine herb? Could it be a change of heart? Thinking himself the only surviving old acquaintance, and a fellow unfortunate, Lu Qingyun couldn't bear to see him wither away. Yi Mingyuan pursed his lips, slightly revising his impression of Lu Qingyun. But just as he reached out to take it, Lu Qingyun withdrew the herb again. Yi Mingyuan's hand froze in midair, his mouth opening as if to curse. Before he could speak, Lu Qingyun's voice rang out. You want the immortal divine herb to break the seal imposed by the heavenly Tao on you, don't you? But unfortunately, although the immortal divine herb can grant you a new life, it won't help much in this regard. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingyuan lowered his brows slightly. He knew this well, but if he didn't try, how could he ever give up? How about this? I'll solve your Tao path problem as the content of this trade. What do you think? Lu Qingyun activated the life Tao within him. The mere rich life aura emanating from him caused a faint sign of revival in Yi Mingyuan's sea of suffering. Having lived a second life through the life Tao, he could fully heal the Tao injury Yi Mingyuan had suffered. This was his original plan. As for why he had taken out the immortal divine herb, for no other reason than to show off. At least let Yi Mingyuan know that he was no longer the poor lad he once was. Now as the Chaos Heavenly Emperor, he was far from the impoverished youth of the past. Feeling the life Tao aura surging from Lu Qingyun, Yi Mingyuan's eyes were filled with utter shock. Another new Tao path. Instantly, he recalled the great accomplished sacred body who had fought against the Black Emperor. At that time, he had suspected it was Lu Qingyun bored and bullying a weaker opponent, even stealing from him. Now, it was confirmed. It was him. But then, the sacred body Tao path had already surpassed him in the past. And his original Chaos Tao path, when used to prove the Tao, would naturally be the most formidable. Yet now he had another life Tao capable of healing the injury left by the heavenly Tao. How deeply had this man hidden his abilities? Yi Mingyuan let out a light laugh. He had let go. His eyes were now peaceful, no longer dwelling on the scene of being defeated by 3 punches at the start. Nor did he recall the memory of being nearly annihilated by a single 9-leaf blade of grass. Wasn't it only natural that Lu Qingyun was stronger than him? Compete with him. Fight him. Back in the battle for the imperial path, the outcome had already been decided. Yi Mingyuan closed his eyes, no longer treating Lu Qingyun as a target to overcome. He let the radiance of life fall upon his body, soothing the Tao injury, and the sea of suffering once again surged with divine power. That day, the aura of the great accomplished sacred body shook the heavens. The immortal court once again became the center of attention. The sacred body Yi has revived. Could it be that he truly obtained the immortal divine herb from that Chaos Heavenly Emperor in the forbidden zone of the immortal court? That's how it should be. That's how it should be. Almost all living beings rejoiced for him. They offered heartfelt congratulations. They believed this was the well-deserved outcome of the sacred body lineage's profound fortune. Within the Black Realm, the Black Emperor's gaze pierced through countless obstacles, landing on the immortal court. His tone was tinged with confusion. No one understood the maximum efficacy of the immortal divine herb better than he did. So he knew that Yi Mingyuan's revival was not due to the herb. Then the only possibility was that Chaos Heavenly Emperor possessed some heaven-defying means. What neither the Black Emperor nor the living beings of the great universe anticipated was that immediately after his revival, Yi Mingyuan chose to once again dominate the cosmic borderlands. It seemed he was about to tread upon all Taos and become an emperor once more. Abundant, the divine power within him surged like a vast ocean. The bitter sea was a brilliant gold, even more expansive than before its depletion. Compassionate, too compassionate. Yi Mingyuan stood at the desolate frontier of the cosmos, divine light shimmering in his eyes. His heart surged with emotions he could barely contain. Initially, he had thought that even if Lu Qingyun could restore his Tao injury, it would be limited to healing. But he never expected the vast life essence that poured into his body to be nearly inexhaustible. At the fastest speed, it helped him break through the shackles of the heavenly Tao. Afterward, it did not pause for a moment. It enriched the bitter sea, connected the divine bridge, and propelled him straight to the peak. Now compared to before, he was stronger. He had nearly perished into dust, yet he crawled out of the abyss. This made him even more powerful. And a flame shaped like a phoenix burned in Yi Mingyuan's heart, the artistic conception he had desperately memorized. This was also the reason he would initiate the tribulation of enlightenment the moment he returned to his peak. He could feel. This artistic conception was fading away, though during this time he could settle down to comprehend it and turn it into his true foundation. But he preferred to use this most blazing intention to help himself break through that heavenly chasm. Come, this time I will cast aside everything. If I fail, I perish. Yi Mingyuan roared at the surging thunder tribulation. Then, unwilling to waste even a moment, he actively charged toward the thunder tribulation. Compared to the first time, his experience was far richer, and his fighting style was even more aggressive. Trading injury for injury, blood for blood, he destroyed many humanoid lightning figures and obliterated the imprints left by ancient emperors. Soaring upward, he aimed only to reach that corner of the heavenly palace and once again welcome that heavenly blade. He nearly abandoned thought. Driven solely by instinct, he fought and charged. He was shattered again, and his aura inevitably weakened. Yet the flame burning within his chest grew ever brighter, until it swept away all obstacles. He gazed upon that corner of the majestic heavenly palace, faint and elusive, as if only existing in ancient history. At this moment, all living beings in the great universe held their breath. Last time Yi Mingyuan had fallen here, he had barely survived by leaving behind a single drop of blood. But this time, could he be so lucky again? Deluded. On the Emperor's throne, the Black Emperor looked down, his expression neither sad nor joyful. He knew how powerful that heavenly blade was. And this time Yi Mingyuan was even worse off than when he first crossed the tribulation. Even at his peak, he might not have survived, let alone in this state. Yet though he had already sentenced Yi Mingyuan to death in his mind, he glanced toward the direction of the Immortal Court's forbidden zone for no reason. Back then he had confidently declared that Yi Mingyuan had no hope of recovery but the result. So this time, would there be another accident? Chaos, Heavenly Emperor. Does he truly possess such power? Boom. Thunder roared, and the clouds gradually dissipated. That heavenly blade appeared again, pure white and flawless, as if formed from the most pristine power in the world. It slashed down toward Yi Mingyuan. A blinding white light illuminated the world, making it hard for all living beings to witness this final scene. Oh, all that everyone heard was Yi Mingyuan's roar echoing across the entire universe. The emotion within it was not despair, but a belief in casting aside everything and trusting that he could cross this heavenly chasm. Clang! A bell-like sound rang through heaven and earth, awakening all beings. The desolate frontier of the cosmos fell silent once more. The outcome seemed unchanged. Yet before the world could mourn for Yi Mingyuan, a supreme imperial figure adorned with myriad Tao stood at the cosmic frontier. The Black Emperor frowned, divine light flickering in his eyes, as if searching for something. This sight made Kumu and others' hearts tighten again. Could it be that the current emperor's unease meant all was not yet over? A clear, piercing cry of a phoenix resounded through the universe. But this was not the true phoenix lightning shadow that Yi Mingyuan had torn apart and devoured in the tribulation. It originated from the void, from heaven and earth. A drop of golden blood slowly condensed in the void. Then, vast life essence converged, pouring into it wildly. A sturdy, powerful body slowly took shape. The next moment, a supreme imperial might swept across the entire universe, suppressing all Tao and commanding everything. 1,000 years of vicissitudes. Finally entering this realm, this life is not in vain. Yi Mingyuan raised his hand to his chest. The artistic conception of transformation and nirvana had completely vanished. But he did not care, because what he had pursued all his life had finally been achieved. With the sacred body, he entered the Emperor realm. Perhaps he could be called the Heavenly Emperor. The world's creatures had already begun to sing the title of the Heavenly Emperor. Everyone was immensely excited. They were not only witnessing history, but living it. In this era, someone had truly broken the curse of only one emperor per generation. And even more, he had attained Tao with the sacred body. That was breaking 2 heavenly rules in succession. Such an achievement was rare even in ancient history. Yet after the brief excitement, everyone suddenly realized something. One era, no 2 emperors. Earlier, the Chaos Heavenly Emperor had transformed into a forbidden zone and was thus listed among the supreme beings, a special case. But now, 2 beings who had entered the Emperor realm were both at the cosmic frontier. Could an ultimate battle between 2 contemporary emperors occur today? Throughout history, the title of emperor was the supreme of that era. All emperors were only distinguished by the degree of their achievements sung by later generations. As for combat power, it was impossible to compare. But now perhaps the outcome between emperors could be decided. Some declared the sacred body, Yi must be the strongest. Breaking into the emperor realm with the sacred body was already difficult, and doing so under the suppression of 10,000 Daos was even more so. In terms of combat power alone, he was surely stronger than the current emperor. Yet others disagreed. They argued that the sacred body had just attained Tao, while the Black Emperor had been on the throne for nearly 10,000 years, making him far more powerful. The debate raged on, but soon they fell silent. At the cosmic frontier, Yi Mingyuan gazed at the Black Emperor, who had stood before him all along, never hindering his path to Tao. After a moment of silence, "Thank you," Yi Mingyuan spoke. He was not only thanking the Black Emperor for not obstructing his path, but also for the debt of gratitude from when the Black Emperor had healed him when he was half crippled. But the Black Emperor did not respond. He only expressed his stance with the surging battle intent within him. As he had said before, even if Yi Mingyuan succeeded in attaining Tao, he would still suppress him with absolute dominance. Even knock him down from the emperor's throne. Yi Mingyuan felt this battle intent and smiled. Back when he had not yet become emperor, he admitted that he was inferior to the Black Emperor. There was no shame in that. But now, after enduring countless hardships and finally attaining Tao, if he still couldn't surpass you, then what was the point of becoming emperor? He felt he was terrifyingly strong. But his smile did not last long. When the Black Emperor's fist came crashing down, the terrifying power surging from it made him abruptly change color. Boom. This punch completely caught Yi Mingyuan off guard, immensely powerful. Even its aftershocks made the entire cosmic frontier tremble. He raised his golden fist and drove it forward with great force. The two most terrifying forces in the world collided, as if the primordial chaos was splitting and the universe was being born. The great universe roared as if it could barely withstand such bombardment. You have actually become this powerful. Yi Mingyuan withdrew his fist, drops of golden blood scattering into the void, and the wound healed in an instant. Across from him, the Black Emperor's expression remained unchanged. In the contest of physical bodies, he was actually 3 parts stronger than Yi Mingyuan, the saint body, who had attained the Tao. To what extent? The saint body attaining the Tao is indeed difficult. But my own body is no easier. The Black Emperor's eyes were filled with vicissitudes as if he had endured the trials of countless ages. He calmly looked at Yi Mingyuan, at this newly born great emperor, the saint body revered as the heavenly emperor. In this era there were 3 who had attained the Tao. One had attained the Tao through the chaos body, transforming into a forbidden zone, profoundly mysterious, revered as the heavenly emperor. Another, the saint body at its peak, had crossed the tribulation of attainment twice, treading over myriad paths to finally become a great emperor, also revered as the heavenly emperor. What about him? Indeed, his path to the Tao, though rugged, was generally smooth, with the chaos heavenly emperor ahead, capturing living supreme beings. As a result, the supreme beings in the forbidden zones did not emerge to cause a man-made calamity during his tribulation of attainment. And after he attained the Tao, he hosted the immortal Lotus Banquet. That day he encountered that extremely mysterious great saint body, as if its existence and emergence were specifically aimed at him. It defeated him and seized his supreme treasure. Then it drifted away. In the thousands of years since his attainment, no supreme beings had emerged and no turmoil had appeared. What remained in people's impressions was his ordinary, plain, even, somewhat weak image. But in reality, he was a spirit of the immortal divine medicine, having proven the Tao and become an emperor. In terms of foundation, he was immeasurably stronger than the saint body. Moreover, even compared to the chaos body of that chaos heavenly emperor, he could hold his own. His combat power had never been weak. Why should he be the only great emperor suppressed by 2 heavenly emperors? Today he would prove to the world who is the truly invincible one. Among great emperors, there can also be distinctions of strength. Come fight, the Black Emperor shouted. A world-destroying black lotus blotting out the sky bloomed in the void. Its radiance fell, causing countless dead stars to explode and turn into cosmic dust. Its power converged at a single point. It bloomed to the fullest before Yi Mingyuan, like the birth of heaven and earth, brilliant and containing boundless might. Suppress for me. At this moment, Yi Mingyuan also erupted with all his combat power after proving the Tao. Golden chi and blood surged like roaring rivers, coiling around his body and transforming into golden dragons to protect his form. Yet even so, before that world-destroying black lotus, his body still shattered inch by inch. Then under the replenishment of endless divine power, it continuously healed. After completely eradicating the black lotus, Yi Mingyuan pressed forward, intending to suppress his enemy with his terrifying physique as he had done in the past. But he forgot that the Black Emperor's body was no weaker than his own. Striking it felt like hitting a piece of immortal metal refined through countless ages, extremely hard. However, the Black Emperor was not much better off. The saint body was already renowned for being able to rival a great emperor at its peak, relying on its most terrifying flesh. Now that it had entered the emperor realm, it had undergone multiple transformations. Even though he was the spirit of an immortal divine medicine with a mysterious origin that seemed to surpass all, he could not be much stronger than Yi Mingyuan. Their most instinctive combat caused emperor blood to spill across the stars, and some dead stars in the cosmic frontier gradually regained vitality. And this also caused some restless beings to open their greedy eyes. The battle between 2 beings even more powerful than peak great emperors naturally stirred up great commotion. It awakened some supreme beings in deep slumber within the forbidden zones. They gazed at the scene of emperor blood splashing wildly, as if it were completely free. In their eyes there was not only greed, but also envy. Such were the invincible ones of the present era. They could be injured freely without worry of loss. As long as they won, they could just seize the starlight of a few star regions and devour it to recover. But they were different. They were already old. Emperor blood. Spent a drop, lost a drop. They seem to have fought out true anger. Why not take advantage of their weakness? All of us strike together and share the emperor blood and Tao fruit. How about it? Good. Fellow Taoists, go first. My lifespan is still sufficient, no need to take risks. No, the reward does not match the risk. These two juniors have already surpassed the peak of most of us. With such combat power, it's too easy to capsize in the gutter. Besides, there is that one watching covetously. Oomph. A bunch of cowards. That person said he has transformed into a forbidden zone and does not interfere in worldly affairs. What is there to fear? Well, why don't you take a look in that direction? He is not deliberately hiding his form now. From his appearance, it seems he is quite enjoying the spectacle. In the end, no supreme being came out of the forbidden zone. It was not out of fear of a particular existence. It was simply because this era was too powerful, with one invincible after another emerging. In this era, seeking the great medicine of flesh and blood to extend life. It was too difficult and more likely to be more trouble than it was worth. Perhaps two supreme beings had some movements, but without others joining, they were unwilling to risk their lives for nothing, paving the way for others. Within the immortal court, Lu Qingyun withdrew his gaze, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Indeed, a bunch of rats hiding in forbidden zones. No, I myself seem to be one of the forbidden zone, but I am a cute rat while they are a bunch of dirty and cowardly rats. They had the desire but not the courage, otherwise there would probably be more than this one spectacular show. And this great show was gradually drawing to a close. This battle ended with the Black Emperor's victory. It surprised everyone. Yi Mingyuan, who had attained the Tao by treading on myriad paths as a saint body, crossed the lightning tribulation of attainment, twice facing death, to live glorious and boundless, revered as the heavenly emperor. But he actually could not defeat the Black Emperor, who had never had any remarkable achievements since his debut. From then on, everyone's view of the Black Emperor changed. And the rumor that the Black Emperor had transformed from an immortal divine medicine and ultimately proved the Tao as an emperor gradually spread. This made many people understand the result of the emperor battle. After all, examples of immortal divine medicines were extremely rare. Not to mention an immortal divine medicine that had attained the Tao all the way, probably only the Black Emperor. As for Yi Mingyuan, although he lost this battle, his honorable title remained unchanged. Because what the world recognized was not only his strength, but also his achievements. In response, the Black Emperor remained silent. After returning to the Black Court, he entered seclusion again. In the immortal court calendar, 21,000 years. Time passed, yet the world was exceedingly peaceful. During this period, Yi Mingyuan also continuously improved his cultivation by comprehending the heaven heart imprint that the Black Emperor had long released. He had long ceased to pay attention to the Feng family. However, due to Yi Mingyuan's enduring prestige, and because the Feng family had married a modern divine maiden to his disciple Ku Mu, the Feng family's reputation as the foremost clan still held. As for his disciple Ku Mu, perhaps it was the experience of nearly being killed by that great overlord body that caused Ku Mu to be unable to comprehend the key and break through to the great achievement. In response, Yi Mingyuan in anger would summon the golden path and stroll around the overlord body's ancestral star whenever he had nothing to do. He did nothing, but was pure intimidation. After repeated intimidation, the overlord body's ancestral star was so frightened that it fled into the depths of the universe, hiding its traces. Yi Mingyuan was too lazy to continue looking for trouble. He had been searching for a remedy, traveling the entire universe. He even considered asking the Black Emperor to intervene to see if it could be resolved. However, for thousands of years the Black Emperor had remained in the Black Realm, never leaving, almost always in seclusion, as if his cultivation was still increasing very rapidly. This feeling reminded Yi Mingyuan of another person. He thought that his own progress through comprehending the heaven heart imprint was already incredibly fast. But compared to the other two, he always felt far inferior. How is it that I increasingly feel that this saint body who has proven the Tao is very useless? Yi Mingyuan was somewhat troubled, even as he thought he couldn't help but laugh at himself. And when he wanted to continue comprehending the mysteries of the heaven heart imprint to fully stabilize his realm, a black lotus bloomed magnificently. In the cosmic starry sky, it transformed into a vast star region, extremely brilliant. The immense supreme emperors might spread from the center of the universe to the entire cosmos. The Black Emperor had officially emerged from seclusion, and judging by this posture, he was about to do something major. Could it be that he was going to suppress Yi Mingyuan again, or fight against the chaos heavenly emperor? And just as the creatures of the world were speculating, the Black Emperor's calm voice, carrying an exceptionally firm tone, resounded throughout the entire universe. It made the entire universe boil again. From today onward I shall campaign against the forbidden zones. To the best of my ability, I will bring peace for all ages. The forbidden zones have existed since time immemorial. Whenever a supreme elder's lifespan nears exhaustion, they emerge together, initiating the dark cataclysm and drenching the world in blood and carnage. Living beings are regarded by them as human elixirs. The great cosmos is viewed as their breeding ground to be harvested at regular intervals. If fortune favors them, an emperor may rise to protect the common folk. In such an age, peace might prevail. Yet achieving the Tao of an emperor, how impossibly arduous that is. More often than not, hundreds of thousands of years pass without a single emperor gracing the world. Though the emperor stands supreme, they can merely intimidate the forbidden zones, compelling them to refrain from emerging to ignite the dark cataclysm. As for purging them entirely, that is nothing short of fantasy. Within each forbidden zone dwells more than one supreme elder. Should they truly venture deep into the forbidden zones and initiate an ultimate Tao war, the ultimate outcome would likely be the emperor's very flesh, blood, and Tao fruit devoured collectively by the supreme elders. Therefore, when the Black Emperor proclaimed across the cosmos his intention to wage war upon the forbidden zones, one and all couldn't help but feel their hearts clench with anxiety. Yi Mingyuan was no exception. He had once ventured into Luanshin Mountain, and those frigid gazes that made his scalp prickle with terror, those memories remained vivid as yesterday. Thus, throughout all this time, he had never once entertained the notion of purging the forbidden zones. Yet now, upon emerging from his seclusion, the Black Emperor intended to take the initiative against the forbidden zones. This was, no. Which forbidden zone was he targeting? Yi Mingyuan gazed upon the Black Emperor's current destination. Upon confirming it was not the one he had feared, relief washed over him. Nevertheless, his expression remained grave, prepared to intervene and lend assistance at any moment. Though they had engaged in a fierce battle before, and he had been thoroughly defeated, no enmity existed between them. Moreover, the Black Emperor had personally come to tend to his wounds. In every sense of duty and honor, he ought to stand ready to aid. The scorched sea stretched before them, waves crashing with fury and searing heat rising relentlessly. A sea of nothingness it was. Waves churned endlessly, yet not a single droplet of water graced its surface. Only the flames burning eternally upon its waves constituted the most uniform scene throughout this forbidden realm. The Black Emperor stood poised in the void, his gaze profound, surveying the entirety of the scorched sea. The instant his form crossed into this territory, several gazes fixed upon him, devoid of any emotion befitting living beings, utterly indifferent. This place remains unchanged as ever. A hint of nostalgia flickered in the Black Emperor's eyes. The searing heat capable of refining a Saint Path cultivator crashed against his cheeks. Yet it could exert not the slightest influence, not merely because of his emperor-rank physique, but because he had long since grown accustomed to it. Accustomed to the illusory waters of the scorched sea, and accustomed to these searing, rootless flames. In the beginning he had taken root in this very place, drawing from its berserk energy to nurture the immortal medicine of undeath, destined to be freely harvested by others. Fortunately, during an internal war among the supreme elders, he seized the chaos to escape, fleeing into the greater cosmos. Until today, when he returned to prove his Tao. Resentment. Not truly. After all, as an immortal medicine of undeath, being captured and perpetually harvested was simply the natural order of things. Yet this natural order did not prevent him from designating this place as his first objective. An emperor of the current era. This aura. Inconceivable. That immortal medicine of undeath that fled in panic back, then actually reached such heights. But, do you think you alone suffice to wage war upon the scorched sea? Withdraw willingly. Otherwise do not blame us for stripping you down to your original form. I imagine that an immortal medicine of undeath, now having achieved the Tao, must possess even more potent medicinal properties. A voice emerged from the scorched sea, laden with unmistakable warning. No one under any circumstances wished to emerge and face a peak emperor at their zenith. Combat was to be avoided if at all possible. But should avoidance prove truly impossible, then they would make this emperor of the current era comprehend the true depths of the forbidden zone's accumulated heritage. Lu Qingyun within the immortal court could scarce contain himself. TSK. Too arrogant. As fellow forbidden zones, how could these supreme elders dare such audaciousness? When a peak emperor capable of rivaling the heavenly emperor knocked at their gates, they could still speak with such insolence. On what grounds? Merely because they had existed longer and possessed more supreme elders. Considering this aspect alone, Lu Qingyun glanced back at Tai, heavenly venerable, sealed within immortal source, half dead and barely surviving. Well, though his immortal court possessed few supreme elders, he himself was formidable. Had the Black Emperor today knocked upon his immortal court's gates, he too could have spoken with such audacity. However, these forbidden zones are all exceptionally ancient. Their origins can even be traced back to before the dawn of primordial history. Perhaps they truly possessed some formidable heritage. Lu Qingyun regarded the scorched sea with newfound seriousness. At this moment, the great battle commenced. The Black Emperor strode forward, officially entering the forbidden zone of the scorched sea. His momentum was overwhelming, and the ultimate Tao's aura set the entire scorched sea churning ceaselessly. The crashing waves grew ever more savage and torrential. Which of you was it that dared to bellow so shamelessly? Emerge. Face this emperor in battle. His voice echoed unceasingly, yet the entire scorched sea plunged into absolute silence. Confronted with a peak emperor's challenge, no one dared to be the first to step forward. But the Black Emperor's purpose this day was not merely to intimidate. It was to genuinely fulfill his pledge, to wage war upon the forbidden zones, to slay the supreme elders. Since none of you are willing to emerge from seclusion, then this Huangjin Sea shall be leveled today. The momentum was overwhelming, heat waves surging. The Black Emperor unleashed a great divine ability, causing the entire Huangjin Sea to boil and roar incessantly. He seemed intent on erasing the forbidden rules of the Huangjin Sea, stripping this realm independent of the great cosmos of all its power. This was a matter of severing the very foundation. Moreover, such an act was tantamount to the most blatant provocation. Each supreme being had once been an invincible figure who had self-cultivated their pride, soaring high. It was already difficult for them to tolerate at first. Yet the Black Emperor was so relentless. Crack! The immortal source shattered. From the depths of the Huangjin Sea, a figure in white as pure as snow emerged. His robes fluttered, his aura transcendent and ethereal, exuding an otherworldly grace. Celestial music began to rise, as if heaven and earth resonated in harmony. Vaguely extraordinary visions appeared. It was a timeless scene of worshipping immortals. Countless beings prostrated themselves before the white-robed figure with the utmost reverence, as if a true immortal had descended. Unlike the supreme beings who had emerged earlier, this person was a human. He must be a human great emperor from ancient history. Some furrowed their brows hastily, consulting ancient records, yet even scouring the entirety of history, they could only find fragments of words. Only an ancient sage from the primal race, forced to emerge from his divine source due to age, saw that figure, and his pupils suddenly contracted, as if beholding an unforgettable terror. It's him. It's actually him. This madman is still alive. Has he not given up yet? No. Kill him quickly. Kill him quickly. He will bring unimaginable disaster to this world. That was an era of utter chaos and madness. The ancient sage screamed, driven to frenzy at the very sight of the figure. In the end, someone had to use the ancient emperor's weapon to suppress him, gradually calming him down. Then, through the efforts of the major powers piecing together fragments of records left behind, they finally assembled the origins of this supreme being. He had no title, nor any lineage. In ancient history, the records of his era of enlightenment were described as the darkest of times. He had attained enlightenment and become an emperor during the era of dark turmoil, duty-bound to protect the living and usher in an age of peace. Yet he did not quell the darkness of that age. Instead, he colluded with the supreme beings, turning the entire cosmos into a true livestock farm for living beings. He called himself the true immortal, commanding all beings to worship him, turning the multitudes into his most faithful followers. All beings who believed in him offered their bodies, minds, and souls, becoming nourishment for his growth. At his peak, he sacrificed the vast majority of the universe's living beings in an attempt to ascend to immortality. Naturally, he failed. Since then, he vanished without a trace. Everyone thought he had died, perishing under the wrath of heaven. Little did they expect that he had been lurking in the Huangjin Sea all along. That era was truly too dark, and due to certain special reasons, the major powers voluntarily erased him from history. The only remaining title for him was but two words: false immortal. The waves of the Huangjin Sea roared loudly. The false immortal's gaze swept across the entire cosmos, a hint of greed flickering in his pale, somewhat sinister face. He murmured softly, his voice echoing between heaven and earth. It has been so long. I wonder if there are still my followers in this world. As his words fell, bang! Throughout the universe, many were astonished to find that their familiar friends, in an instant, as if under divine command, became utterly frenzied. And then, they exploded, regardless of cultivation level or status. Be they elders of sacred lands or menial servants. Even mighty beings burst forth from divine sources, their eyes burning with fervor, gazing toward the Huangjin Sea. Then they channeled divine power and self-detonated. They voluntarily killed themselves. All were horrified. It was unimaginable that after so many ages had passed, so many beings were still faithful followers of this false immortal. One could only imagine how dark that erased era truly was. Threads of the purest life essence were drawn from all corners of the universe. They surged into the false immortal's body, turning his hair jet black and filling his withered frame once more. His aura gradually grew stronger. Though he had not fully transcended, he had already surpassed the supreme beings. He was called the false immortal, and he had once sacrificed the entire universe's living beings in an attempt to ascend to the true immortal throne. He was naturally not ordinary in power. His methods were despicable and cruel, but precisely because of that he had gained powers that ordinary great emperors did not possess. However, the Black Emperor simply watched him calmly. His expression was placid, and he did not interrupt, because rather than rashly interrupting, it was better to let him absorb the essence blood of those hidden followers in the world. At least that would eliminate a major hidden threat. As for whether he would become extremely powerful, the Black Emperor did not care. He had absolute confidence, believing that while there might be beings in the world who could contend with him, there was none who could defeat him. You are very strong. The false immortal, now seemingly at his peak, gazed at the Black Emperor and offered sincere praise. Yet after the praise, only boundless greed remained in his eyes. Back then I failed to ascend and could not open the immortal gate. I intended to survive in the forbidden zone until the day the path to immortality opens to ascend to the true immortal throne. But after seeing you I changed my mind. An immortal medicine plant can already help a great emperor live a second life. And you? Having attained enlightenment as an immortal medicine plant, your medicinal power is surely even stronger. Once I devour you, even if I cannot ascend to immortality immediately, living another life will be effortless. Then I will once again lead all the beings of the universe to the immortal realm. The false immortal's gaze turned cold, his tone growing increasingly sinister. A surge of aura stirred faint immortal light, rising, making his figure seem more ethereal and dreamlike, like a true immortal manifesting in the world. But this display only drew a flicker of contempt from the Black Emperor's eyes. True immortal. Ascend to the immortal realm. Though he could not explain why he truly felt deep down. It was meaningless. Truly meaningless. Enough talk. Since you are the only one who emerged, then I will make an example of you. The Black Emperor said no more. Divine light blazed in his eyes as he summoned his supreme emperor weapon forged from his own body. Immediately he went all out. It was a black lotus seemingly rooted in the entire cosmos, possessing the terrifying power to shake the whole realm. With a slight tremor it peeled away layers of void, seeking to exile the false immortal into eternal nothingness. But the false immortal showed no fear. A mere dead artifact dares to attempt the murder of an immortal. Call your master here. The false immortal snorted coldly. He also summoned a supreme emperor weapon, a vividly lifelike scroll of the mortal world. It contained majestic mountains and rivers as well as the endless resentment of wailing souls. The collision of the two emperor weapons was immense, as if heaven and earth were being recreated. Come, let us fight at our peak. The false immortal took a step forward, as if crossing some boundary between heaven and earth. He fully transcended, returning to his peak. Without any hesitation, he chose to confront the most powerful enemy he had ever faced with his strongest form. A retreat. That was something only losers cared about. What he cared about was nothing but an all-out victory. A desperate gamble. This was his conviction and the reason he had chosen to use any means, spare no effort, and become stronger. Yet, what he faced was a being who, though a great emperor, possessed combat power rivaling a celestial emperor. Peak. I have not yet reached the peak I can attain, but your limit is already here. What qualifications do you have to claim a peak battle with me? The Black Emperor pressed down with one hand, as if holding an entire chaotic world. He was even stronger than when he had fought Yiming Yuan. As if he had reached an extreme, his limbs stretched out like pillars of heaven, supporting the entire cosmos. Though the false immortal was no ordinary being, and after full transcendence, could barely contend with the Black Emperor. After hundreds of exchanges, his chi and blood began to inevitably decline. Herein lay the most prominent difference between a supreme being and a contemporary great emperor. What if one fully transcended? Once they fell back down, the end was already sealed. After 1,000 exchanges, the false immortal's aura plummeted drastically. No. If my followers were as vast as in the past, even if I had cut myself down and fallen from the emperor realm, I could still rise to the peak through them. I did not lose to you. I lost to this world, to this era. His face was as pale as paper, his eyes filled with intense unwillingness as he roared his final defiance at the Black Emperor. In the end, boom, blood began to spread, losing all spiritual essence. A being who had once stirred endless chaos, leaving not even a trace of information in history, was slain on the spot by the Black Emperor. Who else? The Black Emperor stood above the Huangjin Sea, his aura yet to calm as his voice resounded once more. Silence. Complete silence. The only response was the imperial blood of the false immortal, stripped of all spiritual essence, still dripping slowly. Drip, drip. The Black Emperor slowly withdrew his gaze. He collected the corpse of the false immortal, preventing the supreme beings from devouring its essence and growing stronger. Then he did not insist on continuing the fight, but turned and left. The first battle had already been won. There was no need to stubbornly hold the siege when he was weary. After all, he did not possess the absolute power to crush everything and destroy the Forbidden Zone. He could only eliminate them one by one, like a frog in slowly boiling water. And every fewer supreme being meant saving countless billions of lives for future generations. The supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone also understood this. But they had no choice. After all, no one wanted to be one of the first wheels in a war of attrition destined to die. So they could only gamble, betting that they would not be the unlucky ones chosen. Watching the Black Emperor depart, the aura here gradually dissipated as if everything returned to calm. Just as the supreme beings of the Huangjin Sea were about to sigh in relief and slumber again. Suddenly, golden light illuminated the world. Imperial might surged. A golden figure revealed, terrifying pressure seamlessly taking over the Black Emperor's position and descending upon the Huangjin Sea. Yiming Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he looked down upon the supreme beings and spoke. Now, it's my turn. Which of you will come? Indignation. Helplessness. At the moment they saw Yiming Yuan, all the Supremes suddenly recalled. In this life there was not just one exceptionally powerful ascendant. What is this? Being subjected to a wheel battle. Moreover, why are they only targeting their Huangjin? There are 8 other forbidden zones. Go trouble them. Sacred body. You, a furious supreme, spoke, intending to utter harsh words to force Yi Mingyuan to retreat. However, as soon as he began to speak, a golden light bursting from Yi Mingyuan's eyes suddenly pierced through layers of void and landed on him. Not bad you have such courage. Then you're the one. Raising his hand, Yi Mingyuan's golden blood turned into a savage dragon that directly crashed into the depths of Huangjin, forcibly dragging that supreme out. This made his face fill with horror. Instantly, he underwent extreme sublimation, retrieved his past life's Dao fruit, and had the Dao attached to him. Yet even so, when facing Yi Mingyuan, he was still unimaginably fragile. Even when Yi Mingyuan first achieved great success, he could fight 1 against 2, let alone now. Dealing with ordinary supremes was more than enough for him. Within 100 moves, even before he had exited the state of extreme sublimation, he was suppressed and killed, spilling blood in Huangjin. And Yi Mingyuan did not overdo it. He chose to quit while ahead. On this day, 2 supremes fell. The first battle was a victory. All living beings in the universe cheered and rejoiced. The 2 invincible ones were truly pacifying the forbidden zones. This gave them a glimmer of hope. Perhaps one day, all the forbidden zones in the world could be pacified, including the newly opened one. Xianting calendar 22000 years. 1,000 years have passed since the first expedition to the forbidden zones. Hey realm. Heidi opened his eyes, a ray of divine light probing toward the center of the universe. There the heaven's heart mark had just returned to its place. This meant that Yi Mingyuan had fully comprehended it, and his cultivation had further advanced. As expected of one who attained the Tao with the sacred body. But I also gained many insights from that battle. Heidi withdrew his gaze, his divine power gradually flowing through his body and surging again. It is also time to once again set foot on the forbidden zones. He muttered to himself. He did not specifically inform Yi Mingyuan because the commotion of fighting in the forbidden zones would be known throughout the entire universe. Moreover, from beginning to end, he had never said he would fight alongside Yi Mingyuan. This time he chose to set foot on Luanshinshan. Although focusing on one forbidden zone if enough times might truly pacify it. But the problem is a cornered dog will jump over the wall. The same goes for supremes. If they were to block the gate of Huangjin every time, it would completely force them to swarm out and fight to the death. So the best approach was to visit these forbidden zones in turn. After all, his main goal was only to reduce the number of supremes. As for which forbidden zones supremes were reduced, it didn't really matter. On this trip he again killed a supreme in Luanshinshan. And Yi Mingyuan also opened a group and instantly followed. He was even more ruthless. After suppressing and killing a supreme, he still refused to stop. His momentum was arrogant to the extreme. It enraged the supremes and delighted the world. Everything was going very smoothly. It seemed that if this pace continued, even if the forbidden zones were not completely eradicated, the number of supremes would definitely be greatly reduced. This would also indirectly reduce the frequency of future dark turmoil. But when everyone thought things would develop in this trend, a forbidden zone could no longer sit still. And this forbidden zone surprised everyone. Its name was Xianting. Yi Mingyuan stood atop Luanshinshan, his gaze proud. Heidi had not yet left far, silent and wordless. But the revelation of a trace of aura made them instantly frown, looking toward the direction of Xianting, as if facing a great enemy. Deep within Xianting, a pair of indifferent eyes slowly opened. Within them swirled chaotic chi, exuding an invincible momentum that overlooked the ages. When the eyes opened and closed, the divine light shot out, made the 2 current ascendants feel extremely dazzling. The 2 of them looked at Lu Qingyun together, frowning, unsure why this chaos heavenly emperor suddenly made a move. But the next moment their pupils sharply contracted. Because Lu Qingyun actually took the initiative to walk out of Xianting. After 20,000 years once again descending upon the mortal world. At this moment, almost all living beings in the world were speechless. Lu Qingyun, this chaos heavenly emperor, who had turned himself into a forbidden zone, extremely mysterious. He actually took the initiative to walk out of the forbidden zone. Could it be that seeing 2 emperor-level figures start cleansing the forbidden zones, he felt fear and was afraid of being liquidated in the end? So he wanted to reform and sweep the forbidden zones together with them. If that were really the case, then the situation at hand would be vastly different. 3 beings surpassing peak great emperors. They could directly charge into any forbidden zone and uproot it completely. Just imagining that scene made one's heart surge with excitement. In each forbidden zone, ancient supremes opened their eyes. Their gazes were cold watching this scene. They had witnessed the power of this chaos heavenly emperor and knew how terrifyingly he would have improved over 20,000 years. For this they were apprehensive. At this moment, the future direction of the entire universe depended on what actions this chaos heavenly emperor would take. If he really struck at these forbidden zones, then I'm afraid there would be an unprecedented, terrifying emperor war involving multiple forbidden zones. This world might even be extinguished because of it. However, what puzzled them was that based on their understanding of Lu Qingyun, he should not have done such a thing. Under the tense gazes of everyone, After stepping out of chanting, Lu Qingyun did not continue walking. Instead, he stood there calmly gazing at Yi Mingyuan and He Di. His voice was very calm, echoing through heaven and earth, but it made everyone's heart tighten. Leave on your own, or I will help you. Heaven and earth seemed to freeze in that moment. Lu Qingyun stood in the void, his gaze indifferent like a god seated upon a divine throne, looking down upon all living beings as the most insignificant ants. All the Tao were trampled beneath his feet. It was not a forceful suppression, rather it seemed that his very status had reached a level that made the entire universe bow before him. When this mysterious chaos heavenly emperor appeared before the world once more, he stood against the entire universe. No one could understand. They did not comprehend why this chaos heavenly emperor would intervene in this matter. Clearly Yi Mingyuan and He Di had not set foot in the Xianting at all, nor had they even cast a single glance in that direction. They obviously had no intention of fighting this chaos heavenly emperor. Their target had always been the 8 forbidden zones. The 9th forbidden zone, which Lu Qingyun had transformed into, was extremely special and had not been included in their plans. In fact, they were now attacking the Luanshan Shan. Back when Lu Qingyun was about to attain the Tao, a supreme being had emerged from the Luanshan Shan, seeking to seize his Tao fruit. By all logic, he should not be lending a hand at this moment. Not only the world was bewildered, even the supreme beings of the various forbidden zones, upon witnessing this scene, felt that something was off. Since when had this chaos heavenly emperor been on their side? Why hadn't anyone told them? In truth, Lu Qingyun himself was somewhat reluctant. He had been perfectly content watching the show from his home, but then the system suddenly threw a wrench in the works. Mission released. This life is resplendent to the extreme. 2 heavenly emperors have joined forces, intending to sweep through the forbidden zones and annihilate all supreme beings. 2 zones have already been violated. If not stopped in time, disaster may one day befall you. As the lord of a forbidden zone, you must severely punish such behavior. Make the Xianting great again. Mission reward: 1 drop of immortal king level true phoenix essence blood. Initially, Lu Qingyun wanted to ignore the system, but as before, it offered too much. A drop of immortal king level true phoenix essence blood was enough to make Lu Qingyun trample all laws of the world. As the lord of the Xianting forbidden zone, how could he tolerate someone setting their sights on the Xianting in the future? No one was targeting the Xianting. No, he said there was. Have you considered? Or do you want to test my strength? Lu Qingyun's eyes were filled with chaotic qi, unfathomably deep. An ordinary cultivator would have their soul pulled from their body with just a single glance. His tone was calm, as if to him 2 invincible heavenly emperors were no different from the roadside supreme beings, not worth his attention. This was not arrogance, but a feeling from the heart. Yi Mingyuan felt nothing much. After all, he had been beaten down so many times that he was used to it. But this caused He Di, who had originally intended to retreat and avoid the conflict, to turn cold-eyed. Since his ascension, he had never fought this chaos heavenly emperor. All along, his attitude had been to keep his distance. But that did not mean he feared him. So what if he was a chaos body who had become an emperor? His true form was an immortal divine medicine. In terms of origin, he was no inferior. Having suppressed even the sacred body who had defied heaven to become an emperor, how could he fear this chaos heavenly emperor who had been holed up in a forbidden zone ever since his ascension? He wanted to see what this chaos heavenly emperor was capable of. If necessary, a fight would settle it. He Di stepped forward, his eyes blazing with battle intent, expressing his stance through action. After a moment of silence, Yi Mingyuan also chose not to leave. He did not believe that cleansing the forbidden zones was wrong. Besides, the one who had been beaten before was the great sacred body Yi Mingyuan. What did that have to do with him, Yi Mingyuan, who had already attained the Tao? Now he was extraordinary. Moreover, with another heaven emperor, He Di, who was even stronger, fighting alongside him. Maybe they could actually win. Who didn't have a small dream? The 2 of them did not retreat, half a step, confronting Lu Qingyun. Faced with this scene, Lu Qingyun was not angered. Instead, a hint of joy appeared. He had been worried that if he scared them away, it would be hard to tell if the mission would count. Fortunately, the people of this world, especially those who had attained the Tao, were quite stubborn. He chuckled. In that case, let's fight at the edge of the universe. Lu Qingyun transformed into chaotic qi. In an instant, he traversed the entire universe, arriving at the long-ruined edges of the cosmos. Then came Yi Mingyuan and He Di, arriving late. This battle was destined to be inscribed in ancient history, becoming the most glorious chapter. All living beings in the world watched this battle. The hidden foundations of various clans broke out of divine sources, holding imperial weapons with solemn expressions. They feared that the 3 heavenly emperors fighting so engrossed would break into the great universe, causing a disaster even more terrifying than the dark chaos. On the ancient starry paths, the failures of the imperial path stared in that direction, their eyes filled with awe, yet their expressions were utterly desolate. Even in the depths of the various forbidden zones, ancient beings who had slept for countless millennia were awakened, their cold gazes fixed on this battle unprecedented in eons. Dead stars drifted in disorder. 3 beings acknowledged as the strongest in the world stood at the edge of the wasteland, their auras condensed all at their peak. Brother Lu, the cleansing of the forbidden zones is for the sake of all living beings. Forgive me, but I cannot retreat. Yi Ming Yuan, thinking of their years of friendship, wanted to argue a bit first. But He standing beside him could not wait any longer. He summoned his Black Lotus Imperial weapon and directly swept it toward Lu Qingyun. Why waste words with him? Once a Forbidden Zone Supreme, always a Forbidden Zone Supreme. Considering he has never initiated a dark chaos or slaughtered the masses, not killing him outright is the greatest mercy I can offer. He roared, unleashing his full power to its peak. His might far surpassed the realm of a peak emperor, reaching an inconceivable level. Yi Ming Yuan, as his ally, could not hide his astonishment. He could see that He had grown even stronger. After thousands of years of chasing, even though he had just become an emperor and was in a period of explosive growth, he still could not catch up. Monster, he muttered. But what shocked him even more was that facing Hades' full-force strike, Lu Qingyun did not move at all. Instead, he directly threw a fist wreathed in chaotic power toward Hades. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking rang out. The imperial weapon in Hades' hand, which he had refined from his true form, had shattered. Just one punch, a simple punch. It shattered the imperial weapon of a heaven emperor. Its power was a complete and utter crushing, so strong it was unbelievable. Yi Ming Yuan watched, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. Before he could even act, He, who had struck first, took another punch, and half of his body stronger than Yi Ming Yuan's sacred body exploded. He could only instinctively retreat, then shielded Yi Ming Yuan with his body. Yi Ming Yuan, dude, weren't you just now a venerable supreme? Mouthing about not killing being the greatest mercy, and now you're like this. Isn't that a bit too merciful? This is so embarrassing for me. 2 punches, just 2 simple punches, and you're broken. You're worse than me. Back then I took 3 punches before falling. In front of all living beings, Yi Ming Yuan couldn't bring himself to surrender directly. He exchanged a glance with Lu Qingyun, thinking that their years of experience had cultivated a bit of tacit understanding. So after conveying the message, he stepped forward with great confidence, ready to fight hundreds of rounds in a glorious battle before reluctantly losing. But unfortunately, as soon as he stepped forward, he heard Lu Qingyun utter 8 words he knew all too well. Forbidden Imperial Art. Chaos Imperial Fist. In short, the serious punch. In an instant, the starry sea inverted, and the great Tao wailed. In Yi Ming Yuan's pupils, there was only that Chaos Imperial Fist. He instinctively tried to block it, but his body, strong enough to clash with Imperial weapons, shattered inch by inch. His rarely used Imperial weapon, a great cauldron, shattered into pieces as it appeared to protect him, scattering across the universe. At the last moment, He used his remaining strength to carry him, who was no longer human-shaped, and flee in disgrace. From start to finish, 3 punches. Defeated 2 emperors. Fast. Too fast. Everyone had expected a battle that favored Yi Ming Yuan and He. 2 heavenly emperors joining forces, how powerful. Searching through ancient history, there would be no one capable of opposing them. But the truth proved that what was not in ancient history existed precisely in the present. This was indeed an unequal battle. Only the positions of the strong and weak were swapped from what the world expected. No one had expected that the Chaos Heavenly Emperor, who had lived deep in the Xianting Forbidden Zone for tens of thousands of years without appearing, had reached an unprecedented realm. His combat power far exceeded any living being's imagination. Why would 3 heavenly emperors need to join forces to sweep the Forbidden Zones? Just the Chaos Heavenly Emperor alone was enough to rival an entire Forbidden Zone. Heh! A being laughed in relief and said, with the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's body establishing the 9th Forbidden Zone. He himself is 1 man, 1 Forbidden Zone. Then 1 man's strength equal to an entire Forbidden Zone. Isn't that only natural? The world fell silent. This battle subverted the understanding of all living beings in the world. The gap was too evident. Between that Chaos Heavenly Emperor and the 2 heavenly emperors, there seemed to exist an insurmountable chasm. It appeared as if a true enlightened one, adopting the posture of instructing a junior, casually performed the act. Until after this battle. Only then did everyone realize belatedly. Perhaps this era did not break the law that there is only one invincible being per era. It was merely that this era was exceptionally resplendent and extraordinarily powerful. So much so that even those who could not go all the way on the imperial path were enough to become heavenly emperors. As for that destined one who defeated all prodigies under heaven, he had reached a mysterious and unfathomable realm. Some said that this Chaos Heavenly Emperor was originally a being from the immortal realm fallen into the mortal world. It was precisely for this reason that he chose to transform himself into a forbidden zone after attaining the Tao, unwilling to let the turbid qi of the mortal world defile his originally pure and clear immortal body. Others speculated that within the immortal court, which came from an unknown origin, there existed a legacy left behind by the era when immortals existed before the ancient history began. And the reason why this Chaos Heavenly Emperor could since his debut sweep all before him, defeating the saintly sons and prodigies of various sacred lands and families, was because he had obtained the most powerful true immortal inheritance in the world. However, every single thing had no meaning anymore. Everyone knew that the power of this chaos heavenly emperor had surpassed all others, and he should be truly invincible in the world. Perhaps he had already reached a threshold. Compared to all Tao achievers past and present, he was closer to that threshold. And no one knew when he could directly cross it. Deep within the immortal court, scorching flames rose exceptionally agile. They transformed into lifelike fire phoenixes dancing gracefully between heaven and earth, like true immortal manifestations. Lu Qingyun sat cross-legged surrounded by a pure flame. The surrounding void was constantly twisted and collapsed by the terrifying heat, then revived, as if it were nirvana. A drop of true phoenix essence blood like a blood-red crystal diamond emitted extreme radiance at Lu Qingyun's heart, making its beat extraordinarily powerful. Each beat made the qi and blood within his body purer and more vast. This was a baptism and also a transformation. After a long time, Lu Qingyun opened his eyes, a ray of red light piercing through the layers of immortal mist, allowing him to seem to see through the rules of this heaven and earth. In the void, a clear and melodious phoenix cry seemed to pass, its lingering sound echoing endlessly. The immortal king-level true phoenix essence blood is truly extraordinary. The original essence it contains actually resonates with the incomplete true phoenix precious technique I obtained earlier, allowing it to be truly completed. This is completely an unexpected joy. Not bad, not bad. Lu Qingyun flicked his fingertip, forcing out a drop of waste blood, causing it to manifest as a lifelike blood phoenix. It seemed to transform into a true living being circling around Lu Qingyun's fingertip, vivid and lifelike. Strands of ultimate emperors might manifested around it. It is so small, yet seems to possess extraordinary transcendent power because of that drop of waste blood, as if it could rival a great emperor. Buzz! The blood phoenix uttered a mournful cry, falling onto a divine mountain within the immortal court. The rules within its body even forcibly erased the Tao marks of the immortal court on that divine mountain, like a true phoenix's fall. Birds and beasts all became tainted with a wisp of true phoenix aura undergoing mutations. This scene was fully observed by Lu Qingyun. A drop of waste blood could create an ultimate level being. He was already unimaginably powerful. He was confident that in terms of combat power alone, even if a true immortal descended to the world, he could still make them submit. However, he was not a true immortal in the end. Even though his lifespan was long and his combat power boundless, the shackles of this heaven and earth firmly imprisoned him like chains. Lu Qingyun's gaze was deep, looking into the cosmic starry sky, as if penetrating through 10,000 ages, carrying an indescribable and incomprehensible meaning. After a long time, his voice echoed calmly deep within the immortal court. Years change, seas shift. My immortal court endures through 10,000 ages, and I can also be immortal for 10,000 ages. Immortal court calendar 26000 years. Several thousand years had passed since that utterly absurd great battle. On this day, the Black Realm bloomed again in the starry sky, and the aura of the Black Emperor manifested once more in the world. On the same day, Yi Mingyuan also revived, reappearing in the world. But the timing was too coincidental, making it hard not to wonder if this sacred body had recovered long ago. But matters concerning heavenly emperors were taboo, and no one dared to speak rashly. With the revival of the two heavenly emperors, discussions about the forbidden zones were once again pushed to a peak. Heavenly emperors coexisting, campaigning against the forbidden zones. This was what everyone hoped for. But after the last incident, everyone was worried that if they were hindered by the Chaos Heavenly Emperor again, whether this time the outcome for the two Heavenly Emperors would be their fall. It was precisely for this reason, although they held a deep hatred for the Forbidden Zones, they were still unwilling to let the two Heavenly Emperors take risks again. After all, the calamity of the Forbidden Zones had existed since ancient times. Even without the obstruction of that Chaos Heavenly Emperor, the two current Heavenly Emperors alone could never completely eradicate them. Better to seek peace. Within the Black Realm, one powerful being after another prostrated themselves on the ground, kneeling before the supreme figure on the imperial throne. Their expressions were anxious, dissuading him, explaining the stakes. They feared that the Black Emperor would take risks again. On the imperial throne, the Black Emperor overlooked these familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar beings, and in his eyes, which seemed unchanging for 10,000 ages, a ripple stirred. Years passed, leisurely time no longer. 20,000 years had gone by. Except for the Tao attainers of that era, all other beings had aged and turned into a handful of yellow earth. Thus those before him were merely the descendants of his earliest followers. They bore the semblance of old acquaintances, but that was all. The Black Emperor's eyes opened and closed. Scenes of tens of thousands of years flowed within his gaze. His chi and blood were still abundant at the peak of his life. He was still young, merely in his prime. There was still some time before his chi and blood would decline. If during this period he devoted himself to studying the great Tao and refining his cultivation, relying on the profound foundation of the immortal divine medicine, it was not without hope of living a second life, creating another tens of thousands of years of brilliant prospects, and even scheme for the chance to become an immortal. However, in his eyes a figure flashed. That was the false immortal he had killed in the desolate Ember Sea. In pursuit of immortality, he sacrificed all living beings in the entire universe, and then hid in a forbidden zone, surviving all along. Back then he did not approve of the path the other had taken. He did not even think that immortality was something that must be attained. Even now he still felt the same. Moreover, from the outcome, where he had not spent much effort to suppress and kill him, he was right. Therefore he was unwilling in the prime of his life to spend time in pursuit of the elusive immortal path. His pursuit was not here. And he now also honored as a heavenly emperor. He was the Tao attainers of this era. Therefore his actions must follow his will. Campaign against the forbidden zones, slay the supreme beings. Even if that chaos heavenly emperor would stop him again, so what? He only sought to have a clear conscience. The Black Emperor slowly rose his gaze, looking towards the fallen immortal star. In the unseen, Yi Mingyuan, who was on the fallen immortal star, sensed something and looked up to meet his gaze. With just one glance they knew what the other was thinking. Therefore, several thousand years later today, the two heavenly emperors, just after their revival, chose to set out once again to campaign against the forbidden zones. In the great universe, living beings wept, all creatures lamented. The entire great universe was filled with a sense of sorrow and solemnity. All beings knew that after making this choice, the two heavenly emperors set foot on a path fraught with countless thorns. Huangjinsi. Millennia had passed, yet even that was insufficient for this realm to completely obliterate the residual Tao charm left behind when the Supreme fell. The sound of waves remained the same, as if it could continue in eternal calm. However, on this day there was another change. Just as thousands of years ago the Huangjin Sea, which was supposed to be a forbidden zone of life, where no one dared to tread, once again received uninvited guests. Gazing at the two figures standing outside, each accompanied by myriad Daos, each capable of leaving a profound mark in the annals of history, the Supremes were tempted to vent their anger in colorful language. Here they come again. The beggars are here again. Don't they understand that you should get up from where you fell? So shouldn't you be going to Lunshan Mountain instead? It was there. You met that chaos heavenly emperor, and then you got trashed. What the hell does it have to do with their Huangjin Sea? You? Do you really think we are so easy to bully? Don't think we won't emerge together and suppress you both. A voice came from the depths of the Huangjin Sea, thick with menace. Waves surged, heat roiled. It seemed that the entire Huangjin Sea was echoing his words. His response, however, was, "Ha, really? I don't believe it." Yi Mingyuan gave a scornful laugh. He knew these Supremes well, understanding that such threats were far from touching their bottom line. Moreover, what of the bottom line? Since it exists, isn't it meant to be trampled upon? Since these two had chosen to emerge again the moment they recovered from their injuries, how could they be driven back by such threats? Seeing that the threat of the Huangjin Sea did not work, another voice rang out with a chilling tone. You think we won't emerge? But what about that chaos heavenly emperor? You should know that he has transformed into a forbidden zone for tens of thousands of years. He has probably long since bound himself to us forbidden zones at heart. Back when you stirred up Lunshan Mountain, he struck you 3 times and severely wounded you. If you persist, I'm afraid. Afraid? What is there to fear? Black Emperor stepped forward, his gaze calm and indifferent. He had long seen through life and death. If that chaos heavenly emperor were to strike again, at worst I will give this life in this era. Having transformed from an immortal divine medicine, it was always an accident. His birth was not the will of heaven. Even if it ends here, what is so unacceptable? Enough talk. Taoist, let us begin. The annihilation. Yi Mingyuan, like a deity controlling the universe, reached out with his hand. His golden blood energy surged like an ocean, even covering the void sea of the Huangjin Sea. He thrust his hand into the depths of the Huangjin Sea, seizing one of the Supremes who had previously threatened them. At the same time, several Supremes erupted in fury. From the immortal source, a deadly killing intent was launched, sending a world-shaking strike across the void. It rescued that Supreme, and also caused the flesh on Yi Mingyuan's hand to dissolve, leaving only bones like immortal gold exposed. But Yi Mingyuan's expression remained unchanged. Such injuries were nothing to him. With a thought, his flesh regenerated and returned to its original state. The Tao injuries left by those Supremes were also forcibly suppressed within his body, waiting to be slowly worn away later. Since you chose to strike then, all of you come out. Black Emperor's eyes were deep, and in his dark pupils it was as if a magnificent black lotus was blooming. Light gathered into a single point, and in an instant forced the several Supremes who had just struck from afar to emerge from the immortal source, staring at them with fierce eyes. Plus the one who had been pulled out by Yi Mingyuan earlier. A total of 7 Supremes, and all were Supremes with relatively vigorous life essence, and in very good combat condition. Once they all achieved supreme sublimation, it would be 7 peak great emperors striking together. For Yi Mingyuan and the Black Emperor, both heavenly emperors, this was a threat not to be underestimated. Moreover, if they were severely injured, there might be Supremes who would risk attacking them. And once that started, they would face an endless stream of Supreme assassins, placing them in an extremely dangerous position. Even so, their expressions remained unchanged, and they regarded it calmly. Because what they had to consider was whether after this strike, that one from the immortal court would emerge again. That chaos heavenly emperor was like an immortal sword hanging over their heads. Once it fell, it would surely annihilate them body and soul. Therefore, if they only had this one chance, they naturally wanted to eliminate as many supremes as possible, also to pave the way for future generations. This was also the reason they chose the Huangjinsi again. Taoist, I'll take 4, you take 3. Black Emperor's voice rang out lightly, his tone as calm, as if he were choosing chickens at a market. But before his aura could lock onto the 4 supremes, Yi Mingyuan struck mightily, using his vast golden blood energy to forcibly sweep 4 supremes into a separate realm. Ha ha ha. The capable kill more. Yi Mingyuan laughed heartily, actually delighted by the extra danger of fighting an additional supreme. Seeing this, Black Emperor also showed a hint of annoyance. He had been too slow. But it didn't matter, at worst he would kill his targets as quickly as possible. He could always snatch the kills later. The behavior of these 2 heavenly emperors seen by the 7 supremes made them burn with rage. As invincible beings of their era, they were now being treated like prey fought over by these 2. This was an insult. They must pay the greatest price for this. Such arrogance. Then try to swallow us. A supreme with a bell brimming with purple chi over his head caused the bell's sound to reverberate, making the entire heaven and earth tremble. After achieving supreme sublimation under the protection of the purple chi emanating from the bell, he charged toward Black Emperor. Such abundant heavenly purple chi. Good stuff. Black Emperor's eyes lit up. The rarity of heavenly purple chi in the world was no less than that of immortal gold. Moreover, for an immortal divine medicine, it was a great supplement that could promote growth. When he was still an immortal divine medicine, he had once stumbled into a uniquely blessed land and absorbed a great deal of heavenly purple chi. He did not know how much this had to do with his gaining sentience. But one thing was certain, it was absolutely beneficial to him. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. Then a not entirely complete black lotus bloomed in his hand and swept out. It directly swept the bell from the Supreme's head, then he absorbed it into his bitter sea and suppressed it with an imperial weapon. His move was clean and decisive. Get the good stuff first to prevent any mishaps. Even though it would cost him the efficacy of the Emperor weapon facing merely 3 Supremes, why would he need an Emperor weapon's aid? With a clash of fists, the Supreme, whose Emperor weapon had been seized, and who had returned to the peak Great Emperor state, suddenly spat blood, his aura instantly wilting. Had it not been for the timely rescue of the other 2 Supremes, he would likely have been slain on the spot by Heidi within a few dozen moves. Back then, when Heidi fought against Lu Qingyun, he was defeated in 2 punches. Yet this did not prevent him from defeating Supremes in battle with nearly the same demeanor. On the other side, Yi Mingyuan's performance was even more exaggerated. Facing the siege of 4 Supremes who had undergone extreme sublimation, he did not choose to evade their edge, but instead adopted a tactic of exchanging wounds for wounds. From the very beginning, this was a method that never intended to give these emerging Supremes any chance of survival. And this tactic proved extraordinarily efficient. At the cost of 1 arm, Yi Mingyuan tore apart a Supreme who in the state of extreme sublimation possessed battle power reaching the peak of a great emperor. Bathed in the blood of the Supreme, his divine power flourished. Moreover, that fierce aura seemed to strengthen his momentum even further. Once a breakthrough was made, everything else fell into place. 2, 3, until finally, after Yi Mingyuan had slain the 4th Supreme, he took out a lotus seed. After consuming it, his divine power and injuries recovered at an astonishingly rapid rate. This was given to him by Heidi, and though it was not the immortal divine medicine, it was extremely close. After adjusting his breath for a few breaths, he opened his eyes and saw Heidi, who had already finished his battle and appeared at ease as if he had suffered no loss. He let out a bitter laugh. Although he had slain 1 more Supreme, the gap was still obvious. This era truly harbored numerous prodigies. In an ordinary great age, producing 1 great emperor was already remarkable. But in this era, 3 great emperors had emerged, and each one was peerless, worthy of the title Heavenly Emperor. Such a magnificent spectacle might be hard to replicate in the future. However, the other 2 were either chaotic bodies or immortal divine medicine. Only he had forged his Tao through sheer reliance on the saint body. From this perspective, he was indeed more formidable. Yi Mingyuan's thoughts wandered randomly. Then, the sound of the waves subsided, and the world seemed to regain calm at that moment. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something. The myriad beings of the universe were nervous, praying incessantly. Meanwhile, the Supremes in the various forbidden zones were also faintly anticipating. Yi Mingyuan and Heidi's gazes were calm and indifferent. They appeared ready to face death, calmly looking toward the direction of the Xianting forbidden zone, as if waiting for movement from there, hoping to see that chaotic heavenly emperor's figure once more. Would that chaotic heavenly emperor come this time? Would the conquest path of the 2 heavenly emperors end here? The entire universe would from then on usher in the longest and darkest epoch. All beings were waiting for the judgment of fate, the belonging of the future. And at that moment, Lu Qingyun, seated deep within the Xianting, was somewhat bewildered. Not cool, bro. You guys fight and kill all you want. After you're done, why are you looking at me? Do you want me to step in and fight you? Don't be ridiculous. There's no reward from the system. Why would I bother meddling out of sheer boredom? Wait. It seems that in the eyes of these people the last time I acted was just as inexplicable. Lu Qingyun fell silent. Then he silently raised his middle finger toward the direction of Huangjin Sea as a gesture of goodwill. Within the Xianting, immortal mist drifted, veiling everything inside. The world could not see into the depths, unaware whether that chaotic heavenly emperor was also pondering, hesitating. A quarter of an hour. 2 quarters. After waiting for a long time, Yi Mingyuan looked at He Di without speaking, but the expression in his eyes already conveyed his inner thoughts. It's so windy here, standing foolishly is so awkward. At the same time he felt relieved. Exactly. Based on his understanding of Lu Qingyun, how could that guy possibly step in for other forbidden zones being attacked? Not to mention that those forbidden zones had grudges with him in the past, even intercepting him multiple times before his enlightenment. Based on his indifferent persona, he was definitely not someone who liked to help others. Rather than saying it was to stand up for the forbidden zones, he figured it was more likely that Lu Qingyun saw them fighting with such fervor, got an itch himself, and came out directly using an excuse to have a fight with them. Unfortunately, they couldn't win, falling short by 1 move. A narrow defeat, a narrow defeat. He Di withdrew his gaze from the Xianting. Although he had already seen through life and death, he still felt a sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted. Because this meant that in the days to come he could continue to fulfill his original promise to campaign against the forbidden zones and exterminate the Supremes, paving the way for future generations. As for achieving immortality, he did not force it. After confirming that the chaotic heavenly emperor would not intervene again, He Di gave a nod to Yi Mingyuan and immediately left the fallen immortal star, returning to the He realm to heal his wounds and erase the extreme Tao scars left by the Supremes. Yi Mingyuan, however, did not leave immediately. He cast a faint glance into the depths of Huangjin Sea, causing those icy gazes to retreat like a tide. His gaze was profound, as if contemplating something. Unlike He Di, he had made no promises or vows. The reason he fought alongside He Di, sweeping the forbidden zones without regard for anything, was merely because the saint body lineage had always been thus. This physique was bestowed with the title saint, because the living beings of the world sang praises for the great achievements and contributions of the predecessors of this physique throughout the ages. And as a saint body, he naturally had to carry forward the will of his predecessors. However, he was also somewhat different from them. A saint body at great completion could hardly achieve the Tao. Precisely because of this, one could not even touch the emperor realm, let alone achieve immortality. But he was different. He was the first saint body in history to attain the Tao. Moreover, he had managed to live out a second life on his own, standing at a height that even the living beings and great emperors could hardly reach. With such talent, he naturally wished to go further to seek immortality. He stood on the Huangjin Sea. He looked at the He realm coiled at the center of the cosmic starry sky, and then at the Xianting forbidden zone, where the swirling immortal mist was serene and tranquil, unchanging throughout the years. Finally, Yi Mingyuan let out a soft sigh and set foot on the journey home. In this battle, 7 Supremes had been executed, and in the end the 2 heavenly emperors departed safely, unlike last time when they were nearly beaten to death by the emerging chaotic heavenly emperor. From this moment on, the world was filled with eager anticipation. They could already foresee that the number of Supremes in the various forbidden zones would continue to plummet dramatically. Perhaps even a forbidden zone might be completely eradicated in this era. Everything seemed to be heading in a favorable direction. In the 30,000th year of the Immortal Court's reign, at the desolate edge of the universe, a figure both insignificant and supreme strolled among the stars. In this barren region where spiritual energy was absent and the great Tao was hidden, his appearance was like a brilliant sun, casting light and bringing a glimmer of vitality to the land. The paths of life and soul have reached the pinnacle of this world. The sacred body, the Black Emperor, and even the Tao of fire obtained from that drop of phoenix blood, all are the same. Add to that my own chaotic Tao, 6 paths coexisting, each cultivated to the peak. If I could step into a new realm unbound by limitations, I would surely achieve multiple leaps in a short time. But Lu Qingyun's gaze fell. Around him the air flowed like a gentle breeze, echoing the main tone of the universe's edge. Eternal, continuous, seemingly unchanged by the passage of time. Though exceedingly weak to Lu Qingyun, it was remarkably stable. No matter how he scattered it, its essence could not be altered. Enough, let us return to the Immortal Court. The rules of the Forbidden Zones do differ from the greater universe. The mysteries of other Forbidden Zones remain unknown, but the Immortal Court is like a true land fallen from the celestial realm. Its upper limit is slightly higher than that of the greater universe. Searching the entire cosmos, there is indeed no other place so unique. Lu Qingyun shook his head, yet he did not immediately step forward. Instead, he turned slightly. His gaze pierced across half the universe, as if witnessing a great commotion. He could not help but chuckle softly. It begins again. At the center of the universe, that black lotus bloomed once more. As before, a majestic figure, as if embraced by heaven and favored by the Tao, emerged from it, and walked with leisurely steps toward the star of fallen immortals. In response, all living beings let out a heartfelt laugh. No worry, no tension. For this scene had repeated several times over the millennia, and each time the process and outcome were identical. Set out. Select a forbidden zone. Enter. Slay. Then return, heal wounds, and lie dormant for a while. Then emerge again and repeat the cycle. Even the supreme beings within the forbidden zones had come to accept this form of cleansing. 8 forbidden zones shared the burden. As long as a certain interval was maintained within their tolerance limits, this level of loss among their supreme beings was acceptable. After all, as seen from the emergence of the Tai, celestial venerable, the number of supreme beings in these forbidden zones had already exceeded the natural order. If some could be reduced through this method, it was not necessarily a bad thing for many. Moreover, the more important point was, all along only the Black Emperor had been diligently killing. As for the other, does he still not intend to emerge? The Black Emperor's gaze fell, sensing Yiming Yuan's aura. He knew that the latter had no plans to emerge, still immersed in cultivation. Over the millennia, Yiming Yuan had emerged only a handful of times. It was not that he completely avoided cleansing the forbidden zones, but his frequency had indeed dropped, seemingly indolent, yet not neglectful. The Black Emperor withdrew his gaze, saying nothing. He understood Yiming Yuan's thoughts, acknowledged them, but did not agree. Each person had different ambitions. He was willing to spend more time cleansing the forbidden zones, but that did not mean he would force others to share the same mindset. At least given Yiming Yuan's achievements thus far, he had long been worthy of his title as Celestial Emperor. As for himself, from the very beginning he had decided to cleanse the forbidden zones alone. In his secluded cultivation ground, Yiming Yuan sensed the gaze and knew the Black Emperor had emerged again. Yet he made no move. Acting again. Has he reached his end, or has he simply given up on further progress? Yiming Yuan shook his head and closed his eyes. But he did not enter the deepest state of enlightenment, keeping watch on the outside world. He was prepared to emerge with thunderous might to suppress the supreme beings if the Black Emperor faced a fatal crisis. Fortunately, as before, no accident occurred. After easily slaughtering 2 supreme beings, the Black Emperor returned. But Yiming Yuan, watching the Black Emperor's back, felt a surge of thoughts. For he sensed the decline of the Black Emperor's blood and qi. After a moment's thought, though he did not know the Black Emperor's exact age from the 10,000 years of wandering mentioned at his enlightenment, he could tell that the Black Emperor was even more ancient than himself. Now at least 30,000 years had passed. An ordinary great emperor without an immortal medicine would have turned to bones by this age. But the Black Emperor, having attained enlightenment through an immortal medicine, naturally had a long lifespan. Yet even that had its limits. Now he seemed to be approaching his twilight years. Time is merciless. No matter how splendid the bloom, invincible under heaven, none can escape the final blade of time. The path I have chosen is correct. Yiming Yuan murmured, his mind filled with thoughts. In his mind appeared a figure, cold, powerful, and exceptionally aloof. From the moment of his enlightenment, he had abandoned all duties and turned himself into a forbidden zone. Now he had grown unimaginably strong. Perhaps he was the truly awakened one. He should enjoy eternal life, watching the world change. At the depths of the Chaos Mountain Forbidden Zone, the celestial phenomena of the fallen supreme beings had not yet fully dissipated. The residual blood energy in the world was drawn by some force into a massive immortal source. Did you feel it? His fists have slowed. What of the Celestial Emperor? 30,000 years have passed, and it is time for him to age. But I envy him. If I had such a long lifespan, I might have attempted the ascension to immortality. Ah, that is a good joke. Do not say it again. Every one of us here was once invincible in our age. Yet in the end we lost our spirit and fell to this. If we truly had the potential for immortality, we would not have died midway due to insufficient lifespan. Why discuss this? The Celestial Emperor is old. Does anyone have any ideas? No, the times are different. In this age there is another Celestial Emperor who has lived a second life outside. Any ideas? Ideas for seeking death? Oh, not necessarily. That sacred body Celestial Emperor has not emerged for a long time, proving his firm Tao heart and desire for longevity. How similar to us all. But the final outcome. Suddenly the voices from all sides ceased. Whether struck to the core or reminded of something, they fell silent. On the Chaos Mountain, a cold wind blew, making the leaves green, then yellow, then green. Seasons changed and time flowed on. A fissure appeared in the center of his spiritual platform. The Black Emperor's gaze sharpened, divine power surging as he sought to mend it. Yet the result was far from satisfactory. A minuscule crack remained, demanding a second reinforcement. The Black Emperor fell into a long silence. His eyes were deep and profound, harboring no emotion. The Black Emperor let out a soft chuckle. He knew that old age had befallen him, and his vital energy would now begin its relentless decline. Yet instead of sorrow he felt a flicker of joy. Old, nearing death. Did that not mean he could afford to be more reckless? The Black Emperor decided to slay a supreme in the Forbidden Zones to celebrate his twilight years. The Kunlun Divine Ruins, a forbidden domain as fearsome as the Chaos-Fallen Mountain. Its depths belonged to an independent world. The Black Emperor stepped in without hesitation, as naturally and steadily as returning home. Before long he dragged out the corpse of a golden-winged imperial palm. Then seated at the entrance of the Kunlun divine ruins, he roasted the Supreme over a fire, his posture exuding arrogance. It was an outright provocation. Black Emperor, you go too far. A voice emerged from the depths, suppressing furious rage. But the Black Emperor remained unperturbed, ignoring the voice entirely. He wore the expression of an old man who would not listen to reason. If they had the courage, they could swarm him and end him outright. Unfortunately, in the end, no Supreme emerged willing to clash with this dying heavenly emperor. In the following 2,000 years, the Black Emperor would occasionally saunter into the forbidden zones. Each time he would slay no more than a single Supreme. Gone were the days when he shouldered the power of multiple Supremes and fought several at once. The reason was simply, he was old. For a long time he had not advanced his cultivation. Coupled with the constant eruption of supreme battles, his vital energy drained at an alarming rate. Yet his realm remained. Dispatching Supremes was still as effortless as slaughtering pigs and dogs. The Black Realm. Yi Mingyuan stepped in slowly. His aura was as deep as an abyss, his blood vitality like a vast ocean. His life force was exceptionally vigorous at its peak. He gazed at the Black Emperor, whose face showed no change, as if still in his prime, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Now his strength had surpassed the Black Emperor. But he knew this did not mean his talent was superior. It was simply because he was still young. Nor had he, like the Black Emperor, spent the vast majority of his time cleansing the forbidden zones. You are nearing death. Yi Mingyuan spoke bluntly. The Black Emperor nodded. This day was bound to come. I have foreseen it and accepted it. I came to you today to ask for your protection in my final days, lest the Supremes seize my flesh and Tao fruit. Agreed. Yi Mingyuan answered without hesitation. The Black Emperor's achievements during his reign alone were enough to warrant his protection in these final moments, even if it affected his cultivation. With the assurance given, the Black Emperor smiled and spoke bluntly. I knew you would agree. After all, for you, cultivating or not during this time makes little difference. I know, achieving immortality. You have no hope. These words darkened Yi Mingyuan's face, but he did not refute. It was an implicit admission. After so long in cultivation, he indeed felt that way. Though his cultivation base had been advancing, the speed was not fast. Moreover, there was a reference point ahead of him. 3 punches had nearly annihilated both heavenly emperors. Such terrifying power was beyond his reach even after 100,000 years of bitter cultivation. Yet even that being with such fearsome strength had not achieved immortality. As for living a third life, Yi Mingyuan lacked that confidence. In the beginning, he had attained the Emperor realm only through a shortcut, relying on a special will from the opportunity he found in the Chaos Fallen Mountain. Perhaps if he had not relied on external forces, but instead comprehended it himself and fully transformed it into his own power, he might have had a chance now. Now it was impossible. The news of the Black Emperor's impending death spread throughout the great cosmos. A wave of sorrow pervaded the entire universe. Everyone knew that if the Black Emperor had not spent years campaigning in the Forbidden Zones, even neglecting his cultivation, his lifespan would not have been so limited. For this reason, the world mourned the Black Emperor's departure, remembering his great deeds. His life was inscribed in ancient history, leaving behind epic tales for future generations. Yet the people did not fall into despair, for there was still a young heavenly emperor in the world capable of shielding the living. In the 34003 RD year of the immortal court calendar, over the past few millennia, the Black Emperor had not been idle. He frequently appeared in various forbidden zones, becoming a nightmare for the Supremes there. Even when he had just killed a Supreme and the world thought he was in seclusion, recovering a supreme aura that suppressed all Tao and ruled the entire great cosmos reached its peak at that moment. A sense of grief flooded the starry sky. At that moment, everyone sensed the passing of that majestic existence. And at the same time, within the Black Realm, golden light illuminated the world, dazzling and resplendent, sweeping away all malicious icy gazes. Yi Mingyuan stood above the Black Realm, his gaze exuding utmost authority, his life force exceptionally vigorous. His aura suppressed the heavens, enveloping the entire great cosmos. At this moment, he was telling the world and warning the Supremes in the Forbidden Zones, there is still a heavenly emperor in this universe, and one in his prime. After quelling all turmoil, Yi Mingyuan looked toward the imperial throne, which was now empty. Everything had transformed into Tao and returned to the heavens with the Black Emperor's death. Yi Mingyuan watched the departure of this once sole emperor of the world, deeply moved. It felt like a brilliant era coming to its end. But the problem was, he wasn't dead yet. Moreover, his so-called watching departure was literal. He witnessed the Black Emperor transform into an illusory black lotus, plunging into the boundless void. Most likely it would reincarnate into an immortal divine herb. Not exactly a true death. So is this the reason he never sought immortality? Immortal divine herbs, in a sense, have always existed in the world, never needing to worry about withering. Damn it. Could it be that when the time comes among the 3 heavenly emperors, I'll be the one to die cleanly, leaving not even ashes, eh? Yi Mingyuan felt a throbbing headache. Because with the Black Emperor's death, he had been there to protect him. But when his own lifespan dried up, there was no need to guess. A swarm of Supremes would gather like leeches to feast on his flesh. The passing of the Black Emperor plunged the entire cosmos into mourning. Yet time continued its relentless march, eroding all memories in its wake. A millennium later, the impression of the world's invincible being among the new generation of cultivators was solely that of Yi Mingyuan, who had attained the Tao through the sacred body, shattering the eternal shackles. Only a few top-tier prodigies with profound backgrounds would learn from their elders that within a forbidden zone there existed a terror far surpassing the sacred body, Heavenly Emperor. As for the Black Emperor, his achievements were recorded in the annals of history. Later generations extolled him, yet they had already relegated him to a bygone era. In the cosmic starry sky, golden light radiated brilliantly, dazzling the eyes. Yi Mingyuan patrolled the universe, no longer secluding himself for cultivation as in the past. He had overestimated his own talent. He realized that in the years to come he could not reach the realm he aspired to attain. Thus he ceased his seclusion. Instead, he fulfilled his duty as the Heavenly Emperor, deterring the forbidden zones and protecting the mortal world. Of course, he was not so noble. He also had his selfish motives. Now his second life was nearly 30,000 years old. Perhaps he could not survive the next 10,000 years. But he naturally wished to live another life to gain sufficient lifespan and attempt to leap into a higher realm in his prime. So during his patrol of the cosmos, he also sought the traces of the immortal medicine, hoping to find one and begin his third life. Unfortunately, when he was half crippled, he had already tried to find the immortal medicine. Even delving into the forbidden zones, he found no trace. Only in the immortal court forbidden zone did the Chaos Heavenly Emperor clearly possess one, but obtaining it was of course impossible. Alas, ancient emperors who obtained the immortal medicine to live a second life are few and far between. Though my combat prowess is formidable and my name will echo in history, the immortal medicine depends on fate hard to force. Yi Mingyuan traversed the entire cosmos, even sweeping the cosmic borderlands, but found no immortal medicine. Yet he made an unexpected discovery. He uncovered the hidden ancestral star of the Overlord physique. After casually slaying a great completion Overlord, he cast it aside and ignored its fate. For a full millennium, Yi Mingyuan searched for the immortal medicine without finding the slightest trace. Then he let go. Isn't it just death? What's there to fear? Yi Mingyuan rebuked his own cowardice, forcibly stopping his futile efforts. Then he decisively rushed to the fallen immortal star, intending to shamelessly obtain an immortal medicine from Lu Qingyun. But the perpetually shrouded immortal mist, ethereal and cold, cut off all his sight and hope. Ultimately, he could only slink away. In the eyes of the world, this was the Heavenly Emperor on his patrol, intimidating the 9 forbidden zones. Finally, he stood before the immortal court forbidden ground, facing off with the terror within, and after reaching some ancient pact, departed satisfied. Thus the world once again praised the Heavenly Emperor's might and mercy. Only some ancient families and holy lands who knew of the little anecdote about 3 punches and 2 emperors understood that the truth was certainly not as glorious as the rumor. In the 400th year of the immortal court calendar, Yi Mingyuan built his imperial palace beside the Black Realm. From that year onward, he no longer went out and lived deep in the palace. The world knew that Yi Mingyuan, the Heavenly Emperor who attained the Tao through the sacred body, had grown old. During his several thousand years of solitary reign, he had visited the great forbidden zones numerous times, but only struck out 3 times. Those 3 strikes cleared a way for supreme beings for later generations in immeasurable merit. He did not strike more often because each exertion at his age fully stimulated his blood energy, accelerating his decline. In the mortal world, with the Heavenly Emperor aging, all seemed desolate. He was the last invincible one sheltering the living. The entire cosmos survived only because of his protection. But all living beings must eventually reach their end. A lifetime of brilliance will also wither. Years passed, and that imperial palace never opened again. In the cosmos, the imperial might of Yi Mingyuan still shrouded the world, high and mighty, governing all laws. So everyone knew the Heavenly Emperor still lived. Yet they also understood that his condition was likely very dire. 2,000 years passed. The great Tao of the entire cosmos trembled once more, as if a supreme being was still struggling, desperately unwilling to depart, forcefully prolonging his life. Such an occurrence had happened 3 times in the past millennium. One could imagine the torment the Heavenly Emperor was enduring within that palace. In the eyes of the world, the Heavenly Emperor could never forget the people, always worrying for their safety. That was why he was unwilling to pass away. Such forced existence must surely be agonizing. But no matter how the beings of the world prayed, the Heavenly Emperor never revived. At the moment of this Tao tremor, what chilled and enraged countless powerful beings was the appearance of figure after figure outside the imperial palace. The pressure of supreme beings permeated, forcibly altering the very rules of the heaven and earth they stood in. A full 9 supreme beings awakened from the forbidden zones, united to slay this Heavenly Emperor who had attained the Tao through the sacred body. This shall be a grand feast. The blood of a holy body, and moreover one that has attained the Tao. What a taste beyond imagination its flesh and blood must possess. I am already unable to contain my anticipation. Though my essence and chi are abundant, I need not take such risks. Yet I truly yearn to drink the Heavenly Emperor's blood. Everyone strike together lest there be any mishap. What accident could possibly occur? There are 9 of us, and every fiber of our beings teems with vitality. United in assault, even at the apex of his power he cannot withstand us. How much more so now, when he flickers like a candle in the wind? I only ask that he does not perish now, otherwise I shall be denied the pleasure of hearing his exquisite screams. A supreme with a lion's face, crane's legs, and bovine body bared its savage fangs, eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty fervor. He strode forward and struck the imperial palace with a single palm. Boom! The entire imperial palace instantly crumbled to dust as layers of ultimate Tao formations flared to life, encompassing this entire star domain. All 9 supremes were within its range. Yet, no trace of surprise flickered in their gazes. Merely ultimate Tao formations. Among those present who during their reign did not master the ultimate Tao formations. To think these could oppose us 9 supremes, how utterly naive. Cold and greedy gazes fell upon the figure seated serenely at the palace's heart upon a rush straw mat radiating Taoist charm. Yi Mingyuan's countenance mirrored that of millennia past, still young, still bearing that defiant air, as though he remained the supreme heavenly emperor who roamed the forbidden zones unchallenged, wantonly slaying supremes. Yet beneath his form the decay he labored to conceal was unmistakably detected by the gathered supremes. Yi Mingyuan, do you truly believe such tricks could intimidate us? In former times, when the Black Emperor perished, your protection prevented us from acting. We could only watch as he merged with heaven and earth. But now as you approach your end, who will shield you? These formations alone. Or perhaps, mere bluster. Another supreme spoke, his gaze brimming with killing intent, his voice cold enough to freeze the void itself. Oh! Upon the rush straw mat, Yi Mingyuan's eyes fluttered open as he spoke. When have I ever bluffed? From the very beginning, I have been awaiting your arrival. For this, I even fabricated 3 deceptions of impending death. Yet you did not dare to act until now, merely assuming that given my advanced years, any contingencies I possess would prove useless against you. But how can one know without trying? His words fell silent. The 9 supremes' expressions grew grave. Despite their earlier contempt, now that battle loomed, each grew increasingly cautious. After all they understood in single combat, even this aged heavenly emperor would overwhelm them effortlessly. To act rashly now and be dragged into death together would be the cruelest irony. The ultimate Tao formations blazed, suffusing the entire star domain, layer upon layer inscribed by Yi Mingyuan over these millennia. For precisely this very battle, to purge another wave of supremes before his final departure. A ferocious tide of killing intent surged heavenward. The power of the ultimate killing arrays ensnared all 9 supremes, yet they thundered ceaselessly onward. Fortunately, these were not the only arrays. Over these millennia, Yi Mingyuan had inscribed at least 100 ultimate killing arrays. Standing at the formation's nexus, he commanded every array to suppress the 9 supremes. Yet the 9 supremes combined might prove horrifyingly overwhelming, tearing through array after array with terrifying efficiency. Cough. One supreme coughed blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly the killing arrays had exacted some toll. Gazing upon Yi Mingyuan with murderous intensity, he declared, we shall shatter every last formation. Such stratagems hold no power against us. Yi Mingyuan nodded at the supreme's bellow, offering no retort. Even he acknowledged that such measures could not guarantee victory. Yet fortunately, who claimed he possessed only a single contingency. Correct, such stratagems are insufficient. Then, let us invoke another. At these words the 9 supremes' countenances shifted abruptly. Impossible. These numerous ultimate Tao formations must have consumed millennia of meticulous inscription. How could there possibly be another stratagem? Where did he find the time? As the 9 supremes reeled in astonishment, a terrifying aura erupted nearby. That aura belonged to the Black Emperor. Boom. A resonant impact echoed through the void. It seemed some being sought to shatter the void and return to the mortal realm. Boom. Another resonant thunderclap reverberated from the Black Realm, sealed since the Black Emperor's fall. Boom. The third impact resounded. The entire Black Realm suddenly reawakened, blazing with supreme radiance at the heart of the cosmic starfield, consuming an entire star domain. A figure with dense black hair, each strand radiating luminous whiteness as they danced in chaos, held the Black Lotus imperial weapon and stood at the Black Realm's center, gazing calmly upon the 9 supremes. It seemed the Black Emperor had returned. The thought materialized in their minds for an instant before being rejected. Impossible. Life and death govern cosmic law. When the Black Emperor perished, heaven and earth responded, and his great Tao vanished with him. Though his cultivation was supreme and his methods boundless, he could not have feigned death across such vast epochs. Setting aside all else, his lifespan alone could not have sustained him to this day. No, he is not the Black Emperor, merely a warrior's intent refined to its absolute limit. A supreme's eyes flickered with divine light as he discerned the figure's true nature. The others exhaled with relief. So long as the Black Emperor had not truly returned, all remained manageable. At this moment, Yi Mingyuan had approached the Black Emperor's war intent, his gaze carrying a hint of regret. His voice remained soft, yet it reached every creature present. Forgive me. This stratagem of yours was meant for future generations to quell the dark turmoil. But these wretches proved far too cowardly. Now I am too old, capable only of throwing a punch. In that figure's grasp, the Black Lotus Imperial weapon, incomplete, with a deliberate flaw, pulsed with energy. The meaning was unmistakable. When the Black Emperor first coalesced this form from boundless war intent, it was to annihilate Supremes. Its emergence need only serve their destruction. Moreover, 9 Supremes together. Such a magnificent ensemble shall prove rare indeed. This war intent spent here is well worth it. Then let us fight together one final time in this manner. Yi Mingyuan laughed, the weight in his heart dissolving. He turned his eyes blazing with golden radiance. Like a vast ocean, golden chi and blood surged across the cosmos, once more after millennia, though no longer as vital and full of life as before. Yet like Yi Mingyuan's own form, suffused with an undercurrent of decay, seemingly foreshadowing the 9 Supremes' ultimate fate. On the other side, the Black Emperor's war intent strode forward. Grasping the Black Lotus Imperial weapon, he appeared as the true Black Emperor reborn. Boundless war intent surged forth, subjugating all worlds, compelling these Supremes to relive those nights of dread when they feared being singled out as victims. 2 heavenly emperors at this very moment unleashed their ultimate might in a final confrontation. Supremes were shattered one by one, bleeding profusely, attempting to flee, only to find their escape routes sealed by remnants of the ultimate killing arrays. Beholders witnessed the imperial war erupting at the cosmos' heart, their eyes brimming with tears. They understood this was the final radiance of 2 heavenly emperors. Even unto death they fought for those yet to come, seeking to slay as many Supremes as possible. Yet, at the moment the ultimate Tao battle erupted. At the universe's frontier, a creature seized this opportunity to decisively trigger the Tao verification heavenly tribulation. It was a complete saint spirit born of heaven and earth, alone, indifferent to all mortal life. The thunderous dragons surged, pervading the air with the pressure of the supreme Tao. After tens of thousands of years, the tribulation of attaining the Tao was once again triggered, suffocating the world with its might. A divine being, born from heaven and earth, uniquely favored by nature. It was the ultimate creation, nurtured by the cosmos. Once perfected, it could rival an emperor. Yet all divine beings were cold-hearted and indifferent to the mortal realm. In ancient records, whenever a divine being reached perfection and emerged into the world, it brought about a bloody storm across the entire universe. If an emperor existed in that era, they could suppress it in time. But if that generation had only this divine being as the sole invincible entity, it meant the lament of all races and the extinction of life. For this very reason, the divine being knew that if it emerged prematurely and forcibly sought to attain the Tao, what awaited it would be the thunderous strike of Yi Mingyuan, the heavenly emperor. Even more so than the Supremes, his murderous intent toward it would be even more intense. Thus it chose to lie dormant. Even though it had long reached perfection, it never emerged. Until this very day, the time was ripe. Once it emerged, it triggered the Tao-attaining tribulation, making the ultimate leap. A mist of immortal essence, diffused, ethereal, and elusive. Its true form was a block of lustrous, immaculate celestial stone, unlike anything mundane. When the wind passed, celestial music seemed to chime, exuding an unknown yet profound Tao resonance. Today I Sheng Ing attain the Tao and become emperor. I shall be called the Saint Emperor. All beings in the world who disobey shall be slain. The imperial might of the supreme Tao was vast, even though the tribulation of Tao attainment had not yet fully dissipated. Yet below that figure, as if capable of piercing through heaven and earth, traversing the cycles of reincarnation, had already displayed an invincible demeanor. Not yet at the ultimate realm, yet already possessing the might of an emperor. His voice resonated throughout the entire universe, causing panic and dismay among the people. It also made Yi Mingyuan, who was pursuing the remaining Supremes, gaze coldly, with surging, intense, murderous intent in his eyes. Too arrogant. While he was still alive, the divine being showed not the slightest restraint. One could imagine that once he passed away, and this world had only this bloodthirsty Saint Emperor, what a tragic fate would befall the mortal realm. It would surely be a river of blood and drifting corpses, the entire universe falling into extinction. He turned his head, casting a cold glare at the figure beneath the tribulation. If he chose to intervene at this moment, he could certainly block its path to the Tao. But if he did so, the remaining Supremes, severely wounded, would escape back to the forbidden zones. Once he passed away, these Supremes would surely initiate a grand dark calamity to replenish their injuries and recover their vitality. At that time, the situation might be even worse. And this divine being had calculated precisely this point, choosing to emerge at this moment and directly attain the Tao. Thus, despite its arrogant words, its mind was extremely meticulous. He withdrew his gaze. Yi Mingyuan no longer paid attention to the commotion of the Tao attainment. Together with the Black Emperor's battle intent, he finally managed to slay the last Supreme outside the Forbidden Zone just before it could escape. Thus all 9 Supremes had fallen. At that very moment, A wave of imperial pressure from the divine being's Tao overshadowed the entire universe. Everyone knew. The perfected divine being named Sheng Ying had succeeded. The black-faced emperor weapon manipulated the Black Emperor's battle intent, still eager to fight. But its battle intent had already been exhausted. Having fought against 9 supremes, it had been pushed to its limits. How could it possibly fight another Saint Emperor? Perhaps the Black Emperor in his true form could have done so. But now this was merely a condensed battle intent. It is enough. He has already done more than enough. As for what comes next, the still-living Heavenly Emperor will handle it. Yi Mingyuan's gaze was deep, and he spoke softly. He gazed toward the desolate edge of the universe where the aura that seemed to stand equal with heaven and earth had vanished. After successfully crossing the Tao-attaining tribulation, the divine being did not descend with overwhelming force to slay him, the aged and exhausted Heavenly Emperor. Instead, it chose to avoid confrontation for the moment, hiding within the world, waiting for its injuries to heal and its realm to stabilize. Of course, the more likely reason was that it was unwilling to contend with him, the Heavenly Emperor, who was destined to pass away soon. Winning would bring no benefit, but losing or being severely wounded could cause it to fall from the imperial throne. A divine being attaining the Tao, yet only possessing such courage. Yi Mingyuan shook his head, a trace of disappointment flickering across his face. In the past, when he contended on the path of emperors, he had encountered divine beings multiple times, though he always swept through them. But those opponents at least dared to fight and struggle. Unlike this perfected divine being that had just attained the Tao, at the peak of its power, it didn't even dare to bully an old, exhausted relic like him. Lacking any ambition, how many supremes had dreamed of his blood, yearning to bathe in his crimson essence and be revitalized? As a reigning emperor, did it not even have such a wild aspiration? Truly inept, Yi Mingyuan strode across the universe, openly searching for traces of the Emperor Sheng Ying. But unfortunately, the divine being race had always excelled at the art of concealment. Now having ascended to a higher realm, Yi Mingyuan's journey was destined to be futile. Nevertheless, his patrol of the universe brought a measure of peace to the hearts of all living beings. But how long could the Heavenly Emperor hold on? 100 years. For a full century. The Heavenly Emperor resided in the Imperial Palace at the center of the galaxy, its brilliant radiance illuminating the entire universe, dispelling all coldness and darkness. Yet the Tao-attaining divine being never appeared again, as if it had never existed. But all beings in the world knew that a pair of cold, indifferent eyes were always watching from somewhere in the cosmos, watching the light of the Imperial Palace. Once it went out, the divine being would emerge, bringing a bloody era to the entire universe. Time is running out. Yi Mingyuan's eyes were quietly accumulating the aura of death, barely suppressible. Once it burst forth completely, his fall would be imminent. He gazed into the boundless cosmos, unable to bear the thought that the mortal world he had protected for his entire life would once again be engulfed in bloodshed from the day of his passing. That enlightened Holy Spirit must be eliminated. But how? Having just attained enlightenment, it possessed abundant longevity, clearly intending to outlast him. Unless he could live on forever, to sever a part of himself and descend into a supreme. This thought echoed in Yi Mingyuan's mind, but he cast it away. No, absolutely not. Once he experienced the sensation of sealing himself and prolonging his lifespan, even he could not guarantee that he would remain true to his original heart and not degenerate into a true supreme. Perhaps he could take a similar path. On this day, the Imperial Palace shone with ever brighter radiance. The true form of the Heavenly Emperor once again appeared before the eyes of the world. A golden path extended, stretching all the way to the outskirts of the Immortal Court's forbidden zone within the Star of Fallen Immortals. The movements of the Heavenly Emperor naturally drew everyone's attention, and upon seeing this, confusion arose in the hearts of the people. What was the Heavenly Emperor trying to do? Could it be that he sought aid from that chaos Heavenly Emperor, asking him to act and eliminate the enlightened Holy Spirit for the sake of all living beings in the universe? But this seemed somewhat fanciful. When the dark calamity had descended, the two supremes had bathed the universe in blood, yet that chaos Heavenly Emperor had merely stood by, coldly indifferent. If he truly had the heart to protect the universe, why would he have sealed himself within the forbidden zone for tens of thousands of years? The only time he had emerged, he had severely wounded the two Heavenly Emperors. It seemed that this journey of the Heavenly Emperor was destined to be in vain. Some sighed, but the next moment the immortal mist dispersed. That chaos Heavenly Emperor had actually agreed to let the Heavenly Emperor enter. Could it be that there was truly a chance for a turn of events? In an instant, hope ignited in the hearts of the people. They all waited for the Heavenly Emperor to successfully persuade that chaos Heavenly Emperor to emerge together, find the enlightened Holy Spirit, and annihilate it completely. Yet, 3 days passed. The immortal mist had long since gathered again, cutting off all prying eyes. No one knew what was happening inside, but everyone's hearts still brimmed with anticipation. The chaos Heavenly Emperor had always been indifferent to the world. Surely persuasion would require much talk, and taking more time was normal. 7 days passed. A vague unease began to rise in the hearts of the people. Yet seeing the Imperial Palace still radiating light, they suppressed this thought, daring not to dwell on it further. After a month, the atmosphere of the entire universe had changed, for they could sense that the Heavenly Emperor's Tao had vanished. The imperial palace at the center of the starry sky had also lost its radiance. All signs indicated that the Heavenly Emperor had chosen in his twilight years to enter the immortal court's forbidden zone, sever a part of himself, and become a supreme. The sky had fallen. The last vestige of hope in the hearts of sentient beings was shattered. The lofty Heavenly Emperor, who had protected the world for tens of thousands of years, had chosen in his final days to degenerate into a supreme for the sake of eternal existence. Such a colossal disparity struck the hearts of the people like a heavy hammer. From that moment, the world reviled his actions. They overthrew his statues. In the annals of history, they erased his merits and left behind only infamy. All believed that he was just like the ancient emperors and sovereigns of old. In his reign, he had protected the living, slaughtered supremes, intimidated the forbidden zones, and achieved many feats that were passed down by the people. But once he entered his twilight years, he would become greedy for survival, unwilling to simply pass away. He would choose to enter a forbidden zone, hoping to await the opening of the path to immortality in the long ages to come and ascend to the immortal path. Even though some still refused to believe, insisting that the Heavenly Emperor must have had other reasons, they could only go with the tide against the overwhelming wave of public opinion. Human nature. Deep within the immortal court, Lu Qingyun sat cross-legged, letting out a disdainful laugh. He watched the imperial palace that had sheltered the world for 10,000 years being razed to the ground, then turned his gaze to a figure sealed within the immortal source. It was Yi Mingyuan. Well, how does it feel to be misunderstood by the world? You've spent your entire life giving everything for the mortal realm. Even in your twilight years, you still schemed and laid plans for them. Yet in the end, you've been erased from history, slandered, and reviled. How does it sit with you? Lu Qingyun's lips curled upward, his mockery palpable. Yi Mingyuan opened his eyes. The deathly aura within him had been firmly suppressed by an exceptionally powerful and pure life force. Even after all this time, he could not help but marvel at the terrifying methods of Lu Qingyun. He must have already reached an inconceivable realm. Hearing Lu Qingyun's taunts, Yi Mingyuan, sealed within the immortal source to slow his life's decline, showed not a flicker of emotion in his eyes. He cared not for the world's judgment. Everything he did was merely in accordance with his own heart. When that enlightened Holy Spirit emerges, everything will change. Yi Mingyuan's voice was utterly calm, his gaze profound, as if he had seen through all the world. He was not worried about being cursed. Rather, he worried about not being cursed. For if the world did not believe that he had fallen into the forbidden zone and abandoned his duty, how could that enlightened Holy Spirit believe it? I'm good. You know I've always trusted you. Lu Qingyun's eyes were full of encouragement. Not mockery, but profound sincerity. Because Yi Mingyuan's actions had triggered a quest. If not for this quest, he would not have allowed Yi Mingyuan to enter, nor would he have infused him with so much life essence. Quest: Heavenly Emperor's gift. The current Heavenly Emperor takes the initiative to visit, intending to offer you, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, a piece of enlightenment immortal stone. This act not only adds a wondrous landscape to the Forbidden Zone and increases its foundation, but also proves the might of the immortal court Forbidden Zone. Quest rewards specific 10 ferocious beast art stone spirit. Striking, Lu Qingyun glanced at the system panel, a faint delight flashing in his eyes. This kind of good fortune, getting rewards without leaving home, he hoped would come more often. Now he just needed to wait for that Shang-Ing to emerge. But there was a question. Lu Qingyun looked at Yi Mingyuan with some doubt. In his current state, could he actually win? After all, he was a Heavenly Emperor who had lived through 3 lifetimes, counting the rebirth at enlightenment. Fighting a cowardly enlightened Holy Spirit shouldn't be a problem, right? He'd better not mess up and cause me to lose the system reward. Meanwhile, Yi Mingyuan, sealed within the immortal source's aura as deep as an abyss, remained in silent ambush. He felt the slowly ebbing vitality within him, and a battle intent entwined with deathly aura continuously gathered, preparing for the upcoming earth-shattering battle. In his mind, the bold words he had spoken to gain entry to the Forbidden Zone echoed repeatedly. Lend me your strength. I will burn my last ounce of energy and gift you the sole enlightenment immortal stone in the world to play with. In a small world filled with chaotic chi, Shang-Ing sat at its center, inhaling and exhaling endless chaotic chi, gradually perfecting his Tao fruit. After a millennium of adjustment, the injuries left from his enlightenment had healed and his realm had stabilized. Now he was a great emperor at his peak. Moreover, being a perfect Holy Spirit who had attained enlightenment, even though it had been only a few hundred years since his enlightenment, and he had not yet comprehended the heavenly heartmark, he was still confident that he would not be weaker than any peak great emperor. 1,000 years have passed. If that Heavenly Emperor had not severed himself and sealed into the immortal source's lifespan, would have surely been utterly exhausted. He has probably truly sealed himself in the Forbidden Zone. Laughable. With a sacred body, achieving enlightenment, possessing tens of thousands of years of lifespan, yet unable to advance further and attain the immortal rank, utterly useless. Only failures choose to enter a Forbidden Zone. As for me, with my heaven-defying talent, I am destined to achieve true immortality in this era. In the 44000th year of the Immortal Court era, a millennium had passed since the Heavenly Emperor fell into the Forbidden Zone. Driven by fury, the people destroyed temples and erased history, using such extreme measures to conceal their own terror. And also to welcome a new great emperor. The law of imperial sovereignty, like an iron rule, spanned the great cosmos, pressing down upon the heads of all. Let everyone know that an ancient saint emperor still existed in the world, though all were unwilling to witness his emergence. Yet 1,000 years had passed, and the residual might of the Heavenly Emperor had already faded. He had already ascended to rule the world. The immense pressure of the ultimate path spread from the center of the cosmos outward. A sacred palace forged from divine metal stood amidst the sea of stars, its radiance illuminating the world. Yet it brought a sense of utter coldness. Sheng Ying's body was colossal, like a primordial divine mountain. 2 life planets he had casually plucked and held in his hands, playing with them, unmoved by the wails and pleas of the billions of living beings within. His gaze shone brilliantly. He stood up, letting all beings in the great cosmos witness the return of this ancient emperor. And in the first moment of his return, he issued a decree. All noble families, sacred lands, or life source planets, the resources they have hoarded, such as divine gold and spirit stones, take out 70% and present them to the sacred palace as a congratulatory gift. I will refine the myriad essences of heaven and earth to reach a realm no one has ever ascended. You should dedicate everything for this. Those who refuse I will personally visit and sever your lineage for 10,000 generations. Tyrannical, greedy. In the very first moment of his enthronement, he sought to plunder the resources of the entire great cosmos. Such conduct was unlike any previous invincible being. Yet helplessly no one dared to gamble whether he would truly carry out massacres. After all, this was a saint spirit who despised all life. Thus, one by one, the noble families and sacred lands began their journey. From each life source planet, beings also stepped into the starry sky, heading toward the sacred palace. Originally, this place was a sacred ground for all beings in the universe, revered by all. But now it was regarded as a den of demons devouring whoever came near. Though it was the same scene of myriad beings paying homage, the meaning behind it was vastly different. Yet Sheng Ying cared not. He sat upright within the sacred palace, his eyes opening and closing, faint wisps of immortal aura swirling around him. Gazing at the myriad beings on the ancient starry road, who were extremely unwilling yet forced to bring him resources, a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Why must the invincible one of the age protect the multitude? As a saint spirit born of heaven and earth, after reaching perfection and emerging, he attained enlightenment in a single dawn. What he sought was not to protect these ants. Rather, it was to advance unceasingly on the path ahead, using the entire cosmos to nourish him, an ancient emperor, so as to break through the ultimate limit. Throughout the annals of history, how many great emperors and ancient emperors were there? But why did they all depart regretfully, either dissolving into the way of heaven or falling into the forbidden zone to eke out an existence? Though some of it was due to talent. The most crucial point was that they were not cruel enough. After attaining enlightenment, they intimidated the forbidden zones and killed the supremes. They put on a hypocritical show for thousands and tens of thousands of years, until time was no more and years never returned. Only then did they suddenly awaken, crying and begging the forbidden zone to keep a place for them. Among these supremes, the only one Sheng Ying found somewhat acceptable was the Chaos Heavenly Emperor of the Immortal Court in the 9th Forbidden Zone. But you back then still weren't ruthless enough. You merely abandoned your duty with no augmentation to yourself, turning the entire great cosmos and all its myriad beings into nourishment for your advancement. That is the correct method. Sheng Ying cast a glance toward the direction of the immortal star, tinged with greed. No rush. His wings were not yet fully grown. Once he reached the pinnacle, he could delve into the immortal court and taste the flesh and blood of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor. The Chaos body, the foremost physique in all ages. I wonder if infusing the Chaos blood into my body could trigger a transformation. He closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of various divine golds and spirit stones. Yet he did not know that at the very moment he withdrew his gaze, an ordinary, unremarkable figure, carrying a massive, oddly shaped piece of immortal source, had stepped onto the ancient starry road. Step by step, he was advancing toward him. Without a trace of aura leaking, everything was instinctual, as if he had been waiting for this moment for 1,000 years. His pace was not fast, yet each step spanned several star domains. Soon he surpassed some from the noble families and sacred lands. Using such a large piece of immortal source as a congratulatory gift. Which family is this? Such a grand gesture. An elder from a sacred land exclaimed in amazement. Not only was he generous enough to offer immortal source as a gift, but his unfathomable abyss-like depth of power also astounded them. Beside him, a more senior elder frowned deeply, gazing at that silhouette which overlapped with the majestic world-covering figure in the depths of his memory. He could not help but weep uncontrollably. He murmured, "I knew it. You are here, you have always been here." The gates of the sacred palace swung open. Divine gold spirit stones, those supremely rare treasures that required an immensely long time to gestate, were now piled up like mountains. Such a scene of abundance. Had it not been for the presence of the Saint Emperor seated in the void above, every person present would have, without a moment's hesitation, summoned their imperial weapons and sparked a battle of the ultimate path. But now not a single person dared to move a muscle. The pressure of the imperial sovereign like a chaos universe pressed down upon all ages, chilling the hearts of the saints. Not bad. Sheng Ying's voice was extremely indifferent, yet the crowd could still detect a hint of delight within it. Yet everyone remained silent, trembling with fear. Seeing this, Sheng Ying was highly satisfied. Even he himself had not anticipated such an abundance of divine gold and spirit stones. The reserves of these noble families and sacred lands combined were enough to forge several ancient emperor weapons. However, he already had his own imperial weapon by his side, so there was no need to forge more. The reason he needed these divine materials was naturally because as a saint spirit who attained enlightenment through immortal stone, he could continuously enhance himself by devouring divine gold and spirit stones. Even just what was currently in the sacred palace was enough to trigger a transformation within him. Moreover, on the ancient starry road, there were still many forces yet to arrive and present their tributes. Over the long ages, the quantities of divine materials hoarded by these forces were truly vast. What great emperors and heavenly emperors! They are nothing but people who do not know how to adapt. When I achieve immortality, breaking the seal of this world, so that future generations can also have the environment to become immortals, that is the true great merit. And it will be eternally engraved by the great cosmos. In his heart, Sheng Ying had already envisioned the scene after achieving immortality being eternally worshipped, which filled him with immense pride. The gates of the sacred palace were always open, and from time to time forces arrived to present their offerings. In the center before that grand mountain of divine materials, any tribute appeared dim and insignificant. Even a massive piece of immortal source shaped like a coffin. Clang! The colossal immortal origin coffin crashed into the divine object mountain, unleashing a thunderous reverberation. Such an irreverent act naturally drew the attention of all present. Sheng Ying's icy gaze descended upon it. He acknowledged the immortal origin as a tribute, but such disrespect left him with no choice but to give vent to his wrath. Yet, when his gaze fell upon that figure, his eyes began to tremble violently. Familiar. All too familiar. This was the majestic silhouette he had secretly observed day and night before his own birth. Even though not a trace of its former aura remained, he was absolutely certain. This was the heavenly emperor who had attained the Tao through the sacred body and sheltered all living beings for 40,000 years. You are not dead. Soon. Yi Mingyuan's voice was hoarse as he spoke, engaging in the first and final conversation with this ultimate adversary. The crowd surged frantically, fleeing in all directions. At Yi Mingyuan's arrival, some felt joy, but far more, fear. For the battle of the extreme Tao erupted in an instant. In a single moment, the vast sacred palace was reduced to dust, vanishing into the starry expanse. The multitude was astonished to find that throughout the entire macrocosm the Tao of the heavenly emperor had been revived. Amid the cosmic stars, two majestic figures like blazing suns collided with each other. Too sudden. No one had anticipated it. They had believed that henceforth this Tao-attaining sacred spirit would enslave the universe for tens of thousands of years. This would have been another dark age that ancient history would be reluctant to mention. But the heavenly emperor had revived. He had returned, and in his prime form. Everyone had misunderstood. He had not slashed his own cultivation and fallen into a forbidden zone. Instead, he had reached some agreement with the chaos heavenly emperor of the immortal court, concealed within it for 1,000 years. All for the emergence of this Tao-attaining sacred spirit. And then, to drag him together into the boundless abyss. Before the ruined heavenly emperor temple, a withered old man now wept tears of hot emotion. He knelt in prayer before the half-shattered statue, devout and sincere. May the heavenly emperor get his wish. Boom. The extreme Tao pressures collided, and the residual might they splashed caused vast swaths of starfields to go silent. Countless beings wailed in grief. But Yi Mingyuan could no longer heed them. He was far too old. From the moment he revived his blood and unleashed his combat power, his life had entered a countdown. Now what sustained him was but a single will, to beat this Tao-attaining sacred spirit to death and hurl it into the forbidden zone of the immortal court. To fulfill his promised gift of the heavenly emperor. His golden blood like an ocean surged and roiled, yet it bore no vitality, but was instead steeped in endless death chi. In this way he thoroughly drained himself, trading for even greater power. He already possessed a third of his prime era demeanor. But his opponent was a perfected sacred spirit who had succeeded in attaining the Tao. Though not a divine metal sacred spirit, its original body was a celestial stone no less than divine metal. When it unleashed its full power, the entire macrocosm trembled. Its gaze was utterly indifferent, a sky-piercing divine staff in its hand, enough to disrupt the cosmos and overturn the cycle of yin and yang. It was confident it could slay this aged heavenly emperor. Otherwise, how could it speak of achieving immortality? Your era has ended. To dare compete with me for glory, you can only become the flesh and blood essence that nourishes my body. Sheng Ying's voice spread through the world, chilling the hearts of all living beings. But Yi Mingyuan did not respond. He only suddenly erupted, using his overwhelming golden blood mixed with death qi to suppress Sheng Ying. The great cauldron descended, shattering his arm. This made Sheng Ying roar as a hazy immortal light burst from his body, unleashing the supreme forbidden arts inscribed upon him by heaven and earth. It seemed to transcend the imperial realm, touching the domain of immortals. Its power was too terrifying. Even Yi Mingyuan was struck, his body exploding. Though he rapidly reassembled, the death qi accumulated in his eyes deepened by another 3 points. He did not hesitate, nor did he show any sign of retreat. He had come with a death wish from the start. Why retreat? But this sacred spirit was simply too powerful. Its confidence in achieving immortality was not unfounded. With its youthful body clashing, the injuries it sustained were all erased by the near-infinite surge of divine power. Until today, he finally understood the feelings of those supremes he had killed. What it was like to fight a life-and-death battle against an existence with an incredibly thick health bar. Collision after collision, explosion after explosion. The scene was too tragic and desolate, moving the world. Though Sheng Ying was now severely wounded, he had firmly gained the upper hand. So, he did not notice that the battlefield had unknowingly moved to a starfield known as a cosmic forbidden zone. In this starfield, there was an ancient majestic planet filled with many imperial prohibitions, the meteor immortal star. As Yi Mingyuan's aura sharply declined. On the verge of death, Sheng Ying intended to deliver the final blow. But Yi Mingyuan grinned at him, a ferocious yet relieved smile. The next moment, he completely burned his soul and Dao fruit, his body tightly binding Sheng Ying. Using everything he had, he dragged the severely wounded Sheng Ying into a place shrouded in immortal mist with strange heavenly Dao rules that matched him remarkably well. Before Yi Mingyuan fully perished, Sheng Ying heard a whisper from him, not directed at him. The last dying words seemed to be, "The Heavenly Emperor's gift has been delivered. Please confirm receipt." Gift? What gift? Sheng Ying dragged his broken body, looking around. Then his pupils contracted sharply. He saw a divine mountain as if drenched in phoenix blood. Many divine birds perched upon it. On that divine mountain, a figure seemed to merge with heaven and earth, ethereal and transcendent, gently stroking. A divine bird that seemed to have reached the level of an alternative Dao attainment, shaped like an immortal phoenix. Then, as if sensing his presence, it raised its eyes and looked at him. Their eyes met. In a daze, Sheng Ying saw chaos churning within those calm pupils. A 9-leaf herb grew amid the chaos, and beside it a noble and sacred true phoenix naturally spread its wings. As he watched, his spiritual platform collapsed imperceptibly, his divine soul silently extracted, vanishing into the endless chaos. Boom! A sacred spirit of celestial stone merely from a single gaze fell. Its body now sat beside the phoenix blood mountain, forming a mountain of equal size, pure white suffused with immortal aura. The wind blew through, bringing celestial music and the flow of Dao rhyme. This single mountain surpassed all supreme enlightenment objects in the world. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully received the tribute from the then Heavenly Emperor. From now on, the Immortal Court Forbidden Zone has completely transcended the great universe, standing independent of the world, and has initially acquired a fraction of the aura of the Eternal Forbidden Zone. Reward one of the 10 fiends the Divine Stone Art. A gentle breeze swept by, and celestial music lingered incessantly. The system's notification sounded. The next moment, a vast stream of information came, but for Lu Qingyun it could be treated with utmost calm. It was not like the first time he received the 9-leaf swordgrass art. It still required immersion to forcibly imprint into instinct. With Lu Qingyun's current realm and his extraordinary comprehension, he merely closed his eyes lightly. A sense of ancient, indestructible, majestic, and profound solidity manifested around him. If the 9-leaf swordgrass art was the ultimate offensive technique, then the divine stone art granted Lu Qingyun supreme defense. Coupled with the fortuitous acquisition of the immortal phoenix art, Lu Qingyun now possessed both offense and defense along with endless endurance. Even if a true immortal stood before him, he was confident enough to suppress and slay him. Refining the myriad Daos. This path is correct. If the environment of this era allowed for immortality, I could attain the immortal path with a single thought. But even if the path to immortality is severed each time I comprehend a great Dao, I feel my cultivation advance another step. One day I will transcend in such an environment. Lu Qingyun's gaze was profound. Within his eyes, chaotic currents seemed to evolve into a true world. Immortal mists gathered, shrouding everything. In the distance, the Phoenix Blood Mountain and the luminous white Immortal Mountain stood tall. Everything was buried. All turmoil had completely subsided within this forbidden zone known as the Immortal Court. Whether it was the Heavenly Emperor or the Saint of Dao, realization abhorred by all beings, neither had emerged from this forbidden zone. All the world knew that whether both had perished together or one had survived, the victor would face the wrath of the offended Chaos Heavenly Emperor. Therefore, in his final moments, Yi Mingyuan had resolved to die using his last breath of strength to ensure that this saint of Tao realization who had poisoned the universe would be eliminated. Such actions moved the world to tears. 1,000 years of scheming, even enduring the world's scorn, the Heavenly Emperor still chose to use his aged body, forsaking everything to protect the people. Such a breadth of mind truly befits the title of Heavenly Emperor. Across the universe, new statues were erected and his deeds were once again sung, echoing throughout the world. At the same time, with the successive passing of the invincible ones, the once brilliant Golden Age seemed to have also passed, buried within the immortal court, Forbidden Zone. The entire great universe became incredibly peaceful and tranquil. Even conflicts began to diminish, for the number of experts in the world was also gradually decreasing. After the resplendent age came an endless winter. In the 5000th year of the immortal court calendar, the era of Tao hardship descended. Because the previous age was too glorious, countless invincible beings were born, each exceptionally powerful. Whether they were perfected saints who realized the Tao or immortals who achieved enlightenment through undying divine medicines. There were also two who treaded the myriad paths to become emperors. Moreover, from time to time the great universe would have illusions, as if someone had attained enlightenment under its very nose, yet it had not noticed. And this happened many times. All of the above led to an exceptionally fierce suppression of the Tao this time. Not to mention those who had touched the realm of the ultimate path. Even the barrier of the saint path was an unattainable realm. As the experts who had experienced the Golden Age passed away one by one, the successors were lacking so much so that the ancient starry roads were nearly abandoned. The number of beings who could even embark on the path of cultivation was minimal. The Tao was arduous, seeking the Tao was difficult. Those who opened the bitter sea and possessed boundless divine power were enough to be called immortal masters. The leaders of major powers could barely enter the immortal platform, relying on the foundations of the ultimate path forces forcibly built up. Under such circumstances, the lifespan of beings was short. Generations perished and faded away in the passage of time. Thus, in just a few thousand years, the glorious deeds of the previous Golden Age were all buried and unknown to anyone. Yet, the temples of the Heavenly Emperor still stood with incense never ceasing. The people did not know what a majestic existence the Heavenly Emperor was. They merely thought it might just be a title of respect. Because of this, during these years, a few exceptionally talented individuals barely managed to break into the immortal platform realm. But they could never advance further. Pity that time would not return. If granted another 500 years, he would dare to strive for true immortality. The world was filled with regret. Only some inheritors of the ultimate path held them in disdain. This period of time was extremely long, seemingly without end, as several departed Taoists still pressed down on this great universe, suffocating it. But the beings of the world had gradually grown accustomed. Traditions were severed, ancient history was hard to trace. They adapted to such a peaceful and serene era. As if the great universe should naturally be so tranquil, eternally free from war and crisis. Everything seemed so taken for granted, as if it had always been thus. Until, within that seemingly eternal forbidden zone, a taboo existence could no longer hold on and probed a wisp of its aura. Testing, peering, touching. Then it fell into ecstasy. Crack, crack. The immortal source shattered inch by inch, and the remaining essence within was sucked into the mouths of the sealed beings until the entire immortal source turned to dust. A pair of cold eyes opened. They seemed to span the ages, their aura ancient and powerful. He did not make a move immediately, but merely extended his gaze, probing this universe tentatively. The Tao suppression was the most severe in countless ages. It seemed that no ultimate path being sat in the world to suppress the myriad Taoists. Every being was extremely weak. In his eyes, most cultivators were hardly different from ordinary mortals. But he did not care about that. The blood prey was not strong, he could make up for it by eating more. The key question was, whether there were no more invincible beings in this world, whether he could safely emerge, and then feast to his heart's content. The answer is affirmative. Yi Mingyuan had patrolled the forbidden regions numerous times in the past, yet only struck on 3 occasions. Those were sufficient to annihilate supreme beings who could barely sustain themselves for long. Those he left behind were existences that would not emerge recklessly or trigger a dark turmoil in the short term. Among them his was by far the shortest. Yet the fall of the Heavenly Emperor and the decline of the brilliant era had already occurred 20,000 years ago, 20 millennia of time. He was still here. That supreme being cast a glance toward the immortal court, fear flickering in his eyes. If what they felt toward the 2 heavenly emperors who had silenced the forbidden regions with slaughter was a mixture of dread and hatred, then for this chaos heavenly emperor dwelling within the same forbidden region only terror remained. During the zenith of those 2 heavenly emperors, merely 3 casual strikes had nearly buried an entire golden age in its entirety. This terrifying display of power stood in no comparison whatsoever to those 2 heavenly emperors. And compared to himself, a supreme being who had fallen to the forbidden region, the gap was even greater. Therefore for them supreme beings of the forbidden regions, even knowing that the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's lifespan had been completely exhausted within that immortal court forbidden region and that he was truly dead, they still did not dare step 1 foot into the immortal court. Fortunately, his current expedition would not bring him into confrontation with that existence. He would merely kill some people, devour some flesh and blood, and destroy some star domains. At this thought his gaze blazed with intense light. No longer hesitating, a cruel smile spread across his face as he strode forward with majestic steps, coming to rule the mortal realm. Years had passed since his last appearance, and now alone, he once again ignited a dark turmoil. In this era there was no sacred body, no heavenly emperor. All living beings of the great cosmos would be his dinner. Such a magnificent beginning he had never experienced before. The aura of a supreme being swept through the entire great cosmos. This ancient and overwhelming presence, seemingly intent on obliterating all things, was so profoundly old that the people momentarily could not comprehend what had occurred. They could only instinctively feel terror and panic. Only within the extreme path factions did their great emperor weapons and accumulated foundations suddenly awaken, carrying the entirety of each faction's heritage along the ancient starry path with tremendous might. Seeking refuge deep within the cosmos to escape this supreme being's slaughter, the great massacre had begun. One life source planet after another was consumed entirely. Endless blood energy flowed into that supreme being's body, gradually replenishing his emaciated physique and restoring a hint of color to his visage. But this was far from enough. Opportunities like this never come twice. How rare is such a chance? To prevent any prodigies from emerging in the future, it would be wise to prepare more thoroughly this time. The supreme being's eyes turned cold, his thoughts entirely pragmatic. In the past, it was precisely because his life essence remained sufficiently abundant that he had evaded Yiming Yuan's final purge. For those who had attained great emperorhood, supreme beings with less life essence were far more likely to be chosen as lucky ones. Not merely because they were easier to bully, but more importantly, these supreme beings whose life essence was severely depleted were the most likely to unleash a dark turmoil. Thus, they were also the easiest targets to eliminate. Realizing this, his speed increased further. Even if he had to devour the majority of all living beings within the great cosmos, as long as it ensured his peaceful existence for tens of thousands of years to come, it would be worth it. Dark turmoil swept across the entire great cosmos. All beings wailed in agony, finally realizing that such a great terror as the dark turmoil still existed in this world. But in this current era of arduous Tao, even sages were hard to find, let alone great emperors capable of rivaling a supreme being. Countless people knelt before heavenly emperor statues, praying sincerely, and far more sought the intangible blessings of immortals and Buddhas. Yet none of it mattered in the slightest. They could only helplessly watch as they were slaughtered. One life source planet after another was destroyed, vast star domains fell into silence, as if the entire great cosmos was sinking into eternal death. This scene was witnessed by the numerous extreme path factions upon the ancient starry path. Most, however, could only show expressions of sorrow, then decisively ignored it, and continued hastening toward the depths of the universe. If they failed to escape in time, once that supreme being had not yet devoured enough living beings, he would disregard the intimidation of extreme path emperor weapons and strike at them. At that moment, an unimaginable catastrophe awaited. 10,000 generations of heritage would be utterly extinguished. Yet on a section of the ancient starry path, one extreme path faction suddenly came to a halt. Their expressions were filled with excitement as they all bowed before a coffin, as if attempting to dissuade it from emerging. But in the end, the coffin was pushed open from within, radiating immortal light. A man dressed in extremely ancient garments, yet possessing an extraordinarily youthful appearance, slowly stepped out from the coffin. His blood and chi, suppressed by immortal springs for countless ages, began to flow once more. Divine power continuously revived, and his aura grew increasingly mighty. His gaze pierced like lightning, each strand of his hair crystal clear. His aura was unmistakably that of a peak quasi-emperor, a supreme existence. This was a great emperor's son, sealed away personally by his great emperor father, allowing him to bypass an entire era so as to seek the Tao. But today, facing a dark turmoil and countless lives plunged into suffering. My father spent his entire life conquering the forbidden regions, never failing to live up to the name of great emperor. As his flesh and blood facing this dark turmoil, it is my duty to emerge and follow in his footsteps, to quell this disturbance for all sentient beings. The great emperor's son's gaze was resolute, radiating extraordinary confidence. He looked at his bloodline descendants and smiled faintly. There is no need to worry. Since the day I sealed myself, my father openly told me, with my abilities I can only quell disturbances caused by a single supreme being. So do not fret. I will certainly be able to settle all of this. His expression remained calm, as though everything was within his grasp. Because of his strength, a strength recognized by his father, a great emperor of this age. Thus the worst that could happen was simply sealing himself away once more after quelling the turmoil. After all, his father had left behind a certain amount of immortal spring fluid. specifically to prevent emergencies like today from occurring, giving him one opportunity to emerge. Upon hearing these words, reverence filled the eyes of those bloodline descendants, gazing upon the great emperor's progeny before them, just as towering and invincible in their eyes as that supreme being. They believed that with his intervention, he would surely quell this age's dark turmoil, and afterward with the merit of having pacified the turmoil. In this life, they would undoubtedly be thanked by all living beings of the great cosmos. And so, under their expectant gazes, the great emperor's son, brimming with confidence, grasped the emperor weapon left by his father. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to genuinely touch upon the true extreme path domain on the verge of stepping into it. He was overwhelmingly powerful. The emperor weapon in his hand fully revived its divine radiance, dazzling the world, extreme path pressure radiating in all directions. With one step, he crossed several star domains, heading toward that supreme being who was absorbing the blood energy of living beings. Roaring, he declared, having been sealed for tens of thousands of years, today's turmoil shall be settled by me. His aura was exceedingly powerful, his presence immense. With the bloodline of a great emperor's son, he activated that extreme path emperor weapon, appearing as though a true great emperor had resurrected and come to rule the mortal realm once more. This caused the supreme being's expression to drastically change. He had intended to flee, but upon closer inspection, he discovered only a peak quasi-emperor wielding an emperor weapon. Immediately his expression turned extraordinarily strange. A peak quasi-emperor wanting to quell a turmoil. What gave him such courage? But soon he would know the answer. When that emperor weapon descended, the supreme being merely raised his hand and firmly seized the weapon. Then in an instant he grabbed the great emperor's son and devoured him, refining his essence. This peak quasi-emperor, possessing an exceptionally potent great emperor bloodline, meant that devouring one was equivalent to devouring several peak quasi-emperors. This resulted in burp. He let out a satisfied burp. That cold expression, forged over countless ages, completely cracked in this moment. It seems he wasn't wrong after all. This dark turmoil has indeed been quelled. No one could have foreseen it. A dark upheaval that seemed destined to turn the entire cosmos into a purgatory was brought to its end in such a dramatic, or perhaps desolate manner. The emperor's own son emerged wielding an emperor weapon of the extreme Tao. In a battle against the supreme being, he quelled the turmoil and shielded all living beings. Such records, it seems, have appeared numerous times throughout the lengthy annals of ancient history. Looking back now, perhaps behind those brilliant and resplendent pages of ancient history lay the same bloody reality. Thus, as always, the world recorded this imperial prince's heroic deeds and modestly embellished them. His ultimate achievements became, during the age of darkness, an imperial prince descended to face the tribulation and barely quelled the turmoil. Yet he suffered grievous wounds and fell with regret. His innate talent was peerless. Had he been born in the right era, he would have become a great emperor of his age. Leaving his name in the annals of ancient history would indeed have made his life worthwhile. Yet what the world did not know was that the supreme being who ignited the dark upheaval in this era and slaughtered half of all living beings in the cosmos, after replenishing his vital essence, he did not return to his forbidden territory. As if in silent stillness, he had completely vanished. Sizzle! A flame of supreme intensity burst forth. Beside Fengshui Mountain, Lu Qingyun urged a young variant creature, nearly identical to an immortal phoenix, to expend itself, spewing flames, relentlessly roasting the supreme being whose vessel brimmed with vital essence. Your skills still need sharpening. Practice more. It's only roasting an ancient emperor's body, yet it takes so long. Lu Qingyun chided the young phoenix. The previous 2 generations had both possessed excellent craft and superior taste. Unfortunately, their lifespans were too brief. Each lived merely over 10,000 years before succumbing to old age. Not a single one showed promise. None could awaken the immortal phoenix bloodline within to achieve nirvana. Consequently, Lu Qingyun's use of them amounted to no more than employing them as barbecue assistants. The ancient emperor's body, rich with vital essence, yielded exquisite and firm flesh of extraordinary flavor. Within it lingered the ultimate Tao's profound resonance, along with the great Tao cultivated by that imperial prince he had devoured but not yet fully refined. During the roasting process, Lu Qingyun extracted them, acquiring 2 additional great Taos. Soon this great cosmos would sense another being successfully attaining the Tao, yet remain entirely unable to locate them. 70,000 years have passed. The next existence reward approaches swiftly. I hope this grand prize will not disappoint me. Lu Qingyun's eyes opened and closed as he gazed calmly upon the heavens and earth. With his cultivation, he harbored a premonition. Soon heaven and earth would undergo a profound transformation. An imperishable divine herb materialized in his palm, radiating intense vitality and fragments of rule power that stirred omens across this realm. This time, instead of refining it to supplement his true immortal cultivation technique, he swallowed it whole. His decaying vessel blazed with renewed radiance as primordial chaos energies surged, reshaping what should have endured beyond the ages, beginning its transformation. The third reincarnation had officially commenced. From the cosmos's fractured remnants, life began thriving once more. The great source stars of life gradually flourished again, and all cultivators discovered with joy that the suppression from those terrifying great Taos was beginning to wane. Though complete dissolution required eons beyond their mortal spans, making it impossible for them to survive until then. Yet they rejoiced fervently, for even reduced cultivation barriers meant they could step into higher realms, thereby gaining greater longevity. Living longer was a desire carved into every living being's instinct. Even great emperors could not achieve immortality, let alone ordinary cultivators. Any extension of life warranted celebration. And precisely because cosmic laws had slightly relaxed, true prodigies emerged radiant across the world, pushing through the great Tao suppression to shatter into the sacred domain. They surged onward like an unstoppable force, crashing into the pseudo-extreme Tao realm and becoming beings nearly on par with those who had attained the Tao. Inevitably, the Great War erupted. Though doomed never to attain the Tao, they still sought to determine a victor. In an age where perfection was impossible, they would crown a peerless invincible. This battle spanned centuries. Some prodigies fell in defeat and languished in despair. Others carved through relentless opposition, establishing themselves as invincible figures capable of crushing all contemporaries within 3 strikes. Had he risen in an era where the Tao could be attained, all would have believed he was an unmatched sovereign destined to etch his name indelibly into the annals of history. But alas, the great Taos did not side with him. His failure to rise at the proper moment was no fault of his own. It was a cruel jest played by this world. Yet this jest proved devastating. Like an iron law, unyielding and absolute, it sealed away every aspiration to transcend. All the world sighed. One of the most remarkable talents in recorded history had fallen victim to ill timing. But when everyone believed he would remain forever confined to that realm, barred from glimpsing the extreme Tao, he demonstrated his resolve through action. In an age where attaining the Tao was deemed impossible, his extraordinary talents, sufficient to astonish the annals of history, summoned a tribulation lightning unseen for tens of thousands of years. Rolling thunder shook the cosmos, sending tremors through all existence. A mere wisp of its oppressive pressure struck terror into every living being, as though they witnessed the apocalypse itself. Beings of 10,000 races, having scarcely encountered such magnificence and terror, stared in wide-eyed amazement at the figure standing against the starlit heavens. Not a Tao attainer, yet recognized as invincible, equal to any great emperor of this age. The surge of tribulation lightning temporarily suppressed even the weight of those great Taos. Consequently, a prodigy from an ancient era awoke within his divine source, his triumphant cry reaching the heavens as he believed he had entered an age where the great Tao suppression had lifted, a perfect era for attaining the Tao. But upon emerging and witnessing the terrifying tribulation lightning surging through the stars, he was utterly stunned. Brother, isn't your efficiency a bit too extreme? I just crawled out and your tribulation is almost complete. This sight nearly shattered his Tao heart. In his previous life, as the strongest prodigy of his region, he forcefully ascended the ancient stellar path. Alas, he encountered an even greater prodigy wielding the flawless chaos body. Before his eyes, 3 punches destroyed a sacred body renowned for its invincible flesh. From that moment, he recognized that destiny in that era had already found its master, so he sealed himself within his divine source, seeking opportunity in future lifetimes. Now, nearly 100,000 years later, the era belonging to that prodigy should have long passed. He should have been the one to claim this age's destiny. But why? No, this isn't about being preempted. In this era, the great Tao suppression has not dissipated. It was solely because this person's unparalleled brilliance allowed him to summon such a powerful tribulation lightning, even in this constrained era, leading to his misjudgment. Can I just go back to sleep? He turned his head, gazing at the shattered divine source, utterly speechless. The lightning tribulation of enlightenment gradually subsided. The entire cosmos once again fell into a profound stillness, as if all that had transpired was but a phantom dream. Yet in truth, everyone clearly remembered the terrifying scene moments ago, and the figure that had roared defiantly amidst the thunderous tribulation only to be reduced to ashes was etched into their minds. Failure. No unexpected outcome occurred. Though this prodigy was dazzlingly brilliant, no less than any ancient emperor or sovereign recorded in history. Yet when facing the tribulation of enlightenment in this era, he still met a tragic death, leaving only scattered ashes. The starry domain where he underwent the tribulation was saturated with his unyielding battle intent, nearly altering the celestial laws of that region, transforming it into a strange and unique land. The world mourned for him, lamenting the injustice of the heavens. Yet no one noticed that a figure in white robes had stepped forth from the void. Raising a finger lightly, he drew forth a portion of the tribulation ashes that still retained a faint trace of Tao rhythm. In his eyes lay a hint of recognition. In a normal era, he would have become at least a peak great emperor. It is only a pity that his fortune was insufficient. Lu Qingyun gave this evaluation not particularly high. Yet in truth he deemed this person even more outstanding than Yi Mingyuan of that time. Only, his luck was not as good. And why was his luck deemed poor? Those with good fortune could never have been born in this era and chosen to seek enlightenment in such a time. This difficulty was no less than Yi Mingyuan's path of treading on all Daos to become emperor. It was even greater. Naturally, the Tao that this prodigy had cultivated was also taken notice of by Lu Qingyun, who planned to perfect it and cultivate it to its peak. The moment he grasped it, the Tao that was a hair's breadth away from entering the extreme threshold was smoothly pushed into the ranks of enlightenment, aided by Lu Qingyun's realm and unparalleled comprehension, silky and seamless. This prodigy's choice to seek enlightenment also affected the entire cosmos. The Tao suppression that had been gradually receding now faded even faster. During this period, Lu Qingyun did not enter seclusion. Instead, he acted like an observer, or perhaps a recorder of history. Walking through the mortal world, he witnessed the entire process of the great cosmos, from resplendence to cold silence, and then to revival. This added a layer of historical weight to his newly born body. In the long river of time, the world had forgotten many things. It was the 1000th year of the immortal court calendar. They only knew that the invincible ones who had achieved enlightenment in the previous era were two supreme heavenly emperors along with a saint spirit that had been suppressed by the heavenly emperor. Yet they were utterly unaware that a chaotic heavenly emperor had always been seated within the immortal court's forbidden zone, crossing time alongside the ages. And there were 9 such forbidden zones in the world. The immortal court stood among them, seemingly no different from the other forbidden zones. Everything from the previous glorious age appeared shrouded in a thin veil. Only misty scenes could be seen, but the truth could not be clearly discerned. Even searching through ancient histories, one could not piece together the true picture. Only the chaotic heavenly emperor, who had always gazed down upon the mortal world from within the forbidden zone, understood it all. Ding. Congratulations, host. For surviving 1000 years in the forbidden zone, you are rewarded with a complete immortal king corpse. The system's notification sounded. Within the immortal court, Lu Qingyun opened his eyes deep as chaos. Immortal king corpse. Upon hearing the reward, a look of surprise crossed his face. He did not immediately retrieve it from the system, for a complete immortal king corpse was unimaginably vast in size and elevated to an inconceivable level of existence. If he casually took it out, the entire cosmos might not be able to bear its majesty, and the most catastrophic disaster in history would occur. Thus he could only look inward, instructing the system to seal it within his own bitter sea. Even so, it nearly filled his entire bitter sea to the brim. It was a majestic body covered in scars, and having experienced countless battles, lying quietly upon the bitter sea like a living being that had slumbered long yet remained vibrant. Gazing at the Tao patterns that covered this body, Lu Qingyun's eyes were filled with longing, but he did not act impulsively. These Tao patterns etched upon an immortal king's corpse were left by beings of equal or near equal supreme existence. For Lu Qingyun, they were terrifyingly profound. If not for the system's suppression, the moment this complete corpse appeared, Lu Qingyun would have been utterly annihilated by the terrifying aura radiating from it. Yet the more this was the case, the more excited Lu Qingyun became. Now the entire immortal king corpse resided within his bitter sea. With his unparalleled comprehension, he could gradually comprehend and transform these immortal king-level Tao patterns into his own foundation. And for Lu Qingyun, this immortal king corpse held a monumental opportunity. 4. The chaotic Tao patterns spread like powerful and stable order chains, covering the corpse's entire form. A resonance of life instinct surged between Lu Qingyun and the corpse. This is a peerless immortal king who also possessed a flawless chaotic body. Lu Qingyun was overjoyed. A complete immortal king corpse of the same constitution merely sitting in his bitter sea was enough to cause his bitter sea to spontaneously open numerous divine power sources, allowing his chaotic body to undergo a subtle evolution. Not to mention, with Lu Qingyun's talent and unparalleled comprehension, he could obtain from this predecessor an enormous bounty. And it didn't stop there. Lu Qingyun tentatively closed his eyes, allowing his chaotic body to resonate with the immortal king-level corpse. Then, he expended all his divine power to make the index finger of his right hand tremble slightly. At that moment, the immortal king corpse with the chaotic body within his bitter sea, its right index finger also trembled. Instantly, as if triggering some forbidden mechanism in the heavens and earth, the entire cosmos shook. 10,000 Daos roared, and the primal source poured forth. Thus the era of suppressed Tao that had lasted for tens of thousands of years came to a complete end at an unexpected moment. And a new glorious and resplendent great age had begun its curtain call. Several supreme Tao paths receded, and heaven and earth began to revive. The suppression that seemed to hang over every head vanished completely without a trace. The path of cultivation was now a smooth road. Of course, those of insufficient talent still could not ascend to too high a realm. But with the arrival of a great era, the one thing never lacking were those with heaven-defying talent. A creature emerged from a secret land towering in stature, carrying a mysterious black coffin on its back, as if bearing an ancient divine mountain. Its steps were heavy yet firm and powerful. Others walked forth from divine sources, their garments ancient and eyes filled with the vicissitudes of time. They seemed to step out from the ages as if separated by an entire lifetime. The prodigies and monstrous talents of the present era emerged in full force, all kinds of divine physiques gathered together, a splendor that evoked awe. Among them one saintly body reigned supreme. This physique, the same as that of the heavenly emperor passed down through the ages, once again radiated brilliant light in this era. Golden blood energy surged like a nightmare. Once revealed, it suppressed all prodigies and monstrous talents, nearly invincible. He traversed various domains, stormed into holy lands and ancient clans, and defeated holy sons and divine daughters. The momentum of invincibility had already been established. Everyone believed that he would break through the barriers of the saint domain without hindrance, enter the quasi-emperor realm, and eventually reach great completion, becoming another invincible being. But no one could have predicted. Of that vast and brilliant future, not a single path was realized. A heavenly chasm stood before him, cutting the Tao. This barrier had since ancient times silently erased countless prodigies who had once shone brilliantly in history. It was utterly impartial regardless of one's exceptional talent. This was a gate that lay across the path of every genius. Many physiques, once they broke through this barrier, could be considered great completion. One could imagine how difficult it was. So much so that this saintly body in whom everyone had believed would achieve great completion was held back. At first it was not a major issue. The world assumed he was merely accumulating a foundation, attempting to carve a supreme path. That was why he was slower. No matter, he had already surpassed his peers by a great margin. These advantages were enough for him to make some attempts and gain an even greater lead. But when his peers' holy sons and divine daughters one by one stepped across and became cutting the Tao kings, things began to grow subtle. The gap had been completely closed. Yet even at this point some still expressed understanding. The matter of cutting the Tao was of utmost importance. Even many great emperors had chosen to linger long before this realm, delaying their crossing. And after finding their own path and successfully cutting the Tao, the road became smooth and progress rapid, until they swept across the starry sky and had no equal. So, this was still accumulation. The saintly body was walking a thorny path, attempting to emulate the heavenly emperor who had attained the Tao through the saintly body in the previous life, harboring great ambition. Many were skeptical. 300 years passed. The ancient starry road had already opened again. His peers had stepped onto it, fighting all the way and establishing fearsome reputations. The most outstanding among them even obtained supreme treasures. But they returned midway from the starry ancient road, arriving in force with cultivation bases already at astonishing levels. When they heard that the saintly body still had not cut the Tao, they did not react much. They simply said, "A loser on the imperial path." No, he never set foot on the imperial path. He is merely an irrelevant person. This assessment was filled with contempt and disdain. It was a stark contrast to the panicked and terrified expression they had shown when being chased for millions of li by the saintly body back then. And this statement finally confirmed the fact that the saintly body was already useless. Everyone lost hope in him. Only the saintly body himself remained, as before, his gaze firm, untouched by the words of the outside world. But the barrier of cutting the Tao was like a heavenly shackle. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break through. Repeated attempts to break through had completely drained his resources. Soon after, a clan sent someone to find him. The purpose was to invite him to become a live-in son-in-law. They valued his talent, knowing that even though he was stuck before cutting the Tao, his talent was genuine. So they were willing to have a woman of exceptional talent from their clan marry him, bearing the cost of his future cultivation. They were betting on a future, a tomorrow. They fully recognized his talent and will. They believed that he would eventually cross the heavenly chasm and return to his peak. After a brief moment of thought, he solemnly agreed. Although it was extremely disgraceful for a top figure among prodigies to become a live-in son-in-law, but he was desperately short of cultivation resources. Besides, what was wrong with being a live-in son-in-law? Among the widely circulated legends of the heavenly emperor, there were records of the one who had attained the Tao through the saintly body. He himself had been a live-in son-in-law. What was this called? Tradition. There was no other way. The saintly body lineage was essentially unorthodox. Cultivation resources were all tightly controlled by ancient clans, holy lands, and major powers. If one did not seek refuge with a faction, it was hard to rise. Moreover, regarding the heavenly emperor's status as a live-in son-in-law, there were also those who liked to stir up trouble, spreading a story that might have been fabricated. That heavenly emperor probably remained a virgin until his death. Thinking about it this way, after becoming a live-in son-in-law, at least he could do as he pleased. He could use any position he wanted. And the woman was stunningly beautiful, with exceptional talent and the potential to attain the Tao. For a half-crippled saintly body like him, it was a heaven-sent blessing. What was there to hesitate about? It was settled immediately. The grand wedding was held smoothly. The saintly body became a live-in son-in-law, even though he was considered half-crippled. Due to his past glory and his status as the only saintly body of the era, and because the clan he was marrying into, though not an extreme Tao family, was quite renowned. This led to the wedding being celebrated with great fanfare, with some even crossing domains to offer congratulations. The marriage became a delightful topic of conversation among the living beings of the world. Even though the woman had extraordinary talent and the potential to attain the Tao, not many thought this would hinder her pursuit of the supreme position. Because she was simply too young. She was 300 years younger than the saintly body, far too young and too immature. Although she had the potential to attain the Tao, she was born far too late. The prodigies and monstrous talents of the time, the faster ones, had already fought their way to the last few barriers on the imperial path. With such a gap in time, the hope of catching up was truly slim. This made many sigh in regret. They gnashed their teeth, expressing how could the saintly body be so fortunate. She was 300 years younger to him, still a child. How could he lay a hand on her? Beast. Brute. No wonder every time he broke through a realm before his physique was fully formed, heavenly tribulation descended. It was a pity the lightning didn't strike him dead. They also lamented that a prodigy with the potential to attain the Tao had been born 200 years too late. What a pity. An innate Tao embryo. In merely 10 years. For a cultivator it was but a fleeting instant. But for the sacred body, those 10 years were incredibly fulfilling. Cultivation, then intimacy. Cultivation, then intimacy again. Continuing cultivation. Then changing positions for intimacy. The sacred body naturally possessed robust vital energy and inexhaustible stamina. Having remained alone for over 300 years naturally, he found himself utterly captivated by such yin-yang harmony. Moreover, for reasons unknown. As a prodigy who had far surpassed his peers across generations, his mental fortitude was undoubtedly impeccable. He should not have fallen so deeply into indulgence. Yet in his interactions with his wife, he always felt an inexplicable sense of perfect compatibility, as if the two were destined to blend as one. This made him unable to stop. However, this was not improper. After all, they were husband and wife, and this was simply in accordance with heavenly principle. Moreover, his wife was like a tender sweet cake, delicate, soft, and irresistible. Who could resist such temptations? Unfortunately, despite such frequent indulgence, after 10 years no new life had yet come into being. Yet this was quite normal for them. Both were cultivators of profound attainment, and in recent years his wife had taken the first step to sever the Tao, rising to become a Tao-severing monarch. The speed was faster than anyone expected. His wife had not been halted by this heavenly barrier, as he had been, which naturally filled him with immense joy. Furthermore, although he could not reach the Tao-severing realm, those who had attained it could still achieve this. And not just once. Whether due to his inner blockage or not, after witnessing his wife's successful Tao-severing, during a moment of yin-yang harmony, he unexpectedly grasped a glimpse of the opportunity to sever the Tao. 10 years later, the sacred body severed the Tao, and on that very day crossed into the sacred realm. This news shocked the world. 300 years of obstruction had been overcome by the sacred body. Moreover, his accumulation, profound to the extreme, allowed him to advance, directly breaking through to the realm of the sage. Such an unstoppable momentum could not help but remind people of that supreme sacred body who once suppressed all prodigies and geniuses bearing the name of invincibility. It seemed he had returned, but 300 years of time had already created a gap nearly impossible to bridge. By the time a great emperor was born, the pressure of the imperial Tao would crush all beneath it. The sacred body might not even be able to attract the thunder tribulation for complete Tao verification. Besides, the competition on the path to emperorhood was already nearing its end. Even with his talent restored, lacking the tempering of the journey, how could he continue to advance? Everyone held little hope for him. Yet in the past, over 300 years of mockery had not affected him at all. Now, having crossed the Tao-severing chasm, the future was all clear roads. Why bother with their idle chatter? His choice was to embrace his wife and once again immerse himself in passion. Another 10 years passed. The sacred tribulation settled. News spread, surprising all factions. The sacred body, alongside his Tao companion with the innate Tao fetus constitution, embarked on the ancient starry sky road. And at this moment, the competition on the path to emperorhood was just entering its final stage. Prodigies and geniuses from across the universe, divine bodies and rare physiques, took turns competing, fiercely battling with such intensity it was almost absurd. No one paid any attention to this newlywed couple, just stepping onto the ancient starry sky road, appearing quite attached to each other. But no one could have imagined that these two, with an unbelievable speed, nearly slaughtered through the entire ancient starry sky road. The sacred body's golden vital energy, after tens of thousands of years, once again illuminated the ancient starry sky road. He recreated the style of crushing his peers, nearly invincible. Yet despite such brilliance, he did not appear to be a competitor on the path to emperorhood. Rather, he was a protector of the Tao. The one he protected was no inferior to him. The innate Tao fetus, since those possessing such a physique were exceedingly rare before, was not well understood by the world. It was only known that it naturally aligned with the great Tao with an extremely fast cultivation speed. It It was a physique capable of verifying the Tao. And this physique until today had only now bloomed with its most brilliant radiance on this starry sky road. Unstoppable, sweeping through everything. Naturally close to the Tao, innately invincible. Even the sacred body did not expect that his little cake was so formidable in this aspect as well. The two at a speed unexpected by all swept through relentlessly until they forcibly inserted themselves into the nearly concluded competition on the path to emperorhood. At this stage, everyone had entered the quasi-emperor realm. What they competed for was simply who could cultivate faster until attracting the tribulation for Tao verification. Thus for the young couple who barely entered this stage, they did not take them too seriously. The sacred body. Although his cultivation was decent, it was uncertain whether he could achieve complete success, let alone become an emperor in the end. Not every sacred body can become a heavenly emperor. As for the innate Tao fetus, could this physique actually reach the quasi-emperor realm? Never heard of it. Following the law that obscurity implies weakness, there was no need to worry. But no one could have imagined that the sacred body lineage was fundamentally calculating. He considered himself the protector of his Tao companion, so to protect the Tao naturally, he needed to ensure his companion had the highest probability of verifying the great Tao. How to guarantee this? Naturally, by harassing others, greatly reducing others' probability of verifying the Tao. Thus the sacred body, like a honey badger, would attack anyone he displeased. Relying on the inherited thick skin and extraordinarily long vitality, he relentlessly tormented others, slowing their progress. And when facing opponents he could not defeat, naturally husband and wife united their strength, could split metal. If one-on-one did not work, then a group fight. Wait. Husband and wife were one, so this definitely belonged to the category of one-on-one. However, even through such disgusting methods, it only delayed things somewhat. Inevitably, someone triggered the tribulation for Tao verification. This scene attracted the attention of the whole world. Everyone was looking forward to the birth of a great emperor. But the final result? Defeated by human calamity. A supreme being emerged, plucking the great medicine from the mortal realm, consuming it entirely. Even because there was little expenditure, these supremes did not choose to trigger the dark turmoil. But just as everyone lost hope, believing that no one could successfully verify the Tao in the future, a golden great Tao pierced through the entire great universe. The sacred body achieved complete success. When all eyes were drawn to the tribulation for Tao verification, he underwent the thunder tribulation at the edge of the universe, becoming a sacred body of complete success and a protector of the Tao. At this moment, all the prodigies and geniuses before the emperor realm had their hearts thoroughly chilled. This heart-black sacred body had secretly achieved complete success. In the future, the human calamity during tribulation would no longer be a supreme who self-cleave, but a sacred body of complete success with extraordinarily vigorous life essence. What was there to fight? The competition on the path to emperorhood. Was it still necessary to compete? 500 years later, the innate Tao fetus, who had meticulously polished everything to the extreme, fully prepared. Under the protection of a sacred body of complete success. Without any accident, she underwent the thunder tribulation, becoming a female emperor with the honorific title Yaoqi. From then on, two invincible beings existed in the same era. Imperial might reverberates across the cosmos as if proclaiming the resplendent radiance of this new epoch. After countless millennia of an era when the Tao proved harsh and merciless, plunging all into despair and desolation, comes this long-awaited winter's end. Yet after weathering that nadir, the vitality of the entire cosmos surged dramatically, ascending to heights unimaginable. Such circumstances gave rise to the legendary tale of two supreme eminences emerging from a single lineage. Two invincible warriors now dominate the entire universe. This magnificent spectacle nearly convinced the world they'd return to the previous glorious era, briefly lifting spirits after a period of despondency. The entire cosmos erupts in overwhelming jubilation. Tears of joy flow freely as people celebrate. Recent memories of talented individuals attempting to prove themselves only to be devoured by supreme eminences in brutal scenes still haunt their consciousness. The terrifying might of the supreme eminences instills profound despair and oppressive weight that seems unbearable. Yet this crushing hopelessness proves fleeting, unable to maintain its grip. The radiant presence of two supreme warriors emerges, dramatically lifting the world from its abyss. This transformative experience feels like a rebirth, one they deeply cherish. With the Yaoqi Empress successfully ascending to supreme status, a clan previously lacking ultimate power transforms dramatically, becoming the most formidable sacred land home to two invincible warriors. Its family patriarch and elders act with almost frenzied enthusiasm, ardently promoting a strategy of total commitment. This moment of extreme conviction spreads among countless gambling enthusiasts in the northern domain, compelling them to wager their entire fortunes in the stone workshops. A single cut leaves only a bleeding heart. Worse still, these individuals find themselves utterly powerless against the powerful figures responsible for their ruin. Two invincible warriors now walk the world. Even forbidden zones must bow before their might. They represent the undisputed dominant force across the cosmos, attracting countless powerful individuals seeking to join their ranks. The family heads merely at the saint level now command an entourage of quasi-emperor tier supreme beings. Their influence extends far beyond the forbidden zones, allowing them to traverse any realm with impunity. One strategic investment promises millennia of brilliance, igniting fierce envy among rival factions. Some powers obsessively analyze the saint body's unique characteristics, searching for potential activation mechanisms. Could there be a specific trigger for this physique? Perhaps marriage into the lineage might unlock some mystical connection, enabling them to sweep across the ancient star paths with overwhelming power. The previous saint body, like the heavenly emperor before, seems to hint at a pattern worth exploring. Perhaps in future generations one might attempt similar paths. What if lightning strikes twice? Since the Yaoqi Empress's ascension, the cosmos has settled into unexpected tranquility. Surprisingly, the Empress made only token cosmic inspections before retreating into seclusion, taking no significant actions. Her consort, the Great Success Saint Body, mirrors this approach. Both supreme beings remain within the Yaoqi's sacred land, refusing audiences, ostensibly engaged in something of paramount importance. Considering their relationship, a conjecture spreads among the populace. These two invincible warriors are likely nurturing an imperial heir. Once this conjecture emerged, everyone recognized a profound truth: an imperial heir conceived by two supreme beings after their ascension. What terrifying talent would such a child possess? They would undoubtedly be the most gifted beings since time immemorial. Furthermore, both their father and mother are invincible warriors. Upon birth, not only would their talent be maximized, their resources would be limitless, and their background would reach directly to the heavens. Such a magnificent beginning. Just imagining it is enough to make one's heart race with excitement. However, a critical issue now presents itself. For powerful beings, conceiving offspring is inherently challenging, let alone when both parents are invincible warriors who have subjugated the cosmos. Under such circumstances, successfully bearing a child would be extraordinarily difficult. Without celestial intervention, it seems nearly impossible. Heaven seems somewhat different now. Deep within the immortal court, Lu Qingyun gazes toward the cosmos's depths, his eyes swirling with chaotic divine light. Within them, Tao rhymes flow as if a genuine realm is constantly evolving and replenishing the laws of order. He understands that this cosmic transformation and the resurgence of cultivation were not normal historical progression. Everything occurred because he, relying on physique resonance, caused a negligible tremor within the immortal king corpse within his body. And it was this single tremor that awakened the entire cosmos prematurely. Even more remarkably, it gave rise to two invincible warriors in this epic. To him it felt as though this great cosmos sensed an enormous threat and desperately attempted to create beings capable of protecting itself. Yet, relying merely on a female emperor and a great success saint body. Lu Qingyun sneered softly. No boasting intended. Even when he had just ascended, without any system, without any unfortunate beast's secret arts, without the accumulated foundations of 100,000 years. Relying solely on a pair of Chaos Emperor fists, he could make this couple flee in utter defeat. A common great emperor plus a great success saint body. Any single individual from his previous life could have easily subdued them. Thus he truly couldn't comprehend. Is this the security this cosmos seeks to attain? How overly secure indeed. Or perhaps this is merely the beginning. How cowardly has it become? Lu Qingyun curled his lips, not particularly concerned. After all, as an outstanding transmigrator who excels in all aspects, morality, intelligence, physical fitness, and artistry, why would he possibly do something as thankless as destroying the world? This cosmos is simply worrying unnecessarily. In the end, he withdrew his gaze, directing all his concentration to comprehending the various Tao principles contained within that immortal king corpse. One can hardly fathom how many powerful warriors this immortal king, blessed with a chaotic physique, must have faced in his lifetime. The Tao rhymes flowing from those countless intricate wounds are irreproducible. From this, one can also imagine how extraordinarily powerful this chaotic physique immortal king must have been. Requiring so many same-realm experts to bring about his fall, he likely stood among the upper echelons of immortal kings. His status, absolutely rivaling that of the cosmos itself. It is precisely for this reason that the cosmos feels such extreme panic. The mysteries of the immortal king are profound. One cannot fathom even 1/10,000th of them. However, even possessing merely a strand of that might would be enough to annihilate all existences below the immortal king realm. In the 105000th year of the immortal court calendar, for a full several thousand years the entire great universe was extremely peaceful. No supreme being initiated a dark turmoil. No divine spirits emerged to slaughter the masses. It seemed as if this heaven and earth were gathering all fortune, wanting to nurture a being worthy of being called a miracle. During this period, the great saint body occasionally emerged. He traversed the great universe, searching for some precious herbs with special effects that could aid in the conception of offspring. Through their unremitting efforts, Finally, there was a trace of extraordinary life fluctuation in the belly of Yao Qi Empress, heralding the arrival of a new life. And it seemed to herald the arrival of a brand new era. The gestation of this life even caused astonishing visions across the entire great universe. The saint body's iconic golden blood energy turned into a vast ocean filling the entire star domain. A giant chaos azure lotus suddenly bloomed, scattering endless clear radiance and spewing vast amounts of essence. Also, thousands of great paths manifested with Tao rhythms permeating, such that just a single glance was enough to plunge one into a deep state of enlightenment. This scene stunned the world. Such a grand vision was probably never recorded in all of ancient history. Furthermore, this was not even an actual birth. It was merely the success of conception, yet it excited the great universe so much. What incredibly transcendent talent does the life conceived by these two invincible beings possess? Could it be a supreme, true, immortal reincarnating, about to reopen the immortal path in this world? This speculation made the world's hearts tremble, not daring to think further. But this grand vision not only made all races of the universe aware. Its commotion also alarmed the forbidden existences slumbering within the restricted zones. Pairs of cold and indifferent eyes opened, gazing towards the location of the Yao Qi Holy Land. A glimmer of thought and a trace of inquiry flashed in their eyes. Just by gestation there are such visions. This child is by no means ordinary. Could it be that it is truly the reincarnation of an ancient true immortal? If we capture it after its birth, can we find from its soul the method of achieving immortality in this world? Or find the location of that correct path? Although there are two invincible beings in this generation, their true strength is not enough to match the two from the previous generation. If many of us emerge, it might be feasible. Who is willing to emerge with me to seek the immortal opportunity? I will not go. Forget it, I'll continue to sleep. This kind of fortune I cannot bear. A forbidden existence was about to speak up to join, but he seemed to have discovered something. He immediately shut his mouth, his aura rapidly fading, entering the deepest slumber. This scene left the other supreme beings somewhat puzzled. But when they again cast their gaze towards the Yao Qi Holy Land, suddenly their gazes trembled violently, because a white-robed figure did not conceal his form, yet had not a trace of aura fluctuation, as if blending with heaven and earth. He seemed to have just arrived at the Yao Qi Holy Land, and before formally entering, he turned his head. He exchanged a glance with these supreme beings who could slaughter all life, and then smiled gently, as if he had met an old friend not seen for a long time. He casually greeted. But this scene suddenly made them feel as if something was stuck in their throats, unable to utter a single sound. Fear, panic, dread. In an instant, indescribable emotions enveloped their hearts. It's him. Definitely him. That chaos heavenly emperor from the previous era has forcibly lived until now. He did not self-mutilate, still young. As if he has achieved immortality, tens of thousands of years have left no trace on him. Second life. No, definitely he has lived out a third life. Even more. Although everyone had expected it, knowing that this chaos heavenly emperor was extraordinary and could never die easily. But when they actually saw it with their own eyes, they were still extremely shocked. Alive in the most peak state, always alive. Moreover, extremely composed. As if continuing to live in this state was exceptionally easy for him. Not only did he have the leisure to slowly walk out of the restricted zone to watch the excitement. He even made faces at them, showing off more like provoking. This coward is just a soft egg. In an instant, these supreme beings became furious. They were like rats in a gutter, first watching the two invincible beings of this generation flaunting their love. Now they were even mocked by Lu Qingyun to their faces. If this is tolerable, what is not? So in the extreme of their anger, they just got angry again. Forget it. Staying in the gutter is pretty good. Oh, at least there is hope of seeing the light again. If they recklessly rushed out at this time, well, for supreme beings like them, they would be hardest to clean off the soles of shoes. One by one, their gazes quickly retracted. These forbidden existences, who were very self-aware after obediently digesting their anger, also put themselves back to sleep. This change also made Yao Qi Empress and the great saint body in the Yao Qi Holy Land frown. The prying eyes are gone. Could it be? No. Given their desire for immortality, they wouldn't give up. Unless they think they can't compete. That's why they voluntarily withdrew. The saint body frowned deeply, feeling a hint of unease in his heart. After all, an existence that could make so many supreme beings unanimously abandon their thoughts could never be simple. They, a couple two invincible beings of the current age, could not even suppress those supreme beings. Then what kind of existence could make those supreme beings completely abandon their thoughts? Just as the saint body was pondering, creak, the palace door was gently pushed open. Boom. Golden blood energy suddenly appeared like an ocean. Countless great paths descended, adding strands of Tao principles to empower it. The two invincible beings erupted with their most powerful might at the first moment. Their expressions tense and solemn as they stared at that being who had appeared there at some unknown time. Two illustrious invincible beings of the current age, yet someone could approach so close without them detecting any abnormality. What kind of concealment technique was this? Like a ghost or god. Taoist friend, such despicable behavior is hardly appropriate, is it? The saint body's voice was deep and resonant, echoing throughout the Yao Qi Holy Land. Two supreme Tao arrays silently activated. After sending the life within the saint body out, they transformed into extreme killing arrays enough to make supreme beings bleed. He stared at the man before him, who was peerless and white with an aura like a banished immortal, frantically searching his memory for his identity and origin. But all along, nothing. The era of difficult Tao was truly too long enough for all living beings to forget most of ancient history. Even the records of the two celestial emperors who attained the Tao in the previous generation were not complete, let alone more ancient existences. Moreover, during this period he had basically spent all his time on procreation. He had never bothered to learn about such matters, so naturally, he didn't know Lu Qingyun's identity. He only knew strong, very strong, extremely strong. Even though he could be called an invincible being, when facing this man, he still felt as if he were facing an abyss whose bottom could not be seen at a glance. Haha. Sorry, I'm old, so it's normal to have no manners. You just have to take it. It's not like I'm disturbing your little lovebird's business. What's the rush? Lu Qingyun spoke calmly. Then he completely ignored the sage body, fixing his blazing gaze on the Yao Qi Empress. To be precise, on the new life gestating in her womb. Seeing his Tao partner being stared at like this, no man could bear it. Moreover, Lu Qingyun's gaze was so unabashed. It made the sage body realize that this was likely another supreme being targeting his unborn child. Taoist friend, you've gone too far. Even if you reign supreme in one era and overlook the great cosmos for 10,000 years, this era belongs to us, the couple. With such arrogance you might meet with disaster. The sage body could no longer hold back. His golden blood began to boil. The pressure of the ultimate path spread, and he raised his golden fist ready to test Lu Qingyun's mettle in battle. As for the Yao Qi Empress, she did not intervene. Having just conceived, a careless move might extinguish the faint breath of life in her womb. Even so, she watched everything with a tense expression. If the battle grew fierce and reached a point of no return, she would also act without hesitation. However, Lu Qingyun had not come for a 3-against-1 fight today. He made no move, merely lifting his eyes. A flash of golden light passed. It seemed to trigger something, causing the sage body's expression to change drastically. His inner bitter sea trembled violently, and his divine power instantly fell into chaos, rampaging within his body. A mouthful of black blood spurted out, and his aura instantly wilted. Tisk, after thousands of years you haven't even fully cultivated to the great accomplishment stage. You've truly been too absorbed in pleasure these years. Lu Qingyun commented lightly. He had merely triggered the peak cultivation of the sage body's path, exploiting the latent flaws in this sage body, crippling him with almost no effort. Don't be agitated. The reason I came. Lu Qingyun looked at the Yao Qi Empress's belly, his expression somewhat odd, is just to see the child who was born because of me. Upon hearing this, the sage body, who had already turned pale, now darkened completely. What do you mean, born because of you? This child was born thanks to my thousands of years of diligent sowing. What does it have to do with you? Taoist friend, this joke is not funny. If you are in existence from some forbidden zone and wish to form a good bond with us, you could just say so. When we the couple purge the forbidden zones in the future, we might spare you until the end. But this matter is absolutely not a joke. The sage body's eyes burned with anger. What difference was this from saying he had slept with his wife right in front of him? More crucially, he couldn't even defeat this man. That aura of the same origin just now was surely from a sage body, and far stronger than his own. Could this be some ancestor of the sage body lineage? He must have become twisted from being a live-in son-in-law to spout such nonsense. Lu Qingyun merely shook his head, smiling without a word. What he had said was not false. If he guessed correctly, the prodigy born from these two invincible beings was the ultimate trump card of this great cosmos. This child possessed an extremely powerful constitution. It combined all the advantages of the innate Tao fetus and the sage body, and was even stronger. Its origin force was nearly comparable to his own original chaos body. This world had forcibly created a supreme constitution that rivaled the chaos body. Its purpose was not to contend with Lu Qingyun, but to contend with another chaos body. Back then, Lu Qingyun had touched the finger of a chaos immortal king inadvertently, starting this era early. This was why the great cosmos was so sensitive. It was because a trace of the chaos immortal king's Tao resonance had been left behind, merging with the great changes of heaven and earth. Thus in the future a chaos body would be born, and the great cosmos, perhaps to prevent that chaos body from becoming a second chaos heavenly emperor, exerted every effort, trying to create a constitution no weaker than the chaos body to contend with it. So from beginning to end, what it guarded against was that unborn chaos body. From this perspective, saying that this child was born because of Lu Qingyun was not wrong at all. However, the words were easy to misunderstand. But Lu Qingyun did not explain. His eyes flickered with the divine light of chaos, his gaze piercing through layers of obstruction to look directly at the life just beginning to form. The fusion of sage body origin and innate Tao fetus origin was extremely profound. Lu Qingyun, as the Chaos Heavenly Emperor, was naturally very interested in this constitution that could rival the Chaos body. So, he stared intently for a long time. Incidentally, he also examined the Yaoqi Empress. After all, he had to understand the source of this constitution's birth. He already had the sage body. Naturally, he also needed to understand the innate Tao fetus. Perhaps later he could fuse the two origins to create another supreme constitution. After looking with an appreciative and earnest gaze, his eyes shining, Lu Qingyun nodded at the sage body as a gesture of goodwill. Unfortunately, the sage body's eyes were now bloodshot, and he was like a raging lion almost about to explode. If not for the Yaoqi Empress holding him back tightly, a great battle of the ultimate path would have been inevitable. As for the sage body's rude behavior, Lu Qingyun the senior did not bother with him. They were just a bunch of youngsters. At his age, one would know that appearance is unimportant, the heart is what matters. So he had spent an exceptionally long time looking at the heart. After obtaining what he wanted, Lu Qingyun left directly. But at the end his voice came again. Taoist friends, no need to see me off. I will come uninvited in the future. Please take good care of the child born because of me. On that day the entire cosmic frontier shook. The great accomplished sage body, like a raging beast, recklessly released divine power, roaring again and again. He ground countless dead star domains into dust. Such divine might made the ignorant world cheer and shout. As the sole offspring of two supreme beings, the world naturally held great concern for this imperial child still in the womb. All eagerly anticipated just how far this being, who seemed to have absorbed all the world's fortune, born with unparalleled talent and an invincible background, would eventually grow. Would he surpass his parents, creating a legend of 3 emperors from one family, and thus break the curse that imperial children could never attain the Tao, or even transcend the 2 heavenly emperors of this glorious era, becoming a true immortal who breaks the shackles of heaven and earth, thus existing forever? The entire cosmos waited, and this wait lasted 100 years. During this century the universe was unusually peaceful, yet a force seemed to be gathering. It intended to reach its peak one day, achieving some kind of leap. In this period all living beings witnessed the great sacred body's joy at the impending birth of his child. Every so often he would journey to the barren edges of the cosmos. He would unleash his power to the fullest, shaking the entire cosmos, as if to warn any who harbored ill intentions to abandon their improper thoughts. Until an even more terrifying and astonishing phenomenon appeared than before. Everyone knew that the one and only being worthy of the title immortal fetus had finally been born. At the center of the cosmic river of stars the sacred body strode forth. He held a delicate infant in swaddling clothes, stepping into the place richest in spiritual essence. With a wave of his hand, he gathered the brilliant starlight of vast star fields, refining it into the purest torrent of spiritual energy. The infant in his arms had skin like jade, emitting a soft, radiant glow. His body was like a black hole, instinctively devouring this energy. For 7 full days he absorbed the essence of an entire star field. Thus his body emitted an extremely dazzling light, with Tao resonance flowing around him, as if heavenly phenomena followed him, or as if he himself was favored by the great Tao. Wherever he was, it was the origin of the Tao. Even more astonishing, this newborn infant, after undergoing this ordeal, his cultivation level directly soared to the grand perfection of the sage realm. He became a sage instantly, reaching a level that most beings in the world could only gaze up at for their entire lives. What extraordinary talent, how enviable! And this was merely his starting point. Yet this breathtaking cultivation level made the sacred body frown. Born a sage, lacking foundation and missing many trials, this will not benefit the future. Lingxian, your father, will cut this away for you. His voice sounded calmly. Then endless divine power transformed into a blade of Tao principles, and he made a clean, swift cut toward the infant in his arms. The next moment the infant, who had been grinning happily, stopped smiling. His eyes were filled with terror, as if he knew what this cut would cost him. He wanted to stop it, but he had no power to do so. He could only endure the cut. The luster of his body instantly dimmed, and his sage-level cultivation enough to traverse the void completely dissipated. From that moment on he would have to start from the very beginning of cultivation, striving all the way until he reached the peak. Seeing this, the sacred body nodded with great satisfaction. In his view, without the tempering of the earlier major realms, how could one sweep through the imperial path and eventually cultivate an invincible heart? Everything he did was for the child. But, slap, a tiny palm smacked directly onto his face. Though without cultivation the infant's body was that of a sage level, and his unique constitution made this slap no weaker than a full strike from a sage king. Thus it was very loud. For the sacred body the damage was negligible, but the humiliation was immense. He looked down at his son in astonishment. However, slap, a second time, the sacred body gave a wry smile, unable to hold a grudge against his own son. Instead he praised, truly my seed, born with the ability to fight dragons and tigers. Facing the only 2 invincible beings of the age, you show no fear. Courageous. Good. But, my son, you must understand your father's good intentions. Your future will be extraordinarily brilliant, yet paved with thorns. Thus there must be no negligence. Only by polishing every realm to its utmost can you avoid falling due to the slightest inadequacy. The sacred body carried Yi Linxian back to the Yaoqi Holy Land. The Yaoqi Empress, her face slightly pale from great exertion, stepped forward and took Yi Linxian into her arms, saying nothing more. During these 100 years the couple had not been idle. They learned that the impolite man in white was the Chaos Heavenly Emperor who had attained the Tao 100,000 years ago and turned into a forbidden zone. Having existed for 100 millennia as if untouched by time, he must have reached an inconceivable realm. Perhaps he had already grasped the essence of heaven and earth with one foot in the true immortal realm. They also deduced that the entire cosmos seemed to have staked all its fortune on their child, Yi Linxian. All signs pointed to their child facing unimaginable hardships. While they lived, they could offer some protection. But they were not the astonishingly talented emperors of ancient history. Their lifespans were short, and they would eventually age. Thus they needed to ensure their child could stand on his own. Yi Linxian curled up in the Yaoqi Empress's arms, not slapping her as he had done to the sacred body. He had gestated for 100 years before birth. He could be said to be born with knowledge. Naturally, he understood that starting over from the beginning was indeed best for him. But the problem was, having experienced the power of a sage, the loss afterward was too great. As a newborn, losing control of his emotions a little was understandable, wasn't it? Especially since his father during the 100 years would often visit and rudely spit before leaving. Compared to that uncle with a gentle smile, he was quite lacking. Both came to see him, yet the difference was stark. It was just a small revenge. At that moment Yi Linxian turned his little head and looked in a certain direction. At the same time the sacred body and the Yaoqi Empress's expressions changed. They looked at the figure in white stepping out of the void. "Three of you, we meet again. My child has already been born, why have you come back?" The sacred body shielded the Yaoqi Empress, his burly frame blocking her completely. He gazed at Lu Qingyun and asked in a deep voice, "Don't get worked up. I'm just here to wrap things up." Lu Qingyun strode forward as if no one else was there, casually waving his hand to the side. The sacred body suddenly realized that an overwhelming force far beyond his expectations had shoved him aside. No matter how fiercely he struggled or channeled his blood energy, he could not budge an inch. All he could do was watch helplessly as Lu Qingyun approached his Tao partner, then naturally lifted his son from her arms, teasing the infant as he did so. Yet why did the teasing sound seem so strange? Click, click, click. Why did it sound so much like coaxing a dog? What on earth does this mean? In truth, the sacred body had misjudged Lu Qingyun. In his understanding, before a child gained intelligence, wasn't it only natural to raise it like a dog? Of course, there was another way to play. Lu Qingyun's gaze slowly drifted downward, and a smile that made Yi Linxian feel deeply uneasy spread across his face. He immediately tried to twist away to evade some impending attack, but in the end it was too late. Slap! Lu Qingyun's finger had accurately flicked. His forehead, hard as iron. Not bad. This physique perfectly inherits the sacred body's formidable flesh. Once he grows a little, he will be able to sweep away any existence below the saint domain with his physical body alone. Lu Qingyun gave a serious assessment. Before the child's birth he had occasionally observed him, but he could never get as close as the sacred body could. Now the child's physique was fully matured, flawless in every regard. It was the perfect time for him to examine this masterpiece of the great cosmos. The innate sacred body Tao embryo. It can indeed rival the chaos body, but as for which will be stronger in the future, I am quite looking forward to it. Lu Qingyun's voice rang out calmly, causing the Yaoqi Empress to tremble and turn pale. She instinctively interpreted his words as, in the future when her child grew up, he would have to face this chaos heavenly emperor who had lived for at least 100,000 years. Was there even any need to look forward to that? Wasn't the outcome already written? Though as a mother she had absolute confidence in her child. She believed that he would surely break the iron law that an emperor's child could never attain the Tao, forcefully becoming an immensely powerful Tao seeker, and his future achievements would not pale in comparison to the two heavenly emperors of the previous great era. But if his opponent were this chaos heavenly emperor before her, then there was simply not a glimmer of hope, not to mention anything else even at this very moment. He could easily strike and eliminate Yi Linxian in advance. Even if they as a couple were invincible, what did that matter? Before this being, though they were loath to admit it, they were indeed utterly insignificant. If he truly acted, today would surely be the day the Yaoqi Holy Land was annihilated. Moi. Lu Qingyun sensed the Yaoqi Empress's turmoil. After a moment's thought, he grasped her train of thought. He let out a light laugh. No wonder she misunderstood. After all, his title was the Chaos Heavenly Emperor. Yet he offered no explanation. Instead, he looked at the Yaoqi Empress with keen interest and said, "Madam, you wouldn't want anything unfortunate to happen to your child, would you?" The moment these words were spoken, the sacred body reacted fiercely. Golden blood energy surged, and a chaotic blue lotus suddenly bloomed in the void. Its scattered clear radiance empowered him greatly, boosting his divine power. He strained with all his might, yet he remained firmly trapped in place. Merely an ordinary great completion sacred body. His physical body had reached the supreme Tao realm, but in other aspects, he was nothing worth mentioning. Even if it was just a wisp of casually applied divine power, if something of that caliber could be broken by such a being, then Lu Qingyun might as well slit his own throat. Seeing this, the Yaoqi Empress's face turned deathly pale. She had just given birth to her child. Could he truly be so beastly? In essence, was he perhaps a character of the same ilk as her husband? No, she was already married. That added another attribute. The Yaoqi Empress's mind raced with countless thoughts. She clenched her fists, caught in a dilemma. Until, I merely wish to observe your Tao path. Is your child's life not worth more than a mere path? Lu Qingyun spoke calmly, his eyes deep and devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze on the Yaoqi Empress. She came to her senses. With a mix of doubt and belief, she unfolded her Tao path before Lu Qingyun. She held nothing back, nor did she need to. The gap between their realms was too vast, she didn't even understand what value her path could possibly hold for him. Only when Lu Qingyun withdrew his gaze with satisfaction and nodded did she finally allow herself to believe that it was truly just that. Enough. I've obtained roughly what I needed. As for what comes next, I'll let nature take its course. Lu Qingyun paused, as if something remained unsaid. Then his figure gradually vanished before the three of them. Yin and Yang remained unchanged, vast and empty as the great void. He had learned the techniques of the Tai heavenly sovereign, and on that foundation refined them greatly. The chaotic divine power dissipated, and the restraints were released. The sacred body's aura burst forth like a floodgate opening. Had the Yaoqi Empress not suppressed it in time, the entire Yaoqi Holy Land would have been plunged into turmoil. After breaking free, the sacred body looked at the Yaoqi Empress with a serious expression and said, "Let us seal Linxian away to keep him far from this chaos, Heavenly Emperor. If 100,000 years won't do, then 200,000, 300,000. One day that man will pass away, or perhaps take that final step. Either way, by then he likely won't care about Linxian anymore." The Yaoqi Empress shook her head without speaking. She simply pointed her jade finger, refining a massive piece of divine source into liquid, attempting to seal Yi Linxian. But his body seemed to be shielded by some force utterly impossible to seal. It won't work. Linxian is favored by the great cosmos's fortune. He is meant to face the crises of this era, so the great cosmos will not allow him to be sealed away. However, there is no need for us to worry too much. The Yaoqi Empress's eyes shone with wisdom. Since Linxian is the one destined to weather this tribulation, it means the one he must face is not that chaos Heavenly Emperor. It should be another predestined foe. The innate Tao embryo was naturally attuned to the Tao. Her insight allowed her to discern the true situation, and it also made her extremely confident. My son Linxian possesses the potential to become an immortal. If he faces only the enemies of this age, he shall surely sweep through all obstacles and attain the supreme realm. Deep within the immortal court, misty clouds swirled around two divine mountains. Between heaven and earth, celestial music resounded, and Tao rhymes cascaded down. A figure in white robes seemed to merge with the heavens and earth, accompanying the great Tao itself. With each breath, they drew vast quantities of immortal aura into their body, while the wisps of turbid energy expelled were annihilated by the scorching flames spewed from the two extraordinary immortal phoenixes that had attained Tao through unconventional means. Yet, judging from the behavior of the two immortal phoenixes, this task was far from easy. Even working in shifts, each round required so much divine power that they were nearly exhausted to the point of collapse. Fortunately, just as the two immortal phoenixes thought they might soon attempt nirvana, the great Tao throughout the entire realm became chaotic. A pair of eyes opened within them, swirling chaotic energy. Every strand seemed as heavy as a Xianhuang great world, enough to crush even the great Tao itself. The innate Tao fetus nearly one with the Tao. This physique, comparable to the chaos body, its most critical point, still depends on the mystery of the innate Tao fetus. But even after deducing it to the great emperor level, it still cannot merge with the saint body's origin. It seems. For now, I am still inferior to the mysteries of the great cosmos. Lu Qingyun let out a long, leisurely sigh. But soon he let out a light laugh, thinking it was still far too early to compare himself with this great cosmos. Perhaps only when he reached the realm of that chaos body immortal king in his prime could he attempt such a comparison. After all, this great cosmos had once given birth to immortals. However, although Lu Qingyun could not yet perfectly replicate this special physique on par with the chaos body, this great era still had a true chaos body, and one that was still gestating, not yet fully formed. Moreover, this chaos body was born from the Tao rhymes of that immortal king, so it was certainly different from ordinary chaos bodies. The power of the chaos body has yet to be fully developed by me. Perhaps in my fourth life I can start from this aspect. Lu Qingyun wore a faint smile, having already determined the path he would take next. But then, as if thinking of something, he raised his gaze toward the cosmic starry sky, his eyes cold. It had been 3 years since Yi Linxian was born, yet the chaos body still had not emerged. It seemed as with him back, then it was abandoned by the heavens and not favored by fortune. Every second in the Tao contest was critical. Falling behind from the very start would have an immense impact on the final outcome. But Lu Qingyun merely glanced once and withdrew his gaze, not intending to interfere too much. So what if it was suppressed by the heavens? Who hadn't gone through the same? If it lost because of this, then that was its destined fate. But this great cosmos shouldn't be too shameless, right? It should be able to emerge within 10 years. Don't. In the great hall, a divine golden cauldron as massive as a small hill crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom. The others were all stunned. They all watched as a small, exceptionally slender figure crawled out from under the divine golden cauldron, looking disheveled. Her cute face was covered in dust, her eyes dazed as if her mind had been rattled by the impact. Then cheers nearly lifted the dome of the great hall. Great. Wonderful. At only 3 years old to survive under this 200,000 gene cauldron, worthy of being the saint's son Lin Xian. Is this the terror of an emperor's son? Even without any divine power, this weight would have crushed any novice cultivator into a pulp. Now that the saint's son has yet to cultivate yet possesses such vitality, it's truly astonishing. After the great emperor's baptism, the saint's son's physique, comparable to a saint, should have been dispersed. But now this performance makes me truly wonder if the saint's son with his innate talent has already attained sainthood again. Saint's son, you. I'm tongue-tied and can't say anything fancy. Next time let me do the smashing. I've been itching for it. I'll lift the cauldron high, aim right at the center, and smash you to death. A burly man with a simple, honest face rubbed his hands and looked at Yi Linxian with eager anticipation, speaking in a muffled voice. The others mostly wore the same expression. You. Yi Linxian looked at his so-called guardians before him, his little finger trembling as he pointed at them. At this moment, he wished he still had his cultivation from a few years ago. Then he would pluck a star and smash these fellows into pieces. Of course, he also knew that even with his cultivation, he could not pose any threat to these guardians, the weakest of whom were at the great saint level. Saint's son, it's not our fault. An old man with a wrinkled face and missing several teeth sobbed, wiping his tears. In truth, doing this pains us deeply. If the great emperors hadn't given strict orders to cultivate your survival ability, as best we could, we wouldn't have wanted to do this. You're only 3, so young we can't bear it either. Yi Linxian seemed moved by the emotion, tears welling in his big eyes as he looked at the old man with deep feeling. Really? If so, let the other uncles help me from now on. No, that won't do. The old man instantly switched to a serious face. One thing at a time, but the only fun part couldn't be given up. Even outsiders knew that the emperor's son had unparalleled talent, with great hope of breaking the iron law in the future. To become a new great emperor. Then 3 emperors in one family. What glory! And as Yi Linxian's guardians, they understood his talent more clearly and thoroughly. Even though from birth his cultivation and even his physical cultivation had been cut away, and for these 3 years all forms of cultivation were strictly forbidden. Yi Linxian was still incredibly powerful, growing naturally. His strength alone was enough to annihilate an entire blessed cave in the mortal world's dynasties. This was still only the stage of laying foundations and nurturing the Tao heart. Once he was allowed to cultivate, he would surely soar, sweeping through all enemies of every era at a speed that would baffle everyone, leaving them only able to see his back. Even though they didn't understand why, with such a solid foundation, the great emperors still forbade the saint's son from cultivating. But for them, the chance to leave their names in history might be right now. Before the emperor attained the Tao, fought him nearly 100 times, undefeated. Each time I suppressed him in one move. Alas, time is merciless, qi and blood wane. I cannot fight the emperor at his peak. That is my regret, and also the emperor's injustice. After Yi Linxian grows up, he won't be able to bring himself to retaliate. He must be very resentful. Hee. Just then a stunningly beautiful woman in luxurious robes entered. She seemed to be in harmony with the great Tao. Despite her petite stature, she exuded a natural authority, as if she were the center of heaven and earth, inspiring involuntary awe. Empress. When they saw the visitor, all the protectors present changed expressions and bowed in salute. However, the Yaoqi Empress paid them no heed, walking directly to Yi Linxian's side with a gentle gaze. She took out a ring shimmering with starlight and slipped it onto Yi Linxian's left hand. This was a newborn special planet she had searched across the universe to find. She had refined it into a forbidden artifact. Worn constantly, it could nourish the body and soul, and at critical moments unleash a wisp of her power enough to annihilate all petty villains. However, though Yi Linxian showed joy on his face, he did not take it too seriously, for he knew that all these were external things. Though they possessed great power, they ultimately did not belong to himself, and he must not become dependent on them. What he cared about was, "Mother, when can I formally begin cultivation?" Yi Linxian said solemnly. For 3 years, countless precious herbs, true blood scriptures from various sects, and even lectures from an emperor had made his foundation extremely solid. It could even be called the strongest in history. Now he was not impatient, but simply wanted to know a definite number. Because he could sense that even if he spent more time, the increase to his foundation would be negligible, if not non-existent. Hearing this, the Yaoqi Empress was about to shake her head. But the next moment, she seemed to sense something and looked in a certain direction. It seemed that through the hall, piercing through endless void, she saw chaos. Finally, she revealed a smile. As if relieved, She lowered her head, looked at Yi Linxian, and replied, "If you are willing." Now, Yi Linxian was stunned. He looked at his mother's expression, which did not seem like a joke. Suddenly, he felt that perhaps he had been too honest before. If only he had asked earlier. Otherwise, he might have started long ago. I'm such a fool, truly. And the Yaoqi Empress's expression was now extremely relaxed. The hint of worry that had always lingered at the corners of her eyes had completely dissipated. Because she was now finally certain. Her child Yi Linxian was in a leading position. It could even be said. Far ahead. In a remote star region. At this moment, all living beings in the entire star region felt as if they were in chaos, staring at the terrifying phenomena spreading across the star region, all terrified. Within the Wang family ancestral land, a being with a nearly decayed body and a hunched figure burst out of the coffin. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as if he had never imagined that when his lifespan was about to run out and he was ready to lie down and wait for death, he could receive such a great surprise. Heaven blesses my Wang family. He broke out of the coffin, took a step, and arrived in the starry sky. Opening his mouth, he forcibly inhaled a large amount of starlight essence into his body, causing his long-dormant blood and qi to begin to boil. His aura was revealed, shaking an entire region. It was clearly a great sage. The old great sage felt the long-lost power within his body, his heart surging with emotion. However, he also knew that this was just forcibly extending his life. But he did not care. He returned to the Wang family, his great sage aura sweeping through, causing all prying eyes to disperse. Then he came to the place where the phenomena had been triggered. He saw a maiden of marriageable age surrounded by a group of people. The girl's face was panicked and at a loss, completely unaware of what was happening, only instinctively covering her abdomen with her hands. Ancestor. Seeing the old great sage, a group of people immediately cried out in surprise. After all, by their generation, the Wang family had long been in a state of decline. After the old great sages passing, the Wang family only had a single sage left to hold the fort, far from the glory of dominating the entire region. Now that the old great sage had returned, it was like having a pillar of support, especially at this special time. The old great sage paid them no attention, only looking at the clan maiden with eyes full of amazement. Her primordial yin is still intact, yet she carries chaotic qi within. Could it be? This is a divine child bestowed upon my Wang family by heaven. With tears in his eyes, and after repeated confirmation, the old great sage was extremely excited. But after the excitement, his expression changed. Because he sensed that the chaotic qi in the girl's womb was constantly absorbing nutrients from the mother's body. Given the girl's cultivation, her divine power would be nearly exhausted in no time. Quick, bring out the precious herbs. He immediately roared. Soon a 9-revolution king ginseng was brought. He cut open its surface and a refreshing fragrance spread. The juice containing vast amounts of essence was fed into the girl's mouth by him. Through the girl's body, enormous essence was transmitted inward. After stabilizing slightly, his expression did not ease. Because at this rate of energy absorption, this herb king would be used up soon. And given the entire Wang family's current resources, they were simply insufficient to support its birth. Unless they used it sparingly. That way they could barely allow it to be born, but it would be inherently deficient, unable to achieve perfection. A flawed chaotic body would be enough. Once grown, it could at least be on par with a great sage body, enough to protect the Wang family for 10,000 years. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. Just as he was about to act and forcibly suppress its formation speed, a voice suddenly rang out. Like a massive bell, it made his body suddenly stiffen, his mind going blank. Ha, truly. What a coincidence. A white-clad figure like a banished immortal strode forward slowly. At the moment of his appearance, the very heavens and earth seemed to freeze, all motion ceasing into an abyss of silence. So profound was the stillness that one could hear the frantic pounding of their own heart and the surging of blood within their veins. The grand sage gazed upon that figure only to find it shrouded in chaotic qi, its aura supreme like a vast macrocosm, majestic, formidable, and impossible to behold directly. With a single glance, he let out a pained cry as both his eyes burst completely. Yet even while enduring such agony, his body remained beyond his control, unable to move an inch. Just as he believed this to be the incarnation of the heavenly Tao come to reclaim the lost chaos immortal fetus from the mortal world, a tattered, yet bulging hemp sack, as tall as a man, was thrown before him. The sack's opening was untied, and a spirit herb, its surface resembling jade-white jade, rolled out. A brief glance inside stirred a terrifying thought within his mind. Could this entire sack be filled with priceless spirit herbs? And of no meager age, at least 100,000 years, enough to birth crimson rings in certain worlds. Since when could such supreme-level spirit herbs be carried in a mere hemp sack? The overwhelming aura that seemed to command all things naturally dissipated. The old sage realized that the terrifying presence must have departed, or perhaps concealed itself. He reached out to touch his 2 empty eye sockets. His lips pressed together as he recalled the chaotic qi he had witnessed, and the fact that his descendant, though still pure, had inexplicably conceived a mass of chaotic energy. An extremely perilous conjecture surfaced in his mind, but the moment it appeared, he used his divine sense to forge a sword and decisively severed that thought. It must not be thought, guessed, or dwelled upon. Otherwise today might mark the annihilation of the Wang family. Amidst the starry sky, Lu Qingyun walked slowly. The endless river of stars cascaded on both sides as if time and space had achieved equilibrium, nearly ceasing to flow. He recalled the embryonic chaos body he had just witnessed. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in his eyes, and his heaven-defying comprehension activated, causing flashes of insight to continually spark in his mind, deepening his understanding of the chaos body's formation. His own chaos body resonated in response, with chaotic chi diffusing from his flesh and blood, exuding an aura of mystery. His cultivation base also advanced steadily through this incremental process, rivaling the simultaneous comprehension of multiple great Taoists. Yet, at the crucial moment, Lu Qingyun actively interrupted his train of thought. For he could not blindly follow the path of that chaos body, immortal king. Their paths were different. Moreover, recalling the ferocity he had glimpsed within that mass of chaotic chi, Lu Qingyun slowly shook his head. As expected, that chaos body immortal king in life was hardly a benevolent being. Of course, had he been truly virtuous, he would not have ultimately perished under the siege of so many cultivators of the same realm. It was easy to imagine how unlikable he must have been. Tisk, as a model citizen worthy of a 5-star rating, Lu Qingyun let out an ambiguous sigh. Unsurprisingly, this nascent chaos body was bound to be a demonic fetus. Indeed, the great Tao diverged. He himself was a genuinely honest child. The most he ever did was pillage, slaughter, and annihilate clans. As for massacring the cosmos or inciting a dark age according to his original plan, that would only happen when his lifespan was near its end in response to the call of his predecessors. But for now there was no need for such thoughts. However demonic fetus or not, the cosmic hostility was far too blatant. It was even more severe than when Lu Qingyun first arrived in this world. Had it not been for his need to observe the flawless gestation of this chaos body, its innate makeup would have been flawed under the many coincidences engineered by the cosmos. With deficiencies in various aspects, the battle between the two physiques in the future would have been decided before it even began. Fortunately, at least now there would be no issue with the physique. The spectacle was still assured. After all, this chaos body was born from a wisp of Tao charm from an immortal king. In essence, it could barely be considered a recultivation of an immortal king. But there was a small problem: how long would it take to gestate a flawless chaos body? Even Lu Qingyun was uncertain about this question, for his own circumstances were too unique to be judged by conventional standards. I hope it will be soon. Or perhaps, if I had not severed your original cultivation, even with your extraordinary talent and supreme comprehension, your realm would have been fixed, making it difficult to return and recultivate the earlier major stages. But now, although I have stripped away your sage-level cultivation, apart from that you still possess the vision of a sage. This allows you to explore the hidden divine power gates within your body to a greater extent. Starlight scattered, refined by the grand formation into a sea of vital energy, shrouding the surroundings in a misty, celestial aura. The sacred body unfolded his own bitter sea, within which golden blood chi surged. The unique aura of the sacred body compelled Yi Linxian's bitter sea to reopen on its own. Golden light likewise flickered as his body instinctively absorbed the vast vital energy around him. One divine power gate after another opened naturally, their commotion stirring the divine power within the bitter sea to a frenzy. Witnessing this, the sacred body pressed his lips together once again, feeling the terror of Yi Linxian's physique. In terms of mere physical body, it was even more fearsome than the sacred body itself. On top of that, combined with the terrifying Tao affinity of the innate Tao embryo, it maxed out comprehension. Just by sensing the aura of his own bitter sea, and with a complete cultivation method he needed no instruction, he performed flawlessly. Yet this also proved one thing: the foundation laid over the past few years was not wasted. If his cultivation had not been severed back, then his combat power might be greater now, but in the future it would inevitably become a vulnerability. As for now, a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips, as if he recalled something, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. What of the chaos body? At present I cannot conceive of how I could lose. Deep within the starry sky, endless chaotic chi converged, transforming into ferocious beasts that roared madly, as if they intended to slaughter heaven and destroy the world. This celestial phenomenon was no less magnificent than when the imperial sun was born. Moreover, the faint, almost imperceptible aura of malevolence within it made one's heart grow even colder. 100 years. It was nurtured for a full 100 years. On this day the chaos body was finally born. Within the Yaoqi Holy Land, the great achievement saint body and the Yaoqi Empress exchanged a glance and smiled at each other upon sensing this aura. Everything was even smoother than they had anticipated. That chaos body was born a full 100 years later than Yi Linxian. This time gap naturally meant nothing to beings of their level. It would not bring about any significant improvement. But for these two individuals who were destined to clash and had yet to reach the ultimate realm, the gap was extremely evident. Because even during these 100 years, Yi Linxian valued his foundation, ensuring every step was exceptionally solid, nearly to the point of perfection. If he found anything unsatisfactory, he would even choose to drop down a realm and cultivate again, just to achieve completeness. Even so, his cultivation speed allowed him to ascend to the Sage realm again, with a lead of 103 years and an endless supply of resources. Under these circumstances, achieving ultimate victory was as easy as child's play. Inside a certain relic, golden blood chi spread out like a vast ocean, surging with waves and carrying an extremely intense pressure. Yi Linxian's body was nearly one with the Tao, each punch unleashing maximum power. He was battling a revived ancient clan great saint. Although he was 2 major realms lower, far surpassing the realm of killing enemies above his level, he still showed no sign of retreat, because he had entered an incredibly profound state. In this state, all divine powers and techniques seemed to be fully integrated, their power increasing manifold. Moreover, the original rule-like upper limit of combat power, that shackle, seemed to be removed, and some enhancement secret arts could once again be used, allowing his combat power to soar infinitely. The emerged ancient clan using a city's people as blood food. You deserve to die. Yi Linxian roared, a few Tao syllables bursting forth. As if materialized, they immediately stunned that ancient clan member, who far surpassed him in realm. The latter's face showed an incredulous expression of shock. He did not understand why upon his emergence he encountered such an abnormal prodigy. A sage battling him, a great saint. Even, it gave him an extremely fatal feeling. It seemed that if he continued to resist, he would surely die. Human boy, you are too much. Do you know that I am of the royal clan? I merely killed a few mortals for a snack. Why go this far? The ancient clan great saint tried to invoke his background's power, hoping the human boy would let him go. If you don't want my clan to later unleash divine artifacts and cause widespread suffering, let this matter end here. How about it? But in response, a golden fist surging with divine power came. With a bang, his body exploded, flesh and blood scattered. A great saint from the ancient royal clan had fallen. The vast blood chi contained endless essence. But Yi Linxian did not even spare a glance, letting it dissipate between heaven and earth. He did not immediately exit that profound state. In the little time remaining, he found a flaw in himself from an extremely macroscopic perspective and repaired it again. Everything seemed flawless. At that moment, he felt a tremor. His gaze pierced the sky, looking toward the boundless starry void, deep and dark, as if infinite. Fate has finally arrived. But is it too late? Yi Linxian's gaze was calm, his heart undisturbed. He was not affected by it. But just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, a familiar, surging, even vast and mighty power descended. A golden palm slapped down, destroying the relic. It also grasped Yi Linxian in its hand. The saint body's face was filled with excitement. He had none of the composure expected of an invincible being. Instead, he looked like a villain about to do something bad. Linxian, let's go. Your father will take you to face a powerful enemy. The saint body said with righteous indignation, as if it were true. But Yi Linxian felt embarrassed for him. The other party had just been born, barely a year old. How could this be considered a powerful enemy? Shameless. Too shameless. He naturally did not want to, otherwise future generations would call him the shameless emperor. But his father paid no attention and directly summoned his signature golden path. It extended all the way to the star region, now covered by chaos. Unlike when Yi Linxian was born here, there were not only celestial phenomena, but also heavenly tribulation. The power of thunder gathered, swirling above the star domain, its aura growing increasingly terrifying as time passed. Witnessing this, Yi Linxian furrowed his brows. He gazed below the thunder tribulation, where an aged and withered great saint cradled an infant in swaddling clothes who was incessantly devouring the essence of the star domain. The old great saint's turbid eyes were filled with utter despair. The great saint of the Wang clan could not understand why such a fearsome heavenly tribulation would descend upon the birth of this child. Enough to annihilate all sages and even sage kings. Even he, a great saint whose vitality was waning, might fall under this thunder tribulation if he made the slightest misstep. No, this cannot be. The great saint of the Wang clan's eyes blazed with madness. He had placed all hopes of reviving the Wang clan on this child, who seemed to be a gift from heaven. But now the heavenly tribulation had descended, and it seemed everything would be destroyed. He was unwilling. He refused to accept it. So much so that he glared at the tribulation above. He wanted to use his decaying body to shield the infant in his arms, even if it meant being shattered into pieces and slain on the spot. But just then a childish yet extremely cold voice rang out in his mind. Open your mind, offer me everything you have. From now on, I will protect the Wang clan. The great saint of the Wang clan lowered his head, stunned to see the infant staring at him with a cold, indifferent expression. Before he could respond, a small hand wreathed in chaotic energy directly pierced into his chest. Blood spilled. The primordial source of a great saint. All the life essence was being frantically absorbed. Yet the great saint of the Wang clan did not resist. He allowed it to happen, for he was already near death. He was but a broken body. If it was lost, then so be it. Having crawled out of his coffin, he considered it worthwhile to forge a monstrous talent in the final moments of his life. Flesh withered, skin cracked like parched earth. An incredibly ancient great saint was devoured clean in a short span of time. In the starry sky, the infant raised his head calmly regarding the heavenly tribulation and spoke, "I am complete. From this day forth my name is Wang Heng. From now on I shall be eternal, undying throughout the ages." Boom. As these words were spoken, a bolt of purple thunder imbued with terrifying power came crashing down, as if carrying the wrath of the heavenly Tao, intent on reducing this being to ashes. Yet Wang Heng did not dodge in the slightest. He opened his mouth and inhaled, unleashing endless chaotic energy from his body, forcibly intercepting the thunderbolt and swallowing it into his belly. This was the purest, most refined, most resolute, and most masculine power. It was also an excellent catalyst for a living being's growth. Wang Heng's body slowly grew from an infant to a youth and finally to the most youthful-looking young man. His features were handsome, yet his brows carried a faint sinister aura. Even a mere glance seemed to evoke the scent of a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Scatter! With a single shout, the entire star domain trembled. Endless chaotic energy surged upward, forcibly tearing the heavenly tribulation apart. Everything seemed to gradually calm. Wang Heng stood in the starry sky, his aura as a perfected sage fully revealed, yet the oppressive feeling he exuded far surpassed his current cultivation level. He gazed into a certain void, his eyes cold and filled with an instinctive revulsion. Without needing him to speak, Yi Linxian stepped out from the void, his robes fluttering. His somewhat ordinary face made him seem more at one with the mortal world. The two confronted each other across the void, both knowing the other was their destined nemesis. Their auras clashed violently in the void, causing ripples of space to spread. Their cultivation levels were astonishingly identical. Both were perfected sages. The only difference was that Yi Linxian had lived through 100 years and was a cultivator who had returned to the past. As for Wang Heng, even at his birth a heavenly tribulation had descended. If he were to follow Yi Linxian's path and sever his own cultivation, he probably wouldn't even survive the lightning tribulation. Yet despite this, there was no fear in Wang Heng's eyes. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at Yi Linxian and softly uttered two words. "Come fight. You are not my match." Yi Linxian said earnestly. He did not wish to win by such a method. That would be too dull. In this life, because the great emperor still existed, the throne was not vacant, and even the starry path had not been opened. His peers among the geniuses were pitifully weak in comparison. He sought pressure to make progress, and the only way was to challenge the old monsters at higher levels. At first it was fine, but later, as his cultivation level kept rising, his identity was naturally exposed. That led to one problem. Everyone was just playing along with the young master. Only the ancient clan great saint he had slain this time, having slept too long and being out of touch, did not know his identity, thus allowing him to fight at full strength. Therefore, to advance, he needed honing, he needed a whetstone. A piece of chaos stone to sharpen his blade. That sounded quite good. But, Wang Heng sneered, seemingly disdainful. He did not explain. Instead, he struck directly. A massive hand shrouded in chaotic energy reached out, radiating dazzling divine light, carrying a power that could extinguish reincarnation. Yi Linxian's gaze remained unchanged. He also extended a palm and collided with it. The terrifying power erupted in an instant, as if heralding the beginning. In a flash, two figures clashed together. They represented the two most extreme constitutions in the world. On one side, chaotic energy swirled, as if wielding a small chaotic world. Every strike carried the force to completely obliterate a planet. On the other side, a physique that harmonized with the laws of the Tao, even stronger than a sacred body, erupted with intense golden blood energy with every punch. They were merely two perfected sages, yet the power of their battle seemed like two great saints traversing the star domain, locked in a life and death struggle. In the distant void, the great sacred body furrowed his brows. With his cultivation level, he could naturally see that both were fighting with all their might, holding nothing back. But precisely because of this, he was astounded. Their battle was evenly matched. This being who had just been born, and whose divine power reserves came only from devouring a great saint and some thunder tribulation energy, should have been inferior in both foundation and experience to Yi Linxian. Yet he stubbornly, in such a state, fought Yi Linxian to a draw. This was utterly baffling. Could it be that his earlier decision was wrong? No. Impossible. Perhaps 100 years of reincarnation did not significantly change combat power, but future achievements would surely be different. Boom. With the final thunderous roar, the chaotic energy and golden blood energy gradually dissipated. Wang Heng and Yi Linxian had exchanged 1,000 moves. They did not continue. If they fought on, the final victor would be Yi Linxian. Yet he did not press on, because he knew that such a victory would only be won by a greater total amount of divine power. But in truth, this battle he had lost. Having been born a full 100 years earlier, yet ultimately relying on catching the opponent off guard and gaining an advantage in total divine power. How laughable was that? This made him wonder, was this 100 years of cultivation truly meaningful? And at that moment, Wang Heng's voice sounded faintly. My chaos body needs no reincarnation. It is inherently perfect and flawless. These 100 years were actually earned for you by this great universe. In fact, you are the challenger. The voice reverberated through the starry sky, unveiling a blood-drenched truth. Yi Linxian's pupils contracted as he gazed at Wang Heng, his eyes no longer holding the previous calm and indifference. I am the challenger, he murmured softly, as if confirming this fact. Then his gaze turned serious and solemn, fixing on Wang Heng, as he stood in silent contemplation for a long while. Finally, he let out a faint chuckle. He acknowledged this statement and accepted it willingly. Come on. Even if my divine power is exhausted with my foundation, the outcome is far from decided. Wang Heng stood upon the void, his aura tearing the fabric of space. Chaotic energy coiled around him like massive roots, drawing immense vital essence from the void itself. His eyes blazed with arrogance and absolute confidence, like a descended immortal king overlooking the mortal world, commanding the cycles of life and death. Yet Yi Linxian shook his head. He refused to take advantage of another's weakness. Even though he knew that if he did not settle the battle today, Wang Heng's terrifying foundation would allow him to rise with a speed defying heaven. By then it might be impossible to contend with him. But so what? A glimmer of Tao principles flickered in Yi Linxian's eyes as he calmly watched Wang Heng. On that ordinary and plain face, there was not a trace of fear. Though he did not know Wang Heng's origins, Yi Linxian believed that no matter what he would not lose. Not in the past, and certainly not in the future. Watching Yi Linxian's departing figure, a flicker of surprise crossed Wang Heng's demonically handsome face. His eyes narrowed slightly as if he had discovered something intriguing. Yeah, the child of fortune nurtured by this great universe seems interesting. Withdrawing his gaze, Wang Heng sensed the depletion of divine power within him. At the same time, the efficiency of drawing vital essence from the void to replenish his power made him frown slightly. Too slow. Fortunately, he was not without cultivation resources. Wang Heng slowly turned his gaze, falling upon the life-bearing star in this star region. He licked his dry, cracked lips, a glint of bloodlust and greed flashing in his eyes. I seem to have promised to protect that so-called Wang clan before. Since that's the case, I have the obligation to do it properly. As long as I slaughter all other living beings in this star region, the Wang clan will no longer need protection. A stream of chaotic energy gathered in his hand. From a life-bearing star, he drew out a strand of blood-fiendish aura. This seemed to stir a tremor in the depths of his soul, and a blood-refining technique naturally took hold of him. He was not surprised by this, because even though he had no memories in his mind, he knew that his origins were mysterious. If there truly was a past life in this world, it must have been a majestic existence with heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power. So, these insignificantly tiny creatures could merge with such a grand presence. This was a celestial opportunity. A flash of brutality flickered in his eyes. Blood like blooming roses of exquisite beauty blossomed across the life-bearing star. After a long time, the entire star region fell into utter silence. Wang Heng devoured an ocean of life essence, not only replenishing his divine power, but also stepping into the realm of Sage King. The heavenly tribulation for a major realm was already terrifying. Moreover, Wang Heng was loathed by the heavens, and now he had slaughtered an entire domain, accumulating boundless karmic sin. The compounded tribulation was enough to make even a great sage pale with horror. Yet Wang Heng watched the brewing tribulation clouds with a sneer of contempt. He did not even wait for the tribulation to fully form. Recklessly ignoring the danger of provoking the thunder, he charged into the clouds. Humanoid lightning bolts, each immensely powerful, appeared. They seemed to be phantom images of great emperors in their youth, recorded by the heavens, and becoming the most fearsome obstruction in the path of cultivation. But to Wang Heng, they were all like bubbles shattering at the slightest touch. Chaotic energy coiled around him like a divine being immune to all laws. With the most dominant and overbearing stance, he annihilated one humanoid lightning after another. A dozen or so young emperor phantoms surrounded him, able to wound him and draw blood. Yet they could not stop his advance to a higher realm, until all the humanoid lightning was destroyed. Amid the surging tribulation, a figure, seemingly the final trump card, slowly began to take shape. Even before it fully formed, its aura made Wang Heng's expression turn grave. He was more serious than when facing over a dozen young emperor phantoms simultaneously. But in the end, that figure did not fully coalesce. It seemed as if the heavens deemed that deploying it at this level of tribulation would not achieve its intended effect. Or perhaps, there were other reasons. The tribulation clouds dispersed, and a newly born Sage King with a chaos body came into existence. Yet Wang Heng felt no joy in reaching this realm. His eyes darkened as he pondered the final figure that had appeared in the tribulation. That it was placed at the end meant that in the eyes of the heavenly Tao, this existence surpassed all past great emperors and ancient sovereigns. But why did it stir a sense of familiarity within him, resonating on multiple levels? It seemed that he and this figure were deeply connected. Wang Heng withdrew his gaze and stopped dwelling on it. No matter what, when he achieves enlightenment, the strongest being in this world's past and present will be indisputable. At that time the strongest figure engraved by the heavenly Tao will be his image. A chaos heavenly emperor who suppresses all paths, is invincible across the world and eternal in the cosmos. The Yao Qi resembled a celestial paradise on earth. Misty vapors shrouded the scene with 7-colored rainbow lights flickering faintly. Dozens of plump dragon fish swam in the pool exhaling streams of auspicious energy. Yi Linxian sat in the pavilion, his gaze calm, just like the rippleless pool water. He had been sitting here in meditation for 3 days. During this time, he had neither cultivated nor comprehended the Tao. It seemed that the battle amidst the stars back then had instilled in him a sense of confusion. Carved beams and painted rafters, jade towers and gem-studded palaces. In the distance, celestial palaces stood in clusters of divine birds soared across the sky, their wings shedding radiance. Everything around him had remained unchanged for 100 years. Such a sacred cultivation ground was the dream of all beings in the entire great universe. But for Yi Linxian, he had possessed it since the day of his birth. He had never thought anything was wrong, for he was confident that his talent surpassed all others and was worthy of everything. But now he seemed to feel somewhat different. These 100 years have been too smooth for me. I enjoyed the world's fortune and obtained the supreme physique. My father and mother are both invincible in this age, suppressing the entire universe. I am an imperial son with a lofty status. From birth I possessed everything: divine sources, sacred herbs, Tao scriptures. Even the holy maiden of a sacred land would offer herself to me the very day I wished. Such treatment is truly unprecedented in history. Yi Linxian gazed at the misty lake, the light in his eyes dimming slightly as he let out a self-deprecating sigh. Yet even so his Tao heart remained steadfast without a trace of wavering. How could a foundation of 100 years collapse so easily? Now he was still confident and powerful, but merely a bit perplexed. With so much in his favor, he should have swept through the present age and suppressed an entire era. But the current outcome was not as it should have been. Everything seemed to have deviated from expectations. So what he needed to do was to set everything right and bring it back to its proper course. Just like the entire great universe, he should quell all heresies and steer the course of history back to the right path. Yi Linxian stood up and gazed into the distance, peering through the endless void at the infinite Tao. Around him Tao principles surged, as if beginning to brew a broad and long path. 100 years of accumulation, thousands of Tao scriptures observed. Now that I have entered the saint realm, I should forge a path that is uniquely mine. Above the sky the array patterns dissipated. Thunder rolled and surged. That was the thunder tribulation triggered by Yi Linxian's breakthrough to the Saint King realm. Yet he did not move an inch, merely casting a glance at the thundercloud. Silently, the thunder tribulation dispersed. Yet the blessings descended upon him in full, not a single bit less. Born from the will of heaven, why should he undergo heaven's tribulation? He watched the vanishing thunder tribulation, the corners of his mouth lifting into a smile. Favored by heavenly mandate, such was his indulgence. Since I possess all this, I naturally cannot waste it. Yi Linxian's eyes turned extremely sharp in that instant, like a 3-foot blue blade unsheathed halfway, capable of cutting through everything. He lowered his gaze to the lake surface. His voice slowly rose. Everyone, I trouble you to travel across the great universe and capture some sparring partners for me. As his words fell, figures with abyss-like auras emerged, all of them Yi Linxian's Tao protectors. Their faces were solemn, no longer carrying the casual air of before. Upon hearing Yi Linxian's request, their hearts tightened, vaguely understanding his purpose. But they spoke not a word, bowed silently, and then their figures dissipated with the gentle breeze. At the Imperial Sun's command, the entire Yao Qi sacred land responded in unison. This behemoth, which had dominated the stars for thousands of years and was the foremost power in the world, revealed its unparalleled dominance. In this world only it possessed such influence that radiated across the entire starry skies. Although the ancient starry road had been sealed, geniuses and strongmen from all over were still scattered across various star domains. Moreover, because the great emperor was present in this age, the entire universe was cleansed by imperial might, marking a golden age of cultivation. Strong individuals would naturally emerge in succession. If Yi Linxian relied solely on himself, it would naturally be difficult to travel across all star domains and test the might of various heroes. But he had the backing of the greatest force under heaven. As long as he was willing to utilize it, certain problems would no longer be problems. Then Yi Linxian's figure dissipated within the solitary pavilion. Since he intended to use it, he naturally needed to borrow the greatest external force. And the greatest external force in this life. What could be more suitable than his parents, who were idle all day and only focused on trying to give him younger siblings? Chaos body. One step further. Deep within the immortal court, chaotic chi rampaged wildly. Like a storm, its might terrified even the two immortal phoenixes who had already achieved enlightenment in a different way, causing them to curl up in a corner supporting each other. Lu Qingyun stood at the center of the storm with all chaotic chi originating from him, ceaseless and abundant. He opened his eyes and chaotic divine light flickered within them, its power terrifyingly unimaginable enough to slay a peak great emperor in an instant. After 100 years of observation, he had completely comprehended the origin of that chaos body. This allowed Lu Qingyun to fully make up for his previous lack of understanding, causing his physique to undergo a leap, opening a vast gap between him and ordinary chaos bodies. He did not give his current chaos body any unnecessary titles like immortal, saint, or divine. Chaos itself was supreme. The chaos body encompassed myriad origins naturally, including chaos itself. Lu Qingyun did not dwell on this aspect. What concerned him more was, after the transformation of the chaos body, his connection with the immortal king corpse in his bitter sea deepened. Back then, exhausting his divine power could only make it slightly move a finger. But now the degree of influence he could exert was much greater. He calmed his mind and looked inward at his bitter sea. Inside his body, chaotic divine power surged continuously, battering against the immortal king corpse. After each impact, the chaotic power contained within grew even denser and stronger. This effect alone was enough to be considered an immortal treasure. And what it could do was far more than that. Lu Qingyun's mind completely sank into the interior of the corpse. The entire process of entry encountered severe compression and resistance in the initial stage. The entire corpse seemed to constantly resist his intrusion. But under Lu Qingyun's persistent efforts, finally, a part of his mind entered. This matched an ancient saying. At first it was extremely narrow, barely allowing passage. All difficulties were at the beginning. Then Lu Qingyun's entire consciousness fully entered the corpse. This feeling was incomparably blissful, vast, boundless. The body of an immortal king was like an entire great universe, surpassing all the mysteries that could be described at his current realm. In this state, Lu Qingyun, with his heaven-defying comprehension, knew that he could enter an epiphany state at any time. Then he could freely roam this realm and comprehend the mysteries of countless Daos. But the cost was to be directly assimilated. Resisting this temptation rooted in life instinct, Lu Qingyun did not make the slightest move to be swayed. Now he could be said to be sitting on a treasure mountain. But how to truly convert it into his own power required a long-term plan, taking it slowly. Tea needs to be shaken slowly. Haste dissipates the flavor. A gradual nibbling away was the most secure. After all, he was not short of time. A pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened. Their gaze seemed to traverse through the long annals of history, immensely ancient, carrying a trace of earth-shattering battle intent that remained even after endless ages had passed. Splash! The bitter sea suddenly churned, boundless, chaotic divine power surging and roaring. It ceaselessly bred and exulted immensely. Rebirth. Rebirth. In the center of the bitter sea, the enormous corpse of the immortal king slowly sat upright. Like a supreme sovereign forgotten by the world, he once again ascended to his throne. At this moment, everything changed. Outside in the great universe, a muffled thunder suddenly exploded in the starry sky, brilliant lightning spanning countless star domains, causing all living beings in the world to tremble with fear. A sense of absurdity rose in their hearts. They actually felt. The great universe was trembling in fear. It seemed that some kind of existence had already awakened, as if it could completely annihilate even the great universe. Fortunately, at the same time, within the Yaoqi Holy Land, located at the center of the starry sky, with its light shrouding all domains, the emperor's might suddenly erupted, continuously spreading and forcefully extinguished the lightning that had spontaneously arisen in the void. As if to inform the world, two invincible beings coexisted in this era. Even if the heavens collapsed, they could still block it back. Only then did the hearts of the people settle down slightly. Fortunately, the great universe has the Yaoqi Empress and the great saint bodyguarding it. None of those supreme beings in the forbidden zones dare to cause trouble. But why is the entire great universe so terrified and restless, as if sensing some kind of threat? What threat could there be? In the mortal world, an emperor is already the most supreme existence. Even if some creature that endangers the great universe were to emerge, it would at most be on par with an emperor. But in this era, there is also a great saint body who can rival an emperor. No need to worry. Moreover, don't forget that imperial sun in Yaoqi. In recent years, Yaoqi has been making constant moves, either capturing powerful beings who slaughtered life origin planets or searching for various rare, divine herbs and ancient scriptures. Under such an accumulation of resources, that imperial sun's strength has already reached an incredible level. Even if the imperial sun cannot achieve the Tao, reaching the level of the great saint body is absolutely no problem. Speaking of those who slaughtered life origin planets, in some destroyed star domains there are terrifying chaotic chi. There is absolutely a creature of extreme cruelty hunting in the shadows. Unfortunately, whether it's Yaoqi Holy Land or other major powers, no one has been able to find its trace. The living beings of the world were discussing in confusion. Meanwhile, in Yaoqi, the Yaoqi Empress and the great saint body stood side by side, their gazes solemn, staring into the depths of the starry sky. As the invincible beings of this era, they understood the information revealed by the great universe more thoroughly than other creatures. What kind of existence is this that hasn't even revealed its aura, yet can cause such a commotion? The great saint body's gaze was deep, with a hint of wariness in his eyes. He looked in a direction where forbidden zones stood in abundance. But soon he shook his head. Although the forbidden zones were extremely mysterious, ancient in existence, and difficult to trace their origins. Even if there were unfathomable beings lurking within, it was absolutely impossible for an existence that could frighten the entire great universe without leaking even a wisp of its aura. Even the legendary immortals, absolutely impossible. Moreover, if there were truly ancient immortals left in the forbidden zones, why would they need to lurk there? They would have long established an eternal orthodoxy and existed in the world forever. Could it be the commotion caused by that existence? The Yaoqi Empress's beautiful eyes flickered, and in her mind appeared a white-clad figure shrouded in chaotic qi, like a banished immortal descending to the world. That person had probably already reached a terrifying realm beyond their comprehension. Without sealing himself, he had existed in the world for over 100,000 years, experiencing one great era after another. Such means were probably unmatched in the world. If any being in the entire great universe was qualified to create such a commotion, it had to be that person. However, upon hearing the Yaoqi Empress mention that person, the holy body let out a dissatisfied sound from his nose and said in a decisive tone, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If he really took that step, the commotion would have shaken the entire great universe. It couldn't have been silent. Moreover, even if he took that step, so what? The great universe is vast and boundless, and true immortals have been born in it. If it were just a true immortal, it absolutely could not make it so terrified." His words were filled with a sour tone. This made the Yaoqi Empress find it somewhat amusing, but she did not refute him, because she was only making a casual guess. As for the actual truth, they did not know. But in any case, the ultimate in the world was the Emperor. If some being truly descended upon the great universe, intending to slaughter all living beings, then the couple would surely suppress it. Thinking of this, the Yaoqi Empress's gaze flickered. She was also quite concerned about that chaos body who was destined to be an enemy of Yi Linxian. She knew its nature was cruel and fond of slaughter. It ravaged and pillaged across various star domains, committing heinous crimes too numerous to record. If she were not worried that rash action might trigger some irreversible causal relationship, she would have long calculated its location with great power and slain it with a single palm strike. However, with Linxian's current strength, there was no need for her to worry. During this period, nearly all the opportunities of the great universe had been bestowed upon him. The entire Yaoqi Holy Land continuously searched for powerful beings who had committed crimes in various star domains, forcing them into life and death battles with Yi Linxian. The results achieved were quite satisfactory. Having only just entered the Great Saint realm, he fought a battle with the Quasi-Emperor and even emerged victorious. You must know the Quasi-Emperor realm with the word Emperor in it. The gap with the Great Saint was like heaven and earth. It was a being that truly touched the ultimate Tao, yet in the end was still spectacularly slain by Yi Linxian. Recalling the shocking scene she witnessed when she tested Yi Linxian a few days ago, the Yaoqi Empress couldn't help but hum softly. In her view, with Yi Linxian's ability, he could definitely break the taboo and successfully achieve the Tao under her Tao suppression. Moreover, it wouldn't take long. Then one family would have 3 invincible beings. One heavenly emperor, one roadside. Even if that chaos heavenly emperor came, what could he do? Together they could slay him on the spot. Chaos, churned divine power surged within the bitter sea. In the void, a bell tolled as if from time immemorial, majestic and solemn. Lu Qingyun had remained in a seated posture for a long time. After inhabiting this corpse, he felt his thoughts become excruciatingly slow and his movements exceptionally stiff. Like a babbling infant foolishly trying to pilot a Gundam hundreds of zhang long. Inevitably, it would be immensely difficult. In this state, Lu Qingyun could only empty his mind as much as possible, focusing solely on controlling the mere physical body. As for the immense power and Tao principles that had lain dormant for unknown eons, he completely ignored them all. He only wanted this body to move. Slowly, Lu Qingyun step by step familiarized himself with every part of this body, hands, feet, chest, neck, until he finally stood upright. How about going out for a walk? A thought was born in Lu Qingyun's heart, and the immortal king corpse he controlled moved accordingly, taking a single step, without any divine power surging or Tao principles accompanying. It simply walked out of Lu Qingyun's bitter sea and stood within the immortal court. At this moment, endless immortal resonance qi surged madly toward the corpse, absorbed by its instinctive craving. However, disperse. Lu Qingyun's voice rang out calmly. All the immortal resonance qi instantly stopped at that moment, then drifted back across heaven and earth. As the master of the Forbidden Zone, Lu Qingyun had absolute control over everything in the immortal court, even over matter that did not exist in the form of life. Every Forbidden Zone was a realm independent of the great universe with its own different rules. It was precisely for this reason that regarding the descent of this immortal king corpse, the entire great universe showed no reaction at all. Lu Qingyun stood there for a moment, his gaze lowering, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Because in that brief moment, all around, there actually grew one after another of the most precious medicine kings that were extremely rare in the outside world. A few breaths of time were worth 10,000 years of arduous cultivation. Seeing this, Lu Qingyun's heart surged with an urge to control this corpse and traverse every corner of the forbidden zone. Fortunately, after so many years, his poverty sickness had been mostly cured, so he only walked around a patch of land. Using this mysterious property, he spawned a large field of flourishing fragrant medicine kings. Although for him now it was of no use at all. But the key was, it felt great. It would be quite nice as an ornamental garden. Just as Lu Qingyun was thinking this, a wave of fatigue came from within his divine soul. Just a few casual steps had already consumed an enormous amount of energy. Yet even so, Lu Qingyun did not stop. His gaze turned toward the outside of the forbidden zone. Just a single strand of Tao principle made the entire great universe tremble in fear, sparing no expense for an entire era just to erase it. What if a whole immortal king corpse descended? At the edge of the universe, warships exploded in the starry sky like the most brilliant and blazing flames blooming. A great sage piloting a demigod mech let out a reluctant roar. He charged straight toward the center, intending to cut down the figure surrounded by chaos chi. Demigod mech. Gaining power comparable to a quasi-emperor through external means this star domain of yours is somewhat interesting. It's just, the creatures are too weak. Even if you slaughter most of them, the effect is far inferior to a single primitive cultivation planet. Wang Heng raised his hand, and a chaos great palm imprint struck out. It landed on the so-called demigod mech. With a single blow, it suffered severe damage, cracking open like a spiderweb with hideous fissures. After all, its external force not worth mentioning. Wang Heng's gaze was cold, his black hair spreading in the void, moving without wind. He threw another punch straight through the demigod mech that was called the highest crystallization of civilization, forcibly dragging out the great sage inside, who had activated the mech at the cost of his life, and was now nothing but skin and bones. Seeing this outcome, a flicker of disdain passed through Wang Heng's eyes. Relying on external force to gain power far beyond one's own. In the end, one would even be devoured by that power. What a foolish act. If it were him, he would never do such a thing. However, the highest crystallization of civilization was merely a demigod mech comparable to a quasi-emperor. But now he had even slain a quasi-emperor. So-called mechs were utterly unworthy of him. And just after Wang Heng completely destroyed this fleet, he intended to leave directly. But the moment he turned around, an extraordinarily robust figure, yet without any aura leaking out like a mortal, slowly walked toward him from the end of the universe across the starry sky. From this moment, he did not know why. His heart inexplicably palpitated. He moved toward that figure almost instinctively. Faster and faster until he turned into a streak of light, nearly crashing directly into that figure's body. But, bang! At a place 10 zhang away from that figure, Wang Heng crashed, as if into a transparent wall forged from immortal gold. Unable to approach an inch. He was knocked dizzy, but precisely because of this he came to his senses. Realizing what he had done unconsciously just now, he felt a chill in his heart and instinctively wanted to look up. But the firm will he had tempered over so long made him resolutely lower his head, not daring to let his gaze touch the being before him in the slightest. For some unknown reason, he had a feeling that if he looked up now, he would completely vanish. Not falling nor sleeping, but a complete erasure at the conceptual level. Wang Heng would cease to exist. He wanted to flee, but the tremor deep in his soul kept him from taking even a single step from start to finish. At that moment, a broad warm palm rested on the top of his head, immeasurably gentle yet as heavy as an entire material universe. In that instant, he felt his entire body trembling. The flawless chaos body seemed to be jubilant. Endless chaos chi currents surged out, undergoing some unknown but powerful transformation. Wang Heng could perceive that his divine soul, physical body, and even his comprehension of the chaos Tao were skyrocketing at an inconceivable speed. This feeling was an evolution of life. It was an acknowledgement from a higher being. At this moment, a passage flashed through Wang Heng's mind. An immortal patted my head, bound my hair, and bestowed eternal life. This was likely a peerless, true immortal, deeply connected to himself. Boom. In the void, a thunderbolt streaked across. The lightning illuminated the desolate reaches of the entire cosmos with extraordinary brightness. Can't hold back. Lu Qingyun withdrew his hand, paying no attention to Wang Heng, who was in an extraordinarily mysterious state. He lifted his gaze and looked into the depths of the cosmos. Their golden blood energy transformed into a grand path piercing through the entire great cosmos. A man and a woman, both with solemn expressions, arrived hand in hand. These are the two current invincible ones. But, sending 2 ants to deal with me, it's merely adding some chips to the game. If you can do it, why can't I? Lu Qingyun's gaze directly swept past the 2 saint physiques. For him, ordinary Tao seekers had long lost the qualification to speak with him as equals. Furthermore, his status was that of an immortal king. Scram! A Tao sound shouted out. It transformed into the ultimate suppression force of this world, traversing hundreds of distant star regions, directly pressing down upon the 2 invincible ones. Even though golden blood energy surged and supreme Tao pressure spread everywhere. But within this Tao sound, everything was nothing but illusion. Not good. The great Saint Physique's expression changed drastically, immediately shielding the Yaoqi Empress. He tried to endure this Tao sound with his physical body, but his flesh, as hard as an imperial weapon, shattered inch by inch upon contact, scattering crimson blood across the starry sky. He continuously reorganized, but the speed of shattering far exceeded that of reorganization. In the end, the Yaoqi Empress also bore most of the damage, her imperial body being blasted apart over a dozen times before they barely managed to withstand it. However, the state of the two invincible ones was extremely miserable. The heavenly heart mark on the Yaoqi Empress seemed to materialize at the critical moment, blocking the fatal blow for her. Otherwise, this single strike alone would have caused both invincible ones to fall. Now the two truly achieved a fusion of flesh and blood. But it only filled people with dread. A single Tao sound brought the two invincible ones to the brink of death. This scene in the eyes of all living beings in the world was no different from the collapse of the heavenly Tao and the arrival of catastrophe. Inside the Yaoqi Holy Land, Yi Linxian had a grave expression, watching his parents with worry. When he saw that the two were temporarily out of danger and that the being did not press the attack to eliminate them completely, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a trace of disbelief arose in his heart. Because no matter who it was, they could see. How immense was the power of that being. If he truly wished it, speaking another word would be enough to instantly slay the two invincible ones who had suppressed the world for thousands of years. But he did not do so, as if, just as he had said, the two invincible ones were merely ants in his eyes. A supreme Tao existence was merely an ant. Then what kind of inconceivable level had this being reached? Could it be that there truly was a true immortal in the world? This speculation, the moment it arose, was completely overturned in everyone's hearts, because that being did not pay attention to the two invincible ones, but directly pointed his spear at the will of the great cosmos. He did not reveal any aura, but merely standing there, he was more eye-catching than the most noble and supreme beings in the great cosmos. He did not continue speaking. Instead, his gaze was calm and indifferent, as if waiting, and also certain of the other side's retreat. Time and years did not affect his body. All kinds of karma avoided his body. If he were merely a true immortal, how could he possess such miraculous manifestations? Although so far he had not displayed power sufficient to overturn the entire great cosmos. But everyone knew that he truly possessed such power. All the world believed, and the great cosmos naturally also believed. Thus it chose to retreat. Originally, thunder gathered and terrifying vitality permeated the vast clouds, as if a supreme lightning being was gradually taking shape. But now it gradually dissipated, as if nothing had happened. However, did I let you go? Lu Qingyun, controlling the immortal king's corpse, said calmly. He did not use any divine power. He also could not use any divine power. But under the effect of the immortal king's status, this voice was still grand, causing all people to tremble in spirit. Could it be that this terrifying being intended to rebel against the great cosmos? But no matter the outcome, the process would likely cause heavy casualties among the mortal world. The thunder layer condensed again, its imposing manner extremely oppressive. But within it, there was no longer the sense of destruction, it seemed to have a hint of negotiation. Obviously, unless forced, it was unwilling to have a direct conflict with such a being. Seeing this, Lu Qingyun's lips curled into a smile. His heart was extremely pleased. Although with his true strength, he was not yet capable of such a feat. Even with the addition of this immortal king's corpse, it would be difficult to achieve. After all, he could not unleash the true power of this Gundam. But none of that mattered. The important thing was, he could act. Anyway, he just stood there, believe it or not. As you wish. As the master of the immortal court's forbidden zone, he could stand independent of the great cosmos. If he lost the bet, he could simply hide in the immortal court and rarely appear in the world. But dared the great cosmos to take the gamble? A wisp of aura was deliberately leaked by Lu Qingyun, precisely belonging to the immortal medicine that the system had rewarded him earlier. Now the effect of that immortal medicine was negligible. Lu Qingyun had actually forgotten that he still had such a thing. But in the process of resonating with this immortal king's corpse, he discovered that if he completely sacrificed the entire immortal medicine, perhaps relying on its special nature, he could truly stimulate a wisp of its former power. However, the cost was enormous. He would have to completely destroy a whole immortal medicine. And this thing was extremely scarce. Lu Qingyun only had this one, so naturally he was unwilling to use it unless it was a critical moment. For this reason, he chose to extort the great cosmos. Buzz. The effect was still extremely significant. With a buzzing sound from two spaces not far from Lu Qingyun, two immortal medicines suddenly emerged, emitting a rich life aura and possessing special effects. After sensing Lu Qingyun's presence, they instinctively tried to flee. But since they had come, how could they escape from Lu Qingyun's grasp? He grabbed them in one swift motion and instantly stuffed them into his pocket. His movements were incredibly swift, like an extremely greedy beast. After all, if Lu Qingyun had to search for such things himself, he would probably not find a trace for tens of thousands of years. But now, too, were within easy reach. It seemed that the transaction was confirmed completed, with the withdrawal of the great cosmos's will. The entire desolate reaches of the cosmos seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist. Even supreme imperial weapons could not see the true scene there. It seemed that everything had calmed down, but only Lu Qingyun knew that this was merely the beginning. The true division of the future trends of this world depends on. Lu Qingyun's gaze once again fell on Wang Heng, who was still in deep comprehension. His eyes were profound. He looked at himself, then at Wang Heng. Finally, he let out a light laugh. To restore the glory of the chaos physique, you should, without hesitation. If you can truly do it, I might grant you the opportunity to pilot a Gundam. That is something everyone dreams of. At most, there will be a negligible side effect. For example, dwelling in a corpse prison driven by me for eternity. You should feel honored for this. The atmosphere at the Yaoqi Holy Land was extremely heavy. After being severely wounded by that mysterious being, the Great Saint Body, and the Yaoqi Empress had been in a state of coma. With no one holding the reins of the universe, some turmoil was inevitable. Fortunately, the forbidden existences within the restricted zones seemed to be intimidated by the mysterious beings, might each shrinking back into their zones without daring to show their heads. They dared not even cast a single gaze lest they attract the terrifying karmic retribution that would cause their downfall. Amid this situation, the imperial son Yi Linxian stepped into the sight of the cosmic beings. As soon as he emerged, he overwhelmingly suppressed and killed a quasi-emperor with fierce murderous aura in a star domain. At the same time, he gave orders in an orderly manner. He ordered the Holy Land's people to suppress and quell uprisings everywhere. From that moment on, he had transformed from a prodigy into a true supreme being capable of standing alone. All were astounded by his performance, speculating whether he could break through numerous shackles, defy the heavens to attain the Tao, and become an invincible being who could suppress all a supreme heavenly emperor in this era where an emperor still existed. Many were firmly convinced and believed he would surely succeed. Yi Linxian himself thought so as well. However, whether one could attain the Tao as a heavenly emperor did not necessarily mean invincibility. He often recalled in his mind the rival named Wang Heng, who possessed the chaos body whom he had met before. As the current master of Yaoqi, he could also gather some news about him through various channels. Thus he learned that the growth rate of that existence was not inferior to his own. Moreover, during the great calamity of cosmic upheaval, he had clearly seen that the figure beside the mysterious being seemingly comprehending the great Tao was none other than Wang Heng. Without a doubt, with his possession of the chaos body universally recognized as the foremost physique throughout history, if no accidents occurred, he could follow the natural course and attain the Tao to become an emperor. Not to mention, he seemed to have received some exceptionally powerful boon. He would likely become extraordinarily strong. In the future, the two of them were destined to engage in a decisive battle. That would be both the second battle and the ultimate final battle. Moreover, the time would not be too far apart. Yi Linxian's gaze was profound, staring into the depths of the starry river. Above his head, thunder gathered, surging like thunder dragons, extremely terrifying. This was a quasi-emperor tribulation comparable to the Tao-proving lightning tribulation, causing all beings in the world to tremble and fear, mistakenly believing it was a sacred being provoking the Tao-proving tribulation. Upon discovering that it was Yi Linxian who triggered it, the shock in their eyes grew even more intense. The mere tribulation of entering the quasi-emperor realm was already this terrifying. If it were the true Tao-proving tribulation, what kind of world-shaking scene would it be? I'm afraid the entire universe would be destroyed by that sea of thunder. Facing such a terrifying calamity, Yi Linxian made no move, allowing the thunder to fall and transform into a thunder battle armor, madly tempering his body. To him, this was not a tribulation, but the greatest gift the universe could bestow. Even after all the thunder had been absorbed by Yi Linxian, within the tribulation clouds, in an ancient stone pit, golden light shone brilliantly, surging with endless pure thunder energy. The stone pit trembled and quaked, to the extent that several drops of golden liquid fell, landing with incredible coincidence onto Yi Linxian's body. This led him to undergo an unprecedented transformation. What is a child of destiny? This is it. Such an all-out favoritism. It was enough to make those cultivators who wished to defy the heavens completely envious, recklessly overturn yin and yang, and stain the sky with demonic blood. In the 105600th year of the immortal court calendar, a chaotic palm imprint fell upon a star domain. Countless beings wailed in despair, turning into a sky full of blood mist. Wang Heng wore a celestial gold armor, resplendent and colorful. It was forged from all the materials he had accumulated over the long years by slaying powerful enemies and destroying planets one after another. For this, he had not even refined a weapon. He used only this armor as an imperial weapon and his chaotic fists as the ultimate offensive tool. He gently inhaled, drawing the endless blood qi into his nostrils. Behind him, the karmic blood wheel shone even brighter, emitting a terrifying murderous aura that could drive any quasi-emperor mad. Wang Heng walked through the starry sky like a diligent farmer, harvesting one star domain after another. All those who came to besiege him were regarded as ants and crushed with a single palm strike, so now no one could stop him. After all, he was already at the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm. He had no concept of this feeling of power, because even the supreme beings at the same 9th level of quasi-emperor could not withstand even a single chaotic gaze from him. To be precise, he had surpassed the quasi-emperor level by far too much. A saint body at the 9th level could be called invincible, but he was countless times stronger than a saint body. Even if those two invincible beings were not injured and in hiding but came to suppress and kill him, he was still confident to fight them. To him, the only one in this world who could openly fight him was just one person. After all, he was an existence that had once received the blessing of a celestial, destined to be extraordinary, useless too useless. Even if I kill more of these ordinary beings, it's hard for me to improve. I need more powerful blood prey. Wang Heng's gaze was cold, staring into the direction of the Yaoqi holy land at the center of the starry sky. He desired to bathe in the red blood of the saint body, and also devour the Tao of the current emperor, thereby completing his final accumulation for the ultimate leap. At that time he would be the undisputed chaos heavenly emperor, enough to suppress and kill all beings in the world, sweeping through the 9 ancient forbidden zones. Above the heavens and below the earth only he would be supreme. However, within Yaoqi there was still an existence capable of fighting him. Though he had no fear, this final battle should naturally be placed at the end, so that the taste would be even more exquisite. He withdrew his gaze. Wang Heng once again fixed his gaze into the depths of the starry sky. He had been searching for some time, and now he had exactly found the target he needed. A purple giant planet whose laws of heaven and earth were completely different from the universe, like a forbidden zone. The overlord body ancestral star. Locking his gaze, those ancient auras still slumbering made him feel incredibly sweet and tempting. He slowly stepped forward without haste. His gaze carried a casual ease of complete relaxation. Before savoring a grand feast, maintaining a good state allows the original flavor of the food to be fully released. The meat is tough, but with some squeezing there's always some juice. Oh, it seems there's a tender one here. Boom. As the last thunderbolt dissipated, the thunder tribulation gradually faded. A newly born great achievement, Overlord Body's wounds were healing, its aura growing stronger. Purple radiance stretched across 30,000 miles, filling the entire Overlord Body ancestral star with a scene of thriving prosperity. All beings bearing the Overlord Body bloodline cheered and rejoiced at this moment, immersed in boundless ecstasy. Hardship gave way to joy. After tens of thousands of years, a great achievement, Overlord Body had finally been born again. From now on, with the protection of such an invincible being, they could re-enter the world and flourish once more. Not far from that newborn great achievement, Overlord Body, 2 figures with indistinct auras, yet eyes filled with ancient vicissitudes, watched the scene, their eyes also shimmering with excitement. We spared no effort in deploying all the heaven-deceiving array patterns, even actively emerging to conceal the thunder tribulation's commotion. This kid actually succeeded. After today, our Overlord Body lineage will finally gain another great achievement, Overlord Body, nearing the former 9. At this point, the old Overlord Body's gaze dimmed. A flicker of hatred flashed in his eyes. Once their Overlord Body lineage was so prosperous, with 9 great achievement Overlord Bodies as their foundation, they could even form a forbidden zone on their own. Yet a single sacred body had slain 7 of them. Only the 2 of them remained, barely surviving, leading the Overlord Body ancestral star into the depths of the cosmos, retreating willingly to preserve their heritage. This hatred, layered upon the ancestral enmity, grew ever more intense. And coincidentally, in this era, there was also a great achievement sacred body. That sacred body is still injured. If we force a battle, there is a high probability of defeating it. But its Tao partner is the current great emperor, who would never allow harm to come to it. This matter must be set aside. However, it at least gives our Overlord Body lineage a chance to catch our breath. Since ancient times, haven't we weathered such situations before? Though the current great emperor is powerful, if they do not cut themselves off, they cannot seal themselves away. In this regard, our Overlord Body lineage has a unique advantage. One day we shall regain our glory. The 2 old Overlord Bodies were brimming with ambition and excitement. With slightly envious and nostalgic gazes, they looked at the newborn great achievement, Overlord Body, whose blood vitality surged and life essence was incomparably vigorous. Once they too had been so spirited with boundless futures. But alas, today the Overlord Body ancestral star shall once again appear in the cosmos. The newborn Overlord Body's gaze was like lightning, sharp and piercing. Gazing upon the countless beings bearing Overlord blood, an overwhelming sense of heroism arose within him, and he could not help but let out a long roar. After that roar, the entire Overlord Body ancestral star began to tremble, as if it were breaking free from this mysterious space. Everyone believed that this newborn Overlord Body had begun to act. He was fulfilling his promise to lead them back to the cosmos. Even the 2 old Overlord Bodies thought the same. They had just completely sealed their divine power, ensuring minimal dissipation of life essence, while losing part of their perception. Smiles spread across their faces. But those smiles froze when they saw the newborn overlord body's furrowed brow. Could it be that he was not the one channeling divine power? They would never believe that a newborn great achievement overlord body would find it difficult to move the ancestral star. So there was only one possibility. Another force was causing all this. Endless chaos chi had, unknown to everyone, already enveloped the entire overlord body ancestral star. A gray hazy expanse exuding an oppressive atmosphere. A pair of eyes opened in the darkness filled with bloodlust and greed. They seemed to regard them as prey. How dare you to trespass on our overlord body ancestral star? My physique has reached great achievement. Today I shall announce to the stars with your blood. Let all the world know the boundless glory of the overlord body. The newborn great achievement overlord body's gaze was arrogant purple radiance swirling within his body, blood vitality surging and churning. Newly reaching great achievement, this overwhelming sense of power made him almost forget himself. Since his emergence, he had trained only on the overlord body ancestral star, defeating all and never meeting an opponent. Now even the two ancestors were no match for him. And in the starry sky, even facing those two renowned invincible beings, he would feel no fear. Let alone this nameless one. With some chaos chi to put on a show, he dares to attack our overlord body ancestral star. Does he think he is the chaos heavenly emperor recorded in the ancient texts who turned himself into a forbidden zone? Utterly ridiculous. His eyes shimmered with absolute confidence. 9 divine forms revolved around him, making him like a god descending upon the world, lofty and in control of all. Gazing at the indistinct figure within the chaos, he sneered, then took a step forward, blood vitality surging like a terrifying divine mountain. With his massive and peerless physique, he charged directly toward that figure. Then he plunged into the chaos chi. At that moment, the entire overlord body ancestral star erupted. All living beings looked on with hope, their overlord body bloodlines varying in degree, nearly burning within them. They projected themselves into the scene as if they were the ones suppressing the enemy within the chaotic currents. But a long time passed. No divine power clashed, no Tao principle struck, no violent tremors occurred. It was as if no living being existed within the chaos. Even the newborn great achievement overlord body who had entered had vanished without a trace. Could the battle have ended in an instant? Some being asked doubtfully, still clinging to hope. But this explanation was untenable. Just from the scale, anyone could tell that the existence daring to attack the overlord body ancestral star, even if not an invincible being, was at least at the level of an alternative path to enlightenment. Even if it could not defeat a great achievement overlord body, it could never resolve the battle in an instant. The same logic applied. Even the current great emperor would need considerable effort to obliterate a great achievement overlord body. So, it was too strange. And just as the beings were puzzled, a series of rustling sounds came from within the chaos. The sound seemed to be eating. Let's go and see, the two old overlord bodies said in unison after exchanging glances. Their vast experience told them something was wrong. But now facing it together was the only option. However, before they could enter the area shrouded by chaos chi, a massive hand wreathed in chaos chi suddenly reached out, grabbing both old overlord bodies and pulling them into the chaotic currents. The chewing sounds grew louder. In the starry sky, a massive, already extinguished star fell from the void. The overbearing heavenly rules within it were completely worn away, turning into nothingness. A figure shrouded in chaos stepped onto that star and descended upon the world once more. His body was somewhat cracked, with endless chaotic divine light radiating from within, as if undergoing a earth-shattering transformation. 3 great achievement overlord bodies plus all the bloodlines of the overlord lineage. Not bad, a satisfying meal. Wang Heng's face, eerily beautiful, bore a relaxed smile. Devouring such a vast amount of life essence in such a short time, even for him, would require a period to digest. Fortunately, he did not need to worry about insufficient foundation. From start to finish, his only concern was how to elevate his cultivation realm. As for whether he could match the corresponding combat power after reaching that realm, it was entirely beyond his consideration. Once the realm was achieved naturally, combat power would follow. Similar to a cultivator returning to the peak. Wang Heng had naturally thought of this question. But when he recalled the peerless true immortal he had encountered that day, he cut off all extraneous thoughts. Although he had been in a state of enlightenment back then, through subsequent inquiries, he could learn of the astonishing events that had occurred that day. Because of this, even though he now considered himself the mightiest existence under the stars, he still lacked any confidence to confront that being. Yet he remained optimistic. After all, if there were indeed many secrets hidden within him, with his current cultivation, there was no need to overthink. He might as well continue cultivating. Ultimately, he would not only enter the Emperor realm, but also advance triumphantly, achieving an unprecedented feat in the highest state that no one had accomplished since ancient times. That person was powerful, but what if I became an immortal? Withdrawing his thoughts, Wang Heng channeled chaotic force within, constantly converting the essence of the overlord bodies he had just devoured into his own cultivation. This star region had already perished. Only he, a single living being, sat cross-legged with massive stars orbiting him chaotically. The entire universe seemed to fall into silence. Until, rumble. Terrifying supreme authority spread through the cosmic starry sky, causing all beings to tremble in fear. The Tao of the Yaoqi Empress, which had once suppressed the entire universe, now trembled incessantly, as if on the verge of collapse. This scene seemed to indicate that the Yaoqi Empress's condition had deteriorated to the extreme. She could fall at any moment. Countless cultivators gazed toward the direction of the Yaoqi Holy Land, their eyes filled with worry and sorrow. They knew that the two invincible beings had been healing ever since that day. They had initially believed that with the vitality of the invincible, as long as they did not die, they would revive again. But now it seemed things were not as smooth as they had imagined. Even the Yaoqi Empress was on the verge of falling. Then the great achievement saint body, who was slightly inferior, would surely be in an even worse state. For a moment, all races and beings in the world were gripped by fear. A universe lacking the presence of an invincible being was undoubtedly a most tempting piece of fat. For the Supremes in the Forbidden Zones, it was likely that they could jointly emerge at any time to harvest the fully grown living beings as medicinal herbs. At that time it would surely be another catastrophe. Just then a figure walked out from the Yaoqi Holy Land. His steps were calm, treading upon the void. Every gesture and movement resonated with the principles of heaven and earth, with countless great Taos always accompanying him. His face was ordinary and plain, but his eyes were deep and profound, full of wisdom, as if they could penetrate all mysteries of the world. Yi Linxian, after several centuries, appeared once more. Some thought his emergence might be to recall the various branches of Yaoqi gathering strength to prevent a surprise attack from the Supremes. Others believed that Yi Linxian had already been able to slay quasi-emperors in the past. After several centuries, his combat power must have reached a peak possibly not weaker than the great achievement saint body. Now he was about to display his divine might to the world. While stabilizing the universe, he would make the Supremes in the Forbidden Zones wary and reluctant to show themselves easily. But after Yi Linxian left the Yaoqi Holy Land, he did not pause. Instead, he continued to walk through the starry sky, crossing one star domain after another. His expression was calm, but his eyes held a trace of sorrow. At the same time, they were extremely determined. He was heading to the Star of Fallen Immortals, delving into those forbidden zones to find the immortal elixir and save his parents. This time the universe did not favor him. It only let him know which forbidden zones contained the elixir. But that was enough. It was merely a matter of entering the forbidden zone, dragging out the Supreme, who possessed the immortal elixir, and forcibly taking it. For him now, it was no difficulty. Yi Linxian summoned the golden light path akin to the saint bodies spanning across half the galaxy, finally landing before a sea of nothingness. The barren ember sea, one of the 9 forbidden zones. Even the combined might of the 2 heavenly emperors Yi and He had failed to eradicate it completely. This showed its profound foundation and formidable power worthy of the name Forbidden Zone. Yet today, a quasi-emperor of the 9th level, a perfect, great circle, innate saint body, Tao embryo, the child of destiny in the entire universe, the chosen one, descended here. He came with threatening intent, his purpose clear. One after another, indifferent gazes probed from the depths of the Forbidden Zone, icy and murderous, carrying an unimaginable fury. Why was it that every time the barren ember sea was the first to be targeted? Could it be that this place had such bad feng shui? Or was it that the fearsome reputation of the barren ember sea was not enough to truly intimidate the world, and they were treated as a soft target to bully? Utterly outrageous. Quasi-emperor 9th level, a physique similar to the saint body, also possessing innate enlightenment abilities. Compared to the great achievement saint body, you should be slightly stronger. At most you can match an emperor of the current era. When your parents were both alive, they did not dare to reach out to this place. You little brat. Are you seeking death? A Supreme spoke, coldly, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. However, Yi Linxian merely glanced at him, then directly looked past him, probing deeper into the area. This move left that Supreme at a loss. It seemed he was not the target, not the outermost Supreme he had come for. Since that was the case, sigh, why didn't you say so earlier? Now I've made things awkward. Instantly that Supreme fell silent. With an air of indifference, he even showed a hint of schadenfreude. He seemed to wonder which unlucky fellow had been specifically singled out. But weren't the ones deeper, more ancient? Why was someone specifically targeted? The moment this doubt arose, Yi Linxian's consciousness locked onto the target instantly. It was a Supreme located deep within his hair and beard, white, but his lips were as red as blood, appearing exceptionally eerie. He was encased in a massive piece of immortal source. His clothing was extremely ancient, its origin untraceable. But in other aspects he seemed no different from the other Supremes. Just as the other Supremes were wondering why Yi Linxian had specifically chosen him, Yi Linxian's voice rang out calmly. I need 1 immortal elixir fruit. Hand it over, and we will leave each other in peace. Otherwise, I will have to take it myself. Immortal divine medicine. The moment those words were uttered, an extreme glint of greed flickered in the eyes of numerous Supremes. That was the legendary immortal divine medicine. the most scarce divine treasure in the entire world. Even a reigning great emperor upon consuming a single pill could instantly live a second life and bask in tens of thousands of additional years of lifespan. Unfortunately, even a great emperor who rules the entire cosmos could during their reign only rarely discover the traces of the immortal divine medicine and successfully capture it. The vast majority of great emperors ultimately could only live out a single life. It was precisely because of this that many supreme cultivators harbored resentment, believing it was the will of heaven that prevented their brilliant talents from achieving immortality. Thus they inflicted a self-cutting blow, entered the forbidden zones, and prolonged their lives by feeding on the lives of sentient beings. However, for the supremes within the forbidden zones, the immortal divine medicine could not allow them who had cut themselves down to live a second life and reclaim their former Tao fruits. Yet the vast life essence contained within was enough to let them extend their lifespans by tens of thousands of years when they needed to initiate the dark turmoil. In this way they might be able to endure until the moment the path to immortality opens. Besides, this was also a fulfillment of their obsession. Therefore, upon hearing Yi Linxian's words, gazes filled with greed or hostility directly fell upon that white-haired supreme. Immortal divine medicine. I naturally possess it. The white-haired supreme raised his eyes within the divine source, choosing not to emerge. He directly admitted to possessing the immortal divine medicine. Yi Linxian's gaze remained unchanged, but the other supremes could no longer sit still. We thought we were all brothers barely scraping by in the forbidden zones, yet you possess a complete immortal divine medicine. After so many years of harvesting and consumption, its effect on you must have greatly diminished, even to the point of being useless. But even so, you never thought to share even a single pill. Damn it. In an instant the flames of greed and jealousy ignited within them. But the white-haired supreme curled his lips into an exaggerated arc and said, I can offer the immortal divine medicine just like the black lotus that escaped back then. The divine medicine produced will be divided equally among everyone. Even I myself need none. But I have one request. Kill him. His gaze was filled with icy hostility, clearly expressing great displeasure toward Yi Linxian, a brat who somehow knew secrets and directly exposed them. Now that it had been exposed, he naturally would not foolishly choose to fight alone. Losing meant death, and winning would leave him surrounded by wolves. Regardless, the outcome would be unfavorable. In that case, it would be better to use the immortal divine medicine as a reward, taking revenge on Yi Linxian, while also weakening the other supremes as much as possible. After all, every time a supreme emerges, they consume a vast amount of life essence. Upon hearing this, the other supreme's eyes flickered, as if weighing whether it was reasonable. However, before they could reach a conclusion, Yi Linxian, without any hesitation, turned and left, not taking a single cloud with him. The supremes of the Huangjin Sea. This move completely shattered the white-haired supreme's entire scheme. Want to kill him? As a person of the current era, his combat power was supreme. He could simply fight while retreating, or even refuse to engage at all. In this way, whoever emerged would surely find the gains not worth the losses, a pure losing deal. After realizing this, the supremes directly fixed their gazes upon that white-haired supreme. The pressure once again fell on the white-haired supreme. On the other side, after leaving the Huangjin Sea, Yi Linxian decisively headed to the next forbidden zone. This time regarding his arrival. Some supremes who had never used the immortal divine medicine were extremely welcoming. They were very willing for Yi Linxian to help them point out which bastards had been secretly profiting without telling their brothers. At the same time, they kept a close watch on who at this moment would nervously block the gaze from outside. Without a doubt, that was the behavior of a guilty conscience. Unfortunately, the fluctuations from deep within the forbidden zone sealed off the entire zone from the outside, preventing Yi Linxian from discerning the internal scene. As for delving deeper into the forbidden zone, he hesitated for a moment and did not act rashly, because he believed it was not yet the end of the road. He passed through one forbidden zone after another. Apart from the white-haired supreme of the Huangjin Sea, no other unlucky person was discovered. Yi Linxian glanced toward the direction of the Huangjin Sea, exchanged a look with the cold gazes of those supremes, then withdrew his gaze. He turned his attention to the last place, the ninth forbidden zone, Xianting. Standing outside Xianting, Yi Linxian's expression was complex. He actually did not know much about this forbidden zone. He only knew that before he was born, the uncle with a gentle smile who often visited him was the Chaos Heavenly Emperor who had lived for at least 100,000 years. According to his mother, there seemed to be a certain connection between them, one personally acknowledged by that existence. He existed because of him, although he did not know why there must be some relationship. Thus he set up a formation in advance, making everything around him illusory, so that no one outside could see his true appearance. He first took a moment to compose himself, then tears filled his eyes. He called out with great emotion, "Uncle, have you forgotten? I am the child born because of you. Old uncle, your nephew has come to catch up with you. And while we're at it, let's talk about a greeting gift. Nothing too much, just one immortal divine medicine will do." Deep within Xianting, a figure undergoing transformation within the chaos twitched its mouth wildly. A soft sigh drifted slowly through the void. Alas, what a sin. Outside, Yi Linxian shamelessly called out with emotion for a long time, just as he thought he was being ignored. As he was about to leave disappointedly, the immortal mist parted. A figure slowly emerged from the depths of Xianting. This caused a glimmer of hope to flash in Yi Linxian's eyes, his gaze burning with an exceptionally sincere emotion. He gazed affectionately ahead. He saw a withered, almost decayed arm extending from the immortal mist. An elderly figure as ordinary as a mortal slowly stepped out. Upon seeing Yi Linxian, he grinned, revealing a few yellowed teeth, and chuckled. "Hey, little brat," the Lord of the Forbidden Zone said, "I'd better slaughter you to keep you from tarnishing his reputation outside. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I, Tai Celestial Venerable." As an imperial son who had laid a foundation for 100 years and mastered myriad scriptures, Yi Linxian naturally knew this title. This was likely one of the most ancient living beings in the world today. But why had this old curmudgeon emerged from the immortal court? What about my big uncle? Despicable. Looking down on poor relatives, are you? A flicker of dimness passed through Yi Linxian's eyes. Confronted by Tai Celestial Venerable, who had stepped out of the Forbidden Zone, he could not muster even a shred of battle intent. To him, if he could not obtain the immortal divine herb, then all combat was meaningless. Thus he had no intention of fighting Tai Celestial Venerable and only wished to leave directly. To go to a place where he could seize it by force. But at that moment, as if perceiving his thoughts, Tai Celestial Venerable smiled. "Leaving just like that? That puts me in a difficult position. How about this? You want the immortal divine herb, don't you? Defeat me, and I'll find one for you. How about it?" At these words, Yi Linxian's eyes brightened. But after staring at Tai Celestial Venerable for a long while, he said suspiciously, "You don't have the immortal divine herb on you. You're not trying to deceive me, are you? Oh, being looked down upon, am I? Tai Celestial Venerable stretched his limbs, and the joints sealed for tens of thousands of years emitted crisp cracks that resonated with the Tao. Now he no longer had the deathly aura that clung to him when he first entered the immortal court. Extremely dense life essence surged within him, making him as if he had returned to his prime, ruling the universe and overlooking the myriad ages. Little one I am. After all, a celestial venerable. Over the long years I have also possessed several immortal divine herbs, though they were ultimately useless to me, and I set them free if I desired. A mere immortal divine herb would be within easy reach. These were not empty words. In the eons of his existence, immortal divine herbs were probably far less scarce than they were now. But whether he could obtain one now was still a question. Yi Linxian did not believe him easily. His gaze was calm, filled with absolute confidence and an invincible aura. He spoke, "Then get it first, and then come fight me. Because after the battle the outcome is already decided. One of us lives, the other dies. This is the decree of heaven." Hearing this, Tai Celestial Venerable was stunned. Then he shook his head with a smile, but did not refute. "All right, little one. Since you are so confident, I naturally must first show my sincerity." Tai Celestial Venerable's gaze gazed into the distance. An invisible divine bridge rose beneath his feet, bearing the attributes of timelessness, spacelessness, and void, spanning the entire Yinxian star. With a single step, heaven and earth shifted. The next moment he stood at the entrance of a great forbidden zone, the Kunlun Divine Ruins. Then he stretched out his hand and tilted his head. With an air of righteous indignation he said to the Kunlun Divine Ruins, "Give me the immortal divine herb, 2 of them." The supreme being at the outermost edge of the Kunlun Divine Ruins was bewildered. Was this old man demanding from him, or threatening all the supreme beings within the entire Kunlun Divine Ruins? Gazes probed from the depths, falling upon Tai Celestial Venerable. Though icy and indifferent, they held no hostility. After all, as a supreme being of the Forbidden Zone, Tai Celestial Venerable's seniority was greater than most of them. After a brief silence, from the depths of the Kunlun Divine Ruins, an ancient voice drifted out, tinged with helplessness and reluctance. "Wasn't it supposed to be just one?" "Heh." A hint of disdain and mockery rose on Tai Celestial Venerable's face. He said, "Do you understand what it means to give a gift? Just by looking at you I can tell you have no room for improvement. But I'm different. I'm in my youthful prime, and I can still climb higher. If I tell you to give, then give. Stop dawdling. You wouldn't want me to publicly reveal those secrets that have long been buried in ancient history, would you?" These words immediately piqued the curiosity of the other supreme beings. Little was known about the supreme being in the depths. They only knew that he was an invincible figure from the same era as Tai Celestial Venerable, immensely powerful. But could such a figure be threatened by some secret? Impossible. There was absolutely no way he would submit. As a supreme being, he had already betrayed heaven and earth, reviled by the world for endless ages. What secret could be worth paying the price of 2 immortal divine herbs to silence him? It truly made them intensely curious. Don't submit. Whatever you do, don't submit. Unfortunately, the moment Tai Celestial Venerable finished speaking, 2 identical immortal divine herbs, surrounded by myriad Tao principles, were sent out. Along with them came a furious roar from the terrifying existence in the depths. "Get lost." Tai Celestial Venerable was not angered. After putting away the 2 immortal divine herbs, he smiled mischievously and said softly, I'll hold this secret over you for the rest of your life. With that, he ignored the sudden burst of supreme Tao pressure from the depths of the forbidden zone. Instead, he looked directly at Yi Linxian. Come, let's fight at the edge of the universe. Yi Linxian, upon seeing that Tai Celestial Venerable had indeed obtained the immortal divine herbs, even two of them, was filled with excitement. He could not wait to speak. But, the edge of the universe. No need for such trouble. Tai Celestial Venerable looked at Yi Linxian, his expression calm, but his words made Yi Linxian's eyes turn cold. In his view, Tai Celestial Venerable was trying to use the safety of other beings to force him to fight with restraint. Such disregard for the lives of mortals, truly the nature of a supreme being. Yet even so, Yi Linxian chose to accept the battle. Even if he had to tie his own hands, so what? An invincible man, no matter the restrictions, still fears nothing. His gaze was firm, fixed on Tai Celestial Venerable. Golden blood energy surged, spreading like an ocean, nearly filling the entire starry sky. Myriad Daos gathered upon him, divine might overwhelming the world. At this moment, even facing a peak great emperor, he had no fear, let alone an old decrepit celestial venerable who had already severed himself. Come fight. Yi Linxian's eyes shone with excitement. His body stretched, golden light illuminated the world, divine power surged mightily, shaking the entire macrocosm. His momentum was in no way inferior to any true Tao verifier. As for those two immortal divine herbs, he was very confident. Until years passed like a fleeting moment, hundreds of thousands of eons like a snap of the fingers. I never thought that today I could still return to my peak without any restraint. Tai Celestial Venerable took a step forward. Ultimate sublimation. The Tao fruit of his past life returned to its place, the ancient Tao awakening and returning, making the entire macrocosm oppressively heavy. White hair receded and black hair infused with divine power grew out, dancing disorderly in the void. His body gradually filled with blood energy. In an instant, he seemed to have returned from old age to the prime of his youth. His eyes were like lightning, dazzling and brilliant. At this moment, he was the true invincible one, a mighty celestial venerable overlooking the myriad ages. Yin and Yang not yet differentiated, vast and empty Taishu. He was like the beginning of all things, the origin of the myriad, formless and imageless, undivided into Yin and Yang. Both the beginning and the ultimate. Little one, take this strike. Tai Heavenly Lord raised his hand gently, without any surge of divine power. Yet this move seemed to touch the very origin of the cosmos, enough to annihilate all matter, including the invincible. From the start, he unleashed his exclusive, forbidden imperial art. The void trembled, its scope covering the entire star domain. The might contained within caused Yi Linxian, whose gaze had been calm, to undergo a dramatic change in expression. The confident demeanor vanished, instantly replaced by unprecedented gravity and seriousness. He punched out, surging golden blood energy rolling like rivers and seas. A peerless green lotus bloomed in the chaos and grew in the pond of 10,000 paths. The might contained in this vision surpassed the majority of sacred bodies throughout history. Yet despite possessing such power, upon first contact with that void, it shattered inch by inch as if baptized by the ages of eternity, turning to dust, scattering with the wind. Yi Linxian's pupils suddenly contracted, instinctively wanting to withdraw his golden fist. But it was already too late. Flesh turned to nothingness, white bones wreathed in the light of Tao principles, extremely mysterious and yet more eerie. His right arm was left with only bones. And no matter how Yi Linxian surged his divine power, the missing part seemed suppressed by some kind of Tao principle, flesh roiled, but could never recover even a fraction. What kind of power is this? Yi Linxian, feeling the cluster of Tao principles in his right arm that he could not comprehend at all, had a somewhat pale complexion. When he looked at Tai Heavenly Lord again, the calmness in his eyes was gone, replaced by a profound awe. This was not only reverence for Tai Heavenly Lord. More so, it was for his old uncle in the immortal court, the chaotic Heavenly Emperor. A decrepit old Heavenly Lord who chose to undergo extreme sublimation at the first moment could be forgiven. Furthermore, he used the forbidden imperial art right from the start. Even someone like him, a contemporary, who could continuously recover, would not dare to play like this. Yet this old man before him dared. And he was extremely emboldened. It was conceivable that the root of all this must come from that forbidden zone lord. Perhaps that being who had lived for at least 100,000 years possessed some means comparable to immortal arts. But no matter what, the undying divine medicine must be obtained. A flash of determination passed through Yi Linxian's eyes. The divine power surging in his right arm gradually calmed, no longer wasting it on wearing down those special Tao principles. He stood with one arm, his gaze blazing like torches. Divine light surged on the surface of his body, 10,000 paths converging upon him, like a supreme heavenly emperor who commands all paths. A surging battle intent soared to the heavens. Instead of retreating, he advanced with madness in his eyes, actively attacking Tai Heavenly Lord. This move fell into Tai Heavenly Lord's eyes. What he received was a trace of contempt. Too ridiculous. The favor of the great cosmos has made you even forget how to fight. Or Do you truly believe, as you said, that with your special physique, you can be invincible in the world? Tai, Heavenly Lord, was now in his peak state. With every move, heaven and earth bowed to him. The river of time seemed to reverse its flow, reflecting his immensely majestic and peak form. In such a state, he was confident that he was no weaker than any being in the world, while that certain heavenly emperor with the chaotic body in his view was simply not of this world. Only the legendary vast immortal domain could conceive such a being and provide such resources. Perhaps the Forbidden Zone Lord was truly a banished immortal from the immortal domain. Your fists are too weak. Tai, Heavenly Lord, spent almost no effort and did not use any divine abilities. He merely used his body restored to its peak to clash with Yi Linxian. In an instant, Yi Linxian was sent flying. He landed in a star domain with only faint light. 3 punches. As if recalling some amusing trifle, a smile appeared at the corner of Tai, Heavenly Lord's mouth. He strolled through the starry sky, speaking unhurriedly. If you can withstand my next 3 punches, I will give you 1 undying divine medicine. But if you cannot withstand, how I suppose the Forbidden Zone Lord would like to collect a special physique like yours. His gaze was calm, filled with an air of arrogance. But only Tai, Heavenly Lord himself knew that he could at most unleash 3 more punches. Using extreme sublimation and the forbidden imperial art from the start felt great, really great. But the consumption was too immense. After all, he was a self-crippled supreme being extremely close to the exhaustion of his lifespan. He had enjoyed himself for now, but if he was not careful, what awaited him would likely be the arrival of his death, complete annihilation. By then, even with heaven-defying abilities, he could not be saved. After all, this world does not adhere to reincarnation. But Yi Linxian could not know all this. His mind was even stunned by the previous punch. What he heard was only to withstand 3 punches. Then he could obtain the undying divine medicine. Good. Yi Linxian agreed. At the same time, a fist pierced through the endless void, landing on his head. At this moment, the entire great cosmos nearly ceased to function. Impact. Outburst. The terrifying residual force turned several surrounding star domains into dust, and Yi Linxian at the center was already half kneeling on the ground, covered in blood. With just 1 blow, he already severely injured was on the brink of death. This was the power of a peak Heavenly Lord. 2 more. There was no trace of pity in Tai, Heavenly Lord's eyes. He had overestimated himself. Now he only had the strength for 1 more punch. But that was enough. With 1 more punch, this being who had not yet reached the true extreme Tao realm would fall by his hand. But just as he raised his arm, in front of him, that body covered in cracks like a barely glued broken porcelain suddenly changed its aura. Yi Linxian slowly raised his head, a very exaggerated smile appearing on his face. Looking at Tai, Heavenly Lord, it even sent a chill through his heart. Old man had enough of hitting. Next, don't run if you dare. Boom. In that instant, Tai Tianzuan's gaze turned fierce. His final strike hurtled directly toward Yi Linxian, aiming to slay him at this very moment. Yet, a bolt of lightning struck precisely upon his imperial body. It interrupted his final blow at the most opportune moment. Damn! Tai Tianzuan cursed, then decisively turned and fled without looking back toward the forbidden zone of the immortal court. There was no choice. Under his pressure, Yi Linxian had actually triggered the tribulation of enlightenment. Moreover, from the tribulation's protective attitude, it was clear that even if Tai Tianzuan still had some residual power, he could not use it against Yi Linxian. Defeat was certain. He had to flee. However, Yi Linxian paid no heed to the tribulation of enlightenment closely following him. He actively gave chase toward Tai Tianzuan. This stance showed that he did not regard the tribulation of enlightenment as a trial, but rather as a protector accompanying him. Such a wondrous sight was likely unseen in a million years. Old thing, have you forgotten something? Yi Linxian did not pursue too closely. He maintained a certain distance so that the tribulation did not involve Tai Tianzuan. From start to finish, his goal was not to slay the Supreme. Rather, it was to obtain the immortal healing herb and save his parents. Moreover, this Tai Tianzuan had emerged from that forbidden zone. If he were moved, the consequences were unknown. Before truly achieving enlightenment and reaching perfection, he did not intend to have much communication with that old uncle of his. Otherwise, he would not have gone to the immortal court last. Take it. Take it. Tai Tianzuan tossed out an immortal healing herb. Though he was extremely reluctant, he feared that Yi Linxian would bring the tribulation of enlightenment to forcibly enter the forbidden zone of the immortal court. If he disturbed the cultivation of the zone's master, his sin would be immense. After all, it was just an immortal healing herb. At worst, he could threaten a few old fellows again. After all, he held blackmail material on more than one old fellow. Many of them were schemes he had personally orchestrated, and he had preserved clear recordings from all angles. If he released everything, it would likely overturn the entire ancient history. Upon seeing the immortal healing herb, Yi Linxian decisively stopped and stored it away. Then he glanced up at the tribulation of enlightenment, and quickly withdrew his gaze. Well, no rush. Thus a rather surreal scene unfolded. Yi Linxian walked through the cosmos accompanied by the tribulation of enlightenment that seemed ready to strike at any moment. Wherever he passed, all living beings were astounded. Yet when they realized that the tribulation would not easily descend, their shock transformed into extreme adoration for Yi Linxian. What did it mean to be favored by heaven? What did it mean to be the child of destiny? To have the tribulation of enlightenment linger and delay its descent. This was likely the only instance in the endless ages. Countless gazes fell upon the seemingly artificial tribulation of enlightenment. As if embarrassed, it let out two symbolic rumbles, and then fell silent again. After Yi Linxian divided the immortal healing herb for the Yaoqi Empress and the saintly body to consume. Seeing their gradually stabilizing auras, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he arrived at the cosmic frontier and stayed there for a full 10 years. He was healing the wounds sustained in this battle. He was also creating a new cultivation method based on centuries of profound accumulation and the Tao injuries left by Tai Tianzuan. During this time, the tribulation of enlightenment remained suspended, never striking. Like a faithful guardian, it waited for the protege it shielded to gradually grow and then in turn protect it. This scene made the Supremes in the Forbidden Zones chuckle in resignation. Truly there was no recourse. Normally during such a tribulation of enlightenment, calamities in the form of Supremes would descend upon the world. But seeing this situation, the moment they poked their heads out, the tribulation that had accumulated for 10 years would strike directly at their crowns with overwhelming destructive force. Such extreme favoritism made them completely resigned. Moreover, Yi Linxian's constitution was special, no weaker than the chaos body. At the quasi-9th level, he could slay them, these Supremes. If they recklessly emerged now, only death awaited. Innate saintly body Tao fetus. Finally, a constitution comparable to the chaos body. Upon achieving enlightenment, he becomes a heavenly emperor. The chaos body of this era should be inferior to him. I wonder if he can fully mature and then clash with that one in the immortal court. A gleam of hope shone in the eyes of some Supremes. They desperately wished for someone to catch up to the steps of that chaos heavenly emperor, to match him stride for stride, and then let the two tigers fight. Otherwise, if he continued to dominate alone. Boom. At the cosmic frontier, the surging thunder had already annihilated the nearby star regions. Beneath the clouds, Yi Linxian had meditated for 10 years. At this moment, he opened his eyes. Time, emptiness, the origin of all things. Does the future exist? The Tao of Tai is the beginning, also nothingness. My Tao stands in the present, without beginning, without end. To let time not touch me only. Immortal ascension. Yi Linxian slowly rose. His aura became profoundly mysterious and divine, as if piercing through time, yet also like the void of all things. He took the first step. Heavenly thunder struck his crown, carrying the ultimate Tao rhyme accumulated for 10 years. In an instant, the shackles of realm were utterly shattered. At this moment, Yi Linxian truly stepped into the pinnacle of this world, becoming a genuine, invincible being. Endless inspiration and thoughts collided within his spiritual platform, bursting into light. He took the second step. One after another, human-shaped lightning figures condensed, bearing no battle intent. They merely manifested and surrounded Yi Linxian. Then they clearly displayed their own great Taos, allowing Yi Linxian to verify them one by one. He took the third step. 10,000 Taos manifested beneath his feet, lifting him up, elevating his status to true supremacy. Then the tribulation of enlightenment dispersed. From start to finish, it had not launched a single attack or caused any harm. Perhaps it should not be called a tribulation. Rather, it was a grand gift of enlightenment specially prepared by the universe for Yi Linxian. From this day forth, I am known as Xianlin. I shall protect all races and govern the cosmos. And I may command all races. Yi Linxian's voice spread throughout the entire universe, stirring all living beings into fervor. An unprecedented feat. A prince of the emperor achieving enlightenment, one family with 3 emperors, had truly come to pass. This was an achievement not even the previous glorious era had attained. In that era, the number of Supremes cleansed from the Forbidden Zones was astonishing. But there were only 2 heavenly emperors. In terms of numbers, this era surpassed it. As for quality, could 2 invincible beings match 1 heavenly emperor? Almost. Just as the world expected Yi Linxian to stabilize his realm next, and then follow his ancestors to cleanse the Forbidden Zones alongside his parents. His actions puzzled many. He stood at the center of the universe, divine light blazing in his eyes as he searched through the cosmos. It seemed he was looking for something. Finally, that gaze settled upon a certain direction. Yi Linxian's eyes flickered briefly, and after a moment of silence, he actively withdrew his gaze. He did not choose to strike at this moment, because he had been born 100 years earlier. Although that battle was extremely arduous, it confirmed the words of that person, that a century was merely the path of pursuit he was inherently destined to tread. Yet he had now attained the Tao. Confident, powerful, and unrestrained. He did not believe that his now perfected primordial saint body Tao fetus was inferior to the chaotic body. Therefore, 100 years. This time, he would be the one to grant it. I'll give you 100 years to catch up. Don't disappoint me. Yi Linxian spoke softly. It did not spread across the cosmos, but merely echoed in a confined space. Chaos raged. Accompanied by boundless blood fiend chi surging into the sky, this star domain was utterly transformed into a mortal hell. On a desolate great star, Wang Heng also withdrew his gaze. A flash of brutality and ruthlessness gleamed in his eyes. Over the past few hundred years, his opportunities had been nearly non-existent, forcing him to rely on blood sacrifice methods to forcibly refine living beings and elevate his cultivation. Precisely because of this, he was half a step slower than Yi Linxian. Yet this did not mean he was inferior to Yi Linxian. On the contrary, before attaining the Tao, you could be nearly killed by a decrepit celestial venerable. With such battle prowess, you are worthy to be called my archenemy. When I achieve the Tao, I will make you understand what a true heavenly emperor is. Throughout the ages, the chaotic body is the only supreme physique. Wang Heng's eyes closed shut, his entire form shrouded in chaotic chi. He strode through the starry void, silent and stealthy like a reaper lurking in the darkness, plundering everything to replenish himself. Within his body, chaos surged, divine power continuously accumulating. He was already on the verge of that ultimate barrier. Deep within the immortal court, two phoenixes that had achieved the Tao in an alternative way were continuously spewing flame essence at Tai, celestial venerable. It appeared to be tormenting the old man. The burning was extremely miserable, shocking to behold. In reality, this was to replenish his life essence. Cough. Tai, celestial venerable coughed twice before finally managing to recover somewhat. It was indeed satisfying to show off just now, but he had been just a hair's breadth away from killing Yi Linxian or being struck dead by the heavenly tribulation. Lord of the Forbidden Zone, this old man is incompetent. I failed to detain that scoundrel who defiled your honor. Please give me another chance. Even though he has now attained the Tao, I will surely take his head. Tai, celestial venerable presented an immortal divine pill. Then in a righteous tone he continued, I haven't had enough fun yet. I want to keep on taking risks. After all, any supreme being who had experienced the feeling of life essence flooding their entire body, allowing even extreme sublimation to persist for a long time, would be reluctant to let go and wish to repeat it over and over. Because this was likely the closest they had felt to their original peak in their long years. Like a true contemporary emperor, protecting all races and receiving reverence from the entire cosmos. Not to mention, after this state receded, there was almost no cost. However, Lu Qingyuan opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon Tai, celestial venerable. From the nearby Xianyuan lake, a mass of immortal fountain liquid suddenly flew out and slammed directly into Tai, celestial venerable's face. Smack. The meaning was clear. Once is enough. Do you want to keep on forever? Do you think the life essence in my body comes from the wind blowing? Although, considering the terrifying amount of life essence in the starlight tears, it was indeed no different from the wind blowing. But Lu Qingyuan had no time for such trivial matters. Now his chaotic body had undergone another transformation. He could open the next life at any time. However, there was no rush. In no time, perhaps a great cosmos most suitable for cultivating the chaotic body would appear. At that time, perhaps this chaotic heavenly emperor, who had been detested by the cosmos for over 100,000 years, would also experience the treatment of being favored by heaven. Having taken the immortal divine pill, the Yaoqi Empress and the great saint body fully revived, they descended upon the world once more. Thus, within the Yaoqi holy land, three invincible ones stood together. Their radiance illuminated the depths of the starry sky, bringing a flourishing scene to the entire cosmos. During these 100 years, the three invincible ones did not enter the forbidden zones to purge the supremes. However, they did engage in combat among themselves. Initially, it was the great saint body who attacked alone. That day, the entire cosmos heard an extremely clear, crisp sound. Smack. The sound of a slap was utterly abrupt in the silent starry sky. It echoed throughout the entire cosmos, lingering and unending. It made all living beings unable to suppress a smile. At the same time, they were shocked by the strength of the Xianlin heavenly emperor. Having only just attained the Tao not long ago, he could already suppress a great saint body at its peak with a single slap. Such display of power far surpassed the realm of ordinary emperors. The physique born from the union of the primordial Tao fetus and the saint body was truly extraordinary, likely possessing the qualification to compete with the eternal supreme chaotic body. And since that slap, what spread across the cosmos was the great saint body's extremely excited, joyful, and hearty laughter. Truly, my son. Well struck. Perfectly struck. That day the saint body was like a madman running around the cosmos in excitement. He even openly walked through all 8 forbidden zones, wandering around their gates. If not for the Yaoqi Empress driving him back, it would likely have enraged some supremes who would have emerged without hesitation to kill him. After proving that a single person was far from a match for Yi Linxian, the opponents were changed to 2 against 1. Even so, Yi Linxian restrained most of his strength during the battle. He merely used this method to quickly adapt to battles at the level of Tao attainers. Fighting time and again against 2 invincible ones, the final result only made Yi Linxian even more confident. He was already impatient. For those who walk the path of proving the Tao, 100 years are but a fleeting instant. They slip away as swiftly as a snap of the fingers. Yet even a century is sufficient time for all living beings to undergo radical transformations. In a remote corner of the star-filled void, Wang Heng stood suspended in the emptiness. Before him was a young girl clutching the lifeless form of a woman and weeping bitterly. Large teardrops cascaded down, reflecting Wang Heng's crimson gaze. A ripple stirred within his own eyes. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Heng extended his hand, as if to touch the girl's head, yet in mid-motion. He drew it back. Compassion. How could I generate such an emotion? Wang Heng's hand hung suspended in the air, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. In an instant he thrust his hand downward with devastating force. A thunderous explosion erupted as two corpses were reduced to crimson mist. Even the massive stellar body beneath was cleaved in two. The world fell into absolute silence. Wang Heng closed his eyes, savoring this bone-deep coldness and solitude, then lifted his gaze toward the depths of the starry firmament. A cold smile spread across his face as he said, "Using such inferior tricks to disturb my Tao heart. Unfortunately for you, you have overestimated my bottom line. This also happens to prove one thing: you are afraid, aren't you?" The moment his words fell, a thunderous roar echoed from the void, as if in fury. Wang Heng let out a soft laugh. After glancing at his surroundings, he chose to stride toward the cosmic frontier. After all, once he took dominion over all creation, these creatures would serve as an inexhaustible source of provisions. He could not afford to waste them. The tribulation transcendence, lightning absent for 100 years, descended once more. This time, like before, it hovered above the creature about to prove the Tao, withholding its strike. It bore a striking resemblance to when Yi Linxian had proven his Tao. However, this instance felt more like accumulating something monumental. This gathering storm pressed down upon the entire great cosmos, making it unbearably suffocating. Witnessing this scene, every living being seemed to understand the great cosmos' true intention. Blast him to smithereens. The commotion caused by the tribulation transcendence lightning enveloped the entire great cosmos. Yi Linxian was naturally aware. His gaze turned toward the cosmic frontier, his eyes tranquil, as if whatever was about to unfold had nothing to do with him. Go! The great saint body and the Yaoqi empress stood shoulder to shoulder, their gazes gentle yet resolute. They spoke softly, nodding toward Yi Linxian. This granted Yi Linxian ever greater peace of mind as he strode toward the cosmic frontier with an air reminiscent of the ultimate final boss who would descend to dominate all after the tribulation's end. Empowered by his family, Yi Linxian, the family man, grew ever more resolute in his conviction of inevitable victory. All he needed to do now was await Wang Heng's successful passage through the tribulation, then engage in battle, forcibly annihilate him, ultimately seize dominion over all creation, persist for tens of thousands of years, and ascend to the pinnacle. Afterward, pacify the forbidden zones. Of course, he would certainly pay a visit to his old uncle first. But before all this unfolds, whether Wang Heng can successfully weather this final trial from heaven remains an absolute unknown. Staring at the increasingly deep, terrifyingly formidable tribulation, lightning, Yi Linxian could not help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensing an actual hint of threat within. Such a formidable lightning tribulation was unprecedented in his life. Could it be that all the tribulations he had skipped previously had accumulated and converged into Wang Heng's final tribulation? A thunderous roar. The lightning exploded, causing all beneath heaven to tremble in fear. Though the core location of the tribulation was at the cosmic frontier, the lightning was simply too vast and terrifying, its range extending even to the great cosmos. Below, Wang Heng's gaze was cold and sharp, chaotic chi coalescing into a magnificent imperial throne. He sat upon it, and an invincible momentum suddenly erupted. This provocative posture pushed the tribulation beyond its limits, perhaps reaching a critical threshold. The clouds tore apart. It was a sword forged from lightning, massive and boundless, its blade inscribed with mysterious and archaic inscriptions, seemingly an extremely ancient technique. However, what drew the most attention was not this heaven-piercing sword of thunder. It was the being standing upon it. A creature formed from lightning, yet seemingly possessing true flesh and divine soul. Clad in pristine white robes, dancing in the wind with an otherworldly and transcendent aura. Through 10,000 ages the sword heart endures, stride alone across heaven and earth. The voice emerged from that white-robed being. At this moment, every creature in existence was virtually floored. The entity within the tribulation actually spoke. Could this truly be a living being? Only within the Yaoqi Holy Land did two supreme beings' eyes flicker as they observed for a long while before uttering two words: the Tao leaves its mark. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. For the Tao leaves its mark, one must be exceptionally brilliant. This was a mark acknowledged by heaven itself, capable of persisting eternally. It represented a unique form of immortality. Even emperors of the current era could rarely be so remembered by heaven. Thus it was evident that this being who used the sword as his imperial weapon was absolutely in supreme existence. Its era of existence, perhaps. dated back to an epoch when immortals still walked the world. Or rather this was a legendary sword immortal, a resonant hum. The great sword sang and countless sword intents capable of tearing apart all descended carrying boundless lightning. Two supreme forces threatened to annihilate Wang Heng in a single devastating blow. Yet, chaos manifested revealing terrifying might. Wang Heng raised his hand, chaotic currents surged forth, completely annihilating all those sword intents and lightning. He was not unsettled in the slightest by this sword immortal's appearance, for he could sense that this sword immortal was inferior to him. Those who have passed on yet are still marked by heaven to serve as pawns. I shall grant you liberation. Wang Heng's form radiated chaotic divine light, incomparably powerful. The iridescent immortal metal armor upon him also bestowed its blessing, rendering him like a king descending upon the mortal realm, supreme and unrivaled. Slay! A war cry swept across heaven and earth. The two figures collided, the immortal sword hacking against Wang Heng's immortal metal armor, leaving a profound mark. It even pierced through entirely, wounding the flesh within. Wang Heng, however, was far more decisive, his fist radiating chaotic light, descending upon the opponent's shoulder. A single strike shattered half the body. A follow-up blow, and this being marked by heaven's Tao traces, was utterly dispersed. Decisive and swift beyond imagination. Yet Wang Heng paid a tremendous price for this. The sword intent left by the immortal sword on his chest was impossible to dispel, ruthlessly eroding his flesh. He had no time to heal. He could only hastily seal it temporarily before confronting another being marked by heaven. This tribulation was simply too terrifying. It was not merely the destructive power of lightning, but a summoning of supreme existences who had appeared throughout history to battle against him, as if seeking to proclaim heaven's might in this manner. Yet Wang Heng's steps were resolute, his combat prowess unfathomably powerful. He slew being after being, until a figure appeared before him. This was the figure that had emerged during his initial great sage tribulation. It appeared once more in this ultimate trial. For the first time, Wang Heng came to a halt, his gaze carrying unprecedented solemnity and earnestness. For this figure, like him, radiated chaotic chi. It was a supreme celestial emperor who had achieved the Tao through the chaos body. Chaos surged, and the majesty of an emperor radiated. Wang Heng's gaze was as sharp as if it could pierce the cosmos. He stared straight at that figure, his expression solemn, yet carrying a domineering air. Undoubtedly that figure was formidable. Even if merely a trace left by the great Tao, it still posed a lethal threat to him, as if he would be shattered in the next moment. Yet he was equally confident. Even if they were both chaos bodies, he, Wang Heng, was the strongest among all chaos bodies throughout history. This person before him, though exceedingly brilliant in the annals of time, now faced him, Wang Heng, and thus had only the path of defeat. You are strong, I acknowledge you. Wang Heng's surroundings were shrouded in chaos, his immortal gold armor covered in cracks, yet still gleaming with dazzling divine light. He nodded slightly toward that figure, but then his form seemed to tower immensely, looking down with a cold tone. I only regret that I could not live in the same era as you. Otherwise it would have been I who was marked by heaven and earth, and you would not have to endure the humiliation of being driven by heaven and earth. But rest assured, today, this trace of the great Tao left by you will be utterly annihilated by me. As his words fell, Wang Heng's aura soared to its peak. The surging battle intent immersed the entire cosmic frontier in that atmosphere. Even Yi Linxian, waiting on the outskirts, felt a surge of passion, longing to roar and charge forward to fight both chaos bodies alone. He had truly established the primordial sacred body Tao fetus as the supreme physique of the world. But he restrained himself, for he recognized that figure shrouded in chaotic chi. It was his old uncle, having endured for 100,000 years, even regarded by the universe as the supreme being of all ages. Old uncle, you, what extraordinary means do you possess? Yet no matter how mighty you are, this is merely a wisp of Tao mark condensed by the power of heaven and earth. It will surely not be able to stop him. Yi Linxian gazed calmly ahead. He believed that the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be Wang Heng, because he was Yi Linxian's destined rival. If he could not even overcome the tribulation of attaining the Tao, how could he qualify for the final battle with him? As for his old uncle, if it were his true body, that would be another matter. He would personally build Wang Heng's imperial tomb and mourn for 3 seconds. But a mere wisp of Tao mark, how great could its power be? Yi Linxian's calm lasted only until Wang Heng took the initiative to charge toward that figure. The collision of endless chaotic chi was like the dawn of creation, turning the entire cosmic frontier into a land of chaos. Then, the calm shattered like ripples. What reflected in his eyes was a dazzling light, a sword light that tore through the cosmic frontier, majestic and illuminating the entire universe. That peerless sword intent was countless times stronger than the sword-wielding being earlier. It was as if a true flawless sword immortal from the celestial realm had struck down, this sword piercing through history and worlds, landing on this timeline. Stars collapsed, matter annihilated. This sword silenced the world. Yi Linxian's eyes trembled violently, filled with disbelief, for he sensed a lethal threat from this sword. as if had it been aimed at him the best outcome would be a shattered imperial body on the brink of death. But remember, he had already attained the Tao and become an emperor. His combat power reached the level of a heavenly emperor, and that sword light was merely struck by a wisp of Tao mark. How could it be compared to the true body? It should be as different as mud and clouds. From this, it seemed that his old uncle had probably reached a level beyond his comprehension. Immortal, or perhaps even higher. Yi Linxian lowered his gaze, his eyes flickering several times. Now it seemed that perhaps his old uncle's forbidden zone would need to be visited last. But after this sword was swung, would his destined rival fall? Yi Linxian narrowed his eyes, piercing through the distant void, and saw the scene there before the sword light fully dissipated. The vast original dark starfield had now turned to dust. In the immense void, only half of Wang Heng's head remained, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. At the same time, his expression was extremely angry, for he believed that the universe had completely lost its face, using this figure to launch an attack that should not belong to this level. Otherwise, how could any living being relying on a mere wisp of Tao mark strike a blow nearly capable of shattering the universe? This was utterly shameless. Thus, even with only half a head, he resolutely charged toward that figure again. Even if his body and Tao were destroyed, he would still fight against heaven. Kill. Endless battle, intent, and conviction converged into a torrent, drawing in boundless chaotic chi, as Wang Heng launched this nearly suicidal charge. Everyone thought Wang Heng would fall. However, just as Wang Heng began his death charge, the figure before him seemed to sense something and trembled violently several times. Then, it directly collapsed. This scene seemed somewhat inexplicable. Within the tribulation, power gathered, seeming to recondense the figure shrouded in chaos. But before even the outline could form, it collapsed again. As everyone stared blankly at this scene, a voice seeming to originate from antiquity, ethereal yet vast, spread throughout the entire universe. I have never dissipated and am destined to be eternal in history. Why do you need to imprint me? Are you worthy? At this moment, cold eyes opened one by one from the various forbidden zones. This voice was extremely familiar to them. That person truly existed in the world. For over 100,000 years, he had never passed away. He had lived through to this great era. Outside the immortal court, Lu Qingyun stepped out from the immortal mist, his gaze indifferent and cold, with a seemingly endless fury surging in the depths. He stood in the void, revealing no pressure or divine power. It was as if he had become independent of this world, ethereal and intangible. Yet when he took a step, the entire universe trembled. With one step, many starfields with brilliant civilizations in the universe suddenly collapsed and perished. Countless beings were wiped out in an instant. The bloodthirsty aura soared to the sky, turning those dead starfields into impenetrable death zones. Lu Qingyun's figure strode through the stars, heading toward the cosmic frontier. Each step seemed to vent his dissatisfaction and anger toward the universe, dragging vast starfields into annihilation. Creatures wailed, heaven and earth lamented. Yet he remained unmoved, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with him. At the center of the starry sky, the Yao Qi Holy Land. The pressure of the saint body permeated the air with battle intent, soaring to the heavens. The Deshang saint body seemed intent on stepping into the stars to intercept Lu Qingyun. Yet the power emanating from the Empress of Yao Qi firmly suppressed him, restraining his near-suicidal actions. For the Empress of Yao Qi, bearing the heavenly heart mark, could perceive with the utmost clarity. This chaos heavenly emperor, having lived for at least 100,000 years, possessed such terrifying might. He was the one who truly instilled a deep fear across the entire grand universe. Though she was a great emperor, it was her duty to emerge and stop all this. Yet she knew better. Even if she and her husband joined forces the moment they stepped out of the Yao Qi Holy Land, they would be killed by a single gaze crossing half the universe. As for the commotion within Yao Qi, Lu Qingyun sensed nothing. Because to him, the two so-called invincibles were nothing more than ants. How could a person pay special attention to a few insignificant ants? What truly caught his attention was this grand universe. It used his Tao marks to destroy the ones he had placed his bets on. What? Deliberately provoking me. Lu Qingyun strode to the edge of the universe. Behind him, shattered star domains one after another. By his side stood Yi Linxian, who appeared somewhat restless and uneasy. The two stood side by side. Lu Qingyun did not speak, nor did he cast a single glance at him. He merely raised his hand gently. At this moment, Wang Heng, a chaos body now reduced to half a head, keenly sensed that the very heaven and earth he was in, the rules had changed. Endless chaos chi surged forth from the void, boundless and vast beyond measure. It seemed to completely transform this place into an unopened chaos. And these chaos chi rapidly condensed, forming a massive chaos great palm print that covered most of the cosmic wilderness. A single slap. It struck toward the heavenly tribulation, representing the will of the grand universe. Without any doubt, without any reservation, the entire thunder tribulation under this chaos great palm print was instantly shattered. Even though the will of the grand universe was directly slapped, it showed no reaction. It seemed to know that its own actions were somewhat improper. After all, even if it was being targeted, pulling the power of the Tao certification tribulation to its limit could never reach the level of that final phantom. The tribulation dispersed. Wang Heng's final realm barrier was also shattered. Thus he stepped into the supreme Tao realm. Endless vital essence was drawn from the void, and his annihilated body was continuously reviving. His aura was soaring rapidly. Meanwhile, as his archenemy, Yi Linxian was clearly unable to attend to that, because the being who had just slapped the will of the grand universe was wearing a smile as he turned his head to look at him. "Nephew," he said, "was your old uncle's slap impressive?" This address of nephew made Yi Linxian's body tremble involuntarily. What Tao attainer? What heavenly emperor combat power? At this moment, facing this old monster who had lived at least 100,000 years. None of it counted for anything. After all, he had only attained the Tao for less than 100 years. Among Tao attainers, he could be considered a newborn baby. But the one before him was a genuine old monster. Old but not dead is called. Cough. Realizing the thought that flashed through his mind, Yi Linxian quickly severed it. Then he put on a very humble smile, without a trace of embarrassment. In a natural and enthusiastic tone, he said, "Impressive. Old uncle's divine might covers the world. A mere tribulation is nothing but a slap from you. What's more hateful is that the will of the grand universe without your permission audaciously stole your Tao marks. Such behavior can only be described as despicable, shameless, and vile." As he spoke, Yi Linxian wore a look of righteous indignation. He was a model of ingratitude and ungratefulness, biting the hand that feeds him. After speaking, he guiltily glanced at the surrounding void. Only after confirming that no thunderbolt struck did he relax. Upon hearing his words, the smile on Lu Qingyun's face grew even brighter. He raised his hand and placed it on Yi Linxian's shoulder. In the manner of a superior, he patted him twice gently. With each pat, Yi Linxian's body could be felt trembling, fearful that if this slap came down, his imperial body would shatter inch by inch like the scattered tribulation and turn to nothing. Even if he was supremely confident, he could not possibly believe that mere centuries of accumulation could rival a chaos heavenly emperor who had lived at least 100,000 years. That was not confidence, it was sheer foolishness. But being unable now did not mean he would never be able. One day he would rise. For now he was merely lying low. After a long moment, Yi Linxian gazed at the direction Lu Qingyun had departed, and his back gradually straightened again. The wind had stopped. The rain had ceased. The old bastard had left. He felt he was good again. Yi Linxian's face lit up with renewed brilliance, his eyes blazing like torches, bright and piercing. His invincible momentum gathered once more. And after this battle, it seemed to have undergone a transformation, becoming even more perfected. Throughout the ages, prodigies have emerged endlessly. Time may grant them some advantages, but ultimately they are bound by a limit. In this life, I possess the innate saint body Tao fetus, and thus I shall be the supreme. In the future, within the annals of history, I shall also be the supreme. Yi Linxian spoke softly. The great Tao rose and fell around him, causing his body to radiate myriad Tao nuances, turning this region into a rare place of enlightenment. Just then a wisp of chaos chi drifted into his sight. Clang! The sound of armor scraping and colliding rang out, chaotic and disorderly. More and more chaos chi surged and filled with an aura of destruction and violence, mingled with endless blood and killing intent. In the unseen, it was as if countless dead souls could be heard wailing and roaring in despair. Yi Linxian raised his eyes. In the distance, Wang Heng was walking slowly toward him. Within his body, an extraordinarily immense life essence was at work, causing his flesh and blood to continuously regenerate. His body was steadily recovering. Even the mere life essence that diffused outward caused the immortal gold armor to repair and heal itself. By the time Wang Heng reached Yi Linxian, that life essence had just completely dissipated, and Wang Heng's condition had also reached its true peak. Flawless and without omission. All injuries were healed, his divine power fully replenished. Wisps of chaos chi emanated from his body, and the chaos Tao beneath his feet was enough to suppress countless paths, displaying his overwhelming might. Wang Heng looked at Yi Linxian, a grin spreading across his face. "You are the supreme. How about we have a spar?" Dong. The entire universe, like a colossal bell that had been refined, emitted a thunderous roar amidst the collision of overwhelming momentum. It trembled countless star domains. Mortals gazed in horror at the two figures in the starry sky, each billions of times more dazzling than the blazing sun. Chaos chi mingled with blood-tainted aura, surging vast and boundless. The celestial armor of Wang Heng, as he ascended through the thunder tribulation, also advanced into the ranks of imperial weapons. Now all iridescent hues were overwhelmed. Only endless gray chaos currents or remnants of blood remained, along with numerous fine cracks covering it, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Not far from Wang Heng, Yi Linxian's gaze remained utterly unperturbed, still calmly watching Wang Heng. Myriad great Daos coiled around him, shielding and empowering him. Endless Tao resonance and golden blood chi inundated the surrounding star domains, such a resplendent spectacle that it completely banished the darkness of the entire starry sky. The two figures stood in confrontation. Every move they made concerned the fate of all living beings the future. They were intimately connected with the entire universe. All mortals prayed that Yi Linxian would achieve final victory. Although, more often than not those three Tao sovereigns of Yao Qi had been rather inactive. But at least they would not arbitrarily harvest the lives of the world. They would also deter the forbidden zones and protect the peace of all beings. But the chaos body who had attained Tao was different. Along his path countless star domains had been destroyed by him, billions of living beings transformed into the purest nourishment, becoming the foundation of his enlightenment. Someone had even discovered in the starry sky a great star entwined with chaos chi and permeated with the Tao resonance of the overlord body. From this, it was inferred that the overlord body lineage which had dominated the world for ages had already fallen victim to this chaos body. Although, it was somewhat satisfying. After all, the overlord body lineage had poisoned the starry sky for a long time and had instigated many dark disturbances. But this also showed that this chaos body was ruthless in its methods. Moreover, it had no factional alignment solely focused on its own power. It was easy to imagine that if it were the final victor, the future universe would likely plunge into utter darkness again. That was a scenario no one wished to see. However, regarding this battle, most held a pessimistic view, because the chaos body was far too renowned. Since the dawn of ancient history, it had been the most powerful and invincible, recognized as the supreme physique. Every possessor of the chaos body was unimaginably powerful, though most being too monstrous were envied by heaven and perished early. But those who finally took the last step all became figures immortalized in history. They were the undisputed supreme beings of their era. If not for the merciless passage of time, each of them could have endured forever. Even among the chaos bodies of successive ages, one had already emerged as a taboo, being capable of contending with time. Even the will of the universe dared not oppose it. This showed how freakish and monstrous this physique was. In contrast, Yi Linxian, though his parents both bore top-tier physiques with myriad merits concentrated in him, although his performance was not inferior to the chaos body, his reputation was truly not as astonishing, making it hard for people to have faith. Those who had confidence in him were few indeed. Can the innate saint body and Tao fetus truly counter the chaos body? A voice sighed, deeply laden with gravity. The next moment, the Yao Qi Empress's palm directly slapped the face of the Deshang saint body, her brows furrowed, eyes blazing with anger. If you have no confidence in your own genes, don't drag me into it. What about the chaos body? My son Linxian has the potential to become an immortal. He has never been weaker than anyone in his life. Moreover, he stands with the universe, favored by time, place, and unity. How can he lose? How can he be defeated? If you say such discouraging words again, don't even think about joining me in nighttime activities. The Deshang saint body, seeing his wife enraged, chuckled sheepishly and dared not say more. Originally, he too had leaned toward Yi Linxian achieving final victory. But just now, that creature that emerged from the forbidden zone, its body wreathed in chaos chi, unleashed a massive chaos palm print that had utterly shattered his confidence. The chaos body was too powerful, though the vast majority did not favor Yi Linxian. He himself, however, possessed absolute confidence, because over these 100 years his gains had been many, far more than just combat techniques. After attaining Tao, the universe's partiality toward him had not abated. On the contrary, it had grown even stronger. So much so that over these 100 years he had discovered within a secret realm a small world from an ancient era. In that small world, ethereal, immortal resonance lingered. A towering stone tablet was the sole object there. On that tablet, a blood-red section was inscribed with a celestial art written in unknown blood. Relying on the innate affinity of the innate saint body and Tao fetus for the Tao, he had succeeded in learning it over 100 years. Though only barely at the entry level, it was already comparable to a taboo divine ability. And this was just one of his trump cards. Come fight. Yi Linxian roared, his eyes blazing with brilliance. The Tao trampled underfoot, yet still empowering him. Golden blood chi surged and spread like the majestic might of heaven, descending blinding to behold. He strode forward, his body suddenly colliding with Wang Heng. In an instant, the two exchanged hundreds of blows. Golden blood chi intertwined with chaos currents, their power tempestuous, as if to overturn the starry sky. Not bad, a bit better than before. But that's all. Wang Heng sneered, his tone carrying the same contempt as before. Though he had just attained Tao, his entire power was seamlessly integrated enough to match Yi Linxian. In fact, he seemed still to be awakening. After stepping into the ultimate Tao realm, he grew stronger every moment. Some instincts and techniques, as if engraved in his soul, became increasingly clear. Chaos condensed in his fists. His power seemed to reach an extreme, shattering the void inch by inch. This was his body, a supreme killing instrument rivaling an ultimate imperial weapon. Dong. The power of his fist could shatter a sea of stars, but it was as if something blocked it, producing a violent sound. In the starry sea, a scroll slowly unfurled, containing countless flowing Taos, the vivid forms of all things, and living beings leaping upon it. It was only half complete, yet the power it emanated had already reached the level of an ultimate imperial weapon. This was the ultimate imperial weapon that Yi Linxian had specially refined after attaining Dao, the Myriad Dao Immortal Scroll. A grand ambition, to refine it with myriad Daos, letting it step into the ranks of immortal artifacts when complete. Wang Heng stared at the scroll, a gleam of interest in his eyes, but the pity is whether you can truly live to see its completion. Most likely today is its most perfect state, or perhaps in the future I shall complete it. A flash of light appeared in Wang Heng's eyes, then quickly subsided. He was eager to fill the remaining half of the scroll with the Tao of Chaos. But with his current realm, he could not make a leap. Perhaps that one in the immortal court could. Though not perfected, it is not difficult to suppress you. Yi Linxian refused to admit defeat, his gaze icy cold as he gathered the divine power within him to activate the Myriad Dao Immortal Diagram. In an instant, the rhythm of the Tao flowed. Converging together, the faintly emitted aura resonated with the great cosmos. The immortal diagram unfurled. A divine light, like a sweeping ribbon that engulfed the entire cosmic frontier, burst forth from the diagram. It did not bring destruction, but was filled with rebirth, and also filled with the intent of assimilation. The entire great cosmos resonated with it, greatly amplifying its might. Though he had not yet stepped into the legendary realm, he had already reached the pinnacle of the mortal world. Even chaos itself could only bow before such power. Upon Wang Heng's body, the immortal gold armor, forged from a chaotic mixture of various divine materials and celestial metals, unleashed its maximum power in a desperate attempt to resist. But because the materials were far too impure, it was only barely elevated to the rank of an emperor weapon through the tempering of chaotic qi overflowing from Wang Heng's body. Thus, when faced with such unreasonable suppression, the armor shattered completely, revealing beneath Wang Heng's extraordinarily robust and perfect physique, muscles knotted and defined, tempered by chaotic qi into what seemed like the most perfect creation in the world, gleaming under the starry sky. And in this state, utterly devoid of an emperor weapon's protection, Wang Heng with his bare body endured the divine light of the Myriad Dao Immortal Diagram. A glimmer of joy bloomed in Yi Linxian's eyes. To him, the outcome of this battle was already decided, though the final disparity in this contest lay in the material of their emperor weapons. But this aspect had always been his advantage. Naturally, it was also his victory. Having lost your emperor weapon, your defeat is sealed. In the end, this battle is mine. Yi Linxian's gaze fell upon the figure shrouded in divine light. He expected to see that body pierced, annihilated, and severely wounded by the divine light. But when he saw clearly, the joy in his eyes withdrew in an instant. In its place was a trace of astonishment. Reflected in his eyes was a figure standing calmly amidst the endless divine light. Without the protection of an emperor weapon, without any divine power manifesting, Wang Heng simply stood there, his gaze calm, meeting Yi Linxian's eyes. The divine light, capable of extinguishing star rivers, fell upon his body and was dissolved and annihilated by strands of chaotic qi that naturally overflowed from him. It caused him not a trace of harm. This state seemed to be called invulnerability to all spells. Have you had enough? Wang Heng's gaze was calm, like a lofty king, always regarding all this as a farce to relieve his boredom. In truth, he himself was also extremely bewildered. Originally, when the immortal gold armor shattered, he had braced himself to endure this blow and sustain some injuries. But who would have thought that the transformation of his body was so astonishing? This divine light, capable of assimilating and annihilating everything, had no effect on him at all. It was as if his body had transcended this level. Such a trait was definitely not something a chaotic body who had just attained the Tao could possess. In other words, the real biggest cheat all along was not Yi Linxian, but himself. Still, who cares? Wang Heng paid no heed. He only knew that his body was invincible. He was already invincible. Naturally, his demeanor had to rise accordingly. This is freaking cheating. Yi Linxian stared at the scene dumbfounded. He refused to accept it. He summoned the Myriad Dao Immortal Diagram again, and together with it unleashed the immortal art he had comprehended successfully. In an instant, the entire starry sky was nearly frozen. The concept of time itself was erased at this moment, and everything was in a state of stillness. In this state, he could take the life of any being, except Wang Heng. What shocked Yi Linxian's eyes was that Wang Heng's voice came softly. This move, I seem to know it too. Years wither, time stops. The four words slowly emerged from Wang Heng's mouth. Finally, Yi Linxian saw Wang Heng stop. But in the next moment, a bloody hole appeared in his chest. The emperor's body was already covered in cracks, on the verge of total collapse. He stared down blankly, and after realizing what had happened, he let out a faint laugh, as if he finally understood why over the past centuries people had looked at him with those eyes. I have lost. Yi Linxian's voice still carried a trace of disbelief. He felt that his centuries of cultivation were nothing but a joke. The so-called lead, the so-called destiny, were in fact, just as Wang Heng had told him from the very beginning, merely a pursuit. The two of them, from start to finish, were never on the same level. Wang Heng stood in the void, his gaze indifferent, quietly looking down at Yi Linxian. Yi Lianxian's Tao was fading from the great cosmos, signaling his imminent complete fall. A feeling of sorrow and unwillingness permeated the entire universe, as if all things in the world were indignant at this outcome. This scene, observed by Wang Heng, stirred deep emotions within him. It seemed his own origin was even more terrifying than he had previously imagined. So much so that the being cultivated to the extreme by the entire cosmos at the cost of everything had easily fallen to him. Then the rules of heaven and earth changed, as if his victory had won some kind of wager. For the first time, this world felt like a fish in water to him, who possessed a chaotic body. In that moment, Wang Heng was lost in thought. His mind was pulled back to the scenes of the immortal's hand on his head, and the final tribulation lightning to attain the Tao, that supreme true immortal of the past. And the chaotic heavenly emperor in the immortal court seemed to be connected to him. Before he could ponder further, a faint spatial fluctuation suddenly emerged. Wang Heng turned his head instantly, and saw that Yi Lianxian's body had already vanished. This technique was the great cosmos leaving him a thread of life. Wang Heng paid no mind. An enemy who had lost to him was never considered a rival. What if he revived? At most another punch would suffice. Now his goal had been upgraded to the heavenly emperor in the forbidden zone of the immortal court, who also possessed a chaotic body. This vast universe has changed. In the immortal court, within Lu Qingyun's eyes, chaotic mist churned and swirled with vivid vitality. He stepped out quietly from the forbidden zone. Walking amidst the mortal world, he observed the tranquility of all living beings and sensed the myriad great avenues of existence. He had not paid attention to the process of that battle, but the outcome had already been revealed to him by this realm. A semi-divine herb radiant with divine light and brimming with spirituality tumbled out from the void. As if disoriented, it crashed directly toward Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun bent slightly and opened his mouth. He stood motionless, watching the semi-divine herb, as if it had lost its senses, plunge recklessly into his mouth. Crunch! A single bite released a fragrant aroma. The juice burst forth, carrying an immense amount of vital essence that surged into Lu Qingyun's body. Though its medicinal power was of little effect to Lu Qingyun now, this kind of effortless gain, like waiting for a pie to fall from the sky, was truly exhilarating. If I had received such treatment back then, I would not have needed 800 years to attain the Tao. Lu Qingyun sighed, feeling the indulgence of this realm toward his chaotic physique. After the sigh, he chuckled softly and murmured to himself, "Since I am now the favored child of heaven, then it stands to reason that I can borrow the power of this great universe to gain a deeper understanding of the might of an immortal king, does it not? Remember to protect me just as you protected that innate saintly physique, Tao fetus." As his voice faded, Lu Qingyun felt a will descend upon him. It carried the majestic authority of heaven, like an omnipotent sovereign, lofty and irresistible. Yet within it, Lu Qingyun sensed a trace of helplessness. This made him smile. Then he focused his mind within the bitter sea. In an instant, chaotic divine power surged, rushing recklessly toward the corpse of the immortal king. Myriad Tao rhythms and pressures struck Lu Qingyun like the ultimate weapons of slaughter. However, Lu Qingyun merely smiled faintly. He whispered softly, "Heavenly Tao, protect me." The most primordial power of this great universe descended. It allowed Lu Qingyun to ignore all threats and devote himself entirely to his transcendent comprehension, drawing out all the Tao principles and essence from the immortal king's corpse like a pump. This efficiency was hundreds or thousands of times faster than before. Enlightenment and advancement. In this state, Lu Qingyun could clearly perceive his cultivation steadily improving. This is truly a cheat. According to Lu Qingyun's estimation, after he achieved his fourth life through the chaotic physique, he would possess a lifespan that would terrify all living beings even without special means. Or perhaps, invulnerable to all laws. At that time could I achieve age not touching my body. In the 11th millennium of the immortal court calendar, at the center of the universe stood a majestic and imposing imperial palace. Heavy currents of chaotic qi drifted, exuding a sense of oppression, despair, and suffocation. The Yaoqi sacred ground, originally located here, had already retreated into the depths of the stars. Yet in the great universe, the Tao of the Yaoqi Empress still existed. However, like all other myriad Taos in the universe, it was firmly suppressed by the single chaotic Tao. Wang Heng sat upright on the imperial throne. Below him there was no one. He had not recruited any subordinates or established any faction. In his view, before achieving the Tao, he had been alone. Without protectors or followers, he had stood against all eras as a single man and reached the end. Naturally, after attaining the Tao, he remained alone. However, though he still stood against all living beings, the great universe inexplicably sided with him. The laws of this realm made his chaotic physique feel like a fish in water, even increasing his cultivation efficiency. This further convinced him that in the future he would surpass all beings in history, attain immortality, and even reach higher realms. Everything seemed to tell him that this was the path destined for him, a peerless road to supremacy. Since achieving the Tao, he had secluded himself in the imperial palace for millennia. He not only stabilized his realm, but also explored the mysteries of his own being. At the same time, he felt fear. He knew that though he was now the strongest of the era, there were still existences in this realm that he could not yet contend with. The peerless true immortal who manifested at the frontier of the universe and nearly erased his sense of existence. And the chaos heavenly emperor who had existed in the immortal court for over 100,000 years, also a chaotic physique, but far more profound than him. And the ancient forbidden zones which had plagued the mortal world for eons, existing since the dawn of history. Though the individuals in those forbidden zones were mostly insignificant, too many fleas could bite a lion. If a host of supreme beings transcended, even a true immortal descending might be torn to pieces. As for the great saintly physique and the Yaoqi empress who had fled into the stars, and Yi Linxian who had been taken away by the great universe and might be dead or alive, Wang Heng ignored them. The battle of physiques had ended. Even the heavens had changed, and everything seemed to have reached its final chapter. They were merely remnants of a bygone era, posing no threat. What truly deserved attention were the existences that could threaten his life. For this reason, he had secluded himself in the imperial palace for millennia until his cultivation reached a minor bottleneck. Only then did he choose to emerge. And his emergence was not for any grand purpose, merely to announce to the world the ownership of a title. From this day forth, I am the Chaos Heavenly Emperor, eternal as the world. You all should behave yourselves. The voice emanating from the center of the cosmos spread throughout the entire universe. It caused all living beings to raise their heads in shock. The millennia of tranquility had made most of them forget that a supremely brutal heavenly emperor-level figure had been entrenched in the cosmos for many years. Now he had emerged. Upon his emergence, he issued a warning to all living beings. He did not establish a faction or leave behind a legacy. He merely wanted everyone to know his name, and from this moment on live in constant fear. For he could at any moment perform a blood sacrifice upon the entire universe. He would usher in an era even more cruel than the dark chaos. Yet, this name, within some ancient factions, beings flickered their eyes with thought. They felt that this name might have violated some taboo and would likely invite unimaginable terror. However, for the common people, this might not be a bad thing. After all, the other Chaos Heavenly Emperor, according to ancient records, had never been an easy figure to provoke. Even before attaining the Tao, he had roamed around burning, killing, and looting, committing numerous crimes. As soon as he achieved enlightenment, he turned himself into a forbidden zone destined to plague future generations for an immeasurably long time. Even thousands of years ago, upon his emergence, the mere residual might of his presence caused countless lives to perish. This attitude of treating living beings like ants was no different from that of this newborn Chaos Heavenly Emperor. If the two were to clash, no matter which side won, it would be a great blessing for the common people. Within the 8 great forbidden zones, just as the chaotic divine sound from Wang Heng passed, a forbidden being opened its eyes with a hint of coldness and wariness in its gaze. Another Chaos Heavenly Emperor. If another figure like Lu Qingyun appears, we would appear too ridiculous. Is he worthy? Another forbidden being spoke, letting out a sneer. Though I am reluctant to admit it, this chaos body thinking he can compare to Lu Qingyun is truly a delusion. His voice carried a deep fear and lingering dread. It silenced the other forbidden beings, for they trusted his judgment. After all, he was the only one still alive among the 7 supremes who had once besieged Lu Qingyun. Given Wang Heng's nature, when he realizes in the future that he cannot become an immortal, he will surely choose a forbidden zone to delve into becoming a supreme like us. At that time, everyone, let us join forces to suppress and kill him. A heavenly emperor who attained the Tao through a chaos body not only represents vast amounts of life essence, it also allows us to delve deeply into and understand the secrets of the chaos body. In the future, if we ever confront Lu Qingyun, we may have a way to counter him. In secret, the 8 great forbidden zones reached a unanimous agreement with remarkable ease. As for whether Wang Heng would ultimately choose the 9th forbidden zone, the Immortal Court, there was no need to think about it. Unless Wang Heng truly became powerful enough to be the sole Chaos Heavenly Emperor of this era, there was absolutely no way he could enter the Immortal Court. Yet the mere thought of such a probability seemed like a fantasy. In a remote star domain in a corner, a man of ordinary appearance and no distinctive features stepped out from a great star. He stood amidst the starry sky, his gaze deep like an abyss. His robes were stained with mottled blood, as if telling the world the brutal battle he had endured. Around him, the very heavens seemed to exude a profoundly sorrowful aura in response to his arrival, as if trying to communicate something to him. Yet, the man frowned. He took a step, traversing several star domains and leaving that realm. For some reason, he felt deeply annoyed by the scene just now. So he chose to leave directly, using his actions to express his feelings. Now everything he did was entirely guided by instinct. For he had forgotten many things, his name, identity, memories past, and his purpose. Therefore, the only thing he could do and was willing to do was follow his instincts. And his instincts told him to keep a distance from the heavens. So he did as he was told, striding toward other star domains. He arrived at an ancient life-bearing planet. He settled into a mortal village. The man felt that aside from being able to fly and having a bit more strength as long as he was careful not to blow up the planet, he was no different from ordinary people, especially in appearance. So he must be immortal. He had no grand mission, nor did he have any magnificent goal to constantly pursue. He only needed to live a plain, quiet life. One day, as usual, he was toiling in the fields bare-chested. His nearly perfect physique with bulging muscles full of explosive power combined with his unique aura made him, despite his unremarkable appearance, attract many young wives and maidens to steal glances from the ridge. Yet he had little interest in that. The only image that popped into his mind was Arya from the village entrance, a petite, exquisite girl with twin braids and a soft, sweet voice. A thought arose in his heart. In 10 years, should he go propose to Arya's father? No. By then, Arya would be too old. Forget it. Marriage and children were unnecessary. Though he was an ordinary person, his strength was still a bit unusual, making him somewhat of an outlier. Naturally, he needed to find another outlier to match. Just as the man was uncontrollably thinking, a voice claiming to be the Chaos Heavenly Emperor pierced the sky, reaching every living being on the entire planet. Though they did not know who had spoken, an instinctive fear instantly made those mortals fall to their knees in terror, kowtowing incessantly. Only the man remained standing as if nothing had happened, his gaze still calm. Yet for some reason, after hearing those words, though he clearly did not understand what was happening, he instinctively said, "This guy, really brave." After saying this, he scratched his head, not understanding why he had said it. He just felt it was fitting. Yet, Chaos Heavenly Emperor. Chaos. A glimmer of light flashed in the man's eyes. It seemed many memories flashed through his mind. But before he could sort them out, instinct took over, and his gaze flickered with divine light as he looked up at the starry sky. He saw amidst the endless starry sky that figure which had just proclaimed itself the Chaos Heavenly Emperor at the center of the cosmos, looking utterly punchable. Shortly after speaking, its body suddenly trembled as if it had discovered something. Then, it began to flee in panic. It seemed as if some terrifying existence was chasing it. The man frowned and looked toward the starry sky behind it. What he saw was a being clad in white robes, its face hidden by chaotic energy, yet its aura ethereal and immortal-like. The moment he saw that being, the man instinctively blurted out a title. "Old Uncle." At that instant, the white-robed figure seemed to sense something. It tilted its head slightly, its gaze falling across infinite star domains, landing on him. A smile rose on its face as if it had found another useful tool. No, this shouldn't be. Just for a title, he would leave the forbidden zone. How narrow-minded is this guy? In the starry sky, Wang Heng's eyes surged with disbelief. Beside him, chaos swirled, empowering him. Beneath his feet, he tread a mysterious ancient step, granting him the ultimate speed in the world. Yet even so, he dared not pause for a moment. Layer after layer of arrays that concealed the heavenly secrets made his aura increasingly faint until it vanished without a trace. All life-saving methods were used to the extreme by him at this moment. Because judging by that guy's demeanor, if caught, he would probably be beaten to death. This made him unable to understand. It was just a title after all. Why go this far? If it comes to it, I'll just give it up, okay? This was the first time Wang Heng felt regret since his birth. It was also the first time he encountered such a nearly fatal crisis. Even the former tribulation of proving the Tao, which was the most powerful and vast in history comparable to divine punishment, still left a glimmer of hope. But this time, how the glimmer of hope from last time has turned into a death trap. How can it be broken? Taoist, since we are both chaos physiques, there's no need to be so merciless, is there? This title, if you truly care about it, I yield it to you. Wang Heng sent a telepathic message to Lu Qingyun. He truly did not wish to engage in a great battle with Lu Qingyun. Even though he had cultivated for thousands of years, again, the increase in cultivation during this time was utterly insignificant compared to an old monster who had lived for over 100,000 years. Moreover, he truly felt a bit intimidated facing Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun, who had emerged from the star of fallen immortals, did not heed Wang Heng's telepathic message. After withdrawing his gaze from the distant starry region, he looked toward Wang Heng's direction, his sight fixed on the peculiar divine ability that Wang Heng was executing. That was a step technique of extremely high quality, which should not exist in this world. Wang Heng could only display it by relying on the gift from his instinct. Indeed, a mecha requires a dedicated pilot to truly unleash its effectiveness. Although it can only rely on instinct and cannot be fully revealed the divine abilities and secret arts that a supreme immortal king possessed during his lifetime. Even if incomplete, they are absolutely far beyond ordinary true immortal techniques. Lu Qingyun's eyes flickered with light. Originally, he did not intend to act at this time. He only wanted Wang Heng to continue developing to become stronger so that the effectiveness he could display would be even greater. But thinking about it now, Wang Heng had already proven the Tao and was even nearly complete again. In this era without immortals, even if he could continue to improve, he could not improve much. Might as well harvest directly. It's not because of any title. Absolutely not. Ridiculous. How could Lu Qingyun be so narrow-minded? The world's evaluation of him has always been described with words like compassionate and merciful, broad-minded, devastatingly handsome, and outstanding strength. Having existed in the Forbidden Zone for 100,000 years, he considered himself the only Chaos Heavenly Emperor in the world. How could he be angered by a mere identical title? Child, don't be afraid. I do not intend to kill you. Moreover, my seeking you is not a bad thing, but rather an unparalleled immortal opportunity that this world has never seen throughout history. It is enough to make you ascend to heaven in a single step, no less than the status of this great universe. Lu Qingyun pursued Wang Heng unhurriedly. From behind, he spoke in a tone almost like seduction tempting him. The expression on his face was exactly like the great sage's holy body tricking the Yaoqi Empress to look at goldfish. But such words had far too low credibility. They couldn't even fool a 3-year-old child. Wang Heng didn't even turn his head, gritting his teeth and continuing deeper into the desolate reaches of the universe. What unparalleled immortal opportunity. If it were truly something good, why would you, a stranger, insist on leaving it to me? That's just pure nonsense. However, speaking of immortal opportunities, Wang Heng couldn't help but recall the scene of that day when an immortal touched his head. If one speaks of immortal opportunities, perhaps only that time could be considered a true immortal opportunity. Could it be? Thinking of the possible relationship between Lu Qingyun and that supreme true immortal Wang Heng felt a trace of hesitation in his heart. But it was only a trace. He did not know his own origin, nor whether he was a pawn manipulated by others. In any case, throughout these thousands of years it had always been him, Wang Heng, existing in the world. Therefore, even if there were another immortal opportunity, even heavier than the immortal's touch, he would not accept it. Because the cost was probably not something he was willing to bear. So he constantly changed his whereabouts and direction, the layers of array patterns on his body, glowing with faint light, operating normally. Now he should have been like a drop of seawater entering the ocean, submerged and unnoticed by anyone. However, this method seemed to have no effect on the man who had been chasing him from behind. It seemed completely ineffective. He still followed step by step, completely unaffected. TSK. This child, why is he so disobedient? I'm doing this for your own good. Lu Qingyun slowly shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. Originally, he wanted Wang Heng to take the initiative. Perhaps entering the immortal king's corpse that way would yield greater gains, and thus greater pleasure. But now he would take the initiative. Then he should not blame him for being a bit violent. This peculiar divine ability of yours is indeed good. It's a pity. Your cultivation realm is still too low. Also, you seem to have forgotten one thing. The era has changed. Lu Qingyun's gaze was calm, and a flash of chaotic divine light passed through his eyes. The next moment, boundless chaos chi surged madly from the void, forming a chaotic great path that connected the entire universe. It was extremely solid, as if aided by heaven. In this era favoring the chaos physique, one naturally had to skillfully learn the means to squeeze the great universe. What peculiar divine abilities! What ultimate speed in the world! All of this could not compare to a boundless chaotic great path empowered by the great universe's strength. The game of playing house ends here. What begins now is the true peak duel between the two chaos heavenly emperors of past and present. With a single step, the distance between Lu Qingyun and Wang Heng suddenly closed. Boom! A fist shrouded in chaos chi blasted directly toward Lu Qingyun's face. It contained Wang Heng's greatest divine power and ultimate understanding of the chaos Tao. He was confident that it was enough to punch Yi Linxian, who was at his peak, into pulp. However, this punch, which could be called the pinnacle of combat power, missed. Star regions perished in the chaos chi, living beings extinguished, stars dimmed. But within it, there was no trace of Lu Qingyun. Then, slap, 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 Wang Heng suddenly turned around. He met the eyes of Lu Qingyun, who was clapping just a zhang away. Such a close distance made Wang Heng's pupils sharply contract, his body instinctively wanting to retreat. But for some reason he was unable to move at all. He could only let Lu Qingyun look at him with a calm gaze revealing a reminiscent smile, as if recalling some glorious years. What is this move called? Fist. Wang Heng didn't understand what Lu Qingyun was trying to do with this awkwardness, but he still hesitated and came up with a name on the spot to cope. But who would have known that after hearing this name, Lu Qingyun's face immediately fell, looking at him with a dark expression. His tone was icy, and he shouted sharply, "Heretic!" This made Wang Heng's heart tighten. But before he could say anything, he heard a voice ringing in his ear. "Let me show you what a real, ordinary, chaotic emperor fist." Boom. In the starry sky, an exceedingly grand bloom of blood unfolded like an epic slaughter feast. Endless, baleful, and chaotic chi rampaged, transforming this place into one of the most perilous forbidden zones in the cosmos. A soft whisper seemed to resonate across heaven and earth. The entire universe plunged into an extreme sorrow, as if a favored child of an era had fallen in regret. Yet, for some reason, many beings not only failed to feel grief, but inexplicably revealed delight. I exploded. Above the starry sky, Wang Heng's divine soul watched his own eternal, indestructible body turn into a mist of blood and dissipate between heaven and earth. A sense of unreality welled up in his heart. Not long ago, he had just defeated Yi Linxian and become the foremost being of the era. After secluding himself for thousands of years to stabilize his realm, he emerged with overwhelming power. Then, he was killed with a single punch. This manner of falling was far too humiliating. It was unbearable. No, it wasn't exactly being killed by a single punch. At least his divine soul remained. But, why was his divine soul still here? Wang Hing suddenly noticed something amiss. He shifted his gaze and met Lu Qingyun's profound eyes. In an instant his consciousness went dark. He could only hear a faint mutter emerge from the corpse return to the corpse. Now letting the corpse reawaken with intelligence should be considered truly reviving that chaos immortal king. In other words, once it fully merges a body at the immortal king level, will be in hand. The chaos grand Tao once again spanned the entire universe. This time all living beings saw the Lord of the Immortal Court safely return from the desolate border of the cosmos and re-enter the Immortal Court. As for that newborn chaos heavenly emperor, 1 year, 3 years, 10 years. For a full decade, there was no further movement, as if he had long since departed the mortal world. This scene could not help but evoke deep sighs. The chaos body who had single-handedly ended the great era of 3 concurrent emperors showed not the slightest resistance when facing the former chaos heavenly emperor. Not even the slightest ripple of battle was revealed. It was a complete and utter suppression. This was not merely a contest between 2 chaos bodies. It was also a comparison between 2 brilliant eras, and the result spoke for itself. At the same time, all races in the universe once again listed the title of Chaos Heavenly Emperor as taboo, extremely wary of it. Precisely because of these 4 words, a heavenly emperor who was unimaginably powerful and had ended an era had directly fallen. This was even more terrifying than the greatest karma throughout history. No one dared to mention it in the slightest. Yet Wang Heng's fall did not mean the entire universe was without an invincible being to sit in charge. Soon deep in the starry sky, the Yaoqi Holy Land returned and once again stood at the center of the universe. The radiance of 2 invincible beings once again shone upon the mortal world, bringing boundless light and hope. However, time was merciless. Thousands of years passed, and the returning Yaoqi Empress and the Great Achievement Saint body were visibly aging. This could be seen from one thing. Once the 2 invincible beings never left their abode, only busying themselves with creating imperial offspring. But now people often saw the Great Achievement Saint body patrolling the universe as if searching for something, or as if avoiding something. At this, many middle-aged males felt a deep resonance and sighed with emotion. At the same time their hearts tightened. The 2 invincible beings had entered their old age. Would the future of this universe once again fall into those dark and chaotic years? At this moment some could not help but think, if only the imperial son Yi Linxian had not fallen, how wonderful would that be? He had forcefully attained the Tao and taken the throne of Heavenly Emperor. His lifespan was long enough to protect the universe for tens of thousands of years. But unfortunately, people's eyes dimmed, revealing sadness. Yet one day the Yaoqi Holy Land seemed to have received some news. All members mobilized. Immortal phoenixes pulled chariots, scattering 7-colored radiance across the starry sky. Golden paths followed, winding and spiraling, leading to the depths of the universe. The Yaoqi Empress and the Great Achievement Saint body walked hand in hand, leading the people of Yaoqi to land on an utterly ordinary, even mundane life planet, where cultivation had long been extinct. In the fields, a man with an unremarkable appearance but a body of perfect proportions looked up at the sky, his gaze profound. He let out a faint sigh. In the end, I still have to become the Heavenly Emperor, revered by all races, ruling over the universe for tens of thousands of years, enjoying endless glory and leaving a bold mark in history. Dad, why did you have to wander around idly and find such a remote place? You have really harmed this emperor. As his voice fell, 7-colored auspicious light enveloped the life planet. Countless figures powerful enough to annihilate this star field descended from the starry sky. Immortal phoenixes cried, exotic beasts roared. From the sky a mighty, oppressive, and perfectly unified roar shook the heavens. We welcome the return of the immortal Heavenly Emperor Xianlin. The sound spread across all realms, causing endless beings to show shock and ecstasy. Below, Yi Linxian gently took off the straw hat stained with a bit of mud. Then his gaze swept imperiously. He curled his lips, revealing a confident and arrogant smile. He stepped into the void above, but as he was about to leave, his gaze fell to the edge of the field. A beautiful girl with clear eyes misty with moisture stared up at him in a daze. Yi Linxian understood the sentiment in her eyes. However, he slowly shook his head. He said nothing. His figure dissolved into the void, and he was gone. 10 years had passed. Arya had finally aged. The girl saw this, lowered her head in dejection. Just then an old woman dressed in the robes of a Yaoqi Holy Land elder stepped out of the void and pointed a beam of spiritual light into the girl's soul. She then took off a storage ring from her finger and gave it to the girl. Child, do not be sad. He is a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. You were but a speck of dust in the mortal world, like clouds and mud. But meeting is fate. Today, I open the path of cultivation for you. In the future, take care of yourself. The girl gazed at the direction the Yaoqi people had left, feeling the profound scriptures in her mind. She clenched the storage ring in her hand. After a long time she spoke in a hoarse voice. The vast universe is boundless. I will spend my entire life chasing your footsteps. I only wish to see you again before my lifespan runs dry. Splash. Within the abyss of suffering chaos churned. Boundless divine power converged, interweaving with hundreds of majestic Tao to form a scene of overwhelming solemnity and grandeur. Lu Qingyun stood on the sea's surface, his eyes swirling with the aura of chaos. His gaze descended, reflecting upon the vast majestic corpse of the immortal king below. In his eyes, the strand of Wang Heng's soul, forcibly imprisoned within the spirit platform of this body, was undergoing assimilation, or rather devouring. Piercing screams echoed across the sea, reverberating endlessly. This process was excruciatingly painful. Lu Qingyun perceived this. Thus he put on a solemn expression, his face filled with compassion, as if he were a true Buddha of the mortal realm. He spoke softly, attempting to alleviate the pain with words. If one wishes to become the immortal among immortals, the man among men, the king among kings, tribulations are indispensable. Moreover, for you now, this is merely a return to your origin. Once you overcome this trial, you will surpass all else, gaining unfathomable, unimaginable power. Everything I have done is for you. For myself I gain nothing. Lu Qingyun spoke earnestly, his expression seemingly sincere. Whether Wang Heng could hear or believe him, he did not care. In his view, the immortal king's corpse was his by right, and even after absorbing Wang Heng, it would spare him the need to expend his divine power to make it more formidable. But ultimately, it was still the power inherent in the immortal king's corpse. It could not be considered an extra gain. It was merely a more thorough development of its potential. Given the original status of this chaos immortal king, the profound footwork he mastered should be a divine technique of the 10 calamities level. Perhaps he even mastered more than one such technique. It might not be long before I can gather all the divine techniques, and then, with my unparalleled comprehension, could I fuse them to create a higher-level divine art. Lu Qingyun stroked his chin, listening to Wang Heng's accompaniment, lost in thought. But soon another idea occupied his mind. The reward for surviving 100,000 years had already been obtained. When would the next level survival reward come? 1,000,000 years. Was the system mocking him? Lu Qingyun guessed that his idiotic system couldn't be so brainless. But as for when the next period would be, whatever, he was confident he could live until then. Of course, if the path to immortality opened during this time, then he would care even less. At that time, ascending to the immortal realm would be like a true dragon entering the sea, unleashing in an instant the terrifying foundation accumulated over more than 100,000 years. What he could achieve would be an extremely powerful realm. Endless lifespan was merely the foundation. Unfortunately, the current rules bound all living beings in the great cosmos. Without the path to immortality opening, no matter how brilliant one was, they could not escape the shackles of heaven and earth. This had been the case throughout history. There would be no special exceptions. Now he could be considered the darling of the great cosmos. If there truly was a chance to be escorted into the immortal realm, it should be given to him, right? Hail to the heavenly emperor. At the center of the starry sky within the Yaoqi holy land, sacred might billowed as countless beings who could roam freely across the stars bowed deeply to a figure, their eyes brimming with excitement and reverence. After thousands of years, the supreme Xianlin, heavenly emperor of the starry sky, had returned once more, taking the reins of the universe. Thus, for the next tens of thousands of years, a figure of the heavenly emperor level would guard the realm, allowing all races to live in peace. Seated upon the emperor's throne, Yi Linxian gazed upon the starry river, his heart utterly calm. Compared to becoming a supreme heavenly emperor who rules the universe and commands all races, he preferred to be a mortal who rose at dawn and rested at dusk. Ordinary and simple, unlike his many years of being embraced by heaven and earth, surrounded by fortune. Life was dull and monotonous. Moreover, he was born with a mission, with no control over his own fate. He didn't even understand how, after years of slacking off, his greatest rival had suddenly vanished. It happened so abruptly. Consequently, he had somehow stumbled back onto the throne of the strongest in the era, once again revered as the heavenly emperor. Truly, such is fate. Oh well, heaven's will is as such. Since this great cosmos requires a guardian, then as a son inheriting his father's legacy, it should be my duty to take over. Yi Linxian's gaze fell upon his parents. The Yaoqi empress thankfully had only a few white hairs amidst her countless black strands, not too conspicuous. But the Deshang saint body. His lifespan was already short, and with the years of indulgence he had now aged beyond recognition. Moreover, due to their previous healing, both had already consumed the immortal medicine. Even if they had another immortal medicine now, it could not grant them a new life or extend their lifespan. Thus, perhaps before long. My son, do not be concerned. All mortals have an end. To live for 10,000 years is already a deep blessing. The Deshang saint body, holding hands with the Yaoqi empress, slowly shook his head at Yi Linxian. Then with a serious expression they said, "We as husband and wife have attained the Tao in the great cosmos for 10,000 years. Though we have patrolled the cosmos, often no dark turmoil occurred during our reign. Yet we have never conquered the forbidden zones nor witnessed the fall of any supreme. So, hearing this, Yi Linxian's gaze gradually turned grave. He looked at his aged father, never imagining that the man who had always appeared flippant since childhood could harbor such lofty ambitions and aspirations. At the twilight of his life, he would choose to campaign against the forbidden zones and slay the supremes. Could it be that he had misunderstood him all these years? Yi Linxian nodded seriously at the Deshang saint body, indicating that he would safeguard him, retrieve their bodies in critical moments, and avenge them. However, the Deshang saint body suddenly chuckled, then continued his earlier words. So can you go to the forbidden zones and catch 2 supremes for your father and mother to have a taste? Yi Linxian. He rubbed his ears, feeling that his prolonged pretense of being immortal had dulled even his basic senses. Beside him, the Yaoqi Empress's face flushed slightly. Clearly she felt this was too shameless. But 10,000 years of companionship had already assimilated her into the Deshang saint body's ways. Having their offspring act on their behalf, wasn't that also a form of their own strength? After all, the ability to bear children was also part of one's strength. As for choosing to fight to the death with supremes at the end of their lives, neither of them had ever entertained such a thought during their reigns. They were known throughout the cosmos for their indolence and negligence. Now that their chi and blood had withered, how could they possibly do something suitable for the young? They merely wanted to leave behind a slight record for future generations. Seeing the utterly serious look in his parents' eyes, Yi Linxian knew this was no joke. So he chuckled lightly and said fine. He agreed resolutely and without hesitation, as if what he was asked to do was nothing more than a trivial, utterly casual matter. And indeed it was the truth. Although he had suffered a near total defeat at the hands of Wang Heng, the chaos body, being effortlessly crushed, he was after all a heavenly emperor who had attained enlightenment through the innate saint body Tao fetus. His combat power was far stronger than that of an ordinary great emperor by an unknown extent. Back then, before becoming a great emperor, when he was merely at the quasi-9th level, he dared to venture into all the forbidden zones. Let alone now that he had attained the Tao and accumulated thousands of years of experience, his cultivation was already unfathomable. Compared to the time of his great battle with Wang Heng, he was undoubtedly stronger, as long as he did not touch a certain special forbidden zone. It was truly not difficult to capture 2 supremes from the other forbidden zones. At worst, he could take them one by one. The Huangjin Sea. The void waves roared with great momentum, trembling the void. One by one, the taboo beings in a state of slumber opened their eyes, gazing at the golden path of light landing on the outskirts of the Huangjin, see their thoughts surging within their eyes. This guy, how is he not dead? After thousands of years, the first forbidden zone he came to cleanse upon reappearance was still their Huangjin Sea. It's simply against all reason. Xian Lin, a former loser, dares to be so arrogant. A supreme spoke grimly. Another supreme chimed in. Back then at the cosmic wilderness, you were easily slain by that chaos body. Thousands of years have passed, probably only enough for you to heal your injuries. Now your combat power is inferior even to that chaos body. Do you know that even a chaos body, except for that one, would not dare to act recklessly in our Huangjin Sea? A series of icy gazes fell upon Yi Linxian. Yet this did not cause him to waver in the slightest. His gaze searched deep within the Huangjin Sea, but he did not see the supreme who possessed the immortal divine medicine, which made him utter a sound of surprise. After seeing Yi Linxian's action, a cold snort came from the depths of the Huangjin Sea. Stop looking. That person has been imprisoned by us jointly. We are collectively absorbing his life essence to prolong our lifespans. The method from last time won't work this time. Hearing this, Yi Linxian was indeed somewhat disappointed, for what he had in mind was to bring back an immortal divine medicine as a bonus. But now that immortal divine medicine had likely fallen into the hands of some unknown supreme. In that case, he could only randomly pick an unlucky one. Yi Linxian withdrew his gaze and stepped into the Huangjin Sea without hesitation. At the same time he spoke, I only need 2 people plus 1 immortal divine medicine. After all this I will leave. These words caused a flicker of wariness in the eyes of the supremes who had been on the verge of action. They did not choose to emerge easily. After all, they had just emerged not long ago, ganging up on and killing the supreme who possessed the immortal divine medicine. Although they had replenished their consumption with the supreme's blood essence and the essence of the immortal divine medicine, this was still insufficient to support them in a second emergence within a short time. Thus only the 2 unlucky ones whose chi had been locked by Yi Linxian changed their expressions. But they did not hesitate for a moment. In an instant they broke out from the immortal source. And at the first moment they chose to undergo extreme sublimation. Even though they had belittled Yi Linxian many times, everyone knew how terrifying Yi Linxian's true combat power was. The reason he lost so decisively back then was simply because the chaos body was too powerful, truly worthy of being the #1 constitution through the ages. Losing to the chaos body was not disgraceful. As for these supremes who were not even full-fledged great emperors, Yi Linxian's combat power was more than enough to crush them. If they did not strike at peak combat power, they might never have another chance to strike. Kill, kill, kill. Amidst the skyward roar, endless killing intent surged, nearly turning this land into a battlefield. A supreme retrieved the Tao fruit from his past life, his entire body glowing. In his hand, he held a purple gold divine hammer with lightning arcs swirling around it, giving off an aura of heavenly tribulation. The divine hammer fell. As if triggering a heavenly tribulation, a purple thunder sea suddenly descended, trapping Yi Linxian within, as if he were on the brink of death. Another supreme lurked within the thunder sea, condensing a supreme strike. Ready to unleash this world-shaking strike the moment Yi Linxian showed a flaw. However, truly too weak. Are you out of touch with the times? Don't you know that I never undergo thunder tribulations? Yi Linxian threw out the 10,000 Tao immortal diagram, which unfurled, stretching for tens of thousands of li. It continuously devoured and exhaled, swallowing all the thunder power into it, leaving a purple Tao mark forever within the diagram, making its might even greater. Yi Linxian, in a few steps, suddenly closed in on that supreme. Extending a single hand, he caught that purple gold divine hammer filled with extreme Tao pressure firmly with his left hand. The other supreme at that moment stealthily moved behind him. But before he could unleash the world-shaking strike, he was slapped by a single palm, dispersing all the condensed momentum. I am indeed a loser. Yi Linxian's gaze was extremely cold at this moment, as if recalling something. Back then I was defeated by a chaos body. Now I am also beneath a chaos body. But that does not mean that I, a loser, am inferior to you degenerates. 2 slaps delivered. The 2 supremes who had dropped from their state of extreme sublimation were weakened in aura, nearly dying. Like dead dogs, they were captured by Yi Linxian. An immortal divine medicine was transported from the depths of the Huangjin Sea and caught by Yi Linxian. 1 day later, at the cosmic wilderness, the extreme Tao pressure of the great accomplishment saint body and the Yao Qi Empress surged. Along with it appeared 2 extremely weak extreme Tao auras belonging to supremes. This battle was exceptionally fierce, its aftereffects nearly spreading across the entire universe, causing all people to be anxious. Fortunately, the final result made everyone cheer with joy. The great accomplishment saint body and the Yao Qi Empress joined forces, dragging their aged bodies. At the cosmic wilderness, they fought fiercely to slay the 2 supremes who intended to initiate a dark calamity and poison the world. This deed was recorded in ancient history, earning eternal fame. 10 years later, the great accomplishment saint body's lifespan dried up, and he fell with all beings mourning in silence. 1,000 years later, the Yao Qi Empress also departed. In the great universe, only one unparalleled heavenly emperor remained, presiding over the Yao Qi holy land, overlooking the mortal world for thousands of years. The stars flickered as if bidding farewell. A sorrow from the vast cosmos permeated heaven and earth, and the starry sky dimmed with the departure of the 2 invincible beings. Above the void, Yi Linxian placed the corpse of the Yao Qi female emperor into a massive immortal gold coffin covered with forbidden runes. Within, the aura of the great accomplishment saint body lingered. Even after a millennium, it remained incorruptible. With a resounding clang, the coffin was sealed completely. Yi Linxian engraved array patterns upon it, transforming them into the most ferocious imperial killing formations. His face was calm, with no trace of sorrow in his eyes. It was as if he were not burying his own kin. Fulfilling their final wishes, he placed both bodies into a single coffin. Upon it, he inscribed the most supreme killing arrays. Even a peak current era emperor who dared to touch it would be annihilated in an instant. Furthermore, he delved deeply into the mysteries of physiques. He made the saint body origin and Tao fetus origin within the coffin intermingle, sealing it completely from within. As time passed, the fusion of the 2 origins grew stronger, and the contained power surged ever more violently. Only when one with the same innate saint body Tao fetus as him reached the end of the path could they attempt to open the coffin. And at the moment of opening, the 2 origins, having accumulated power for eons, would unleash a world-shattering strike that even he in his current state could barely match. It would obliterate anyone, including himself, who sought to disturb the peace. Father, mother, he said, you often said you regretted missing many grand sights in the cosmos during your lifetime. Today your son buries you in the starry sky to be eternal in the great cosmos. After carving the final rune, Yi Linxian's gaze was profound, hiding a trace of sorrow. Then he lifted the heavy immortal gold coffin, mustered his strength, and with a sea of divine power hurled it into the depths of the starry sea. Only his strength was a bit excessive. This throw pierced through many stars. Fortunately, the immortal gold was durable. Moreover, with the dense array of extreme Tao runes inscribed, the impact had no effect whatsoever. After burying his dearest ones, Yi Linxian stood still for a long time, his gaze carrying a faint, elusive sense of confusion. As if resonating with the desolate star around him, a feeling of loneliness arose. Watching the rise and fall of ages with no one by my side, he mused. Is this the destined fate of an emperor? Yi Linxian chuckled softly. He suddenly realized that his parents had spent their lives together, accompanying each other into old age, and even had a son like him to handle their final affairs. They had also earned a good name. Among the many invincible beings, theirs was a life of unparalleled satisfaction. In mortal terms, perhaps it could be called a joyful burial. But what about himself? Ever since he was easily defeated by Wang Hong, he felt his spirit utterly broken. Only those who have truly experienced it can know that despair. He possessed divine arts, had the cosmos on his side, and nearly all advantages of time, place, and unity. Yet in the end his chest was pierced by a single fist defeated with overwhelming force. From that moment he understood. Though he was the protagonist of this world, even a protagonist is not invincible and cannot guarantee reaching the end. The formidable chaos body Wang Hong came from mysterious origins and climbed to the peak through hardships. He decisively defeated him, a being destined to rule the universe and dominate alone, yet in the end he was killed like a stray dog in some unknown corner. Those two chaos bodies, each more formidable and ruthless than the other. Yet even his old uncle had not yet achieved immortality. He merely lived on era after era, struggling in the mortal world, crossing the sea of red dust. Now Yi Linxian had long lost the arrogance of thinking himself the greatest. He had come to terms with reality. He did not believe he could surpass his old uncle. So immortality and eternal life. Though he desired them, he knew they were impossible to achieve in this world. Since ancient history, countless brilliant beings have emerged, reigning supreme in their eras, their radiance illuminating the entire history and remembered by all. But how many have withstood the erosion of time, living year after year in the mortal realm? So far only one has succeeded. Most invincible beings could only fall into forbidden zones, becoming rats crawling in the gutter, barely surviving. That was a life he could never choose. Immortality. I shall not seek it, he said. As for purging the forbidden zones, later generations will come. With my strength alone it's difficult. Because it was difficult he would not act. In the starry sky the Yaoqi Holy Land shone, illuminating the entire great cosmos. Peaceful and serene. All was tranquil save for the fact that the celestial emperor Xianlin, who was virtually a copy of the two invincible beings, lived deep within the Holy Land, never concerning himself with worldly affairs. He had not even performed the most basic patrol of the cosmos. He was even more indolent than his parents during their reign. Yet no one dared to say a word. This was not out of fear that Yi Linxian would become enraged and slaughter everyone, turning the cosmos into a river of blood. Rather, they feared he would simply abandon his duties and hide away on some remote planet to enjoy himself. The people also wondered when the Yaoqi female emperor and the great accomplishment saint body were in power, they were too busy creating offspring to govern much. But what about the celestial emperor Xianlin? He was alone. Could it be? Cultivation. The celestial emperor's talent is unparalleled, his comprehension supreme. He must have found the path beyond the emperor realm and is thus devoted to cultivation. Once he succeeds, the great cosmos will enjoy eternal peace, said a storyteller, his tone serious and earnest, with a Yaoqi disciple's spiritual sword at his throat. The other diners who had been listening intently nodded in agreement, lest they be too slow and see their own heads on the ground. 13,200 years of the Xianting calendar. 10,000 years suffice to turn seas into mulberry fields, to change all worldly matters. Only the heavenly emperor endures forever, and the Yaoqi remains imperishable. On this day, in the heart of the starry sky, a scroll stretching across several star domains slowly unfurled, with supreme imperial might sweeping majestically, causing the entire universe to tremble. This power seemed to have reached an ultimate peak. Countless great Daos wound and coiled within it, and the mightiest of them all, permeated with chaos, she occupying half the scroll's expanse. The chaos great Tao truly is the present universe's favored blessing. Indeed, it is profoundly mysterious and arcane, difficult to fully comprehend. Yi Linxian emerged from the Yaoqi sacred land, stepping into the void. A span of 10 millennia elapsed, yet his appearance remained unchanged, still so unremarkable and plain, merely exuding a more composed demeanor. His eyes glimmered with keen sharpness as he gazed upon the unfolding diagram of 10,000 Daos. This ultimate sovereign weapon had been refined by him to its absolute limit. Leveraging the innate characteristics of the saint body Tao embryo, he channeled countless great Daos into it, even forcibly incorporating the chaos great Tao presently favored by the cosmos, birthing such a creation worthy of being called a quasi-immortal artifact. Had there been no restrictions imposed by heaven and earth, and had his cultivation not yet reached that realm, this creation would likely have become a genuine immortal artifact. Nevertheless, the diagram of 10,000 Daos became his most formidable weapon. When fully awakened, even without his direct control, it wielded power comparable to a heavenly emperor, capable enough to patrol the cosmos and intimidate the forbidden zones on his behalf. A quasi-immortal artifact is indeed sufficient. From now on you shall guard the cosmos. After tens of thousands of years passed, some supreme beings could barely endure any longer. Yi Linxian commanded the newborn divine being within the diagram of 10,000 Daos. In the next instant, as if 10,000 Daos descended, a terrifying pressure swept across the entire cosmos. The diagram of 10,000 Daos unfurled at the universe's center, spanning multiple star domains, its brilliant radiance far exceeding even the Yaoqi sacred land. Immortal light permeated the void, Tao rhythms intertwined, accompanied by an overbearing aura that crushed everything a presumptuous might unmatched beneath the heavens. All witnessed the supreme divine being manifest within the starry firmament. With solemn expression and meticulous attention it surveyed the entire cosmos, instinctively compelling observers to banish wicked thoughts, as if confronted by the impartial and righteous Tao of heaven. The commotion was immense, causing people to reassess Yi Linxian. After all, it is said that an emperor's weapon mirrors its master's disposition, embodying the emperor's very essence. Now this imperial weapon of the immortal, descending heavenly emperor displayed such domineering force, nearly supplanting heaven's authority to execute power. From this one could discern the heavenly emperor's true character. Yet gazing at the diagram of 10,000 Daos' imposing display, Yi Linxian was utterly astonished. Not because it seemed unlike himself, but because it was simply too reminiscent. Resembling his younger self, disdainful of all beneath the heavens, convinced of invincibility. For a moment Yi Linxian's emotions churned. He hesitated, wanting to advise the weapon to temper its edge, but swallowed his words. Why should it change? Its purpose is precisely to intimidate forbidden zones and safeguard the cosmos. Only by displaying overwhelming might can it extinguish the ambitions of supreme beings seeking to emerge and cause chaos. Gazing upon the diagram of 10,000 Daos, so reminiscent of his younger self, Yi Linxian felt waves of emotion rising within his heart, rekindling sparks of passion. Although he could not become immortal within this mortal realm by relying on his own abilities, there were ways to extend his years. Was it not achievable? Now he possessed an immortal ascending pill which could herald a second life. But if he conserved it relying on himself to live a second life, that would add another tens of thousands of years of lifespan. Living out a second life. How difficult could it be? Difficult, yet not impossible. Yi Linxian entered seclusion once more, but instead of exploring alone he like in his younger days utilized existing resources. Disciples from Yaoqi ventured into the starry expanse once more. From various life origin planets they sought and invited beings who had lived a second life through their own strength. The ability to live a second life bears no relation to one's cultivation realm. Thus across the boundless cosmos with its infinite beings, finding those with such experience is not particularly difficult. Although vast differences in realm rendered most experiences inapplicable, Yi Linxian nonetheless reaped abundant harvests. He had already begun devising methods to achieve a second life. And during his seclusion, after countless millennia, finally, some supreme beings could hold on, no longer unable to escape the fate of this era, and were forced to emerge. The immortal source shattered. This forbidden existence, standing within the forbidden zone, gazed upon the diagram of 10,000 Daos suspended high above the starry sky. A flicker of fear and greed flashed in its eyes. A quasi-immortal artifact touching upon immortality was enough to drive any supreme being to madness. But unfortunately its master was a heavenly emperor capable of slaughtering supreme beings at will. To seek murder and seize treasures was utterly impossible. In fact, even just facing this single artifact he was unwilling to meet it head-on. At the fastest speed possible, plunder a wave, and then return. Although it won't add much to my lifespan, I only need to survive until this era's heavenly emperor passes. This supreme being's calculations were meticulous. Even his emergence was concealed, only intending a swift raid and withdrawal. However, the moment he stepped beyond the forbidden zone, above the starry expanse, that artifact deity resembling the very embodiment of the cosmos, will, and commanding 10,000 Daos, instantly cast its gaze here. Immediately, a murderous intent surged skyward. In an instant, crossing countless domains, it powerfully descended upon this forbidden zone. Submit or perish. The artifact deity's gaze turned icy cold, its form expanding as the endless scroll seemed to engulf the entire fallen immortal star, blotting out the sky and threatening to smelt the entire planet. Such terrifying presence forced that supreme being to abruptly retract his extended foot. Yet he did not reseal himself. Instead, standing within the forbidden zone, his voice grimly echoed across the entire fallen immortal star. The emperor of this era, having achieved enlightenment with a physique no weaker than a chaos body, possesses an extremely long lifespan. Furthermore, with an immortal ascending pill, he can live another lifetime. Fellow Taoists, do you truly believe you can endure for such an extended period? Which fellow cultivator will emerge alongside me? The moment his voice faded, the diagram of 10,000 Daos trembled, and the deity within recklessly strode into the forbidden zone, employing immense divine powers and manifesting countless Tao rhythms, seeking to swiftly suppress and slay this supreme being who had incited others. Within one of the forbidden zones, a supreme being was genuinely swayed, finding the words compelling. Thus he immediately emerged from the immortal source. But before he could even release his aura to announce his emergence to the entire cosmos, a melancholic celestial omen of demise instantly froze him. Because the previous supreme being had not immediately transcended to his fullest power, resulting in being slain in a single strike. This was quite awkward. The battle hadn't even begun, and his ally was already gone. Silently, He turned around and retreated back into the immortal source. Gazing at the scarce immortal source fluid remaining, he felt his heart bleeding. And the diagram of 10,000 Daos having just bathed in supreme being blood now blazed with overwhelming might and boundless confidence. Drops of blood still clung to its form, not yet solidified. It then journeyed through all major forbidden zones, continuously intimidating, demonstrating its might to each forbidden zone. This scene filled Yi Linxian, who had been observing the battle, with immense satisfaction. Worthy of being refined by him, truly powerful as a quasi-immortal artifact. After slaying enemies, it still couldn't resist showing off. Traversing the 9 forbidden zones, it intimidated every single supreme being, rather reminiscent of his younger self. Though, something seemed slightly off. This rebellious child. In the end, which direction did it go? The imperial might surged powerfully, immortal elegance flowed throughout. Within the 10,000 Dao immortal map, the deity's gaze was unruly and rebellious, looking down upon the 9 forbidden zones with disdain. Its behavior was unrestrained, its aura profound as an abyss. Like a true peak heavenly emperor positioned at the pinnacle of the world, overseeing all, there was no enemy it could not suppress and slay. Within the Wanshan Mountain, a supreme being refused to believe in such dominance. He could not tolerate such arrogance, trespassing into forbidden zones at will, as though trampling upon their very heads. Thus he emerged with overwhelming force. Restoring his peak combat strength from his past life, every movement sent tremors through heaven and earth, seeking to forcibly rend the immortal map apart. It is merely a half-immortal artifact deity, yet dares to challenge the forbidden zones. Let Xianlin come. Yi Linxian naturally did not arrive. However, the 10,000 Dao immortal map had originally been refined by him, so it could be considered as his personal presence. In terms of combat power display, the 10,000 Dao immortal map truly embodied this point. Even when facing a supreme being at the height of their sublimation, it hesitated not a single moment. Unfurling the map scroll, the myriad great Dao threads transformed into thick chains of order, sealing off heaven and earth forcibly, trapping the supreme being and dragging it into the world within the map. Boom! Heavy impacts resonated repeatedly from within, sending the Dao patterns into turmoil and filling the air with overwhelming supreme Dao pressure. Yet no matter how fiercely the supreme being struggled, it remained suppressed beneath the heaviest, most formidable primordial chaos, Dao unable to break free. It could only be forcibly refined by it. Miserable wails of agony emerged from within the struggling power, growing increasingly feeble. Only at this moment did fear finally take hold. He reached out to the other supreme beings outside for rescue. The 10,000 Dao immortal map did not silence his voice, allowing him to call out to the other supreme beings. Yet even after traversing one forbidden zone after another, still no one intervened. Imprisoning a single supreme being, yet it ran rampant across all the major forbidden zones, letting the supreme beings' agonized cries echo through every forbidden zone. And this evoked no reaction from the newly born deity within the 10,000 Dao immortal map. For in its understanding, all of this was as it should be. The meaning of its birth was precisely to deter the major forbidden zones and safeguard the peace of the great universe. Without such strength, how could one possibly accomplish this task? The 8 major forbidden zones had all been thoroughly traversed. Though numerous supreme beings resided within, all chose to remain hidden when its aura swept over them, daring not to reveal themselves. Unknowingly, it had already arrived at the final forbidden zone, the Xianting. This forbidden zone has so few living beings. It must be the most feeble of all forbidden zones. It might be possible to attempt a complete pacification. Within the 10,000 Dao immortal map, the newly born deity gazed at the forbidden zone where 2 exceptionally special divine mountains stood silently evaluating. A trace of surprise and delight naturally arose within its heart. It had not expected that there would be a forbidden zone so weak, with a number of supreme beings that could be described as pitifully few. Could it be that the relentless efforts of our predecessors were what brought about this transformation of the forbidden zone from prosperity to desolation? It had never considered that its master Emperor Xianlin of the Heavenly Court was responsible for this. After all, as an imperial weapon of the Heavenly Emperor, it knew its master better than anyone. If it were truly dedicated to sweeping through the forbidden zones, there would be no need for it as a substitute. Thus it must have been the combined efforts of countless invincible ones across generations that created such a scene. And it was not prepared to hand over the merit of completely pacifying a forbidden zone to future generations. It wanted to do it itself. A mere handful of supreme beings, even if they combined their strength to revive, so what? It would naturally summon the strongest primordial chaos Dao of this era to suppress everything. Within the immortal map, the supreme beings' agonized wails reached their peak at this moment, striking fear into all living beings of the world. A cascade of gazes fell upon it, filled with panic, terror, and disbelief. As if already subjugated by its overwhelming power, the newly born divine being did not hesitate for a moment. Its movements were so swift that all found them unbelievable. In a single step, it directly transitioned from one forbidden zone into the Xianting. From this moment onward, all disturbances completely dissipated. The agonized wails, the immortal light flowing from the myriad Tao, the majestic aura, as the immortal map unfurled like towering divine peaks. All were concealed within that ethereal immortal mist. After a long while, a laugh of mockery, unusually inappropriate, rang out from within a certain forbidden zone. It was as though something amusing had come to mind, and the smile tugging at its lips simply could not be suppressed. Then, as if some switch had been activated, the previously oppressive and solemn atmosphere within the various forbidden zones suddenly became remarkably relaxed. The supreme beings who had borne such grievance and bitterness all along now felt upon witnessing this scene, as though all their prior resentment had scattered in a single rush. After all, that newly born artifact deity truly treated everyone equally. It wasn't content with merely stepping on them. It trampled upon that chaos heavenly emperor just the same. By that logic, didn't that mean they were equivalent to that chaos heavenly emperor? Indeed. Well, trampled. That's exactly how it should be. I should have known you'd be this reasonable all along. As if we old things who've lived countless years would truly hold a grudge against you. Above the cosmic starry sky, Yi Linxian arrived at Yunxian's star at top speed. His face bore clear signs of panic. His gaze fell upon the Xianting beyond, obscured by layers of immortal mist, making it difficult to discern the scene within. And precisely because of this he was so tense. For he could no longer sense the connection between himself and his 10,000 Tao immortal map. As though something had forcibly erased it. In other words, his 10,000 Tao immortal map, which he had refined for tens of thousands of years now, no longer belonged to him. Wave upon wave of cold, indifferent gazes tinged with mockery and derision settled upon him. Under normal circumstances, he would certainly have followed those gazes, to teach those who dared to mock him a lesson. But now, he had no desire to pay attention, because there were simply too many people. He even wanted to severely mock himself. You were lazy back then. Something that could have been avoided with merely an infusion of existing knowledge, yet you insisted on creating this outcome. Putting on such a spectacle. No doubt this would be recorded in ancient history as a joke echoed through the ages. Standing for a long while, Yi Linxian's gaze shifted. He tentatively stepped toward the interior of Xianting. But the moment his foot rose, those ultimate Tao assassination arrays that had shown no reaction whatsoever when the 10,000 Tao immortal map entered suddenly activated. That overwhelming momentum, surging like an ocean and blazing like the great sun, caused his expression to shift constantly. Just lifting his foot and already creating such commotion, the meaning was self-evident. Yi Linxian gazed at Xianting for a long time. Finally, a voice filled with grief, self-reproach, and remorse echoed across the entire Yunxian star, reverberating through the great universe. My immortal map. Deep within the immortal court, the myriad laws immortal diagram slowly unfurled, with countless Tao laws circulating within, reflecting all phenomena in the world. At present, the aura of the myriad laws immortal diagram was peaceful. It no longer possessed the overwhelming arrogance of once looking down upon the world, deeming itself the supreme powerhouse. Because the newly born deity within had been easily erased by Lu Qingyun. In its place was the spiritual consciousness he had re-injected, and the mark belonging to Yi Linxian within it had also been casually eliminated by him. Furthermore, after Lu Qingyun poured his own comprehension of the myriad Tao and his understanding of the great Tao of chaos into it, the myriad laws immortal diagram naturally transcended that shackles, reaching the level of an immortal artifact. Only now could the myriad laws immortal diagram truly be worthy of the character for immortal. It could be said that the entire diagram inside and out now bore the imprint of Lu Qingyun. Not bad. My nephew is sensible enough. With little lifespan remaining, he willingly devoted tens of thousands of years crafting and refining artifacts solely for him. Though the level falls short, merely a half-immortal artifact, the child's sincere intent is commendable. A flicker of amusement danced in Lu Qingyun's eyes. He sipped his tea lightly. His gaze settled on the myriad laws immortal diagram where the scene unfolded. Yi Linxian stood outside the immortal court, pounding his chest in grief. As if sensing the prying gaze, Yi Linxian initially chose to ignore it, but when he detected that familiar yet subtly alien presence, a sudden shiver ran through him. He turned around in disbelief toward a certain direction. This feeling strongly suggested someone was using the myriad laws immortal diagram to spy on him. The person's identity was naturally obvious. Most crucially, he could only discern that the imperial weapon being used was his own myriad laws immortal diagram. But why? Even with close-range perception, now he couldn't establish the slightest connection. It was as if those tens of thousands of years of bonds, the daily sacrifices of refinement over millennia, all shattered like bubbles, vanishing into nothingness. How long has it really been? From the moment the myriad laws immortal diagram entered the immortal court to his arrival here, not even 15 minutes have passed. Compared to tens of thousands of years, how long? Yet the mark deeply rooted within it was so easily erased. This was his imperial weapon. Its importance was akin to a second life. It was the extension of his Tao and principle, a powerful testament to his existence, echoed time and again through ancient history as it continued to be passed down. but now it no longer belonged to him. His voice trembled slightly, his smile rigid and grotesque on his face. "Uncle, let's make a deal. Could you return my imperial weapon?" A soft hum resonated through the void. It came from the newly born spiritual consciousness within the myriad laws immortal diagram, unequivocally expressing rejection and strong aversion. As if now possessing the noble status of an immortal artifact, it wouldn't even grant Yi Linxian, this heavenly emperor, the dignity of being observed. This undisguised disdain struck Yi Linxian's heart like a heavy hammer. In a daze, a cracking sound echoed. It seemed like the sound of a broken heart. Yi Linxian clutched his chest, feeling pain so intense he could hardly breathe. At that moment, Lu Qingyun's voice emerged from the void. "What imperial weapon of yours? This is a wild immortal artifact I picked up. Why don't you call it and see if it answers?" An immortal artifact. Only now did Yi Linxian realize the myriad laws immortal diagram had indeed been elevated a full rank higher. This deepened his wariness toward Lu Qingyun even further. In merely a moment, not only had he completely erased the mark left by this heavenly emperor, but he had also directly elevated a half-immortal artifact to the level of an immortal artifact. Such incomprehensible methods made him even question whether legendary true immortals possessed such abilities. At the same time, a touch of sourness stirred in his heart. The myriad laws immortal diagram had accompanied him for tens of thousands of years, yet it couldn't match the brief moments it spent with Lu Qingyun. Such a vast disparity was bound to breed disdain. "But I came first clearly. Return now. Protecting the great universe is your duty. From the moment of your birth you were favored by the destiny of the great universe until you attained the Tao. Now is precisely when you should repay that favor, not by forging an imperial weapon to fulfill duties on your behalf. Your imperial weapon's unexplained disappearance is likely a punishment from the will of the great universe. You must take this as a warning." Lu Qingyun's voice drifted through the void. His self-appointed position was naturally that of the new generation's child blessed by the great universe's destiny. Those who benefit from another's generosity find it hard to refuse. As a beneficiary, he would naturally choose to support this narrative. These words caused Yi Linxian's mouth to twitch. Duty. Everyone, including those supreme beings in the forbidden zones who periodically unleash dark turmoil, had the right to say such things. Yet Lu Qingyun was the only one utterly disqualified. He had also consulted ancient history's learning of this uncle's past. On the day he achieved the Tao, his body transformed into a forbidden zone. And then he watched helplessly as supreme beings emerged, slaughtering the cosmos in blood. Only after the supreme beings had sated their hunger did he strike, harvesting those whose vitality and essence had been enriched. The very existence capable of such deeds now dared to lecture him about duty. Truly, quite reasonable. After sensing the faint killing intent carried within the chaotic airflow descending from the myriad laws immortal diagram, Yi Linxian's gaze instantly clarified. What imperial weapon? Why couldn't he recall ever possessing an imperial weapon called the myriad laws immortal diagram? Hadn't he always used the immortal golden pagoda, forged by his own mother? Yes, that was correct. Exactly like that. Cough cough. Ahem, uncle, the great universe hasn't had an invincible being patrol for as long as 15 minutes now. This keeps me restless, constantly worried about the safety of all living beings in the universe. This immortal diagram is quite fine, one can tell your taste is extraordinary. Then this nephew won't disturb any longer. I'll come to visit you next time. Yi Linxian shrank his neck slightly, even though he at present had reached the pinnacle and could be called the peak heavenly emperor. But in that moment just now, he genuinely felt that if he had been even a moment slower to submit, his fate would not have been pleasant. The Xianlin heavenly emperor had come and then departed. From beginning to end, he hadn't even stepped into the immortal court's forbidden zone. And the loss of the imperial weapon left the world wondering with some trepidation. The Xianlin heavenly emperor was approaching his twilight years. This also signaled that perhaps before long no one would remain to guard the great universe. The 14,600th year of the immortal court calendar. The great Tao belonging to Yi Linxian had once again awakened with vitality. He had lived out a second life. The world felt incredibly joyful and excited about this, believing the great universe could continue its brilliance for another tens of thousands of years. Only some powerful beings realized that Yi Linxian, having lived out a second life, though his vital aura had recovered to its peak and was extraordinarily powerful, compared to his first life, had not improved much. This indicated that Yi Linxian's second life was achieved through the power of an immortal divine medicine. Within the immortal court, Lu Qingyun's eyes flashed with light. His eyes narrowed as he gazed at the starry sky, which was also a gaze toward this great universe's will. Although he could confirm that outwardly he indeed received the treatment favored by the destiny of the great universe, he also knew that Yi Linxian had never lost his fortune either. Now Yi Linxian hadn't even walked out his second life through his own efforts. But given the degree of favoritism this great universe showed him, would it truly be willing to let this constitution comparable to the chaos physique and crafted by its own hand fail to even traverse a second life? Could it be that? I hope you won't forget. Who is truly the protagonist of this era? Good things rightfully belong to me. Otherwise, Heh. The Tao of the celestial sovereign of immortal proclamation radiated vitality, and the entire macrocosm flourished with prosperity. It was brimming with life, nurturing spirituality. The jade pool's sacred land still stood at the center of the cosmic starry sky. To many creatures it seemed to have existed since the dawn of creation, as eternal as time itself. Within its depths the lake waters rippled. Plump dragon fish would occasionally leap out of the water, transforming into slender true dragons. As they plunged back into the lake, auspicious chi surged forth, coalescing into vast and dense clouds, yet here it seemed insignificant. This was the cultivation ground of the celestial sovereign of immortal proclamation, blessed by heaven and earth, forged by countless Taos. Even the entire macrocosm might hardly harbor such a place of transcendent fortune. Alas! A soft sigh rippled across the lake. Yi Linxian sat in the pavilion at the lake's center, his eyes deep and profound, teeming with myriad Tao rhythms. Having reigned as the celestial sovereign for tens of millennia, he had gazed upon the long ages of the mortal world, wielding power that countless beings dreamed of. To anyone else this would be the ultimate ecstasy. Yet Yi Linxian thought otherwise. The years stretch on how vast and endless. Though I lived a second life through the immortal divine medicine, extending my lifespan by tens of millennia, in the end, there is no hope. He had always believed that although he could not match the two chaos bodies, he still far surpassed all other beings. Naturally, he thought living a second life, even a third, should be effortless. But reality had dealt him a resounding slap. No matter how he sought, he could never grasp the essence. It was only when his lifespan was nearly spent that he reluctantly used the immortal divine medicine to live a second life. And precisely because of this, the little spirit he had left was utterly shattered. If he could not even live a second life by his own might, how could he dare speak of living life after life, vying with the heavens like his old uncle? From the moment he used the immortal divine medicine, though he was reborn as a fresh celestial sovereign brimming with infinite hope and future, he could already see what lay ahead, merely wasting another tens of millennia until his lifespan finally withered. Either he would perish, utterly dissolving into the world, or he would choose a forbidden zone, seal himself away, and await the chance of immortality in the heavens. The celestial court. Those two words flashed through Yi Linxian's mind. He recalled his first visit to the celestial court, where he dueled with a venerable one named Tai. Thinking back, the celestial court was not only for his old uncle, perhaps it allowed supreme beings to reside there. If so, then as his nephew he could speak a word, and his old uncle might grant him leniency. After all, his old uncle had freely given the 10,000 Tao immortal diagram refined over a lifetime. Merely reserving a place for him should be no trouble, right? This thought had just arisen in Yi Linxian's mind, yet for some reason it quickly dissipated. Shaking his head, he stopped pondering his own posthumous affairs. This life was newly born. It was time to live for himself. In the years since his return from the celestial court, he had sat at the center of the universe, fulfilling his duties, sheltering the entire macrocosm. Of course, he had also been half-slacking. But now he no longer wished to slack. He decided to do something meaningful. Sweep the forbidden zones. No, he chose to trust the wisdom of later generations. Continue cultivating, trying to forge a third life. Impossible, for his spirit was utterly broken, as if his invincible heart had shattered. In such a state, living another life was impossible. So, he chose to conceal all his aura and quietly left the Jade Pool's sacred land. Enter the mortal realm, become mortal, live as a mortal. The memories of that time resurfaced in his mind. Those 10 years of mundane life were among the rare moments of relaxation in his existence. That feeling was etched in his memory. Of course, he could not now idle to the point of becoming immortal again, lingering day after day. He merely did as he wished. At the edge of the universe, stars were sparse. Yet there were still cradles of life, and the cultivation civilization barely stayed afloat. Yi Linxian returned to that planet. In a field, divine light flickered in his eyes, and through time and space he saw his former self, doing farm work from clumsy to skilled, as if he were truly an ordinary mortal. Rising at dawn, resting at dusk. He had someone he loved, yet due to certain factors it ended in regret. He saw the girl Arya, who had obtained the inheritance of the Jade Pool, gazing at his back with a resolute look. Time flowed. Thousands of years passed. The former girl returned from the starry sky, her strength having reached the peak of the great sage. In the macrocosm, she was already a formidable figure. Yet her black hair had turned white. Still, the regret in the eyes of the once beautiful maiden had been filled. Yi Linxian did not know if during one of his majestic descents across the universe a gaze had fallen upon him. But he thought it had. Because of that, the former maiden returned to her homeland, laid down her legacy, and lived until the end of her natural life. Over tens of millennia, the cultivation civilization on this planet flourished. Was there regret? None. After tens of millennia, few things could stir his emotions. Losing the imperial weapon was a big deal. That was different. Yi Linxian did not linger long on this planet. A wisp of flowing light flickered from his fingertip, falling upon the former field, leaving behind some fortune for destined souls. Then he stepped once more into the starry sky. Once when he laid his parents to rest in their coffins, he had said that they rarely beheld the cosmos's beauty. But he too was no different. Previously constrained by the pressure of cultivation and duty, he could not follow his heart. Now the path ahead was nearly severed. For tens of millennia, he could allocate his time as he wished, doing what he desired. He did not become immortal again, nor did he conceal his divine nature. He traveled through various star regions, witnessing cosmic wonders from birth to destruction, resplendent and dazzling, making his eyes shimmer with light. He also took on the guise of a storyteller. He apprenticed himself to an aged storyteller and traveled with him through different star regions, narrating all sorts of legendary epics. The only thing that puzzled Yi Linxian was that his master inexplicably feared the Jade Pool sacred land. Whenever he heard of Jade Pool disciples nearby, he would immediately rush to the next venue. He followed the storyteller for a century until the old man's lifespan waned and he passed away. On his deathbed, the aged storyteller mysteriously called Yi Linxian to his side and passed on the forbidden epic he had compiled over a lifetime. Yi Linxian grew curious and prepared to savor it. But when he saw the content of the so-called epic, his face instantly darkened. For the content was about him. Is it possible that during those years the celestial descent heavenly emperor was truly cultivating him? Yi Linxian attempted to correct some misunderstandings about him. Yes. Remember, if you encounter disciples of the Jade Pool later, use the exact words I taught you. There's a 98% chance you won't get beaten to death. The aged storyteller felt greatly relieved. He never once considered that the young man before him, who had accompanied him for a century, with such an ordinary and unremarkable appearance, could be the supreme celestial descent heavenly emperor. In his final moments, he passed on the essence of a lifetime of storytelling, hoping only that after the era of the celestial descent his hard work would be widely spread. Yet, the moment his eyes closed, the lifelong effort he had condensed turned to ashes in Yi Linxian's hand. As if even a single moment of its existence in the world was a sin. After casting the aged storyteller's corpse into the starry void, Yi Linxian set off alone on an immensely long journey. He did not proclaim the legendary epics he had learned over these years, nor did he brazenly fabricate tales of his own deeds. Among the rivers of stars he recited the name and feats of a majestic being, and made the name of a forbidden land resound through the word of mouth of mortals. Old uncle, I'm not adding any embellishments, just telling your glorious achievements. That's fine, isn't it? A smile spread across Yi Linxian's face. He intended to tarnish his uncle's reputation just a little as a small revenge to ease the sorrow of having his divine weapon picked up. Whenever one is about to do something mischievous, one never tires. Yi Linxian was in such a state. Sometimes he trod ancient starry paths, sometimes he ventured into distant star domains. He made countless life-bearing primordial stars not yet connected to the cosmos, aware that within the forbidden land of the immortal court deep in the universe existed a chaotic heavenly emperor, eternal, mysterious, mighty, and majestic. Like the most fearsome demon in the world, he looked down upon all living beings, bringing eternal darkness and despair. During this time, Yi Linxian never concealed his extraordinary nature. He often acted to annihilate rampaging beasts or bless a region with favorable weather. Such divine miracles in the eyes of mortals were the descent of a true immortal upon the mortal world. It should be celestial descent. Ding. The name of the immortal court has spread far and wide, reaching every remote corner of the great universe. Even mortals know the terror of the immortal court and harbor extreme fear toward it. Special reward, Immortal King Art, Calming Chaos Sword Art. The system's notification suddenly rang in Lu Qingyun's mind. Startled from his cultivation, he opened his eyes wide, his face full of bewilderment. What happened? Wasn't he staying obediently in the forbidden land? He hadn't done anything, so why did the system suddenly reward him? Who? So thoughtful. Truly, deeply moving. Lu Qingyun did not immediately check the acquired Calming Chaos Sword Art. Instead, he summoned his 10,000 Dao Immortal Chart. With a whoosh, the chart unfurled, its power sufficient to spy on any place in the great universe. After some calculation, a scene soon appeared within the 10,000 Dao Immortal Chart. It was a tea house in a mortal imperial capital. A young man, ordinary in appearance and unremarkable, yet with an exceptionally extraordinary aura, sat carelessly at a table stained with grease. He was speaking with great animation, narrating a most thrilling story. Speaking of the chaotic heavenly emperor Lu Qingyun, he disregarded the world, turning himself into a forbidden land. Even when two supreme beings stirred up a dark calamity, causing untold suffering and overturning the world, he did not show the slightest emotion. His actions were always based on his own vested interests. Yet every time he acted, it left the world utterly astounded. In the previous era, both heavenly emperors were defeated by him. And there's a small anecdote known as 3 punches 2 emperors, though it's recorded in unofficial history. As for its truth, please judge for yourselves. The audience below listened with rapt fascination, and Lu Qingyun, eavesdropping through the 10,000 Dao Immortal Chart, narrowed his eyes slightly. He certainly wouldn't be angry about this. After all, the kid hadn't exaggerated much, nor had he said anything demeaning. But the benefits he brought were real. Calming Chaos Sword Art, a counterpart to the nine-leaf sword grass divine art. It cultivates the primordial spirit, transforming it into a spirit embryo, attacking formlessly and unpredictably. And before this, among the two great Daos contained in the meteor tier that Lu Qingyun had obtained, one was the Tao of Life, and the other was precisely the Tao of Soul. This perfectly complemented the Calming Chaos Sword Art, greatly enhancing its power. Moreover, with a strong primordial spirit, when one entered the corpse of an immortal king, the power unleashed would far exceed the ordinary. Although currently Wang Heng's soul had taken residence, essentially infusing it with spirituality, allowing it to act when necessary. But the key was, sometimes piloting the giant mecha oneself was more satisfying. Good nephew, not bad. Keep it up. Lu Qingyun nodded with a smile. Then he sank his mind into the newly acquired Calming Chaos Sword Art. His heaven-defying comprehension activated. In an instant, tidal waves of insight flooded his spiritual platform, devoured by Lu Qingyun at a speed defying the heavens. Within his spiritual platform, a small crystalline sword of the primordial spirit gradually took shape. Even though he had just begun relying on his own formidable spiritual power, Lu Qingyun was confident. One glance could kill a true immortal. The Tao of Soul within the meteor tier combined with the Calming Chaos Sword Art will allow my soul level to transcend limits. With my current soul level, controlling the spiritual corpse of the immortal king can unleash 1/10 of its peak power. But I wonder if that 1/10 is enough to blast the great universe apart. Time passed amidst the brilliance of the stars. The celestial descent heavenly emperor had not appeared in the eyes of the world for 30,000 years, seeming to have become a figure only real in ancient history. Among generations of cultivators, no one had truly witnessed the majestic visage of the celestial descent heavenly emperor. Yet the great Tao belonging to the heavenly emperor still dominated the great universe, immense and profound, bringing immense peace to all hearts. But as time flowed on, everyone could not help but hope in their hearts that the celestial descent heavenly emperor could live a third life. Only in the forbidden lands some taboo existences could no longer restrain themselves, constantly yearning for the collapse of the great Tao and the end of the heavenly emperor's era. On this day, a young man returned from the starry void, travel-worn with bright eyes. From then on, the great universe lost one insignificant storyteller, and the Jade Pool Holy Land welcomed back their own unparalleled supreme heavenly emperor. But before the joy of the Holy Land could settle, Yi Linxian smiled, his eyes bright. Yet the utterly frank words he spoke struck their hearts like a bucket of ice water dropped to 0 degrees. I cannot open the third life. Everyone prepare for the end. Affairs after death. For whom are they prepared? For oneself? Or for all living beings in the entire cosmos? This sudden blow is too great. Like a stunning blow, it left everyone in the entire Yaoqi Holy Land completely dazed. The joy of the heavenly emperor's return had completely dissipated. A cruel reality that everyone had to pay attention to was placed before them. Yi Linxian's vital energy began to wane again. His lifespan, tied to the prosperity of the entire cosmos, had entered a countdown. Once the heavenly emperor passed away, the world would once again be plunged into eternal darkness. The supreme beings who had been suppressed by the heavenly emperor and had yet to emerge would surely act at the first opportunity, using the life essence of mortals to replenish themselves. Unless Yi Linxian could traverse all the forbidden zones before his passing. Following the example of that unparalleled heavenly emperor who once attained the Tao through the sacred body, he could suppress and kill those supreme beings whose life essence had declined and who would surely emerge by then. But this was obviously impossible. Given Yi Linxian's lazy nature, he would surely be unwilling to do such things in the remaining time. My lifespan is likely less than 10,000 years. No need to panic. At least in this lifetime, you can all be under my protection. As for the future, I am powerless. Yi Linxian's gaze was calm. After leaving these words, he walked back to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. While he existed, he could naturally protect the beings of the cosmos from the dark catastrophe. But after death, who would care if the world was engulfed in chaos? Throughout history, there have been countless brilliant talents. But except for one, the rest only influenced their own era. Therefore, the future will naturally be shouldered by later generations. The second life is also drawing to a close. If that Wang Heng were still alive, he could probably live out a second and third life without even needing the immortal divine herb. It seems I have to admit my own mediocrity after all. Without the fortune of the cosmos, the strongest physique, and the most powerful background, I'm afraid even attaining the Tao would be difficult with my temperament. A failure who cannot live out a second life on his own. That's quite reasonable, isn't it? Yi Linxian was exceptionally calm in his heart. He accepted this fact, which was exceedingly cruel to him. At the same time, a thought emerged again in his mind. Seal himself away and enter a forbidden zone. Not every supreme being needed to rely on launching a dark catastrophe and harvesting the great medicine of the world's living beings to sustain themselves. If there was enough immortal source liquid, one could seal their vitality perfectly. Naturally, there would be no need to supplement lifespan with external forces. Only those supreme beings who entered the forbidden zones later due to the extreme scarcity of immortal source liquid had to resort to absorbing life essence to sustain themselves. And if he remembered correctly, the immortal court was a newly born forbidden zone. Inside, aside from his old uncle and that heavenly lord, there should be no other supreme beings residing there. Therefore, the remaining amount of immortal source liquid should be sufficient to cover his needs. I am unwilling to sustain myself by harvesting living beings. But if I merely cut myself once, reduce my cultivation, and can thus continue. Uncle, I am your dearest and most beloved nephew. I've come to seek refuge. You can't turn me away, can you? Once this thought was born in Yi Linxian's mind, it became unstoppable. He had even made plans. He intended to find some rare treasures in the cosmos to offer as small gifts when he entered the immortal court later. However, as time passed, under some unknown influence, Yi Linxian seemed to have forgotten this thought. A faint realization inexplicably emerged in his heart. Sometimes one cannot always blame oneself for being inadequate. One can also appropriately blame whether the road is rough. Don't exhaust yourself internally. Shift all responsibility onto other things. In this way, there would be no burden and the body would feel light. Yi Linxian was in such a state at this moment. He didn't know why he would have such insight while sitting there. Yet a mysterious feeling was telling him that it was time to find a smooth path. Thus Yi Linxian, who had just returned to the Yaoqi Holy Land not long ago, stepped into the cosmos again. Without direction, without purpose. Even Yi Linxian himself did not know where his final destination would be. He merely walked through the starry sky, crossing one star field after another, traversing one cosmic wonder after another. He set foot on the cosmic borderlands and delved into remote planets. He did not trigger any visions, nor did he speak with any living being. As if searching for something, yet he could never find the right place, and could not stop. Year after year passed. Yi Linxian traveled to many places, even more than when he used to tell stories. On a desolate purple ancient star, Yi Linxian stopped and gazed, as if seeing the scene once shrouded in chaotic aura. That feeling of extreme despair, even after tens of thousands of years, could not completely dissipate. In a corner of the cosmos, he glimpsed an immortal divine herb shaped like a black lotus, its whereabouts elusive. Looking from afar, it was like an unparalleled heavenly emperor standing in the cosmos, overlooking the world he had protected for a lifetime. Seeing this, Yi Linxian was filled with astonishment. Thinking of some records in ancient history, he was profoundly moved. Crystal tears involuntarily slid from the corner of his mouth. Gulp. Ordinary immortal divine herbs might have no effect on him, but what about one that had once attained the heavenly emperor Dao, an extremely special immortal divine herb? Yi Linxian waited for several years, but in the end it was a failure. He silently swallowed his tears. He let out a long sigh. It has protected the cosmos for tens of thousands of years with great merit. Surely no one would be so heartless and ungrateful as to covet it. Therefore I need not specially protect it. I'd better continue searching for my own path. After a moment of regret, Yi Linxian silently comforted himself. He set off again on an unknown journey. 1,000 years. 10,000 years. In the cosmos, the great path belonging to Yi Linxian had unconsciously begun to decline. As a result, the entire starry sky was filled with a scent of decay and decline. Oppression. Panic. Over the hearts of all living beings a sharp sword hung. It could fall at any moment, piercing them straight through. In the various forbidden zones, the frequency of supreme beings awakening had become very high. From time to time, a gaze would probe out from the forbidden zones, as if judging when that great path would truly collapse, and when they could all emerge together to launch an unprecedented dark catastrophe, bathing the starry sky in blood. The Heavenly Emperor's 2 lifetimes have been far too long. Fortunately, he can hardly live a third life. Soon these living beings that have grown for tens of thousands of years can be harvested by us at will. Even if one is powerful enough to be called the Heavenly Emperor, what of it? Without immortality, in the end one is just a handful of dust. Though we barely survive in the forbidden zones, we still have a glimmer of hope for immortality. How can you be sure that this Heavenly Emperor will not cut himself once like us and enter a forbidden zone? You know this fellow is not like those 2 from before. He cares about face. It feels like he is truly capable of going to knock on the immortal court's door. The immortal court. Though a new forbidden zone is good, the price of entering it is to willingly submit to Lu Qingyun and be at his command. If one must live like this to achieve immortality, it would be better to kill me. Everyone present here is an invincible of their era, surely no one wants to bow and serve. This? Yes. Rumble. Yi Linxian's great Dao seemed unable to sustain itself, emitting roar after roar, as if on the verge of total collapse. Yet the myriad spirits of the cosmos offered no prayers. They could only wait in despair for the arrival of that final moment. As for the supreme beings sealed within the various forbidden zones, not a single one had emerged. The flesh and blood of even one heavenly emperor was enough for numerous supreme beings to completely replenish themselves or even advance further. Yet not a single one was willing to take the risk. Such a scene was not unfamiliar to them. Once someone had used 3 collapses as illusions to lure out the 9 supreme beings, ultimately slaughtering them all beyond the gates of the forbidden zones. They had suffered such losses before and naturally would not repeat the mistake. Though none believed that Yi Linxian of all people would sacrifice himself as bait again merely to draw them into a trap. But danger, however tempting, was best avoided whenever possible. Thus a gathering of supreme beings waited with immense patience, watching that great Tao inch ever closer to total destruction. Everything unfolded precisely as expected. Yi Linxian's great Tao began to crumble and collapse, as though he had quietly passed away in some forgotten corner of the cosmos. Yet even so, not a single supreme being emerged. They continued waiting, and it turned out their patience might actually have been justified. For as Yi Linxian's great Tao teetered on the brink of destruction, a torrent of surging vitality poured back into it, causing it to blaze once more with its most magnificent radiance. And its oppressive aura grew even stronger, as though undergoing a rebirth. This sudden reversal struck the eyes of the supreme beings in every forbidden zone, drawing from each of them an unbidden curse deep within their hearts. Dirty. Too damn dirty. Clearly this was the manifestation of a third lifetime. Though they had no idea how Yi Linxian had accomplished it, there was no doubt that if any of them had emerged moments ago, they would have certainly perished at Yi Linxian's hands. This fellow had even learned to fish. And just as all the supreme beings steeled their composure and privately rejoiced in having avoided his trap, preserving their lives, a wisp of ethereal dreamlike aura, imbued with the resonance of immortality, drifted from a distant corner of the great universe. Alongside it came another set of heavenly laws utterly distinct from those of the great universe itself. Boom. It seemed a certain great formation utterly unable to withstand that vast and primordial aura collapsed entirely. And then, immortal radiance flared brilliantly. From a corner of the cosmos, it was as though some long-hidden secret was being unveiled. Yi Linxian's formidable presence reached its zenith in this very moment, and his current surroundings were laid bare, exposed completely to the sight of all living beings. It was a passage of no great size. It connected to a vast realm utterly unlike the great universe, immeasurably grand, operating on an entirely superior order. Wisp after wisp of immortal aura spread forth from within it. The heavenly laws contained within it could be sensed at the slightest touch, revealing how vastly more perfected they were compared to the great universe. Perhaps a true immortal could be born here. The realm of immortals. The term flashed through the minds of every supreme being. That realm connected to the great universe was very likely the legendary immortal realm. Even if it were not the immortal realm itself, its perfected and extraordinary environment would be tremendously beneficial to cultivation. In that world, perhaps, attaining immortality was not merely a legend. This was a genuine opportunity for immortality. Snap, snap. At this moment, the eyes of each supreme being turned crimson with greed. They emerged without regard for anything, regretting only that they had not left their immortality wells earlier, so as to reach that place as swiftly as possible. Wrong time, wrong place. No, this is not the path to immortality. It cannot be. A supreme being roared from within his immortality well. He had not emerged, for according to his calculations, this could not possibly be the path to immortality. Yet everything around them testified to the undeniable truth of it. After all, even Yi Linxian, who they had deemed incapable of surviving a third lifetime, had used this passage to forcefully achieve his third rebirth, shattering his shackles and roaming freely ever since. And if this path to immortality were genuine, then the others could only be false. To gamble, some supreme beings refused to take the risk. Yet just as many had grown utterly unable to bear the weight, they stepped forth from their immortality wells, racing toward that distant corner at their maximum speed. Several others remained hesitant, watching. But once movement stirred in one forbidden zone, they too found their patience completely exhausted. Xianting. The immortal mist parted, revealing a figure clad in white robes emerging from the depths. Chaos energy swirled within his dual pupils, and deep within them flashed a frigid glint cold enough to freeze the entire great universe. At that moment, all living beings felt an involuntary chill seize their hearts. It was as though life itself had entered a countdown from this instant forward, penetrating a far more vast world. For the sake of my grand-nephew, you've truly gone to considerable lengths. Lu Qingyun's gaze fell upon that passage. His steps rose lightly, carrying a rhythm of movement that seemed to approach the very limit of speed itself. One step descended, spanning nearly half the cosmos, leaving the previously emerged supreme beings far behind. Another step, and Lu Qingyun had already arrived before the closing passage. His gaze settled upon Yi Linxian on the other side. Clearly, Lu Qingyun saw the radiant smile blooming on Yi Linxian's face, so bright, so full of hope, entirely devoid of the earlier despondency. That made sense. After all, he had reached a far vaster world. The heavenly laws were refined, and true immortals might even exist there. Simply in terms of lifespan, it had increased enormously. Anyone in his position would be overjoyed. Even Lu Qingyun was no exception. However, Lu Qingyun reached out, and a powerful sense of obstruction struck him. The passage had closed, there was no entering now. Lu Qingyun let out a soft laugh as though mocking some existence for its foolhardiness. Wisp after wisp of chaos energy spread forth from his body. The void. Beneath his gaze it fractured inch by inch. A single punch erupted outward. Boom. 10,000 star domains in this direction were utterly annihilated in an instant. Only endless streams of chaos energy remained, as if returning to the age before heaven and earth were opened. The power of this strike transcended the limits of this very world. It caused the void to collapse and the great universe to wail in agony. Yet still, it failed to carve open a passage to that extraordinary realm. In the distance, the supreme beings who had been rushing toward this location instinctively sensed something was amiss upon witnessing this sight. A flash of terror crossed their faces. They immediately turned back without hesitation, fearing the Chaos Heavenly Emperor might lose control and slaughter them along the way. And seeing that Lu Qingyun had also failed to enter that world, their hearts immediately steadied somewhat. They even felt a touch of schadenfreude. This era belonged to those of chaos physique. That singular chaos great Tao had circled the cosmos for tens of thousands of years. They were well aware, though they didn't know the exact cause. Lu Qingyun, a heavenly emperor bearing the chaos physique, should have received the same treatment as Yi Linxian had originally. He was a bug that even heavenly tribulations avoided, purely a cheat-like existence. But now it seemed, in the eyes of this great universe as well, what was taken by force remained stolen goods. The best things should be reserved for one's own flesh and blood. Having been unable to survive a second lifetime on his own, he had forcibly penetrated a far vaster extraordinary world to help him break free from his mental shackles and achieve his third rebirth. But without comparison there would be no harm. You? As he began to speak, the void before him trembled. A semi-divine herb just as before fell from the void. It then darted straight into Lu Qingyun's mouth. Crunch. Juice burst forth, completely stuffing Lu Qingyun's mouth shut. Ha ha ha. Lu Qingyun laughed. A laugh of relief, of powerlessness, and yes, also one born of sheer indignation. Using a single semi-divine herb to silence him. How utterly presumptuous. Truly, as though they didn't consider him a person at all. Then don't blame him. Armor integrate. This great universe has no need to continue existing. The faint words echoed across the great cosmos. Lu Qingyun stood atop the starry sky, his gaze calm and devoid of any fluctuation, chillingly cold. He gazed upon this vast cosmos as if beholding a world already shattered. Around him wisps of chaotic energy coiled. Among them strands of supreme sword intent that even defied direct gaze were interwoven. Flames rose resembling divine phoenixes soaring through chaos, exuding an aura of sacredness. Helpless, unwilling, Lu Qingyun turned his head and myriad resplendent star domains burst with dazzling light in his eyes. Within them countless beings thrived, brimming with vitality and unparalleled prosperity. I truly do not wish to do this. But why must they force me? Lu Qingyun spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of confusion and bewilderment. He considered himself inherently kind, never having committed atrocities that poisoned the world or defied conscience. At most he had occasionally failed to control his power and emotions, resulting in minor incidents like the destruction of a few dozen star domains. A man who after attaining the Tao secluded himself in the forbidden zone and rarely ventured out. How wicked could he truly be? So, why treat him this way? This era was destined for the chaos body. It was a path he had meticulously plotted. For this outcome he had paid his dues. Thus he deserved the rewards he was owed. But this great cosmos had forcibly defied the final verdict. Then, do not blame him. Lu Qingyun stood in the void, gazing toward the direction of the fallen immortal star. He spoke softly, calm. His voice spread across the starry sky, leaving the supremes of the forbidden zones puzzled. Who was he summoning? Within the immortal court. Aside from Lu Qingyun, was there anyone else? It seemed there was. That old bastard Tai. But at this moment, with such a tone, it was clearly not Tai he was calling. Could it be his imperial weapon? Judging by the scene, this chaos heavenly emperor seemed to feel injustice and intended to unleash his full power to battle against the heavens. At this thought, many supremes shook their heads, evidently unoptimistic. After all, though the will of the great cosmos had never displayed power beyond its limits. Everyone knew that this was a great cosmos that had once birthed immortals. Even a true immortal descending might not gain an advantage, let alone a mere heavenly emperor who had attained the Tao through the chaos body. Even if he had lived for over 100,000 years, what of it? Such a span of existence was negligible compared to the great cosmos. If he recklessly challenged its majesty, the final outcome would likely be, could it be that Lu Qingyun is about to fall today? A cause for great rejoicing. Though Yi Linxian has lived 3 lifetimes, he remains trapped in that strange world, unable to return. If Lu Qingyun also perishes, then everything will return to the rightful path. We can emerge freely and harvest the great elixir of life. Not only that, but don't forget, the immortal court, that is a primordial forbidden zone. It must contain vast amounts of immortal source liquid. Even if divided among the 8 great forbidden zones, it would greatly extend our sealed time. Perhaps before the immortal path opens we won't even need to initiate the dark calamity. This Lu Qingyun is truly abandoned by the heavens. He has trodden above us for so many years, and now he is finally being sanctioned by the great cosmos. What of the age of the chaos body? In the end, only Yi Linxian broke free from this cage. No. Why has another chaos body emerged from the immortal court forbidden zone? In an instant the discussions in the various forbidden zones ceased abruptly. Countless gazes probed toward the immortal court. There the immortal mist parted, and a figure not particularly tall walked out. Strands of chaotic Tao resonance cascaded around him. The very heavens and earth seemed to collapse under that pressure, trembling and wailing uncontrollably. His face was not obscured by chaotic energy clearly exposed to view. A pair of demonic crimson eyes stared indifferently at the great cosmos. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes as if an ancient existence had just awakened and now descended upon this world for the first time. Several swift-acting supremes caught sight of his face. Instantly cries of shock followed one after another. Wang Heng. That voice made the other supremes also want to look at his face. Yet, after uttering those two words, all the supremes who had glimpsed his true visage seemed to encounter something extraordinarily terrifying. The divine power within them surged uncontrollably, until they exploded. The phenomena of a supreme's fall occurred frequently. Blood rain fell to heavens, and earth mourned. The scene was grand and bone-chilling. The remaining supremes immediately withdrew their gazes, severing all perception, fearing they too would suffer such a calamity. What did it mean to explode just from a single glance at his true face? They were all once invincible beings at the pinnacle of their era. Even a heavenly emperor at their peak would need to expend considerable effort to suppress them. Yet now, merely by glimpsing the true face of that being who emerged from the immortal court, they exploded. Was this reasonable? Was this right? A true immortal? No, impossible. There had never been records of a true immortal possessing such a level of authority. Even a human Tao Supreme was not worthy to see his true face. This was undoubtedly a terrifying being, far more powerful than a true immortal. Why did such a great existence reside in the immortal court? And why did those supremes before their deaths cry out? Wang Heng, that newborn chaos heavenly emperor, but wasn't he already dead? The one who killed him was that. In an instant, a flash of insight. It was as if a thread in everyone's mind connected all the pieces. The one who killed Wang Heng was none other than Lu Qingyun, also a chaos heavenly emperor. Everything was absolutely linked to Lu Qingyun, the master of this forbidden zone. The immortal court, immortal. Could it be that the earlier speculation was true? This immortal court was indeed the domain governed by an ancient, supremely powerful immortal being eons ago. And that supreme immortal being was also a chaos body who had attained the Tao. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Qingyun, another chaos body, could find this new forbidden zone within the great cosmos and turn it into his own domain. Moreover, with the inheritance obtained from the immortal court, he could live life after life. Everything fits, everything matches. In that case, this being whose level was unimaginably high, bearing an appearance identical to Wang Heng, was none other than the remains of that ancient supreme immortal being. 1. The immortal king corpse took a single step. It did not traverse space, but rather forcibly collapsed the space within the great cosmos. Thus, after he arrived before Lu Qingyun, an immensely wide path of destruction, leaving only the vast void stretched across the entire cosmos, like a bottomless abyss. Within its range, all living beings and star domains that originally existed were annihilated utterly in that instant. He stood before Lu Qingyun, instinctively lowering his head. The spark of Wang Heng's spirituality within his spiritual platform struggled, resisted, and sought to command this immortal king-class mecha that he had once regarded as a useless external object to land a punch on Lu Qingyun's face. But he could not. From the moment he was sealed into this immortal king corpse, all he faced was an eternal prison of confinement. For eternity, he would be at Lu Qingyun's mercy. Gazing at the immortal king corpse bowing before him, Lu Qingyun did not order it to destroy this grand universe, because that would not quell the fury within his heart. Only by acting himself, personally reducing this grand universe to dust, could he perhaps dispel the resentment in his heart. He pointed a finger, landing on the brow of the immortal king corpse. Lu Qingyun transformed into a beam of chaotic light and entered it. Witnessing this, the supremes were incredulous. The remnant shell of a supreme immortal spirit, even just its pressure was enough to slaughter all living beings in this world. Just like the corpse of an emperor. Even after countless ages, its pressure could slay a powerful quasi-emperor who dared to covet an emperor's corpse. If an emperor was like this, then what of that supreme immortal spirit whose status was ridiculously high? They could not fathom how Lu Qingyun could enter it. Judging by his posture, he seemed to intend to personally control it. Would he not be crushed into a pool of blood by the internal pressure? Some harbored malice in their hearts, hoping to see such a scene. But the result did not go their way. A pair of crimson, icy eyes slowly opened, and the most fundamental power within this body gradually revived. The power it possessed surpassed Lu Qingyun's current comprehension. But compared to when he first encountered this immortal king corpse, his understanding was far deeper. At least he no longer nearly drained all his divine power with the slightest movement of a finger. With the boost of spirituality coupled with his increasingly profound soul power and deeper understanding of the chaos body, Lu Qingyun could now wield a portion of this body's might. But not enough. Lu Qingyun spoke coldly. Without any display of divine power, this voice still transformed following his will into a terrifying killing force that surpassed even the ultimate killing array. It spread across the grand universe, causing countless beings to perish on the spot. Boom. It seemed that the universe deemed Lu Qingyun's actions excessive. Or perhaps it was wary of the methods Lu Qingyun had now displayed. The will of the grand universe gathered the power of origin, slowly condensing a vast thunder tribulation capable of enveloping the entire grand universe. Its scale and intensity far surpassed any thunder tribulation recorded in ancient history. It could no longer even be called a thunder tribulation. This was entirely a forceful suppression of the beings within the universe by the grand universe itself. It belonged to heavenly punishment. Beings of the world witnessing this felt despair in their hearts. An apocalyptic scene. One could imagine the devastation it would cause. Even a single thread of lightning falling would be enough to annihilate a prosperous star region. It's the Chaos Heavenly Emperor from the Immortal Court's Forbidden Zone. That great demon who commits every evil and poisons all living beings. It's him again. He brought disaster. Heaven, we are innocent. Is this the legendary Dark Rebellion? This Chaos Heavenly Emperor is truly a cowardly bully. When the Xianlin Heavenly Emperor was in power, he dared not emerge. Now that the Heavenly Emperor has just left, he can't wait to come out and slaughter us. Is he not afraid that the Xianlin Heavenly Emperor will return and slay him with force? Heavenly punishment. Heaven has sent down punishment upon him. Strike him dead. Even if it costs us our lives, we would not begrudge it. In the mortal world, countless mortals, somehow knowing the name of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor, actually recognized him. Each one wailed and wept, praying to the heavens. Or they angrily cursed at the figure in the starry sky that seemed to reflect all realms. They wished they could ascend to the stars and personally slaughter that world-destroying demon. However, not to mention the mortal world, even the vast cultivation world did not have the right to appear in Lu Qingyun's field of vision. He ignored everything. From the sea of bitterness, he retrieved 2 immortal divine herbs that the grand universe had once swept in. Then, without any hesitation, he instantly destroyed them. He made these 2 immortal divine herbs vanish completely from the world. Wisps of misty immortal aura and vast vital essence madly surged into Lu Qingyun's body. It contained some special ingredient that made the divine power flow within this corpse smoother, and some instincts imprinted in the body became clearer. This made Lu Qingyun's potency skyrocket. As for the exact increase, Lu Qingyun could not sense it. He only knew one thing now. It was enough to blow up this grand universe. A corner of his mouth curled into a vicious grin. Lu Qingyun gazed at the ever-accumulating heavenly punishment, wasting no time waiting. He merely took a step toward that heavenly punishment. Wherever his body passed, layers of thunder tribulation actively dissipated and yielded. Because in a sense this level of lightning power was not even qualified to descend upon his current body. Is this all you've got? Not enough. Lu Qingyun's gaze was calm. A single Dao sound fell, dispelling countless layers of thunder tribulation. Until above the highest layer, a majestic, deep palace shimmering with boundless radiance manifested from the hazy and materialized into reality. Seeing this, Lu Qingyun's gaze slightly lifted. Some memories surfaced in his mind. Back then, when Yi Mingyuan stepped on the myriad paths to become an emperor, what he seemed to glimpse was a corner of this palace. But now, when facing him, what appeared was an entire mysterious palace, as if moved from ancient history. Of course, besides this palace, there was one more thing. A pure white, flawless heavenly blade at the forefront pointed at Lu Qingyun. The blade gleamed with a light that seemed to contain time and causality, capable of cutting through everything. Lu Qingyun's gaze fell upon it. He slightly narrowed his eyes. Cracks appeared from the center of that heavenly blade. It slashed toward Lu Qingyun at the last moment. But before it could even touch him, it shattered completely, turning into a beam of pure white light that returned to the heavens and earth. Then Lu Qingyun's gaze turned to that mysterious palace that seemed to have fallen from the immortal realm. A hint of contemplation flashed in his eyes. After a long while, his expression grew somewhat strange. He looked up as if gazing at the will of the grand universe through the void, and said, "This thing of yours, it seems, is mine."